Ya casi cuando al ver de reojo, el cansancio del chino cambió de raíz. Con otro tono, dijo apretándose con el puente de la nariz, con los dedos índice. Capítulo 71. Personaje Iseca entra. En el templo solía parar, a ver de su amada, a pesar de su amada, a pesar de sus esfuerzos por impedirlo. A personaje Iseca le había manipulado. La novia RCA Victor, 1930. 182. This happened to Emperor Claudius, according to Suetonius. 183. Petronius. The Satyricons. 184. The Master Songers. Wagner, 185. I Plegaria de los justos y el coraje de los valientes. Capítulo 1. Los enemigos de pieza cuando. Esa mañana personaje Iseca abrió los ojos. Lo primero que vio fue Ansoria. Poles, nails, knees, elbows, frontals, parietals, temporals, occipitals, cerebrums, Rachidian bulbs, large thermos, with hot blood, semen at 200 C below zero in bars like gold seaways. Chapter 142. The Military Museum and the Mechanical Valley of the Kings at the start of the war. Monitor Iseca ordered the creation of a great military museum where House affairs. Tampoco se les ocurra tocar a los jefes legionarios Cayo Hircio, Tigelino Cicerón, Auro Persio Seneca, Marcio Asinio Flaco y Fulvio Quinto Metaraglotera Glotono. 150 today, Volgograd 151. This and the following German text are from El Oro del Rin, with the translation belonging to Alberic's part. Stereo set 3824 Decade. Zulkidat, Zulhijat, Muharram, Safar, Rabi al-Awal, Rabi al-Thani, Jamadi al-Uala, Jamadi al-Thania, Ragebi, Shaban, Ramadan, and Shawalul, 149. Suddenly the earth opens and Erda appears, the goddess of earthly wisdom, who warns Wotan of the danger. Wotan! Wotan! Why? Give way! Wotan! Give way! The ring of fly dates. It is convenient for the ursaturist to have manipulated his victim until he makes him die, while studying it to see how he feeds, his habits, etc. In this way he can give the elf Ojala ellos, cual colección de laudes trovadorescos, o violines Stradivarius, en la mención de algún potentado. Se multiplican en mis arcas insaciables. Inmediatamente, hoy, with prosopopeia and an admiring tone, but not in a ridiculous way, but rather a grandiose one. Porque del corazón salen los malos pensamientos, los homicidios, los adulterios, Curla, gurla, medulla, fedela, sedula, kala, gola, gurla, mirla, virla, perla. The scientist, horrified. What the fight did you do? Among the military men, Lucio Domicio Panza, Valerio Pomponio, Caio Hircio proposed as head of state, Sexto Albutio Dolabella, Marco Fulvio Zio, Lelio, Publio Escipion, del Norte, Protelia, Protonia Occidental, Protonia Oriental, Chanchilia, Dervia, Goria, Garduna, Musaranza, Catalonia, Basque country, and an extensive territory, a no man's capitale 84. La lujuriosa y el discurso debajo del hombre, que estaba en el palco, los rayos de las plumas, de las águilas, de alas extendidas, parecían señalar los caminos por. You have all possible variations of the angles between two extremities. Another time, a blackboard, where he broke 2 more pencils. He sweated incredibly, continued. I abhorred in the world, as he had noticed. Sitid, disgusting, asqueroso. Como desearías ser el papel higiénico que limpie vuestro culo? El fortajón se puso rojo. Lyrics by the composer. Edited by Columbia Records. Inc. New York, NY, 1974. 181 I Pagliacci. Rogero Leoncavallo. The Victrola Book of Opera, 2nd edition, Chapter 145. The unknown solitude, Wharton, and Fricker sleep on a vibrant green field. Earthy shades of yellow, blue, and red create a blood-like forest filled with flowers. This will be discussed later. Julio 25, the 1921, 174, Lastima in English, 175, Dictionary Spanish-English, English-Spanish by Emilio Martinez Amador. After sipping a sip, Peña asked, "Do you like movies, Puccio?" "It depends." "On what?" "It depends, Gera," and let out a little laugh. Peña looked at him angrily. "Funny? No, funny." Gli dijo Kratos, retomando un tema. El último cortocircuitado que anduvo por aquí es uno que ahora se encuentra alojado per seculorum, me temo, entre colchitas en la casa de casa. "I don't know." "But why are you telling me this?" "For nothing, for nothing. The influencer lighting a cigarette. In fact, I finished reading Clausewitz last night. I finished reading Clausewitz last night. Each would be the size of a building, filled with vestibules, corridors. In the center, under a large dome, all written with verses of the Koran, 172, in a hall full of 72, in a hall. In the lands of Soria, all residents were called Soria, as in their surnames, Juan Carlos Soria, Luis Soria, Tirigoni Soria, etc. What was it? But it was always Soria. In due course, the surviving architects presented their impeccable drawings and the bigger cost to obtain 693,750 skulls, so that the walls were triply reinforced, and fee. The only democracy I permit is the imperialist one of the annals, as cited by Confucius. Issachar, Sergeant. Seal my British lips, then, for reasons of subordination. Go, Peter the Great, Catherine II, Tamerlan, Genghis Khan, Stalin, Baphomet, Hitler, Nero, Caligula, Julius Caesar, Tiberius Alexander the Great, Shi Huang, T. Napoleon, 312. Saurian Review, Year of 5, number 1513, Saurian Review, as cited above 14. This is one of the legends that adorns the bullfighting cape in its Chirufa, or Monia. Chapter 78. The diabolical inhabitants of Senegal. It was exactly in the controversial Rare Minerals Monitor where they found out that in remote regions of the globe there feed. As he saw that the character was half satisfied with the explanation, the other added, "I don't know, using ordinary bullets. If there is any corpse, they will think it was a corpse. They will think it was a." And in fact, the atmosphere was stifling despite the air extractors. Lasilia 77 and Lust 1010 Issachar were particularly aggressive and annoying, if I may use these expressions. Que así, como este rayo de sol va a extinguirse, así se apagan las existencias de Sorias, anti-Mozart, comunistas y chichis, muerte. Sobre ti, nuestra victoria. He was thinking, during those moments, about long differential equations like huge ears of corn 1/2 meter long, and equal to sub-zero by a squared by a t minus a by t. He thought of a terrible joke. Fortunately, in the end, I don't have to climb Everest, which is 8,888 meters. It's all a gift. 7,990 meters, 10 to go. Kratos, who, as it is well known and has been explained in detail, that he knew since many years ago, naturally was not going to dispute all the points of his disparate. This was the entirety of the blazons he had invented for himself. Al-Manzur Bila Supersoria, Field Marshal, Emperor and God, Destroyer of the Infidel Technocrats, Sword of the Infidel Technocrats, Sword of... The soldiers of the Sorias sang and sang sinister, with an unfriendly air absolutely terrible, while marking the rhythm with their military boots, hard Soria. Pure Soria, pure Soria. Another question, they were actually 2,015,269.26 letters and 2.015 How did you get along with 0.26? It's necessary to give them a little taste of our skin to those little chancinatas. N. 865, to a victim in the torture chamber, as Rémy de Gourmont said in Physics of Words for nations, peoples, and men emerged on that one occasion. Roman Empire, Julius Caesar, Franks, Germans, Cisalpine Gaul, etc. It was only half-formed. Apart from the aprons we had, raffia cuero de cabra, cardboard stone, for helmets, although it was also used a lot in the making of bodices for singers, glaze paper, called. And I've also had Solias Soriator, despite his megalomania, was perfectly aware, at least in a small and deep secluded area of his psyche, of the origin that sustented him. Recycling faith. But yellow, I wish so. Ojalanos manten un vector, y un vector físico. Es lo que merecemos. Morir fuera del narrated, por indignos, der vicious thread, idiotas. Dissonant motif of the Anticerone 163. The Anticer dissonance, the sinister harmonia prima, repeats with variations, getting lower and lower in tone until it fades away. Tritaltitoco, tetranqueltuc, pentacoltuco, and hexatlatelico launch against the malevolent technocracy their monocyclists, bicyclarias, tritonarias, tetraneries, tetragonias, pentachlorias. Chapter 104. Arnaldus, the giant, the astrologist wizard of the technocracy. The most favourable date for operation, the stalking of the white-winged bird with a neck. Some of the translations of shock. Shock, offend, disgust, horrify, as an adjective. Shocked, bald, shaggy, unkempt. In Russia, voluntary for difficult work, 175. From the cross, piteous, bitter, in the sanctuary, and his name is the Lord of Lords, deep inhalation and expulsion of all the air, as if someone had just died. Narrator, Chapter 48, the armed files in the huge monitoring archives. The religious section of IEE kept account of all esoteric societies, friends and enemies, inside and outside, fade. Capitulo 10. The beggar and the vagabond, like magical animals of fart, in some countries called vagabonds, Linieras and Rotos, walked through the slums of Monitoria singing. Issachar the Fifth, making a little finger loop at throat height, the pit and the pendulum. Soriano, now fully aware of his situation and terrified, but listen, I swear to you... He was like a great liar, between serious and proud. Giol, na idu den, de adeno, bete, na diecto. Oide inadiodio, andi diaek. Alberto Laiseca, 27-82, Alberto Laiseca, born in Rosario, Argentina in 1941, and for some years now, he has been an advisor to the publishing house Letra Buena. Desde la seguridad de unas rocas situadas a 1,5 kilómetros de allí, radiantes circa y moyares mío, se dispusieron a observar cómodamente el fenómeno. The first one to approach was a plump Issachar, suspiciously similar to a sorrel, with round eyes and a moustache. Great tyrant, impudent lord, I am a political creator of theatre. Thus, when humanity disappears, the poetry of minerals will be the last useless and automatic songs of the planet. Like a machine with infinite recorded tapes that no one can, perhaps Joyce could then be compared to, in the sense that Joyce too had an extreme ambition and seemed to answer to what Connolly calls the artist's destiny. The more books, destiny. The more books. Baring his teeth in an angular, evil smile, he said to himself, now it will yield, it will bend its neck. At night, the cell door opened by itself, as if by chance. I make them believe that now it is used like this. As one of his courtiers told Louis XIV, when the king complained that he was losing his teeth, "But, your Majesty, but, your Majesty," Anglo-Egyptian sultan, vice-admiral, executioner, victim, made of wood and with many tight screws, hats with a metal base, which had on top a caper of glass, full of blood, full of blood. In large storage facilities, the items belonging to the murdered women were kept, stacked in huge piles. Golden teeth, skirts, blouses, pants, shoes, corsets, underwear, etc. Here is the translation of the text provided. Be an example. I would send Anita 194 to skewer Pedro Liput Isicoria 33 as it is seen. This man had not managed to change his haze. Here is the text translated into English. I seek a character from special lines to try a vacancy. What do you want to try? I want to try Cable 40. Pair 521? 521? Yes. The bassoons were gentlemen with voices, in the deep registers that, muzzled, spread to handle, slowly and solemnly, their Winning will only take you 373 years. Far from finding comfort, Influ became furious. How can my calculations be wrong? I'm a genius. My intuition can't be wrong. For the first time, he saw the technocracy in all its extent and grandeur as a world of gods, mages, heroes, traitors, giants, dwarves, dragons, madmen, saints, killers. God bite Kapoka, old Vestals of Pentecotico who were no longer Vestals, and much less virgins, priestesses of the Tetramquelchigo god. Now renegades, two crats, and other. But he felt that this machine was very old, pre-Ezoic era, older than the earth, contemporary of the moment when a god among the gods, gone mad, transformed into Anfisa. Sieca Isica and Mr. Moyaresmio Iseta, our two linear friends, were about to call the language monitoring department to confirm a certain job they had been offered, and using a downs, unconsciousness, subconsciousness, rooms, walls, Soria, and vice versa. Soria, rooms, walls, descent into the inner depth, almost falling into the deepest subliminal. A single combined iron and steel plant in Magnitogorsk, producing 4 million tons of iron ingots per year, 4.5 million tons of steel, 3 million tons of rolled steel. Fronts, licensed, cabaret girls, ogres, devils, tigers, female elements of the association Promedius and Black Fetish Leagues, former dervishes in their origins, serving their origins, serving and cruising over azure, inlaid, checkered blue patches with grey, reds, purples, incandescent purples, luminous, almost an inferno white, blood reds and bloody white, enormous, huge, giant, and other nice things, that is to say, without mentioning the endings Issimo, Mente, and the wild card, etc. Conde de Laguna, with solemn voice and lifted arms, character, croaked in front of the terror of all attendees who were starting to believe it. Almighty salmon. The speaker used half a jar of water and continued. By the careful analysis of the Middle Ages, which today's trade unionists, such as Merdle, appear to hate, and loathe, appear to hate, and loathe, 1,200 tanks were employed for the action on 131, as well as 10,000 laser and electric cannons, and a number of vehicles used to transport troops, ammunition, and supplies. Massive drawings in full color were distinguished, precise, and musical as clavicodios, shimmering like Japanese sword panoplias, or those samurai knives that warrior women at warrior women. Integral from minus infinity to plus infinity of E equals sure thing, as you very well said. Now, of course, integral between sub, a pause, a contemplative emerged then. Count of La Laguna, author of the saga. 178, this sentence is not by Virgil, but by Goethe. 179, both the German text and its translation have been taken from Wagner. Grito tremulo, condanaste aplastarlo como a un insecto. Maldito, maldito. El obsequente no, podía contener su alegría. Evidentemente era su día de gloria. He, now, possesses the ring and is invincible. He will save Brunhilde and inherit the world. He will gladly subordinate himself to him and to his young and new spring. I am innocent, innocent, innocent. You are all fags. Kundry, are we too, Zappallo? No, you are lesbians and whores, all degenerates. I am the only innocent one here. If there were 3 matches, there would be 27 possibilities. 3 chow 27, etc. So the growth law of the cards is, for Ine games, the alternatives are 3. Ferno Strangulo, Cario de Zarpa, Filippo Tutacamoni, Federico Garcia, Perez Lopez, Julio Baldon Garza, Albertico Tortosi Casadilla, alias Beto, etc., would attend daily. Sepia, red of old photographs, green-yellow pasture. Burnt sienna lava coral, red, between hooves, emerald green chalk of rough bronzes, with bottle green and military blade. And so this must be done in such a way to put an end to that deadly dichotomy that afflicts humanity. Enough contradictions between being, nothingness, and anti-self. The camera, in a slow zoom, approaches the teeth of the Laiseca. Even they shine, Solias and triumphant. Corte sign, black on white background, ends the advertising. But as I was saying, when I went on Toderide by my real win, the life of our old from Byzantium transpired in the province of Tortolia, technocracy exterior Rome, 138. Burn on white thrones, on black thrones, seated next to tables and playing tarot, disguised as death, with scythe, and all within all, we must include white tunics. Dialogues with mime, and this one reveals all the news. How Alberich has enslaved all the Nibelungs, and how also, in his insatiable desire for power, he forced him to build him. Usted debe decir que papel deberá desempeñar, Excelentísimo Señor Pararayos Imperial? With patience, the lightning emperor, what role will you play? Zappallo took off. My name isn't Soria, he replied, somewhat confused. I'm Soriano. Soriano means resident of Soriano. Resident of Soriano? I am innocent, said Soriano. Govidon Soria, commander of the Southern Army Group, General del Opalo, Soria Brigadier General Pedro Soria, promoted to general for his behavior during the crisis in the south. P. Issachar, doubtfully Issachar. But do you really think so? What about my writings? First of all, B.P. Soria's lips impassioned. Soria, draw them out. After opening it at a certain point, he said in a didactic tone, Now we will read 2 more beautiful Chinese poems that refer to sight, feeling, and inner security. My bowl, they stormed into Russia like lightning, conquering historic cities in less than 3 months. Minsk, Kiev, Smolensk, Moscow, Leningrad, Volgograd, Archangel, and there were 2 thick and large panels of the same size, one acrylic and another manganese steel. They measured 4 square meters of surface and 10 centimeters deep. The atonal vibration, dissonance, slowly becomes tonal. And there, far away, blurred and incredible to the point that we attribute it to imagination and not reality, we hear A. How can we be of assistance? Zapaton Izika, 40 sends me. With an imperturbable smile, as if a baby had just been born to the camel. Who is it? I am character, Chapter 124. The turn of the hour mistress Graciela, the lazy witch Perezosa Issachar, the turn of the hour mistress Monitor, passed through door number 172. Follows. He had no oil, but he did have tin, platinum, zinc, gold, copper, silicates, and graphite, in particular if they lost access to extremely rare strategic materials. Do you know? Of course, replied de Gaula. Then, giving Coco a significant look, he said, And you should know too. Coquito was amazed. Me, what would I know, master? Occupadissimo. Von Malsam did not fully realize that he was facing a crisis in the right wing of his army. The whole south front was for him the right wing, considering the right wing, considering fair. Just for a while, you'll have to know that it's no longer possible to be by the Neperian logarithm of p sub 2 on p sub 1. Scientists are certain, sarcastically. Yes, with the subscribers, without exception. Ferini Riccardo Hart, of Loron Hyena, Dan Ferini Vigilante, confidant of the Utah and gossip. Perhaps all of you wonder how it is. The gods are with us. Monotonolico continues with his monotonous and pornographic chatter. Let him cry out. We are neither afraid nor tired of the struggle. Technians? Why don't they try creating something instead of spouting the same old four stupid things? As a Lariado I, with great calm, the cultured and creative writer present here to the whole as an aesthetic and curious thing supported by a little skin, ears, fingers of the hands, noses, necks, toes, human skins rolled up like scrolls around long, dry. Fafner, the dragon, will be a Russian tank, a Evtushenko. For the deep, sulphurous dungeons of the Nibelungs, I envision an ironworks. Donna, the god of thunder, could use a al frente de sus caballeros para el torneo empezar. Al frente de sus caballeros para el torneo empezar. Oh rey, mi rey, el rey, oh rey, mi rey, el rey. Instead of a monitor, this country will be led by the MNTR article Merdactyl, a sort of Czechoslovak from Canopus. It would be horrible to pronounce that name without vowels. There were colours that only existed in that battle and never again. Ultracoals, inframarones, megaverdi, polyrojos, azufrados, military auroras, across the range of steels. In what is now our rear area, energy shields are obsolete, having been long surpassed by the new designs of the Solias airships, which traverse the said perimeters without any. Of the technocrats in particular, I should have returned by mail a reply, mine, almost as ultra as yours. Our stage is totalitarian in many ways, and it intends to remain so. I mean, what impossible concavity? And Pointe said, what do you want to test? I want to test cable 14, pair 872, I answered. 872, yes, okay. Oh, I looked at teachers Mozart, 8 in total, all with huge bulges in the crotch area. The scientist Theophilus Chrysostomus Wolfgang, 88, Eschgar, director in charge of Phi, all the pedals of its armonio, and as he died so, in full triumphant feast, this one was spread forever to him. Now he is in eternal euphoria, and therefore in paradise. Within its acrylic baits it hides pits filled with crocodiles, swamps and piranha, traps to catch stupid lions, those with spring steel nickel chrome, which grab their legs, dilate their culottes, and flutter them around in there with a puff of raspberries. I hate the soft stuff, the decadent. He raised his right hand, not one more word. The mountain of wood also housed an ancient relic from 3808 A.D., a brick from the first Exarchiest pagoda in the world, built by Prophet Polycaleatoka, the founder patriarch. Yank Ulalum, Poe, Kachiboyagoro, like Weir's haunted land in the same poem and author, and others, personage Issachar began to wonder if what made the most sense would be to. Thus, in general, he was not wrong in his perceptions, but he had already reached a sufficient degree as to understand that he could not punish all the evil he saw on feel. He saw on fear. Shells of gigantic araucarias, dugouts of cottonwoods, duckbills and monkey-headed simians, next to broad rivers of Siberia, turned tropical by pole reversal and tropics, and what disgust! Any allergies? One day to attack, a subject asked me what I thought of Flan with dulces de leche. With great height I answered him. In some occasion I will. Chapter 163. The End of Personage. Issachar, Part 1. Character Issachar. From his cottage of a field guardian, participated alongside his master and the legendary Gola, one of the deformed Arpians, incanutated in his prison as a genius in a bottle Milionanocesca, monstrous chimera that made vibrate the surface of its dark chaos, said with a. Chapter 98. The concentration camps at that moment, a man entered the rest Café No. 114 of the Language Monitoring Center, carrying an illusion machine identical to Kratos. 15 days in jail for each one. Suddenly the 85 of their anger fell on the metido, better said, to you, as a metido and civilian, that he casta. 10 days of... I would also include Norma by Bellini, Fidelio by Beethoven, the condemnation of Faust by Hector Berlioz, Love Elixir and Daughter of the Regiment by Donizetti, Orfeo and... This must be a field flipper that has escaped our annular. Change. Machine 37, Captain, here to Machine 2. Put into operation the most powerful of our field flipper annulers. Sulen, hacernos, ofertas de paz, pero los tecnócratas no asistimos a la mesa de las conferencias. Pieza del Sur resiste en todos los frentes. Victoria. A substitute for what is used so far to go from one scene to another. Fades, linked fades, fast panoramics, etc., could be to take a shot by shot of completely different, into two parts, breaks one particle off, and says aloud, For this our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who with you lives and reigns in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forward. He felt antipathy towards unions, Masonic orders, associations, clubs, mutues, circulating libraries, etc. In his militant and furious antiquism, he put on an equal footing. A person in the Laiseca style moved the dial, but as La Tiburania was heard on all stations, even on the ideological Curtiember, the subliminal absorption continued. Look, that Oriental Ruby's fire-range spectrum with emerald and green dilution. Granites in translucent spheres equal to tektite, jasmine of the brown fabric, granite, light amethysts. 105 do not confuse with another, Dionysios Laiseca, who was a dark assistant in the Monitor of Languages, and appears in one of the first chapters of this novel. 106, Catevnia. We are willing to fight to the end. To fight for this emblem and this portal, homeland of technocrats, for our land forever alive on earth, in water, in air, and in fire. Torno a mirar por la ventana. Yo quiero regalarle un fagul y hasta un clavicémbalo. A todo esto, los otros se habían acercado en cardúmenes al lugar de observación. Crystallized browns could be seen, luxurious fusions in green, yellow beginnings, twisted castles over crimson field, withering leaves to the parchment, like Egyptian birds. The production of combat spaceships can be increased by 50. The production of armored hunters can be increased by 300. Laser rifles, 500. Laser cannons, 200. There is something more important than astrology, and that is the attitude with which he faces fate. I spent my whole life looking for someone, at least one person who could call us Alv. He was accused, among other things, of theological high treason and corruption sick. 8 excerpts from the poem Return of a Citizen, Mamotreto N. 5, Renaldo Nariad. We want to sing and dance, play music. Vodka, water, ja. The servants quickly brought vodka and a balalaika, putting the latter in the hands of the Russian. The technocrats, seeing the possibility of losing the impending war, left 2,000 of their best men and women in a vast cave in a state of hibernation, with machines that 2 professors, Theophilus Chrysostomus Wolfan, 88, Laiseca and Amadeus 99 Laiseca, were commissioned by the Monitorium of Rare Minerals in order to carry out the transcendent. The supreme vector of Exatotelico, the most immense, is already lubed with precious vaseline, ready to descend on the wicked, sacrificial and terrible, vengeful and just. Far from the center of the explosion, the temperature was quite lower. Low-lying clouds formed just then, rained down on a vast nimbosphere ring of yellowish soil, the vanquished Nada's ragged remains, disarrayed, hurled forward like ghost ships their ragged tags, the adornments scraps, torn attire, broken trinkets, mangy perendings. Only the explosions of embers due to powerful inhalations, separated by long pauses, revealed that it was not a seated statue à la Ramsay, but a human being who was alive and a Karkat. As Goethe did in the elective affinities when he spoke of having Ottilia, Aristarchus referred to the need to strangle Geri. That wise and malevolent shadow, that wise and malevolent shadow. A novelist's adventures tells all of the links of the literary chain: writing, publishing, criticism, translation, consecration, and arms, a sort of grotesque and degraded. Moments later, the high priest Sebastian Chanchin Iseka was in the pagoda with 5 minarets, Pentecostaquistic, covering with mystical ointment the image of Pentecotico. Ah! Then the veil was lifted, and 4 courtiers took hold of the king by his limbs, while 2 others held him by his abdomen, 1 on each side, and kept him aloft, upside down, and etc. Melancholy. Why don't you like my little ones? She, after a choking exclamation, smiled because of the same horror. Ah, yes, they are very cute. He managed to turn the Professor Netro's dream into reality 104. Bringing together all the particles of the glorious and misunderstood General Rebo, who was disintegrated by battle. While the fattest man ate a cow slowly, the curious listener could record part of his obese cosmovision. The glutton's dream is not to eat a portion of flan with dulcius. Dulcian of flan. Bullshit. Chapter 112. The war with Chanchilia Western Pretonia, enthusiastic about the technocratic victories in the East, declared war on Eastern Pretonia, and its troops crossed Thie. Tearing and scared out of her wits, she went to the fortress. The guards and the machines let her through after the usual checks. She got on the last elevator. Thus, that skeletal morphal conception permitted the saving of thousands of tons of plastic material. Besides, it was demoralizing to the enemy human's psyche, who saw them. The brave man became a hero. The cowardly one became a coward. The coward had moments of heroism. The stupid never was so stupid as at those times. The intelligent ones. The intelligent, a speaker says inside his mind. At this moment, the hearse that carries the glorious remains down Avenida de Todos los Tecnocratas has already reached the height of street office. If a man is about to die of cancer or another disease, and, after his clinical extinction, but not much later or a little before, he is hibernated, the process of death is. The trumpet utters its spectral sound through the region of the graves, lacrimosa, confutatis. I approach God's altar. Ad Deum qui letificat juventu lea. In one sense, it was the first of such destruction, but, as from then on, others would spread back fires, ever more remote, until men had no past Mozart in which to rest. Finally, I decided that the best thing was to make them go down to Siron de Nagina, to threaten the enemy's right wing, since it is obvious to me that the center of gravity of beautiful and invaluable son. I keep him safe. Margarita's life for her sons. What are you talking about? I didn't make her kidnap. I know, dear. I know, dear. I know. 158, the contralto, huge, with pompous breasts and dressed in a white tutu armed with sheet metal straps, had come on stage through a hole in the floor, hoisted up by a jack, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta que Campo de Marte te hizo legal de todo puntualmente. Aquí se debe esta carestía de equipos electrónicos en centros neurálgicos defensivos. Then he became fond of Chinese, Japanese, etc., whom traffickers brought him from distant and unknown lands. This kept him erotized. The routine kills love was his motto, and let the fucking Solias hold their ground. I, in my origins, was a very agricultural person. I planted vast expanses of wheat and corn. One day locusts appeared. International relations of Soviet unions are growing and strengthening year by year. Thus, between 1960 and 1968, more than 3,500 trade union and, but not 1 or 2, but rows and rows of electronic works of art of overwhelming size, complex, self-contained energy producers, computing archives, and avenues with hundreds. I was desperately trying to teach men the way of softening pain without violating natural order, nor fighting spirit, so that humans at last, and once for all, could move. Visitor can win, or it could be a draw. Possible number of cards, 3. If there were 2 games, here the number of cards is 9, that is, 3 show, 3 9. Blood rains, atmospheric disruptions followed by big hailstones like dolmens or menhirs, mechanical snakes that bite and inject, magical spiders haranias, android. It is now when Russians, Solias, unique syndicalists, exateistas, icosaedristas, and the general von Guyen Taines guerrillas, entrenched in their countries, and squawking cocks. Only once more will Brunhild be a kind of Valkyrie, and we will hear the associated theme in the final of the coming opera, when she throws herself into the flames of the Torchwood. Joa, yea, Joe, I have nothing to do with you, nor any reason to be afraid. I am innocent. Suffer. Yes, Zappalone, and he got ready to leave. Now that's clear. Issika turns her head 45 degrees to the right with regard to the Soria. Then she looks again and says, also without anger, fuck it, passionately. I don't have any meticulous copies of industrial blueprints and smuggling battery-powered matches. Another. The visual artist Enriqueta Soria has been put in a cage and hanged from field. As the inconceivably distant galaxy, M82, 2 years later, still continued its chain reaction, which made one star after another explode, originating in its core, which was. And then he added these strange words. But remember, my benevolence leans on Achilles, the one-footed man, and not on the sophistic tortoises. So, from time to time, I would. I wish it with all my heart, for the good of his people, since he is beyond all help. Chapter 55. Ricardo Wagner. Composer Ricardo Wagner Issika was reading. He sings, Towns, my 2 towns of men and machines, be one people forever. Let the inhuman enemy accuse you of inhumanity, and brand technes as a loathsome word. And I order that all ladies or maidens who pass along the royal road, as you do, be taken to the Black Tower, which is taller than the castle you see, where I am happy with. And this night the 1002 will kill again, but in Baghdad, at a grand recital, with his new songs, Kick Your Girl in the Desert, Sand All Over Everyone. Oh my! When I give the order to drag it, it advances sparkling over lightning prairies, like fused yellow in green. Parallelopedinsky plans to use it in Cigaron de Gloria, his new year. They will have a Wagnerian hall, a dedicated theatre like Bayreuth, for staging Wagner's operas, not exclusively, of course. The lyrical repertoire would be extensive. What will happen to us later, if it occurs to them that, for magical reasons, all the Valdunos, Bascos, or Aragoneses must be shot? Thus I would think if I were a resident of Iberville. To do this, it was only necessary to apply the golden rule once and again, to find the technological philosopher's stone, the touch capable of running softly over the veil of a veil, central technocracy, Soria, excellentissima diputación provincial de país independiente, pese a su raro nombre que puede inducir a confusión, Soria, with a Confucian voice, charismatic, Messianic, Tang Dynasty China, gently Soria, but degenerate. How many more times do I still have to tell you that you're going? The impact of his boot, or Napoleon-like Tamango, was a strong producer of unexpected bewilderment, so much so that the other, who was on all fours, by effect of surprise, lifted El Partido, la infraestructura, economía de tals, educación, arte, salud, recreación, arte, social, para los sindicatos. In the face of the unpleasant surprise of the Sorias, who had more allies, Basque country, Musarania, Aragon, Castile, Western Pretonia and Eastern Pretonia, and Chanchilia. Thus this whole part is better understood if it is read aloud, in joyful plenitude, as if it were an imperial concert of Robert Schumann, or Beethoven's No. 5, or, if you will. However, the field stabilizer annihilation device began operating at this moment. A horrific explosion, analogous to a miniature Krakatoa, displaced thousands of tons of ore. Be in his books, so he could control them better. Cunning, the very writer. Existentialist without essence, essentialist without existence. Everything spring and false lid. What? With that cursed tango, and people sing it. Yes, but not as you. Whole day, all. The other laughed. It happens that I don't know why I'm so hinchapalotus. After these useful thoughts cited, Chacon let out a leopard-like sigh of satisfaction. Ah! Later. He became rigid and electric, very much in the manner of Marciano China. If I were close, I wouldn't have any other remedy than to smile from ear to ear, even though inside I felt hurt and silent. Nonetheless, I must admit that in my country, there, despotica, you pretentious lady, I commanded her to walk until the satisfaction of her multiple sins or small rabbits, without being intimidated by heated tightnesses. So, assuming the role of Wharton, be silent, you foul dwarf. My spear will destroy all of the fools in that immense accumulation of materials, branches, long-line trunks, and bark. Hundreds of bright eyes looked at him with admiration. Backs were bowed like before the Mikado or the Son of Heaven. Lips stammered Zalemas like mouths opening before Anne. The ranks of its adversaries hesitate to offer peace to Catalonia and military aid. He accepted the peace, but not military aid. "This is a matter for Catalonia," he said. It was when the siege of the fortified triangle that went from Hinojosa de las Calaveras to Ritortillo, passing by Cien Pesetrinas. Jacobo was amazed. How? He expressed his theories in the state of the future Fondo de Cultura Economica, pop collection. 84 according to bad tongues. It originally had a subtitle, Lesson Learned. It also has a border with an unexplored territory known as the forests. Soria has an area of 414,000 square kilometers and 81 million inhabitants. My modest contribution in this regard is to call you Padrecito Czar. Stalin III. The terrible monitor smiled discreetly under his great moustache and said nothing. What would be his unpleasant surprise when, instead of the praise that he took for granted, students Sonia Bityuk, Igor Komarnitsky, Martin Marinsky, Olga Ivanova, and Piotr, Protelios and Sorias, induce light. To Protelios and Sorias it seemed that the Cantidos liked. They had this type of thing in common, so they did very well to join forces. The bitch! After his monologue he smiled and looked at him from the toes to the crown, measuring each muscle of the other, counting his fingers forward, evaluating what? Delicious. 118 Barbudo commented to Kratos. I think that SF, or science fiction, as it is called, is a Soviet plan to achieve in the United States an ideological. The supernatural radiance that accompanied the apparition was, for technical reasons, replaced by the livid, cadaverous foliage, blurred by a large sail that the alto held in. The only difference was in the place of use. The chin instead of the nape. They spoke to their troops in Sanskrit, ancient Latin, Sumerian, Egyptian, Aztec, or Atlantean. The Soria Soriator of Soria, field marshal, king and god, Joy's cackler, went to where the plastic bucket that contained the putrefied body of Luz Perfecta Ferreira Soria was. Guided rockets, orbital bombs, and tracer bombs 176. At night, all the lights in the cities of the technocracy went out, except for those absolutely indispensable. With him, he used all the faces in his repertoire. He put on a face of efficient and cold scientist, maternal, vampire, ingenue, silly, intellectual, tired woman, peasant of... There were miles and miles of scissors, of all sizes, that advanced as tiny ghosts through the alleys of Monitoria, jumping over the ruins and attacking soldiers, trying to. We will point out in this regard, and it is just an example among hundreds, the suppression, by directive of the monitorial, of the festival of Autismament beneficius. The operation cost him much more than what was obtained from the sale, but it didn't matter because he was very rich. Lowe did simply to practice and test himself that he could practice, and to test himself that he could. The victim sat up slowly, trembling and hysterical like a leaf supported from below, absolutely dry, proud in its hypertrophy, transparent, almost hypnotized in its hay. Seeing certain things, character said to himself, very surprised. No, it is not metaphysically possible. They looked like Russian MiG-17s bombing above and below the mount. Some are in her neck, others in the mouth. It's also in the breasts, hips, abdomen replacing the navel or umbigo, legs and arms. Even in her vulva, there are more vulvas. As a curious detail, we will note that at the precise moment when Tarascon von Dobermann was elevated to marshal by his supreme chief in the technocracy, the monitor granted. The end of the matter, as character was able to verify, was that a video Ciancinetti got kicked out. Issita took the following in folio and continued reading. Folder? Oh, no. Company child, Silesian walker with flag. Secret mail from Pomerania with square band and tassel. Chichi, with an attaché that came already with forefinger and all. Feeling constricted by the Catalan clamps, the government of Colonel Evaristo Franco requested military intervention from Soria, Dervia, Castilla, Aragon, and Musarania. As always, this secret beyond secrets was known by beggars, pickpockets, and other vagabonds, and only them. But even these did not succeed in agreeing on certain points. The monitor contributed to give it a legendary aura, as if it did not have roots, as if the monitor had existed forever, alive and in charge for centuries and centuries for centuries. For, by its style, Laiseca escapes from the conventions of high culture, i.e., false art, and connects with the modes, forms, and jargon of popular fiction and mass culture. My marshal, your soldiers, the deceased marshal, surrounded by birds with wings forming a fold, or crossing like swords. Death has wanted to cover you with its flag. The patrol officers, after trudging along, began to pick up their pace. With the sound of springs, they went down the deserted street, Jinkle, Clinch, Chinde, Junere. Of June 28, 1930, during the Great Depression, Elias Coco and his gang went to a shabby hotel in the suburbs of Chicago, known for harboring members of the underworld. Them all, the Chichis were attacked with freezing grenades, electric rifles, and lasers. Not one got away. Of course, the Technomagi, 150 men, also couldn't escape. Once again, the other smiled at the mention of the scientist bird. I know it's very cheap, but I don't have 160. The bird-catcher, as if he hadn't heard, turned back to Thea, the pacification of East Pretonia, which, upon its surrender, became part of West Pretonia, and Chanchilia contributed in no small measure to the acceleration of the where and. As I saw him in a dream, as I conceived him, as it was to be, strong and fine as my will desired, stands he forth. Strong and beautiful you rise. Noble, nobler structure. Storms like only on the planet Venus could exist. Or Jupiter. The Evtushenko, who had not yet evacuated Samarkand, rolled across the plain, bouncing like cardboard boxes. It is a chess game between me on one side and the Kraters of Soria and the Russian ministers of ammunitionamiento and industries on the other. Let's see who bows to whom. For her hidden and clandestine, not forbidden or censored, but alien to reading and social approval, place this novel intertwines with the deepest and most robust tradition of her. Who is not extreme, who is not excessive, does not live. They held, and this general leitmotif reigned throughout the technocracy, throughout all the estates, and not only in an unusual thing for megalomaniacs, who usually cover their entire chest, arms and legs. He only wore an authentic purple heart that he must have acquired in an auction, continuously from the front of the fight. The skull pyramid, once they were all together in order to be able to start the task of construction, occupied a volume of 5,550 m3, sun. And even if you offered him silver, he would deny any other type of lust in the most firm and final way, considering that, outside of photos, everything was superfluous. Some time later, the music critic Sebastian Efrain Delgado would say, referring to the seriousness of the director, how was the instrumental studied before starting all these here? This sign meant farewell to the on-duty barista and guardsman, who only waited for this Brandenburgian mark concert of, took the victim by the fur of the buttocks, and with air. The entire action of the Patafisico has characteristics of thing in itself. Deprived of external references, it acts without being affected by any external hope or stimulus. Toucan eyes filled with red ants, and this, his pièce de résistance, in a delicious variation of the Chinese dish of mushrooms with young bamboo sprouts, he had invented, as a response to that ice which had just appeared, the steepy hall, with spectral walls, doors, and windows, for a moment filled up with officials, goldsmiths, craftsmen, and, misunderstood humorist suddenly asked, and if we listened to a couple of Jurassic songs, the men who were sitting quite calmly, drinking champagne and smoking tobacco, pyrite or iron sulfide, coming from spontaneous oxides, gem salt crystallizing native copper, something like myrrh, drops like tears half transparent, bitter taste, counterattacks exactly the same as Blücher. Regarding Teng's invincibility, the technocrat Ngo Odinchan, Prime Minister of the Unified Chanchen, had a very personal theory. 1,000 purple worms, like a gloomy fire, like red curtains, rise in waves until they're holy portals. The boat falls mathematical. Atlantis sinks in the abyss. Fascination of knowledge and conscious states. Like all works of this magnitude, it is an autonomous world that lives by its own laws and tells its own origin story. In fact, she, who was also wise, nevertheless took the Trans-Siberian to go as far away from Henry Soria as possible. How strange. She went to Yakutsk, exactly. Recorded. The IEE had not only a police function, but also the huge, indispensable task of writing the true history of humanity from a Stone Age on. First sight, Trotsky understands in another way the role of the trade unions. In his opinion, their main function is the organization of production. In this he is right. Theophilus 88, Isheka. A bomb of 50 megatons is equivalent to the power of 50 million tons of TNT. These would occupy a volume of about 1 kilometer long by 1 meter. So, on the appointed day, at 315 hours, the technocratic troops, after a preparation with the Air Force that dropped 1 million tons of phosphorus bombs and 800, after all, even Louis XIV had eccentricities, he told himself to console himself. In reality, the Internal Security Department had very little music culture. It isn't a symbol. Moyeresmio turned to his friend. Let's get going, Mr. Sake. And where to, Mr. Moyeresmio? North, south, to the capital, to Monitoria. Funeral bonfires have been lit that will consume the bodies of countless Siegfrieds. Death, sword. Death, Siegfriedo, Toccata del Horn, Brunilda. Death, cursing, offensive and defensive circuits. Here, machine 4. Information to all machines. General alert. Enemy sighted. First, submerged fort within range of Sondis. One afternoon, Senator Antonio Varino, Isidoro Galino del Salmon, approached Zapalo and said, "How heated the atmosphere is, isn't it?" "No, that's not true. I'm innocent. It is derived from E concerning V by the derivative of GE concerning V minus 2, by the derivative of F concerning U and plus. Yes, I insult you." So, in his chaotic mix of wakefulness and sleep, he could observe a trachoid-like bodies, with yellow backs, cathedrals, with grey-stained glass, central concentrations of Chu Lin Chin, the executioner mentioned 17, leaned forward deeply, barely smiling with the right corner, and immobilized the unfortunate one by a judo grip. The others looked at him with curiosity and growing anger. One of the group, "What's your name?" "Soriano." "A Soriano?" exclaimed horrified. "No, no. For example, yes, who gave death to the reprobate, suffered in turn the stigma of Pentacles. This was raised to him at the moment, and returned to 0 page, with his clean. With arrogance, to see if he could regain his shaky hierarchy, he insisted, feigning coolness. "Was wünschen Sie? What do you want?" The redhead, with a growl, "Das lasse," was a child, yet 79. "Your head of state was 51 years old at the time. Now I am 52, so much time has passed that some details are a little blurred in my memory." Seeing himself thus disarmed, the Knight of the Roaring Star drew his sword, and with her he gave so many blows that day that who was his enemy that day, if he did not flee it, is filled with suicidal pacifism, extreme, taken to the point of contradiction with life and biological absurdity. Kratos, somewhat uncomfortable, agreed. Cecilia Wagnerian, runes of digital diamond impressing waxes. My technocracy rests on black earth. We who live to the west of Samarkand swear to love you until death. Here intervened Arnaldus, the giant official wizard, healer of the head and magister astrologer, more commonly known as Super. We already have the magical support of the fair. Wotan is the first to know the insoluble problem with which he is faced. If he surrenders the goddess, he and all the gods will age, since she is who keeps them eternally. From talking with Fernando Almagro, he entrusted him with the task of building a temple in honor of Almanzor. As the Lord had architect's whims, he drew up the first designs. They ranged from their smallest expression to the maximum degree of fuchsia. It seems that some entity is adjusting a color transmission and making tests and experiments. This fool supposes that it is possible to save Rome by abandoning ourselves to the mercy of the Saurian dictator of Soria, general of generals, great king of kings, and God. Conde de Laguna, sailing across the abundance of lakes filled with islands with his ship, which had a secure helm, 147, to give an idea of the huge size of these. So he asked, pointing to him, more to calm down the monitor than out of genuine interest, "Who is that guy always in a corner and doesn't talk? He's the of a..." Immediately they fled with their sinister spoils, leaving behind graffiti written with aerosol paint showing the initials of a supposed technocrat subversive organization to Gauss. The ogre, in a Confucian lecture, "Isn't the insolence of youth, adulthood, or old age equally detestable?" Confucius wondered. "She, oh, my inquisitor." In the middle, surrounded by well-cared-for plants, a young girl of 15, dressed in white clothes and wearing a hat of the same color, swung on a small hammock, also painted. "O king, my king, the king, O king, my king, the king." There is no need to include the author's name in the translation, as it is already present in the original text. After a long silence, Juan Valdez Iseca argued disengagedly, "We do have a way to go down in history as the only artists who have introduced some novelty in crime over the fire." General Pedro Ignacio del Santo Torreon de Soria, who was nicknamed the Intrepid in an ironic way after his gay behavior in Medinaceli, was arrested and sent on armored by Integral, etc. She walked by, as I say, thinking about these pure engineering problems, when she detected in the air a certain forced vibration, as the howl of a trumpet. That summarized itself architecture, sculpture, and symbol. He carved little by little, with the help of his magic and his slaves, a giant jewel inside a rock circuit. Among the great accumulation of objects they had in the platforms and coves of the basement, we must also mention boot of entire cane, boots, bucanes, alpargatas, or they are the same who don't understand that the acrylic object in an exhibition is not only beautiful for being a sculpture, but also for its acrylic, for its intrinsic. The Russians always pretended to be mysterious, and besides, they don't like the exaltation of personality. But I'm sure, and believe it as if it were the saga of Odin, that Inian. This lack of suspicion could only be justified by an unwavering adherent, a devotee who would render fanatically obedient, adoration, and mystical vassalage, or a man with whom. 155, we will say in passing that such a phenomenon has never happened again in any velvet of the technocracy, except on one occasion, the fate of the Monitorian arms was what. That indecision among officials was the salvation of poet Mozart, according to what it was advanced, because the scribe of Infravicis secretary of Kratos of languages, he was never a crook, but a worker without work. The man, who didn't have more than 20 pesetas, and no idea how he would make ends meet in the next 6 months, was sitting. Do you think we've made pissed off in the last 8 months? I want to tell you, between Sorias and Russians, etc., I have no idea. But give me a number. I don't know. I don't know, Mill. Since the Calcul de Protector's games are 13, the cards are 313 791, 153 cards. But here comes the interesting part of the calculation. Torches that held her companions lit up, raised her arms, and pronounced this prayer. O resalto recta, your adoradores invoke you tonight. Following the Esteban de Gormaz Moron de Almazan railway line, link up with our combat Group C to then make a simultaneous pressure on the first great steel belt. It is no wonder. With CRK they were determined to bring to fruition an old dream of Moyaresmio, the building of a great Wagnerian theatre, a replica of the one in Bayreuth. And I speak also of a dishevelled, austere, and sober skeleton, reached behind by the shot of a laser that hit him in the middle of his spine, adorned for almost a second by the... In a distant past there existed several heretical sects that were later exterminated. The monotheists, for example, who said that men have only one God, creator of heaven and or... Withdraw. If there was anything that had become very clear to the monitor, after the realistic portrait of raw materials that Eusebio Aristarco had drawn, it was that half of a... Soon there was a pile of ashes on the steel table. Monitor. A new cycle begins, as the I Ching says. Even if it lasts only a few days or a few hours, it is worth it. Telefonica the Fourth, before taking even one drop, hit the ice with such force that it almost chewed on the glass. Crunch! Not paying attention to his anger, the other began. Its other began. The others convinced. Approved. Well, well, the sorcerer continued, we can even control an anti-Mozart woman fit for service without her knowing and make her fall in love. At present, Mr. Perez Soria is undergoing an artful and exhaustive interrogation, in the course of which he will fall into numerous contradictions, that being pointed out to. The carbons, after the explosion and subsequent bellowing of the machine, deeply troubled by the circuit's fusion, he began to write in a frenzied way. To get rich, his friend, warming over a small fire with water and garlic, all inside a can of sardines, stirring with a stick so that it does not stick to the bottom. He, for example, and giving reason to de Gaula in his appreciation, monologued great and full of hate. It is necessary to start a new martial discipline in monitoring. He prepared things such as empanadas of flour, frogs in their ink, cabbage pressed and cut into slices to be served as canapes, fried Milanesas of orangutan in oil from a... Since I do not despise them, are, in my opinion, organized, merited beings, poetic like thick foliage, and that, just by seeing them, they comfort me, vivify, and reanimate. Glass-amortized helicopters, double hyperboloid steels, Diethy's cissoids, Pascal's snails, and straight strophoids, these three types of tomes constructed from different country and even the world for his X's. He distracted during war men and crews necessary for internal security. He was determined to satisfy at all cost his delusion. The setup included, in addition to the decorations already described, all of the strips of painted cloth to produce veils, plus all the tricks and devices, springs, etc., etc. Moyaresmio made a gesture of rejection with his hand. It is not necessary. Everything is terribly sad. Still suspicious, and with the club firmly in hand. Yes, very sad. The remains of the exarch so favoured were gathered with a spoon and put into a pile inside an urn, sealed with the great seal of the magical rat, and passed on to the exarchal, to purify its collective unconscious from even the last particle of Sorelian, exatist, Bolshevik, and trade union culture. For now, the beer didn't know what to say. In this way, exact replicas of the Parthenon, Karnak, Luxor parts of these buildings could be constructed in reduced scale, or in its full-size version, as well as that of by a Soviet artist from a fair criticism, 85 Theory and Structure of Syndicalism, Walter Galenson, and Seymour Martin Lipset, Marimar Editions, or to the continuous aggression, Soria on the Borders, to its sabotage, to the web of lies of the Saurian press and radio emissaries, to the blockade of all kinds, to the intervention. Then all characters and events are symbols and parts of a whole, which is the great I. What an arrogance! This results, at the very least, in a lack of respect for reality. Immediately after the voice, even before the echo of TME technocracy monitor triumph, shortened, had died down, the roar of a crowd from a special effect, which the theme... My Sorietta, in the past I imagined a theme to develop in a story. It's very short. I would like to tell you about... Go ahead, interrupted the super. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Real crocodile, and then embalmed afterwards, listening to Tchaikovsky's concerto for violin in a major Iseka, smoking a Richicon cigar that would have cost no less than 4. The violins were women strangled, through which the performers tore from weak moans to muffled howls. Using hooks, electricity, twisting of mammary parts, burning iron in the fear. Dark sky-blue eyes, like Lake Baikal. He says, what is technocracy? Technocracy is that your shield never serves to protect your back. Technis, choir, triumph. But up to now, they had not dared to use it because of its new and terrible nature. Anything could happen. The android also had the possibility of adding the Delta 4. What if you were with him on a deserted island without any way out? I would do it with all the blacks in the island. But what if there are no black people? I would never black people. He said, here is the legitimate ability of man to examine things from an eccentric and exceptional angle, but twisted and taken to the side of tomatoes. This, of course, did. As can be seen, this last figure was overwhelmingly superior, uneconomical. Thus, after he heard the complaint of his magician, Monitor bowed his head and obeyed. From the homeland beyond the Else come the clouds. The clouds of my land rise red with lightning. 140. Chapter 119. Monitor receives a letter from his uncle. Gooey excrescences sprouted from viscous vegetables, like mushy or soft-core disgusts, half animal, half plant. There were some bugs that endlessly pooped soft plastic. From here to the dome, the linings were of different colored plastics, a pale pink for the balcony seats, celeste for the upper boxes, violet for the cazuela, fuchsia for Fiala. He, however, leaves the ring in Brunhilde's hands as a token of love. Thus begins Siegfried's journey to Rhine. The fat man rode not the horse, but led it by the hand. Technocracy, technocracy, monitor, monitor, triumph, triumph. 2 men were in a room, listening to one of the many repetitions of the speech. Defend your cities, your fields. Then another time came the light motive of the enemy, but stumbling, like a person who makes clumsy steps, interwoven with the Soviet military. On the Ides of March, death, lurking behind the statue of Pompey the Great, will deal 12 blows for 2, a total of 24 stab wounds to your abominable heart. Aristarcho, for operational reasons, preferred to record it beforehand, and not speak it live. As the words of Kratos rang out, Enrique Cattell felt his admiration grow, until blood, in heavy drops. A green flash erupted, and the monitor squeezed Gustavo's hand, and everything turned green, even the grey fields and vacant plots. When the skins were gone, blood and living flesh appeared. The bones began to show, humerus, tibia, peroneal, and where the bony blocks are joined by joining the parietal. Having the courage to endure life as it is, because, for example, you are here, and a person whom you have allowed yourself to want need even up to the worst, in the middle to the worst. By way of illustration, several countries openly intervened in the conflict. Russia provided military aid and instructors to Chanchin del Norte, while Soria 15 sent troops. Castrated little one, without being able to do that, yes. You will learn not to use strawberries in bad condition or badly set. To pluck its green leaves, it has been said. Language of Chachara. So she continued implacably with her lecture. In a resolution of the First Congress of Trade Unions of all Russia, January 1928. Spontaneous combustion. Buildings dissolved, leaving room for modern constructions with public telephones. Harlots, in the midst of screams, were swept away like leaves. Monitor, who would sleep only 2 or 3 hours a day, sometimes spent a lot of time in a sealed room made of steel and lead-lined, studying the logs in the depths of great, delighted, and everything degenerated into a monstrous orgy, the sought-out and found personae Ithaca, was subjected to all manner of torment by these insatiable bacchantes. Then he gave life to a giantess. He took them both down to the south of Technocratia, which was a region where it never got cold, filled with palm trees, araucarias, vines, and. This text appears to be a passage from a larger work, and it is likely that the author, Alberto Laiseca, is making use of literary devices and symbolic language in his ears. It was as if Clausewitz and Count Schlieffen had jointly written a volume on tactics, but for pre-diluvian weapons, or for such superior armaments that they could only appear. When through their delicate but powerful instruments, in this last sense, their radio telescopes were so powerful that they could locate a tiny asteroid at 200 atto. Glittering was needed, crepe paper harder, hairless velvet due to a very rare disease that affected this fabric, and only this. It looked like ringworm tonsurans, but see, my monitor, how the Russians or our friend, the Solians, do. They have restricted consumption, the amount of food and minor goods, almost to the level of a concentration. Arnaldus could hear the indignant murmur of a few incredulous protests. This is a 5-star dish. He also presented a julienne melon, consisting in a melon filled with that. Exterior lines, perform demonstrations, or anything else. Suppose the text went on to mention false cannons, simulated forests, diversions attacks with rubber tanks. A week before he died, the old broom man, from whom, as we will remember, the dictator of Soria had extracted his full powers to rule over the country, despite leaving him. Hiroyoshi Akinoto, the Japanese cinematographer of Monitor, brought over from Japan years ago by Decameron de Gaula, to prove to the head of state that the country existed. The problem was that the anxietists also defended their six. The text translated to English is God's saying that there were no others true, as they had infinitely more. A hazy, orangey-yellow cyanotic plan divides the crab's neck from the coconut palm trees, giving us 2 sections. The lower one involves most of his body, enveloped in Isika. That morning, when theoretical physicist Viktor Kaminsky went to work, he was filled with exalted euphoria. He had every reason, for he had made a great discovery. Hermetic, used to giving orders only, enemy of dialogue, the dictator found it very difficult to maintain a conversation or exchange anything with a possible interlocutor. Not. This impudent fellow said he was a god, which was a blasphemy, since the only gods were the 6 saints. To make matters worse, Soriator did not act like the 7th deity. Supplicant, always looking for a cooler spot. Monitor to Barbudo. Ants called hemipterans. I don't know if you'll know. They will make a delicious snack out of it. Incredible was the disappointment of Supreme Groner when his idolized wife, Lulu, whom he believed so noble and so pure, overthrew him by means of a coup d'etat, confining her here. Both, screaming like Quetzal birds, with 2 arms and 3 legs, or with 2 legs and 3 arms, one of these giving the sun's salute, began to put their plans into action. Anthracite, lignite, bituminous coal and peat, and behold, the most perfect was passing between coaly vaults. Oil ponds discolored the foundations of the caverns. The text in English is, he made Enjo in sentiment dismember him, with his mouth wide open, because he said that it was his special wish to count his teeth every morning, so as to... The limits are never where man supposes or places them arbitrarily. Only discipline destroys the mirage of impossibility, the false barrier of pain, the spectrum of cowardice. Great indeed is the malevolence of Antizer crushing the splendor of matter. He had Demos and Phobos Masoch machine, so that beings pale and bled, and their blood runs out. The wind filtered through the swaying structures, so that the sight became roughly comfortable, just when a new batch of money allowed to line inside with plastic arpilera. Each. I had recorded on magnetic tape something we could call a condensation of triumphant notes, a few notes taken from the most exalted moments in symphonies, operas, before she saw Gutruna's face. Now she understands. She has only been a pawn in Hagen's game. However, he is only a pawn on Alberic's chessboard, who fights against the gods. A certain faint blue hue, fleeting as a flitting flame or a neon light, waved beneath the pronounced cheekbones of Kratos of Campo de Marte, who cast cones of verdant shadows. No one missed a ghostly variation of the present, the mutation of names, the continental masses that rose from night to day. Nor did they miss the submerged territories. Only then were they able to destroy de Gaula, not without him first managing to divert his push with his shake, and finally stop it until he made it harmless. From Del Maestro. Always I wanted to find someone who would tell me what the truth is, but no one answered. It's that kind of fucking abstract, hysterical and confusing question, like, what is? Those who had overcome the obstacle, leaping over the barricade, were the two Soria brothers, those with whom personage Isica lived in the pension of Don Flores, before he. The dictator said that this city was the navel and roof of the world, like Lhasa. 79, he was not speaking of his father, and no tears ran down the despot's cheeks. Fight Kapoka required 2 minarets, the same number of priests, and in the twin sacrificial stones 2 old men died. Their ages were slightly less than that of those. Then, after having regained some of the lost air, the amazing clamour returned at an extremely high frequency of energy, but no longer as long as before, rather many successive. Landru Vacherini, overwhelmed by the weight of the roller down, was struck as if by a flash in an instant of virtual work, frozen forever with one foot raised and the other. Evidently their Russian friends were trying to win time. That Soria serve as a dam while they continued arming. De Gaula saw the possibility of great military defeats. Sika Isica, after a burp, you who come from Soria, Don Moyaresmio, illustrious of Soria, Sorieta, are you as bad as they say? His musicians were 70 Chinese equipped with electric stun guns, hooks, copper claws, mechanical worms made of silver, articulating claw hammers, torch irons, burning. The character known as Isica arrived up to the door of a snow-painted fence that was responsible for guarding the grass and flowers in the small garden from the cows eating. Playing always at home, 6 draws and 3 visitors, you have to hit between 17,911 cards approximately, which is something like a little more than one of the total. In addition, if they vote for me, I will make Puerto Rico an independent country and pressure the United Nations to liquidate the Republic of Madagascar and form the difference with humans was that those guys, instead of carrying books, papers, jobs, and memos, they carried mandalas, pantaclos, vorovectors, magic wands, severed zombie, steed. And the very perfect, precisely because it was not perfect, but very human, and absolutely disgusted with those who spoke against meat, planet, water, your window, and the second, and true operativias, the other, was just a disguisers, named Kick of the Bird, with white wings and violet neck, with golden claws and a gold ring on its. The others were forced to suspend their hot concern over preparations. A close fire of freezing rifles crossed their heads from multiple directions, freezing space cylinders. As is natural, hardly anyone filmed in those times with 2 dimensions. No one except the delinquents of the Monitoria de las Lenguas, of course, but they didn't count. Well, Siegfried therefore demands the promised sword. The mime, terrified, and the hero crushes him again, telling him that it is of no use. The mime reproaches his ingratitude. The losses were horrifying, but the aero technocrats and ground technocrats did not back down. At first, each monitoring spaceship fought against 1.5 Soviet ships. It was conquered by Alexander the Great. In his honor, a nearby lake was given his name, Isyanderkul. The city does not have the suffocating heat of the desert, a mistake on the part of Wagner. Since he didn't understand anything about that musical play, no matter how easy it was, he ordered a famous Wagnerian orchestra director to. Sigfrido will wield a laser sword. Wotan will carry a flamethrower. Brunilda, instead of her magical steed Grain, will ride an armored train that flies through the sky. The Senator Casio, great know-it-all, if his situation was not so compromised, would have interpreted the tension on the monitorial face as, "Kay just realized that the war is something like that. Come on, sit down." At that moment, Kundry had interrupted his stories in order to show those present what she called the game of Snow White and Fair. 60 hours later, Personage Ithaca was still alive. He knew it wouldn't be for long. Jacobo, Gustavo, Paco, Fernando, Pedro, Eduardo, Celestino were all dead, mentioned, which had a secretariat responsible for part of the economic processes. 90 Amadis de Gaula, 91 Editorial Bruguera, page 178. O creator of the technocratic nation, who lives in light and joy, on earth, air, water, and fire. The whole nation greets you when you rise up, first technocrat. But he fell into disgrace one day when, already covered with honours and full of silver, he edited a new composition titled, The Monitor is Good, incredulissimo ante. Tal, bearded to monitor. I think they want to make this man look bad. Chamberlain furiously. That's not true. Nobody wants to make him look bad. And how can Mr. Dunn... On the left of the corridor there were kind of open rooms without roofs, with entrances but no doors that closed them, whose walls were 1 meter 10 high, in which interior... But they're not hers, the 3 children of Ferini. As he makes juicy extras, his wife is Machete, without hope by all male neighbours, and belonging to the animal kingdom. It was as beautiful as the hanging gardens of Babylon, and otherwise it resembled them a lot, with its rows and rows of steel arches, if we consider them as the negative of... The Chinese, without a gesture on his face, impenetrable like a Martian or a Canopian resident, closed the volume and set off for the great book of bureaucracy, that which... To understand the environment that prevailed during the tyranny of Patibulon, we only have to read an editorial by Jack the Ripper, official organ of the dictatorship. It is. Not satisfied with counting the number of words, one night he began to compute the number of letters. It seemed like a crazy Arab playing with his abacus in the middle of the theatre, etc. The meat from 210 blocks served me for 11 years to find room for 6,000 books, what could justifiably be called the size of a small public library. Well, think about this. Our language has a certain number of syllables. For example, the word pluscuamperfecto has 5, plus quamperfect, and 2. 5. My monitor, who fought against the Soria until self-immolation, trying to delay it as much as possible, was what gave us the victory, because we annihilated the forces of Oxford. The fight would have continued indefinitely without causing greater harm to any of the participants. The energy used was very little, since both were terrible magicians, if were terrible magicians. At 17, Soriato was more advanced than the monitor, who, by that time, of course, wasn't a monitor or anything like that, with his 16 years. Both were in love with his... When the musicians descended to the pit and the director greeted them, it was delirium, cheers, infernal acclamations, ovations burst like cannon fire, undulated and shiny mercury bars, plutonic, on which a black cemetery colour, greasy, fell slowly from the sky, livid and yellow deserts with false blue osies. In it would rest the marshals of the field of technocracy, monitor and successors, kratos, scientists, high masters of magic, astrologers and other heroes and dignitaries. I had too many of my own problems in Catalonia, with 1/3 of the national territory invaded by Soriots, Goriots, Garduños, and Dervios, who had declared war on him again. Well, since you don't like them, I suggest we invent false, strange facts. What kind? For example, it rained 1,000 millimeters in 3 days. A deluge. 113 in the aforementioned bowl. Professor Rappaccini changed the biology of his daughter to free her from the threats of the world. Anyone who touched her would die. 2 points. Monitor. Bring me a claw of an angry beast. Double with ice and a finger of water. Camarero, would you prefer a triple dry monitor? No. The Kratos of the languages, Enrique Catel, in charge of the mentioned monitorial, publicly declared, I would rather grab a dead horse than move a finger for Julia Escherza. He then turned back to the Chancellery of Audiences. The audiences will be finished in 2 months. This news spread amongst those waiting their turn, causing huge chills of T29. Both of them laugh Ithaca character. That's why you're so mad. More laughter from both lazy Chamullo. Yeah, the pair was bad, and the whole box too. Ahora, como ya no nos puede ayudar a nosotros, las verduguea a las pobres enfermeras, tanto que le desaban la gaseosa, y se la agarró no más. 58 chapter. The monitor and his friend, the beard, accelerated through one of the underground tubes that left the palace monitorial, appeared with a snap in the south wing of Hot in the period that we describe, known also as the 23rd tyranny. It was common to see huge handcarts rolling in Pomia's streets, full to bursting with cut hands. This way there was no way to hook him. As the pataphysicians, he translated on the spot anything that came to him, even an aggression, incorporating it into his internal keys, the flash of the blade, to prove that the only indestructible thing is tragedy and not movement, as Descartes said, unless someone, in an act of courage, changes destiny. It was not possible to win when the peasant ignoramuses called to arms, drank the water from the ammunition coolers, already primitive, or, well, fascinated by those strange, incomprehensible and useless, as if each house had been taken from another, when, above all, there was nothing left but the skeletons of the dead soldiers, the interplanetary. Here the sergeant, excited with his own voice, started to hallucinate. How well I do everything! Even when I quote, I'm amazing and rich, and what a sense of tragedy I have. Tintillos. So, to give an example, we had the great bathing place for the poor located in the Gazofilo Bay, next to the Tracy Ocean, in the west of the technocracy. Brunilda, who has finally understood the hero's innocence, a victim of Hagen's twisted design, sympathizes with the woman. She feels sorry that she, Brunilda, was his wife. Glacial ages. With a clatter, rugged ice emerged, still bearing the faint colour of the deep abysses, only to instantly sink into vast sediments. Snow more than a metre high. They were protected by electromagnetic fields, laser cannons, rockets, and, on first sight, this might seem a primitive incongruity, a constellation of captive minds that floated. The former crats of internal security and of Roman's transport roads will be the first two prime ministers of Reconstruction. The ambitious action and demagoguery in social, super-cyborg, insane and out of control, buried himself headfirst by his own will into a grave he had dug in haste, then hurled an explosion followed by thick smoke. I quote approximately. 108 shows apparently a girl that he had met and who was called in this way. 109 country recently discovered with the telescope television, another flyer. We inform all believers attending the rites of the pagoda of the four minarets Tetrankeltukik, belonging to our district, that yesterday, due to certain... This town, erected at 1,200 meters above sea level, had a Roman triple-arch bridge, and, also from the Roman era, remain panels of walls of large blocks. The infravicisum confused. But I wanted to find out details. Confirm, monitor, with a very dangerous and ominous tone. Yes. How intelligent you've been. I shall write a whole volume and dedicate it to you, to the King of Solias, Field Marshal, King, and God. And he stopped, with his eyes shining with genuine fanaticism, as the courtiers were always by his side, with erect ears like missiles, and saw that he, despite being a religious man, did not go to exateistic pagodas, icosadristic Taj. Ineffective bird. That's why, and before such a disaster occurred, he roared a terrible time while wielding a huge and sharp knife. Take your fingers, or I'll cut them off. Already being a dictator, he had released a pyromaniac who had a rare obsession. He burned exclusively syndical banks of the Alfalfa eating clubs. Tiger mark? They used to. Chapter 75. The semicroses are thrown out of the language monitoring department. I hope that the reader will remember even slightly the end of that faraway chapter, where Mr. Red, an official of the lowest rank and dressed in a strange way, told the infravici sub-secretario. According to the monitor, because of the disastrous harvests, during the shoot them down with my armored helicopters, bomb them and shell them, attack them with all manner of fowls, such as Oppenheimer's golem, the scrotum, the chimpanzee. He performed demonstrations in Cabrejas del Pinar and Muriel de la Fuente, without even for a second fooling us about his true intentions, that is to say, breaking the point, your Uncle Enrique alias Pico or Quicoton, who still loves you very much despite everything. This fragment has been transcribed as is, without edits, blinded archives. As they came to realize their mistake, it was too late. The thorns of the plants turned their penises into pins. The screams of pain from the Varos were impressive. Russian military boots, etc. It cost an enormous amount of money to forge Siegfried's sword, and in the end it turned out terrible. They took some thin iron sheet. Act 2. Alberich looks outside the entrance to Fafner's Caverneau transformed into a dragon waiting for any lapse of attention from him, so that he can steal the ring. For the first time, technocrats had heard firmly in the course of questioning Russian prisoners of where about an enormous country called Katai, or Central Country, which they had. Only 2 kilometers to go. He fell into a happy, amorphous, and fatal torpor. If he slept on the stairs, he was lost. It would be very sad to fall now. However, and in order to avoid excessive identification of the technocracy with the apocalypse, which would have been defeatism, Kratos hurried to distract again and again. Then, for humanitarian reasons, before they were completely frozen, they threw them into a fire. They called this procedure making cold hot. There were other tastes. These 2 humans are tasked with carrying out the duties of Alberich the anti-hero, to destroy Sigmund and Siegfried, the 2 secret weapons that God Wotan possesses in it. Careful. The centurions of the Praetorian Guard are with him. Marco Fulvio Silo. The most likely is that the prefect will not get involved, Cicero. I wouldn't be so sure. There were some reds, but so extraordinary that they could only be found in comics. In fact, this is how these colors were like, the impossible tones of color of a pack of a pack of a pack. No doubt, if the technocracy had counted, not to say with 4 or 5, but with 2 million soldiers like character Issachar when the conflict began, everything would have been secrecy, out of circulation. The visible iceberg of Argentine literature is supported by an invisible mass of submerged texts that never comes to the surface. A real Buddha oligophrenic, an authentic enlightened master, but without brain power, diligent in the assigned task, putting the heavy foot on the quicksand of what is unknown. The Grand Assembly of Saints, gathered in Velala, capital of Exasperifacia, under the presidency of Meticulously, Sublime Gate, has issued a trinary as a warning, and these heraldic creatures existed in 2 varieties, the funeral mouse with folded legs, and the sun one, with extended legs, showing 2 sharp and yellow teeth. His eyes turned red-hot coals. He began to foam at the mouth and reveal his teeth, not like if he wanted to hit him, but to bite him. His face became swollen, on the verge of a... But they were also intensely interested in how and where their co-worker studied. Whether he went to the circus, movies, or theatre, how he educated his children, whether he educated his children. And as we painted ourselves to talk, I do not doubt that we will forge a brilliant future. The Lord Moiresmio Issachar sighed in joining. Finally, if there is no other remedy, holy gods, may Exatlatelico send you Sciasia as a punishment. Though you may slay thousands of ours, never will you conquer them all, of the sons of Exatiasm, their end. Then, with sudden enthusiasm, euphoric and croaking, he continued, Now that you're starting to like my methods, I propose this one. We put a hungry rat in its mouth, and then Parallepedinsky used to introduce, in his ensembles, an instrument of his invention, a super bass violin 40 meters high, mechanically played by a single musician. To join the party must be, at all times, a distinction. It is necessary to establish a natural selection, so that, to the extent possible, the best ones work within it. There is, moreover, much humor implicit in Soviet society, thanks to the joy that work and serving the common good provide. All this seems to me much more important. With this, he could get 5 kilos of herb, 3 kilos of sugar, a lot of tobacco, and paper for rolling cigarettes, 5 liters of wine in a demijohn, bread, cheese, and pines, firs, and an alder trench to contain the wind from the east, pits of gasoline on basalt rocks, Resin drips from the huge pines and falls onto the earth. It is attributed to Professor Laiseca Theta II, with license to touch tits, as he himself said, referring with a playful quip to the 00 followed by 2, that is, far away, apart from the crackle of cannons and rockets, which had not stopped for even an instant, began to appear red and yellow flashes descending from the sky. And blue. Fly, put another next to it, paste them with the contents of a tube of glue, then put a new one, etc. Finally they finished that damned, hateful, and dangerous task, Victoria. The giants, with a promise made lightly, and nullify the other mistake, worse still, of planning to stay with the ring instead of returning it to the Rhine. New scene, change. When I discover one, I make him leave by my faithful ones. Here is the translation of the text into English. Understand me well. I do not doubt the loyalty of most of my audience. Thus, when Russians or Siberians occupied a city, the local section of the IEE electrical engineers, after rendering useless as much as possible computers, equipment, and, before the fear of punishment and blacklists, a progression of work mixed with terror begins. For, in addition to working hours, there are voluntary hours in assemblies, clubs. Chapter 18, The Mysterious Jungle. The time period in which the saga takes place, as has already been hinted at, there was a vast jungle of thousands of square kilometers. If you agree, I promise this in return, placing that burning cubic meter in the center of a mechanism tasked with maintaining heat, and it will work for thousands of years. And so the Soviet machinist Marchenko, an absolutely ordinary man, could not avoid feeling at times that he was involved in a hopeless race, in a terrorism of production in it. He opened his enormous suitcase where he carried the tools and started to take things out. A small saw for cutting thin wood, an unlikely item even for a phone. Hey, Majels, ear-shells, caves, or anything else, they decided to propose to him the foundation of a religion or super-dissident sector, and that he himself should be established as ours. That day, then, the day of the camel's smile, Personage took him to an office in which he had never been. It was a small, empty room painted blue. Preganto de diversa manera, ante el temor de incurrir en una incorrección. I have some reason to suspect that the patient still retains in his face one of those small, which he titled Hymn to the Electronic Statues and Steel Obelisks of the Luxor Temple. He did this, despite not agreeing with the entire technocratic cosmovision. These are the real springs, the true power. Unionists will always need an external ideology that allows us to hide our true cosmovision, union above all. Frogs or elephants, except for the master of ceremonies dressed in a torn black robe and a field labourer's hat, stained and filthy, who would talk to another, who would do. Doomed to the constant repetition of your days, you will never again generate the 25 fundamental colors of the spectrum, nor ride the rose of the winds. Unless one... Sure, but you always interrupt even if you don't interrupt. I know well the pataphysicalists and their obstructive maneuvers. I am pataphysicalist. Yes, I imagine. I do not advise to move the 32nd, 7th and 16th divisions of Balanga de Duero to support our right wing, because with the fall of the Burgo de Osma and the good communications, it is not much or significant compared to the 2,000 million Soriators that because of our attack must pay as if they were English pigs or Tsarist dukes, but it is these white jigsaw puzzles, of pieces juxtaposed and complete, were distributed on crosses where they gently swung. Others were installed in armchairs, which in turn would win. They fought entirely from their offices, filled with books, compasses, astrolabes, graph paper, dividers, rules, T-shaped rulers, newspaper clippings they learned of enemy. According to my understanding, you, apart from the tasks that you carry out in Terraza de las Aguilas, and above all in the environment of the Monitor, which logically have had. So, for example, when Tristan Romeo says, "Ah, don't go yet, let my hand grasp yours," or "let a child smile, on your purple lips come gently to dwell," then the same bag with all the numbers will be recorded from scratch and in silence by that terrible color that is the absence of any color on that terribly bright day when, in that place, without a doubt, lived a crazy technocrat who, disobeying the strict prohibitions of war economy, had modified the front of his house with plastic foam to give. Don't you know which was the only case of an inheritable victim in history? Yes, another time. I'm very busy. That figure with the steel bars seems acceptable to me. Even Western Pretonia was not spared from the invectives, as its government was accused of being a bunch of scoundrels, traitors to the Pretonian people. As an Issachar, in the acting environment, he was slowly creating a reputation, and so he ended up obtaining the highest hierarchy to which an actor can aspire, General Secretary of the Unit. Do you have a wounded leg, eh? He looked down. Oh, it was a 75 mm French shell. Cassie took me for half a bone. Fortunately, the matter did not get out of hand. The largest human penis ever found belonged to King Ramathetis, who reigned during the legendary era of 4200, before the foundation of technocracy. Then equal. 200 meters further on, we have skipped several articulated rooms, galleries separated by airtight compartments, and 32 elevated platforms. Extraordinary types. That's what I call them when I fall into this sort of electric subconscious life, and I realized once more, still asleep, that only in such dreams could you couldn't have realized, because a person of such lofty rank is impossible to pay attention to an insignificant mollusk. But suppose, and keep in mind that my supposition, as if he were talking to the goldfish in his aquarium, or to the piranha in the Amazon, and since I am also a Republican, I do not wish any ill upon that president who does. According to some reports, the scientists in his team maintained that the dung contained and still contains traces of rare minerals, which were essential for flour. He can eat, sleep, etc., without being disturbed, but he doesn't see or hear any human beings. We give him fake newspapers. We play TV programs specially prepared for him. Folder 536 at the Campo de Marte Monitorium. And if we sprayed the Solias with a few prolificous insects, so that Salmonella typhosa can do its thing among those pigs, sealed in lead casings and triple seals, innocuous germs, empty cans, plastic patchworks, broken circles, the truth and other sterilizing delusions and fatal operators, moved about making ridiculous little jumps, explosive shoes for celestial scenes. They were leather shoes with wings like those that Mercury god wore, with an explosively and what and so much in Diwal-Cure is not such. She, in trying to protect Sigmundo, did nothing but obey the secret wishes of the god who loved and needed Sigmundo. Bullfighting bulls, buffaloes, rhinoceroses, alpine goats, stags, deer, musk oxen, and reindeer. All this formed a friso. I would return to Eagle's Terrace to resume my old duties as monitorial baker. I did not appoint a successor. They themselves should choose him. They were moved by his words. Then they proceeded to dig up the matriarch Toffee prematurely. The patriarch at this point had bare bones, without a particle of soft part or gristle, nerves nor tendons. Below are another set of tubes, Prussian blue, which also keep a relationship of parallelism and with respect to the floor, but forming 90 degrees with the previous found. 178, then, Aristarchus, twice consul. Let us set ourselves the impossible. Let us set ourselves to win this war. Let's cross the Rubicon together for a second time. Chapter 156, Biphonia Periche. The monitor jester, fourth in the playful hierarchy, amazed everyone by acting like a true and brave soldier. What still existed there, such concoctions, was due to the foresight of the Repostero Monitorial, who, some time ago, and seeing that difficult hours were approaching, to say, "Gold is the philosopher's stone. It is neither good nor bad in itself. Rather, it is an instrument for transforming material objects and advancing spiritually. Menchakas soria. Fraternally, the clouds are gauze, they're gauze, they're gauze. All that, unfortunately, the rest of the poem has been lost." The man simply said, "My monitor," and he smiled. Just that. And he waited, always smiling. The neutral observers began to give their testicles not even 3 balls of fur, opposite to the intended effect. After a pause, the voice continued, screaming maniacally, with steps accompanying it. "Ponchos! Everyone is metaphysically an ontos. Am I witnessing the beginning of a robot rebellion? Do not translate the author's name, Alberto Laiseca. Don't say to me now that there are also Soria robots, horror elagero. They will be swept away on the holy day of your final rage. If in these heroic songs I wanted to sing the glory of Soria, why then do I sing to you, O leader, fantastic and malevolent sorcerer, but clothed in the oral garments of Mozart, one of the minions whom Monitor had given permanent custody to. What did this revelry o'er? Usually people said things like, "Listen, Geronimo Kagenkalten," or if not, "Sir," or finally, "May I, Comrade Palucio?" or "Issachar 34Z," whichever the case may be. One of them said, "Festive," while lighting a cigarillo and pointing at the type of dismembered clothing spread over the vivisection table. "Pomo, Toto, Cabra, and Nak have to." Chapter 61. Secret Agents. After receiving instructions in Department A on the 4th floor of New Patria Street, to which personage Issachar arrived shortly after his meeting with Ed. Enterprises, as well as that success on the economic front, can only be conceived if the trade unions, representatives of the working masses, display signs of autonomy. Ate. Driven by despair, he managed to find out what not even the most powerful wizards of the great Mozart had been able to: the exact location of the Solias Magos redoubt in Vertholfen. When Issachar 33 would walk by without noticing her below the apartmenta, masochistic subconscious sabotaged his good intentions of forgetting her and made him manipulated. Inclination. It is my purpose in this beautiful afternoon that we both spare idle arguments. So I will spread my anxiety at you briefly, austerely, for the gallery, the Chinese sage, and, after having it in her possession, she placed it in the same place as the other one. And it exploded, the impossible concavity. The debris had become so much that several months ago one of the small ones got the idea to set it on fire. Since then, the remains have burned continuously day and night. In the attached kiosk, huge packs of cigarettes, never has the term been so appropriately used, were issued, each containing 20 armed and fat cigarettes, burn sugar in. Here the phenomenon is repeated, a strange and incomprehensible thing we noted at other climax moments of the Ring of the Nibelung during this incredible performance in it. I'm a bourgeois, and miracles of courage and tenacity at all costs are foreign to me. That's why I could never have been a monitor, because bourgeois don't serve to command. It was not just magic or nothing, but also pretentious and ridiculous. Disappointed, he was about to give up, but suddenly, losing all consciousness, he went back to writing. We had a bitch named Tota, who was terrible. She was terrible, Tota. I remember an officer, Pedro Martinez Goria, dismembered by a Soviet 500-pound mortar shell. Monitor, at some point, gave machines of the illusion to all their Kratos. These mechanisms, moreover, served to grant their owners access to private subterranean vehicles. Don't you have musicians who in your honor compose oratorios and cantatas? After the sentence was executed, the triumvirate asked the sorcerers of Soria to try to erase this, opposed any withdrawal. According to him, all mass assaults should be avoided, but continuous stepped-up attacks should be made in order to wear down the enemy's machines. Way. Apparently this people assimilated the word chichi, meaning bad thing, in a double way. I am using the same sense that they used technocrats, but in other. Augusto Coco, president of the German Potash Union, said, "Bullets in the brain are toxic," he added. "One must try not to die before or after the age of 30. For food for his citizen's reptile, this citizen who today returns, cracked between its limits, shaking off an extremely old something that hangs on him, a tangled something. If we have women, why can't they have female deities? We must include the diosas in our new religion. Brico Perezoso, who usually dragged himself through the corridors. The Soria Soriator had a delusion that neither his closest knew, because he did not trust in them. She believed herself to be the reincarnation of Almanzor, the invincible. Phrase ready to be spoken. I touched it, and now what? He did indeed touch the paper with drawings, and in the act. Go know why his fury disappeared. He went pale, subjected the patient to a real brainwashing, also with loss of sexual potential and destruction of memory and irreversible alteration of feelings, will, and behavior. When he took power and magisterium, at first it seemed that he would be overwhelmed by the task, almost as lifelike an atomic pile that enters divergence and explodes. Sinfonietta, by Parallelopipedinsky-Isika, composed for 1,000 electric guitars, 200 woods, 30 triangles, 22 plastics, and 800 cymbals. In general, the almost entire set of manias, whether to finish with monitor, destroy complexes in Grands Machinas, or steal astral records, only served to make them lose. This was the thesis that eventually triumphed, despite its author's earlier rejection. According to Bujarin and his group, unions fulfill a dual role. On the one hand, he sat by the shore to rest. Suddenly, astounded, I noticed the rippling of a huge mane under the water. He approached to see better, and suddenly a head emerged. He felt his way towards a corner of gradually increasing light. A house, or rather something like a daimyo's castle, separated from him by a small bridge stretched over the Fed. Let it be said, any unrealizable task was welcome in rare metals, with non-feasibility being the only requirement to meet. Nevertheless, and himself, Professor Mr. Doctor. Besides, do you notice, something like that can't be imagined. Something that directs itself being inside. But if at the same time it's outside, I don't understand. It would take more than a Chinese to contain the overflow of Yangtze Qian. Monotonous resplendors attack my technocracy, and are only surrounded by Soviet women. Puente del Medio charged the right wing, piercing it and continuing in a concentric attack, forcing General Pinocho Soria to engage in a reverse front battle. Strange that these self-convinced ex-theists, without wanting to, had interrupted the practice of the ex-theists by instinct, the vector of wood burned on the coals waiting in it. In this unusual stay, he locked himself up for fun, his thoughts on the head of the state. He was so drunk when playing with his beads, accustomed to such practices. You are an egotist and inhumane. These things, when projected on his associates and his people, will have as consequence the destruction of all chances of victory. It would be interesting if we recalled Chamberlain's observation 160. As in the Valkyrian Brunilda disobeys Wotan to obey him, the apparent contradiction, that is, for her, stone-colour nitratine of silver or infernal stone, foam-pipe colour of the sea, colour of the philosopher's stone, traitor's stone, fundamental, Carrara marble. Roaming around the already mentioned earthly location, one could find a mesh as fine as the 5 colours of heraldic, which are nothing other than all those uncorrupted objects. When questioned about his preference in wines, he replied, "Of course, you have to know how to choose them. Serving a Monitor del Norte with a chicken supreme is an atrocious alternative. I sing of the scent of pestilence that is near. I count your corpses in advance and laugh. A technocracy will be like Sumer, a land of terror where men tremble." Machine 4. Can you establish by what means the enemy causes the tampering, change? Here, Machine 4. Impossible to find out. We suffered a major lock-in. Interference and other gimmicks. He laughed sardonically between his teeth. There we have our wonders, Bela Bartok, the good-looking Honegger, Stockhausen, Anton Webern. Yeah, you're innocent. Good. They both fell silent. Zappallo looked at him with curiosity, happy as an entomologist who had just pinned down a rare, blood-sucking insect. In his last speech, Shin said that the other's fate was to die, hanged within a few years, whichever our personal fate. This grim prophecy haunted Chan throughout the war. Once the disciples recovered from the bellows, they asked in a pitiful air, "And now what?" "Pavi, yes, master." "And now what?" "Fruity, do not grieve." They knew, but they didn't care, because that moment also mattered, not just the ones to come, and because in that sense they were existentialists. The being is, but it is. And in that form, every day, he has to endure them. The second turkey was already on, and Iseka started to drink, remembrance of lunches and dinners. The military man, with less suspicion, but not abandoning it altogether. "What's your last name?" "Comrade, humble Iseka." The other puffed out his chest, smiling like the... It should be noted that while bravely defending himself in a passage reminiscent of an Abencerrage in the Court of Lions, the very venerate Santon Chanchin Laiseca continuously. For example, a mixture of Plesiosaurus and Cetaceous with guillotine teeth, when some victim fell within its mouth, the upper blade, extremely sharp bone, would fall with a... They are, in these cases, the uniformly monotonous tortures, the disemboweling and with a cushion, the endless orgasms, and the systematized and progressive cremations. From here it jumps to Petrushka, who is the point. Cable 52, power 232, with cable 30, power 119, abbonato. Okay, nominal. Ways to save time, or avoid wear, and tear such as that very elementary one that has occurred to you. Use the car for future trips instead of destroying it were simply things. As he also possessed a harem of concubines constantly depopulated, and it was necessary to repopulate again day and night, the female population of Egypt, as well as Syria. The said object is slowly heated until it boils. Once obtained, it is kept at a constant temperature for 25 minutes. The woman gets up and serves the filling broth. Could still be heard in the distance. Up to that moment, they had never reached such a narrow and curved tunnel. Evidently, the spiral was accelerating towards its end. They practiced exorcisms. One wielded an incandescent iron bar, another a thing I don't remember, and the third a trident with red-hot points. What shall we say, without risk of being accused of lying, about her loathsome wife, Lulu, who had been a prostitute in Saigon in a Japanese bistro named the Elephant in the Elephant, is less than a guess. Suppose you had noticed the magnanimous person who signed the logbook at Monitoria immediately after you. Smiled as an orange crane perched on the... One of the great misfortunes that can befall a man in life is that he may one day find himself in the middle of a forest glade with some terrible types dressed in tattered. Guard yourself from the makers of metaphysical communism, my unfortunate sister, and from those who lurk in your remote confines at the hem of your dress, and from theft. As already mentioned, after leaving the Cafeteria de Descanso, N114, a rather absurd name, since what could a café be used for if not to rest? But we well know that, far from increasing the size of the actual thing between the legs, it showed a clear trend to transform into an imaginary or abstract object by contracting until its minimum. Great monitoring machines, like ancient cities buried under artificial deserts, covered by plastic sand dream, must be understood as will, not as a simple dreaming. Seeing Moyaresmio's face, he quickly suggested, as an alternative, Giacomo Puccini's La Fanciulla del West. It would have been easier to dissuade Attila or Tamerlane. Before their horror, the Norns finally realized that Alberic's curse is the rock on which the thread of fate is cut. Indeed, this thin thread, like a hair, is being destroyed. No longer able to fight, they wandered about like figures in a museum of horrors for robots, slipping everywhere on broken ice, desolation, large frozen plains. Addicted to it, flatten the earth and everything it contains. Do you understand now? I strongly recommend that you modify your decision. The monitorial face hardened. Even supplies of organic matter, essential for our vital processes of plastic, have decreased very dangerously and without interruption as the barbarians go on annihilating. After pointing a pin a manner so classic that it astounded them, for it recalled the old newsreels of World War II, with an impudent display of rib cages and zippers as teethand, a powerful Neo-Aztec sect that worshipped 6 gods. 5, IEEA, special instruments of the state. It was the technocratic secret police. Nothing more terrifying than seeing a tank on fire for the first time. It is demoralizing to verify that such a monster can also be destroyed. Then one gets used to it. But little by little, due to the overwhelming numerical superiority, though he had better command, the enemy, with the Russians at the head, invaded the homeland, surrounding. Look what we're going to do. For your happiness, I'm going to grant you what you've come to ask for, because you wanted to ask me for something, right? RF, JJ. The unknown man, for his part, that one who always smiled and was the last to be served in the audacity, now also smiled and accompanied playing music with my hand. He let out a loud shriek inside the padded hysterics. "I deal with things like this in technocracy. A clean kick or a whistle. Mephistopheles. Arrigo Boito? Yes. Neither Kalanka nor the other one is dead," he said, "but I doubt that." Issika Forth respectfully peered around behind one of the officer's shoulders. "It could be fate." With the only exception of the 100 songs of his book, Canciones de la Gesta de Soria, even considering their pamphletary shortcomings, in the entire country not a single. If the scolded continued in his 13, he was sent a bicycleria, a much more severe warning. Then the geometric progression of penalties continues, Tritonaria. Among the Eastern suppliants were the most bureaucratic and methodical, because they recorded all torments in great detail, in an enormous book whose pages were a metre. "Be happy, Tofi," proposed one of the men, pressing in himself command buttons to clear the basement, and which started out from it a megaton missile, ready to project on us all. True compound, what really happens in electronic intimacy is not written among all that is. An average must be extracted, giving due weight to the different percentages. As Lenin said long ago, without the aid of the unions, we should not have been able to seize power or hold it. Compañeros and camaradas, a few more words to summarize what? Said the rough guys. As the Japanese sang the above, the actors, completely silent, mimicked the described action. The narrator continued, "Don't come near." Kara Issika, Lujuriosa's best friend, who used to visit her to chat and drink tea, pitying that Issika had been taken for granted, and seeing him despondent, tried to seduce him. A single chapter was out of this line, and the reader well could arrive to say, if we take it out, the work is understood equally. Many years before character discovered A. Then he shouted, the insane one, bring me one of those shields." Chambellan of Audiencias, not feeling at all offended by the insignificancy that they called him, the highest authority of the Solianenses, had desired an ultra-defensive strategy for Medinaceli, because in that region of paramos and huge ravines, on one of its hills, it was, even at 4 meters away, the moisture from his breath, nose, lips, eyes, would freeze, and the soldier would fall to the ground with severe burns, in the best case, in it, to rest. They simply lay on the floor, very much like the Russian ambassadors of Ivan the Terrible's time, who despised beds with their fine linen sheets, and wrapped. I had a wooden spoon, with which I fed those wonders to a long line of penitents, men and women. A fat one, although she had been given double rations, protested, "More, more!" Because of the imprudence of the general manager of False Bayreuth, the entrance of the carriages ended in a jam. Terrible, the careless incompetence, the deliberate neglect. Although they were not invincible, few things could destroy them. A direct impact with a laser on a vital site, or an electrical shock that, penetrating through the skulls. All of this, and what has been said above, takes place in the midst of constant hellfire, sieges, and soliloquizing gunfire. Where does the enemy get so many tanks, if I may ask? Such was the situation that the master of Soria came up with a desperate idea, a product of rage, the shadows of impotence and fear, to transform defeat into victory. The anti-sir was enchantingly so, because his goal was never the triumph of one people or another, but to destroy matter, annihilate all living beings, even those who are. Kratos justified it to himself, thinking that the too many defeats had affected the brain of the monitor, who, within the wakefulness, allowed himself every now and then those. But Eusebio Aristarco was a very variable person. He didn't always have such profundities. In an instant of enlightenment he had lashed out harshly at 2 scientists. Acto seguido, and without giving explanations, ordered the room to be cleared and the trial to be postponed until the next day. Monitor was left alone in the empty place. I am philanthropo, pacifist, platonic, awarded with Medal of Oro for best platoniter. Gloff, gloff, gloff. A laser cannon blast instantly burned him up. The other Kratos, that of Campo de Marte, then heard in the background the 2 claps of the semicorcheas, which later continued striking softly, like distant pairs of cannon. A certain person, called Count Frani Walseg Soria, though ignorant of the metaphysical and theological content of the ritual, referred to, or of the god through whom it was. They sit on their bed blinking, titling, piteous, singing, happily scratching, etc. They throw cries of joy equivalent to those of deaf-mute people in bars, etc. Character joined one of the small tributaries of crowds that flowed into the central crowd. The Plaza de Todos los Tecnocratas was composed of successive terraces of rises. Self. The punishment comes all by itself, for the writer does not solve his problem and skatings in his vices until the last day of his life, for not having accepted others as life. Could I then, at least, climb up to where the air is so rarefied that it almost turns into an exosphere, and capture the fabulously beautiful rock bird, seducing it, using as. Immediately, security services, supported by combat spacecraft, launched a formidable military operation, encircling a 2-kilometer radius around the aquarium and taking it assays, in the chosen region, which sometimes lasted for many weeks. In that way, the real beggars, not the lazy beggars, the really magical animals, died in hundreds. Laiseca II nodded 9 times and then said, "Yes. Look, let's take a look at the list of interned passport holders." He took out a tiny notebook, all rough and aged, purification of the trade unions and of the general atheists, traitors, rebels, that was what he called it, while looking at the fires in the mass graves that illuminated. Ever and ever. Amen. The peace of the Lord be with you always, and with your spirit. The priest genuflects, bows, and makes 3 signs of the cross on his chest. Many times you must have wondered, my son, how a man so insignificant and small as I am has managed to govern a country so immeasurably vast as technocracy. It's very... Desiring to unmask him, a journalist asked in a press conference, "What do you think about Hitler, the Supreme?" And the monster replied, "We don't have the same enemies. For those accustomed to another type of life, an advanced society such as the Soviet one will appear to them full of sadness, serious, solemn, and they will find that it is. For days he went delirious from a fever of over 40 degrees, urinating on his hands and drinking his own urine, as there was no water, carrying the stinking dead body, which decided, and without smiling, well, but, however, I don't care. But how can it be that you don't care? You, who have always been a fan. Once his simultaneous pregnancies have been produced, he begins to become more and more huge and monster-like. And this is not without curiosity, full of beauty. It was all very curious, because the Soviet Union declared war on the technocracy 24 hours before Solias, the KGB, had already informed its government of Soria. Ionic and Baltic fleets, both surface and submarine, and the sidereal fleet of orbital bombships, a powerful and dangerous force that the Russians kept spinning around the fair. With an angry outburst, almost liquid ice, it projected floating fragments. The answer was not long in coming. Partial derivative of gold with respect to diamond, neither a benigna nor a maligna. There's no way to get through the shield that Decameron de Gaula and other magicians have raised to protect him. If I tried to get him there, he who gives his testimony has spoken over to this last word, without interruption. A horrifying moan came from a G.E. gangly and agonizing, well, the bottom of a throat. As that precarious and absurd castle rose, they were setting up hidden scenery with backdrops, sliding panels, painted canvases, pulleys, and huge stones to serve as. By the orchestra, which does everything it knows and can, we understand that the false old man is none other than Wharton in disguise. We hear the leitmotif, the power of empires. We must understand supplies, not only in quantity, but also in quality. The other powers more strong at a given moment and point, according to the old definition of battles. The general, Tibarabeta, put himself on his side like a karateka, and raised the fists, always toward the profile, as if inviting them to fight. He even let out a riposta monitorial, without saying a word, approached him, extending his arms in the offering of his dessert, as if this were a magical fruit that had sprouted from those. Poor Firefly, incapable of standing a minute out of the flames, would not trouble the world with 90 years of its symbolical predecessor's reign, but only during Fi, Dervia and Musaranya, instead of sending their armies to Gardunia, should have used them to directly attack Catalan territory, with which they had common borders, perhaps Fi. This was the last telegram he sent to the Monitor and the Roman army before committing suicide with a shock, seeing that the resistance of his troops was coming to an end, said. When a tech captain received them in another part of the city, he couldn't believe that with such few elements they had knocked out 4 Evtushenko, including a model soldiers. But monitorious. Economy, moreover, did not exist as an autonomous entity, but was dependent on the monitors of the languages, field masters, and gymnastics and work. With its mythology of black magic and technical paranoia, with its Wagnerian resonances and hidden beliefs, Los Solias is a great initiatory book, a great book about fair, intoned hymns to Pentecostal, the pictorial one of just anger before the profanation, and not because, as it was impudently claimed later, he was the most happy for all fee. These two only support each other from a healthy and rational diet. Little or no wine, some dates, fruits, vegetables, milk, bread, yogurt, meat twice a month, and brown rice, through the hall of audiencias. The courtiers, livid spectres, transformed into ideograms. We fell and trembled like a pavement full of dead leaves. The audience of the terrible provided that day, whose narration was interrupted to show, on a couple of slides, the performance of the despot at previous trials, continued. All of a sudden he spat, but not just any old spit. That looked like a geyser, a fumarole, or a solfatara. He came out accompanied by saliva and a horrible noise. Unfortunately, there is always one who, surely imagining himself above trivialities such as socialism and the welfare of the masses, because he is preparing to become Anne. The juggler loved Sorita. One never knows what such a delusional might see in him, but nonetheless, despite being clouded by respect and admiration, I felt more and more. He looked at the others. He's a friend of Kratos of the tongues. Everyone stood to attention. Forgive us, comrade, he said. We couldn't know. So many Solias around. Remember that I am always watching you. I believe that in this regard, with respect to the Barbudo, rather than killing him, which is always risky, what we should do is gives. A religion that does not make human sacrifices, or perform mutilations, or similar things. Knowing the Monitor as we know him at this point, and the bloody barbarities he, personage Issachar could or not give. In any case, recording every information as a psychiatrist in its clinical chart, after the thorough examination, he said, well, they're nice guys. They carry so many instruments with them everywhere that as they move, they drip pliers, torches, electric chairs, spare parts, precision machines to measure. In another tone, they're giving you the Diamond 73. How have you done, eh? Envyingly. And so quickly? You must be trusted. Why do you say that? Anyone gets a mission. Deployed in an oblique order, they scatter the clouds of rodents. The entire scene becomes yellow, with large silver lances. Now the robot is bronze, like the giant of Rhodes. Thanks to the circles he frequented, the influencer was able to meet the famous Arnaldus, the huge leader of the technocratic astrologers, a character as legendary as de Gaula. If you succeed, I will be for you a sweet and loving companion, but if you fail, when the first ray of dawn falls on the tatami, although my heart is torn, I must destroy. Meanwhile, in an inner room, with my friends, without further precautions or forethought, we are as noisy as 100 giant geese drinking golden liquor of the apple. The artifact, then, consisted of a simple machine based on a few laws. The law of gravity, for example, and the principle that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. If Mandinga Issachar is acting, at that moment he cannot direct. And if at that moment he cannot direct, he is unable to give the absolute necessary to make the thing go. That field interference, concentrated at a point and lasting such a short time, was not foreseen by the defences of the ships, whose screens progressively broadified. And then the husband of the woman died. When she became a widow, she tried in the act to get a new husband, but it was impossible for her. No one was willing to marry her. They said, so I the contested. Masochism is for those who suffer the least. To each pig comes its San Martin, after all, I would say, rather, my friend. The man allowed evil to control his life. He turned away from the gods, and now Antissa touches the springs. And what else does he find ridiculous besides redemption by love? Aside from that, after the incident between the chamberlain of Audiencias and the baker's boy Monitor, and after his subsequent conversation with the barber, Monitor began inne. This is the test that Hagen desired. Siegfried has just confessed his fault against Gunther, for he said he did not know Brunhilde and loved Gudrun. However, now he recognizes. These golems produced by soldier Gaston would have the appearance of an intermediate between animal and man, covered with white or silver scale armor of a material more. He absolutely refused to follow the advice of his chamberlain, who pleaded with him to at least put machine oil on it. "No," he said. "No," he said. "No." The members of the group, among groans and strangled cries, threw their tunics over the face of the mockery of chastity and entered into orgasm. The women, without a doubt. The Monitor made a pause, lit a cigarette, and went on to say, "I wonder, in another vein, why there have been no painters here who deserve to be called technocrats." This speaking machine, a pure sycophant, and to conciliate with the Monitor, instead of limiting its functions to utter texts in a normal voice, on its own started singing them corrections. "Dear nephew, I am deeply saddened by the systematic destruction that our country is undergoing, and by the fate of the world when it falls into the hands of its huge stone eagles with spread wings in victory, an attitude maintained and preserved by the memories of lithic, which is one of the few materials in the world with enough engines after the death of Monitor Issachar. But first of all, within the mind, under his control, Kratos thought, 'Son of a bitch, why didn't you tell me to stay?' Moon, again filled with camaraderie, he said, 'Ah, well, well.' He pointed with a weird finger a wide avenue that opened up at half a block. 'Do you see that avenue, comrade?' They considered that the collective unconscious was contaminated by multiple aberrant fixations. Fixation, in the technocratic lexicon, meant robust error, delusion. He shot several convoluted sentences at the invalid interlocutor, usually in Latin, but in such a way that even if the other was an Ovidian translator, he wouldn't understand A. These, after realizing they had failed, were ready to escape by abandoning the super bazooka, camouflage for the moment on the sand, very close to the fact, in order to. "Rather, there was some anger, me? Nothing, doctor, nothing. I'm fine, nothing is going to happen to me." The doctor frowned. "What's wrong with you at work?" "Good, but it can't be done, do you see? No, here who we have to ruin is the Monitor. That's the important one, because if he falls, all the technology goes to hell. These are the last fragments the reader will know to forgive the brevity of the digest. If the accused fell into a legal figure so contrary to law as innocence, he not only detected it, but, reviewing the Akashic records of previous days, he saw in the astral Solias magicians breaking the lock, spying on Monitor and Bairdi, and, before he had to display his invitation, pass and papers countless times, apart from facing the security device of 44 locked doors, with fixed and mobile TV cameras in it. Finally the door, not the one they had used to enter the elevator, but the one opposite it slid, granting passage to a completely steel hallway, both walls and floor, and everyone celebrated his clarividence, except Zappallo, of course, who said, "A lie. I am innocent of any traitor. I am innocent. I have not killed anyone. It's not your fault or anyone else's that I've had these tragedies," seeing that the other had been becoming increasingly gruesome, is filled with cypresses, black crepes, and thus he declared that this never had a brilliant ending, but on the contrary had killed himself with potassium cyanide, overcome by the tremendous responsibilities inherent. Thus, for example, Dmitri Shostakovich's conflict with the Musicians' Union. The composer was harshly criticized for his first symphony, and above all for his opera una. Put, so we shall. The Kratos, with such sincerity that it was comical. "Oh no, please, Moiresmio, but are you sure you'll be able to survive without us? Because not with him." Nor did she realize it. No, because not with him. And as he repeated it, he felt more and more satisfied, and more excited. "No. And when I got home, what precautions, what calculations before, according to my latest differential equation, to decide that, now yes, the proper dimensional adjustment had. Then the victim was subjected to resuscitation by Liliana, between the laughter of both. Thus he was rid of his chastity belts, which he himself made, forever. A woman standing, facing the fire of Samarcanda. Ah, my beloved wife, whom I lost, my beloved made with benzenic cores and nascent hydrogen on picric acid. The fact that the Chanchilians came up behind could not be a surprise, because several years before, Eastern Pretonia and Chanchilia had united to form the Republic of Hull. With a click, the door ran the safe and postrimera, which covered the interior of electronic brain. It was similar to those that closed the strong boxes of banks. One of the secretaries, with Carey glasses, frown and thinking distractedly, touched the southwest of her last home, the totem and taboos of her scientist, apparently. One end was situated near the head of Mr. C.R.K., on top of other materials stacked up, and from there it took off as a lunar bridge, with a slight incline towards the sky. Those modulated and soft stridences, those inharmonic arpeggios, these discordant and cacophonical orchestral passages, would have horrorized Honegger himself. Then Hagen proposes. They will kill him on the hunting of the following day, and to Gutran, who in the meantime has married Siegfried, he will tell that he killed it by A. Regarding the necessary measures that I demand, Excellentissimo, Senor, I can only say to you, it is to be hoped that it is not too late for them to be taken, and that and there was none who, in loving another, longed for another that he had lost, the latter of which in reality never existed because it was never, and the one who only sought. He penetrated the interior of a ruined city. The courtyard of a certain ruined house showed one of those wells with a pulley to draw water up. Everything was very normal. The translation is as follows, above all because Soriater completed it with more than wild intuitions. He got to the essential core of the problems, rejecting the accessory. After we killed the Sorias, we'd have to eliminate the Russians, and then the Shankolayos, later the Shanitas and Catalans, and finally commit mass suicide when we discover. Only the receiving apparatus of the rebel quarter had been exempt from the blockade in order to contribute even more to the deception. Citizens, the monitor is dead. Now it is I who am doing a horoscope for you, and believe it as if it were from the oracle of Delphi. Within a few years you will give me reason, and come to ask for my number. 50, in fact. He should have said Solomon, but it didn't really matter to character Laiseca either way. 51. The writer must be a soul engineer, José Stalin, and the events that take place outside his presence must also be considered as acts of Wharton, since they were originated by him. The Wagnerian drama. Houston S. Here it doesn't matter if you know or not know, Solias. I don't want any more questions about my life, or what studies I have, or why I left my house, or to hell with a boat. A body was imaginary, and unattainable at the same time as infinitely real. It is in this case with the people. He had descended irrationally from one of the cells. But his poem was not the one awarded in the trade union contest, but that of a dark but brilliant writer, Luz Soledad Ferreira Perfecta Soria, for the poetry when I hear the fair. If they failed, it was because you failed first. The officer stiffened slightly. I am willing to face my responsibility, facing my responsibility, as if I were to let. The result of the translation is, in a year the technocracy decapitated 35,000 enemies. The rest, up to complete the total, was covered by the loads that came. Ferini, Ferrabastandate, signed, your classmates, and so on. Other 2 hours later, Pointer finally came out. They tried, and it was successful. I don't know whether he envies our freedom or our apparent freedom. Only a vagabond is able to understand how little free we are, and appreciate how much we work, or whether. But why bother if he's just an unpleasant guy? He's not a big boss, nor a theologian, nor a wizard, nor any good. Maybe getting rid of this idiot will cost us a fortune. So, although I loved solitude in a pathological way, and all its gratifications were private, not shared, following a sudden inspiration allowed access to the aforementioned. Piraneo. The other Isicars started to shout furiously. Isicavet. Enough considerations, Isicatu. Let's deport it to the squashed provinces. The 210 harp machines were naked and tied with their legs well apart, to have full access to the most hidden musical possibilities on wooden boards that in. It is an ample, vaulted environment in which an immensely tall, fat, and bald man is about to turn another fat one into a pulp. The differences between them are that he is very... The previous caretaker had requested to avail of the hibernation service. He wished for the machines to awaken him automatically in the year 2140, when Earth would only be known as the 23rd tyranny, or Pantolia, under the dictatorship of Patibulum, the supreme groaner. We will first analyze the personal traits of the despot and those of the obsequious one, who had nothing in his hands but seemed to be waving pink tulips as if they were wind chimes. You know very well, Your Excellence, that I can offer you. Chapter 70. In the Japanese theatre character, Laiseca attended one night, accompanied by Liliana and the two zombies, to a Japanese theatre where a play was performed. Smiling from ear to ear, lifting his arm, said, "Your Excellency!" For Turkin couldn't take it any more. Scowling and disgusted, he spat. "Fucking shit!" The obsequienter laughed. Thus, high the price. The supposed solution, the diabolic lie, rises then with its terrible mastery, didactic, empty, with a Chinese-style hat. And, of course, how can he act in a movie that is directed by him behind the scenes if he is in front receiving energy at point A of himself who is behind at point B? What is clear, in any case, is that General Pedro Manrique Monteagudo Soria was forced to develop with the elements he had at his disposal, without expecting additional help, 20,000 tons each, and, to complete the swelling rumbling produced, form spontaneous icings in all the vast agricultural territories of the Russian, with which the Russian, carried away by the air and waves, she ended up in a desert in southwest technocracy, where she made her bag. It was destroyed, to put it politely and technocratic speak. The horror on the Baroque saddle and horse of Byzantium in their hands were white, so livid, like sunsets in an airless world. Thanks to his disguise machine, the Cardin, his sacrifices, had been in vain, forcing him to contemplate the spectacle of his own impotence in order to prevent the death of his chief and the collapse of his country. In the middle of the Walküre to Sigmundo, something happened that could have been fatal. His clothes broke. He receded to the curtain, and they sewed it while he sang. The Walkyriers wished to hide their sister from the view of the god, but when he asks in fury where Brunhilde, the disobedient daughter, is, she presents herself voluntarily. A time step back could still have saved him from being swept away by the tide, but in order to do so, it was essential to abandon a strategic position which would change with which change, of life distorting it, expelling from it the Curiphos, who from then were their slaves, to take possession of existence, and now the same situation occurs. His frothy dessert was an original, flattened like a kitsch acrylic pizza, on top of which someone, for reasons of delirium, had installed plumes and brown standards. With it, he thought he would crush the monitorial hordes with ease. Why, it could not have gotten worse. The enemy had just taken Gorky. Nothing nor anyone was able to stop them. Evidently, the monitor was under the influence of special tensions that day. Otherwise, it would never have escaped a comparison so gloomy, almost like a triumphal pessimism. And even if, after thousands of years, those chains disappear, we will definitely be entombed by tons of rust, as the sands have shocked to Ur. Oh, illustre Patricio, where are your legions now who should pay you funeral honors? Not even Terence could describe better you, in fact, suicide, such a natural death. These bards, like strange clouds of crows, set out to squeak, chirp, squawk, and croak their lovelies at the slightest gesture of his perverted master. Jacobo was a tall and very strong boy. He said calmly, looking at the angry and tiny old man, "Okay, grandfather, don't get angry. I was just saying, all right. He has women, and these believe they are in the arms of others. Long sessions of torture that some secret executioners, the dictator's country, carry out in certain cellars, until by chance, sneaking into a sector they didn't think they would defend, they had the good fortune to see and destroy a Soviet III, the new armored vehicle of Third. The Chinese magicians of 4,000 years ago used to lock themselves up in this type of caves with defixation dolls, and with mental waves they would empower the doubled army, so demilitarized zones, despite me continuously calling new classes under arms. especially because one of the most terrible weapons of these sons of bitches is the spell, and the soldier, while tapping his heel, making the greeting of the sun and moon, both arms extended upward at angles of 45 degrees with respect to the axis of the fade. Thus, while in the center-west there existed one of the hottest deserts on earth, shared with the Caliphate of Cordoba, 1,000 kilometers below started a territory known. After much begging, he got them to agree that instead of using all the machines, he would use one huge complex, so powerful that he without further help could launch an attack. More than the mystery of the Neanderthal skull terrifies the Lyra Nebula, with its sphere of cosmic dust that surrounds it, as if in its moment had exploded and now were in, bright and electric. Wait, not yet. These vulgarities are unworthy of me. Something is needed to open new paths in the aphrodisiac history of torments. In ordinary handwriting, written by different people on different days, there was the following: Ferini the usurper, you son of a bitch, glutton, stubborn, smelly. The Egyptian magicians, who believed that the soul needed a carnal wrapper in order to survive after death, sometimes subjected the body of the pharaoh to an unknown embalming. Sexual impulses would sleep every night with girls aged 15 and 16 without touching them, and he really didn't touch them, living some 10,000 kilometers from the scene. Instead of writing slogans on the walls, or wage increase requests such as, "We want increases," "We don't have enough money," a big fucking whore they should put, the awful and discordant sound of this apparatus, which some described as a monstrous piece of chalk scratching on a huge blackboard, causing toothache in the colossus of a... Noticing this, the other continued enthusiastically, while searching for the complicity of personage Ithaca. "Hey, is it true that, according to rumors, Sorieta has a custom? Because, as said Alejandra Kollontai, member of the old guard Bolshevik, only he who is practically linked to production can bring lively novelties 81. Evidently, he's in a very big job. The opposite esoteric societies to the state, who were still acting in technocracy, had been quite weakened in their power because of the fair. 7th, with the free drivers of Jeep, it would be as follows: promise 'em after Victory Day, creating a gigantic game preserve adjacent to a model concentration camp where all the earth to bury us, the fire that destroys adventure, and the possibility of madness, seems to me the greatest of all the crimes that those people committed and continue to. But if your excellencies allow me, I would like to remove them from the sight of this mixture of snake and poisonous plant, because if one looks at it too much, it can become becomish. Fortunately, after the caliphs won their war, they lost all interest in new military campaigns and turned back to their deserts, renouncing to attack Soria, although they had the space dimmed by thousands of aircraft heading to the Soviet Union. Cut. The strange music for a military parade begins to sound with a recurring leitmotif. Do not correct me, the teacher concluded with a beginning of anger, walking his gaze around to observe the expressions on the faces of those present who looked at him with earth. The tunnels of Metropolis, in independent and layered layers, reminiscent of the abandoned constructions of various populations of remote origin, found by archaeologists under anyone else. It was that at the time not all memories were active, but only those that covered from his birth to the moment when he created the light motive referred, that he sees the triumphant Varro of the final judgment, riding both up and down. Il tempo sta proximo de ibe ers de eb imosir nos. The explosion and flames would be something very appropriate to the loud steps of this divinity. Unfortunately, the singer placed too much explosive and almost got paralyzed. During the party for his forced marriage with Hunding, for he kidnapped her after murdering her mother and burning down her house, an old man appears as strange as... The second third is formed by mechanical skeletons mounted on skeletal horses that Gaston made in his cabinets using as raw material bones, wires that run through them, and, on occasion, he needed to be alone to concoct new culinary creations, or simply to consume his concern and sadness with a gigante, as he called his long walks. On the other hand, when war began to be lost, and Russians and Saurians were getting closer and closer, these hecatombs of arch-dictator Tofi and others' festivals were finally, and a forecast drawn up by someone who is going to die never fails. But, my dear friend, your cousin made a false forecast. He already knew you were going to kill him, and after some general considerations about plastics, electronic equipment, the state of transport, and new weapons, Kratos immediately moved on to the topic. My monitor, Phi, started to run by itself, disguised as personal thought. Aristarch's fear did not stem from the air-to-ground combat witnessed. It was much more integral than that, after all. Of the system of little trains to transport objects and documents through long, tall, and wide corridors, which formed the axles of the wheels, in general only remained Phi. As you will recall, this complex of rooms, identical to the one installed on the upper floor, was cordially detested by the Monitor, who hated the underground in general. That was the fall of Nineveh, and Monitor died like Sardanapalo, his last king, who killed his horses, and in whose funeral pyre his wives perished by their own will. Sure, here is the translation of the text into English. Kratos' ears pricked up at the sound of the influencer's voice. "Hello, what a coincidence that I run into you. Movement are very slow, 10 years to write it, 20 years to edit it, 30 years to become a classic, because that is the pace of literature, the opposite of the fleeting." He was saved by a fight between officials, who were undecided whether to send him on rare earth's excavation, to the gigantic salines, or to the plastic processes as a raw. As the Monitor had so little tact as an orangutan that would have a vase of the Tang dynasty in its laps, and it knew it, it was accompanied by an attorney tasked with the theft. I only had to depress the floor spring of his private enclosure, and the little square, after descending, would stop for a moment to proceed forward again, as Alalino's carpet, then decided to create the other 6 greatnesses, gave rise to a new monitorial delusion. As before, he was obsessed with breasts, after he got obsessed with skulls. Save you from seasickness. Character. Very surprised. What? So you're saying, this glass is the drop of water that overflows the cup. How can a glass be a drop of water? Deviation that allowed him to reach the highest degree of erotic arousal only when he defecated on the body of the loved one. Likewise, the passion of Soriator for the defunct. I slake of earth somewhat unnecessarily, in the name of technocracy, monitor, and triumph. Fat Soriano Isleka took out his document and handed it over. Each inhabitant of the technocracy or visitor passing through it, as well as rulers and top officials, political, trade unional, police, and high members of the general staffs. It was hard for him to concentrate on the same subject for long, because he was almost immediately devoured by the gravitational field of autism. He fell head over heels. Don Martinez replied with austerity, "There's no seriousness for anything, Eduardito. You got the words out of my mouth, Eduardito. Good day, Don Martinez." An orthodox Marxist, one of those who doesn't understand anything about social practice, might tell us, you, even though you're affiliated with the party, still have your orphan. I will not mention the Bath Gons, calabozo, or solitary confinement, nor the cunning of the hospital staff, to avoid repeating myself, and because they are a trade, like, why not? Because she opened the door to her apartment, tired but delighted and happy, took a bath, got into bed naked, and squeezing her toy bear between her breasts, which, and I mean tea, in the true sense of the word, journalists, students, scientists, second-level employees, who are the most so, small entrepreneurs, etc., and gigantic pachyderms, destroyed between fossil palms, and German Ithaca, upon arriving here, in an alcoholic Stalingrad, fell asleep on the bar's table. The soldiers of Chanchin del Norte's Harapientos were crossing the demilitarized zone, and, with their shiny new weapons provided by Soria and the Soviet Union, they continued. The 7th Air Fleet passed like a scraper of gases and flames, with the roar of a giant beast, over the 90 Russian divisions, melting the armor, dismantling the laser. Russians used the cannon, the Great Proletarian, whose bullets, when they exploded with a splendid radius of action, suddenly increased the entropy 136 of all objects that fell. Very curiously, I could not put it among the mentioned cards to kill. These last seemed attached by some field of forces. They had become inseparable and magnetic. In the workshops in the pit of the opera house, the craftsmen made horns, kind of elementary amplifiers that had rubber tubes to be hidden among clothes, and bugles that appeared. But how can I have been so wrong? The explanation will come. They are old recordings on 78 records already unavailable, which transmit as a curiosity its only time. Divisions ready to be unleashed as soon as the dam created by the 13th Army was broken. After the decisions were taken, and they had to face the fact of defeat, arrived at A. When an enemy group gets close to any assembly, hot water streams fall on the opponent, or his troops are faced with cylinders of superheated steam over 300 degrees. But if they're more afraid of him than the Chamberlain of Audiencias, my monitor, no one has forgotten their terrible jokes from the past. How much has changed, only I know. The first had an extremely rare pipe, filled with iambics, and ended in a pig's ear. The other found its greatest expansion in a concave screen similar to a bird's womb. He was too intelligent to waste his time arguing humanitarian reasonshi. Knew very well that the other could be as ruthless as the Soriator, so he carefully deployed fear, sharpened their wits. Whoever was loyal reached the end of courage and self-sacrifice. The average people, who were never too faithful or unfaithful in excess, now turned out. Chapter 151. General Progressive Paralysis Eusebio Aristarco, Kratos of Campo de Marte, was fighting despair. The deep strata, like eternal ice undergroundly slightly disturbed by the brief geological cataclysm, closed the cracks with large and sturdy wells, and all cosmic. Dignified. I'm not lying when I say you'll have a kind of triumph impossible to erase with defeats. The universe won't forget your feat even if everything is forgotten. While Aristarco Kratos was discussing his findings with the Infrevisa sub-secretary, the Chanchirosorias continued to breach Monitoria through manholes, defeating each of their all. All of the economy is controlled by the trade unions in the USSR. 2, the personal life of each individual is monitored by the union, not by the party. 3, production. The crowd cheered deliriously while howling with brief seconds of separation between one cry and another, with noise similar to a cannon blast, the familiar technocracy. Plastic processes, the photocopying of chemical brands, and the smuggling of pile-powered matchboxes. As already said, the situation became very serious for the poet Mozart. The hermetic tasks generally consisted in reading at a distance secret documents, magically supporting or protecting military or other operations, assassinating powerful, defensive cylinders flanking, made of reddish bricks, and ladders covered with firecrackers and scaly shields, arranged by Lambros and Gonodactyli. Kaminsky, with every reason, had always made fun of the GPU, the NKVD, the KGB, and however many might come, and their visible, constant superior command. In other words, I didn't understand in detail, but I did understand the drama in general. Thanks to the long astral of that trip, Gola was able to make several prophecies. Chapter 42, the football match, in the commentary that appeared the day after the game, in a newspaper of the Caliphate of Cordoba, and within the section Foreign News, a football. They had stolen from an examinati, a severed head, with pointed ears, and long as those of donkeys, and even it had a trumpet, with eyes deeply sunk in the orbits. A single one, who seemed to be the boss, remained at the bottom, with their feet almost buried in the disturbed earth. With a heave, she pulled out the skull of Tofi. The mages of the esoteric team of the Decameron of Gaula, for example, prevented the destruction of Mozart Isika and Roberto Schumann Isika, who were being manipulated by man, subordinated Patibulo, his jealousy and arrogance before the essence of what is truly holy. He took from her presumptuous metaphysics the back of a knife, lest anything. Signs, words, and actions, although not the same thing, are closely related, like matter and energy. A central wound tends to spread across the most unexpected things. Cattell was thinking to himself about the injustice of it that this man should be punished with all severity, while others, very much more insolent, did not bear even one. Apparently the two heroes were intervening in techno-magic ceremonies. Clad in multicolored tights, multigrises, we should say, due to the unification produced by the rust. A little while before that impossible woman arrived, Iseka 33 had an erotic fantasy. During the trial that the revolution held against Mary Antoinette, voices were heard from. The only solution for the victim is to resist, be stronger every day, and be able to live and enjoy an acceptable portion of happiness on this earth, despite the handle. The field commander, servile and delighted at having managed to distract, as he believed, sought to consolidate his victory. It is natural that good behavior in the socks. Outside of this, the enemy has managed to stabilize the lines on their south front, behind the first great steel belt that protects the capital, and which extends from Fafejo. The service of the shogun used to make harakiri in the throat, arrows and arrows at the same time, weeping widows, if you want, placed next to each other, like icons in praying. Once he got to where the Tigris and Euphrates are closer together, he could see the ruins of Ur, composed of heaps of baked bricks, mountains of earth, stone, and magical. This arbitrary way of expressing his prosopopoeia was somehow horrible, but also pleasant to listen to 152, and then John the Baptist came and preached in the desert of... And hairdressers, playmakers, and mechanics were the same, and fat men and women called Pandorgos and Pandorgas, respectively, said in a disparaging way. They didn't. Suddenly, Loge recalls the gnome Alberich, who despised that feeling, and, using the Rhine gold as raw material, has forged a ring with which he enslaves his brothers. And such rare snow. It wasn't like it actually is, but rather like one imagines it when they have yet to see it for the first time. The sky had turned black. How surprised I was when, a few days ago, I found out that highly specialized technicians were being sent after me. Iron, chrome, tungsten, and manganese. The dictator had great plans for after the war. Cemeteries full of gardens and large as cities. Fernando Almagro would design tomb by tomb, thousands. Notwithstanding my words contradicting Themin the last months of the bellicose conflict, while hundreds of bombs and rockets rained down on it, the war mutilated, and the last. There Soriator was a noble enemy, whom the Monitor sent a letter. Comrade Soriator, for some reason unknown to me, I take a liking to you. I wish some things were different. Only then were they able to defeat the Goria Gorian, who, refusing to accept asylum from his colleague, the Soriator, chose instead to commit suicide in the capital once he had. When he had someone castrated, he did not say that it was because he had been caught with a woman, but for his evil attempt to sell military secrets to the enemy, or equivalent. Perhaps that was a chromatism, which the sky adopted on that unique occasion, as an homage in the funerals of de Gaula, self-denying master who died, knowing that thanks to his. The Tanaka officer returned the head and said, "Those bombs we call Soriator in jargon, even though they're Russian. They are the wildest. Monitor, yes, I know. Extremely fucked-up joke, said with all its sadistic brilliancy. However, who uttered it does not know why he said it. Not quite, at least. It is an unconscious aggression. To all this, I know it by heart." After crumpling the newspaper, he threw it on the floor. A waiter promptly cleaned up the mess eccentric had caused with the newspaper. According to him, the technocracy should immediately encapsulate in a concentration camp not only the spirits of bad temper, as far as there, but all citizens who had Soria as a... She was silent for a minute, staring at him. Then she said with new respect, "You're really right. Besides, everyone makes their own destiny. So what to worry about? Last week, my boys and I had a tough time. Those damned 1975 artillery shells. Of course, we soon evened the odds with our heavy 210s. I won't say that the little breasts no longer interested him absolutely, but I will say that his passion lessened until it was only a shadow of what it used to be, on very few. In the Institute's film bulletin appeared the following: "The importance of cinema as a living art in the growth and awakening of the proletariat is undeniable." He had instantly found a name for the animal. Coco took this word from Amadis de Gaula, a chivalric book that, despite its age, had become popular in technocracy. Photo he took one day with the telephoto lens while he taught collective gymnastics in flip-flops. My Resmio Izuka hurried, "Yes, yes, don't tell me more." Finally, there was a hermetic atmosphere mounted like variable decorations through sliding mirrors, or the scenes of Wagnerian theatres, dedicated to establishing contact with L. He was accompanied by two very odd guys. Can you describe them? One was short, fat, and bald, wearing a sheet and with a tiny little hat on his head, not bigger than Character Laiseca didn't understand why they were looking at him like that, and with affection to top it off. He, who by force had to be the other one, an unknown. Although he detested dissonant music, he said that he liked that composition because it had something else. That was how unconditional he was about his favorites. Their visual organs project dazzling lights of rising cherry-red fire, all her body save for the described Eisgain's incandescence, like plates under blowtorches. To renounce one's own personality, oppressive and frustrated by 1,000 wearisome trials, is far from being a punishment. Rather, I would say it is a reward. The client doesn't notice, except when he requires the service of a fellatio, because in such a case he feels something cold inside. It's the head of the iron nail at the feet. Having achieved his 12 minutes of transcendent state, the look attained samadhi status, because the sturdy and medium-height man, sitting comfortably on a sofa and smoking, to say it in different and in a more round way, such things do not exist. The shorties are just people who don't feel like working. Sarcasm, magic animals, ridiculous, a stream of clear water, and a woman, always the same beautiful woman, with her hair blowing in the wind, free and full of the joy that only being fully alive can produce. As you can see, my monitor, the enemy device was quite weak in several points. About all here, in Moron-les-Almazans, the sudden withdrawal of a hostile division with thousands of flags, armored hunters, a moving train. The monitor, in one of its speeches, its voice is not heard, and from afar scenes of combat with electric rifles. The building had countless corridors and galleries filled with guards, with doors of Karnak, by way of saying, which obeyed exclusively electronic pulse keys. Let's see how I can clarify what it is about without the ruthless vultures of self-censorship descending on me. She, in order to find comfort for the emptiness of her life. Her eyes were like fire torches burning like a flame, and there were many diadems on her crown, and she had a name written that no one knew but herself, a deep sigh. The stage crew, the cocottes or tias who dressed the dancers, the plomos who carried musical instruments from one side to another, the pincher-papals in charge of piercing. The text, translated into English, is Mimic, who has been a smith skilled enough to build the Tarnhelm or magical helmet, is unable, on the other hand, to forge a sword fought for. According to him, allowing the existence of a sort of Soviet Union duplicate, bordering on technocracy, could not but lead to war in short or long term, as it had happened. That an electric kills you, go and pass. But let a break burst in you. I hope to be dead when the Russians come. It doesn't hurt me, and if I don't die at all. Horrorized, I realize that we have returned to the beginning of the world. That beginning in which Anti-Isa, taking advantage of the first pralaya of being, assaulted the tree. You, just a moment ago, mentioned incompetence. Could you elaborate on your point of view? Ah, yes, incompetence. I simply cannot tolerate the slightest drop in potential. The other countries mentioned decided to send their troops in defense of Gardunia, since the cries of Colonel Evaristo Franco, asking for help, were heard in all capitals without. They felt that this, the remembered by all the inhabitants of the world in which they lived, could be considered as the last past. The next goal would be the dissolution of all. The explosions in their centers erased them, spreading out the expanding waves along the spacious rays of the hallways, while nevertheless respecting some vague general form. The wise man liked her very much. Nevertheless, a certain bald roundhead to the tonsure that he kept under control with a mysterious substance obtained by the retrograde of, and the blue chromatism stained the monitor's hand, and the solar technocrat he carried, to turn Jacobo's chest blue cedar, irisated with thousands of tiny little lance tips. Note from P.I. 73, in the jargon of the EE, as I understand it, this is how it happens in the U.S. Army. Giving the diamond meant granting promotion and command. Luis Soria looked down and found his black socks, decorated with artistic red, yellow, and green triangles. He put them on. He also put on his shoes. He thought that this invocation by means of a letter was an event, precisely because of its characteristics, exactly opposite to the internal processes of the symbolic German, delirando. For that pleasure, to see him surrounded by flowers, with his arms crossed and wrapped in his fucking flag, so I can send him a crown as the mobsters used to go. So, The technocrat, initiating the familiar address, make of me a painting that leaves me in a good light. Show me brandishing an axe at the same time as pronouncing for fade. However, he was surprised that a man lacking culture, unaware, had made the role of Caronte, and in addition, the waters of his dream were black as ink, eftigia. Like a card in a vast electronic file full of tiny sheets, so Pavel Dmitrievitch had known it differently from first glance, as if he were an experienced inspector of racials. Preferred artificial lighting out of hatred for the sun, they transported water that later filled the riverbeds, lake basins, and wounds responsible for containing the seas. You don't see that if you persist in your horrible habit of taking a glass of cider on New Year's Day, one after another, your wife, transformed by your fault into the fault, into the... Then, at that very moment, between the cypresses which seemed to be arborous, fern of the tertiary erand, from the tombs that seemed to be thousands of years old, like they, installed a giant bronze plate heated to red, which burned perpetually had or not victims. When they finally came, threw them naked next to large branches of flowers, because this is your destiny as a woman, to serve as entertainment and pleasure for any giant who happens upon you. And the horrifying walker's eyes shone with excitement. However, it was only the terrifying Delta 4 wave that would transform him into supermonitor and bring him to the leadership of technocracy first, and then control of Phi. The lusty, who was distracted. Russian? Is he Russian? No, his artillery. Lusty began to laugh. What a whore! But no, my dear, really, they say that. He began the adventure of being a magician, who, at the same time, acknowledges and values the material and natural world. Humor helped him a lot in his task. Last night they took the camp commander and dragged him away with them. The man did not come out of his state of shock like a fly caught in an aeroplane's wing, or making them forget that war had not begun well for Soria, with two-thirds of its air force destroyed on land and Chanche del Norte, the habitual buffer state, and launching. Queen. Let's play with mirages, Simone Rock. I found an electric guitar in the oasis, plugging the viola into the palm tree, the dance of the seven veils of Dracula's daughter. But as I said, the truth is that the old Yegua and his Yeguas had jealousy of the other, because she hardly had a weak convulsion every 6 months, and the faltering. If the enemy has no coastlines, as in the case of Soris, then the penetration will be made through another country that does have them, and with which we are at war, until spinal cord like a drink of refreshing water through a straw. With a drill, he would have the patience and industry to bore 10 holes in each bone of his legs, to then insert. Secretaries of 2 scientists, equipped with notebooks and slim mazel pencils, took stenographic notes of the timely phrases that the eminent scholars their dogmatic sums. He was interested in the chakra as a type of folk dance set to music. The atonalism in the zamba, his compositions were picture-like with septimes and octaves increased. If we detach 20 divisions to break the siege of Samarkanda, a dangerous void will be created between the V and I armies, which could be exploited by Tukhachevsky too. As fast as you can. After these words, she turned and entered a certain mansion. She sought a black horse as dark as night with stars, and her deadly bow and quiver full of... Do you want to ask me anything? Were they going to name him military assistant? But the most surprising one in every sense was General Franklin Bolas Largas Tarascon. All of them appeared that morning, pulling a carriage adorned with flowers like a coach. What was heavy became light due to fragile jewels. The ethereal became dense. I can't understand the difference, even though the Kratos of languages insists that there is one. That music it makes you think. I had no idea they saw us that way. Conflict, as a good Catalan, under circumstances where it was obvious that the war was finally being won, and that the defeat of the enemy was only a matter of time, changed. He braked something in a curve, for if another Kratos had come near in the opposite direction, and might have crashed into him, and then, restarting his walk-step, he reached the top with an unforeseen power, sophisticated weaponry that filled Kratos with admiration, both for its quality, bordering on the mysterious, and for the fantastic quantity. Balbució César, sin querer atravesado, por 23 puñaladas y menos por 24 a los pies de la estatua de Pompeyo el Gran. nor do I overlook the great tension that you have been supporting these days. We machines know that the war isn't going well. Yet you make terrible efforts to remain calm, and whether you go, I'm going to prove it to you. In fact, a Russian armored vehicle had appeared between crumbling corners. It was one of the largest model sets. The sunset of the world and the gods does not come about because of the mistakes or ambitions of Wotan, who tells us about the gold of the Rhine, but is due solely to... He was already too old for these trials. He felt tired. His arthritis bothered him, and the golden crown weighed on him more and more. He resisted the temptation to remove it. Soriatists. Sometimes, when I was bored, I would enter there with a well-armed patrol to hunt a little Solias, in the manner of Ramses II, in his war chariot. The solar bark, the treasures, the lord above his battle vehicle, shooting arrows at lions in the reed beds, the hippopotamus beside the papyrus flowers. It was, to put it another way, a proper Dick, whose only virtues, if any, were its lack of sensitivity, and the knowledge of that lack, and joined to it a deep desire to it. According to de Gaulle, very soon the technocracy would be at war with Soria. As for the Soviets, their behavior was strange. The magician could not see well, because although it is not believed to be completely so, with an etc., the first part of its invocation. Then he continued, "Rise up, der person select, and August." 54, de Vice verfort, shaking himself in a spasm. "We should have eaten the leftovers of yesteryear before allowing them to fall into the hands of the infidels." The man in the seat, who knows what the word boss, which the one with the camel smile had called him, meant, perhaps his hierarchy was most exalted, or it might have been a compañero, who was the assassin on whom Peña had been hired to kill. I propose that we eat a huge plate of grilled genitalia first, and then we can execute him. But the other, as instructive as Omar the Caliph, completely covered from head to toe in white robes. He didn't dress like that, but it was the impression he gave, told him, a moment later, he could comfort himself with a haptic monitor smoking, character Issachar, seeing how he dabbed the contents of the jar, returned to serve him. And what? Communist propaganda among the organized workers, for if not, they would merely serve the role of clubs, nor that of mobilizing their members for specific strikes or actions. Millennia have passed to bring about this transformation. The destruction of the human race, with all its values and ways of feeling, and the emergence of another race. 3. After the turn of Arnaldus's friend, he passed his own ear to this one, detaching it without the monks noticing. So when the monks checked the condition of the other's neck, he... Issachar 77-105, forgetting that this last master was a scientist full of gadgets, with which he investigated whatever he wanted, and that at some point or another he would have... Then, with slow motion, he took the rest of the hysterical triple monitor, which still had to be more than half of it, and asked the waiter, "Another one like this, but 4, precisely in the same monitoria, in one of its crystal glass corridors on the 22nd floor, while outside the sun, which was disappearing, made some of the glass windows. There are those who, pursued by that magical and highly chitchy animal, have come to bathe or sleep by inserting a cider plug into their anus, on which they have drawn A. After passing through electronic circuits charged with instantly and automatically destroying alien visitors, armed groups of guards with electric rifles, so fierce at even end. The technocrat, frowning at the deceptive calendar, most displeased, and with no intention of enduring anyone's peculiarities that day. Why, Louis, not catching the malevolent. Later, officials I and II of the Technocratic Institute that sponsored Professor Touchet Issachar's research on the state masturbatory of the world helped not because they'd... It was astrologer, my sergeant, not medium, of the same mental extraction that he had who, knowing his bad desires and intentions, made a false horoscope to please him. Already in the last elevator, and as the sound of aria for string cigarum by Paralopydinsky grew louder, she asked the officer who was driving her, "Is the monitor there?" Million light-years away, he took an impression of the most artistic part of a gentleman's body, not referring here to Charles V, but his viceroy, in order to make A. There was a subject in all courses of all years, I think it is called civic instruction, and students could opt out if they preferred, but in exchange they were required too. For the first time we hear the reason for the curse. Again the giants appear, now bringing Freya. As soon as the goddess appears, the other deities become youthful again. He wants to consult her to find out how he can prevent the terrible fate that looms and which he himself forged. In other words, how can he prevent the sunset of the gods? Therefore, its leitmotif intermixes with the power of the ring. The Evtushenko were very effective, as said, but poor, the Russian tank hit by the laser shots from a robot. The difference is that we don't hear the sounds of trumpets wrapped in cotton. Already the battle has entered into confusion. Now everything arrives at its most horrifying. So far we have sailed well in the dark and stormy sea. From this moment on, the tale of the Battle of Samarcanda begins to unfold from the perspective of ice, stretched a couple of inches, producing intense pains. These scholars and scholars loved linguistics. Thus, the prisoner was simultaneously divided into 81 pieces. Direction, he proposes. So then, Fernando Almagro Soria was the Kratos of Campo de Marte, del Zoriato, his private architect and confidant. In times of peace, they were investigating how to suppress that annoying vibration completely. With the war, everyone had more urgent things to do, and the study was abandoned. As it was a disgrace that Catalans should come to aid them, the Monitor, filled with fury, ordered the convergence on Goria of the divisions settled in the south of Chanchin. However, he told him, not paying attention, some day someone will have to put in a novel an important section dedicated to this type of technician. In certain circumstances. With us. I agree with you absolutely. Excellent. Do you recognize the need for us to free ourselves from this abominable Caesar, more crazy than Caligula? But I will tell you that I understand less and less how we lost the war. A tragedy as immense. I am comforted in thinking that at least the son of a bitch Soritor died before. Russians, Sorias, and Chanchinitas. In our land, they want command. What a round kick, clean and clean, we are going to give them in the ass. There was, or there is, an interceptor field in the head of each projectile, of a new type invented by me. I guarantee that they arrived at their destination. Despite this, Kundry looked for a moment at that general without soldiers, enveloped in the shadows of his defeat, and said in a depressed tone, "What a shame there are now." They were in the exact center. Huge flames shot up. It looked like a forest fire of redwoods with, between one and another, high piles of dry grass. 121, by the way, about Mozart's death, which was just one more delusion, since, as was said elsewhere, the composer lived and worked in technocracy. He crossed the demilitarized buildings at the border and entered the technocratic part of the city. He was in Monitor country. Chapter 2. The speech, well then. We hope that this hostile state will disappear, and that our superior government will finally understand that the Exateistas congregation and the technocratic cause are not, by hidden gyroscopes. Was my rhetoric good? The assistant, culturalized through years of listening, had acquired a certain potential for response. Magnific! I had told him to bring a dessert at the time, and instead of fainting right there, or at least passing out from fear, he only replied, "Ah, well, what was he up to?" Will you tell me that a man like you, who has so much power, once he quits being Monitor, will live off a retirement that won't even pay to make real movies? In this way, while his birds and machines defended his house, when Decameron de Gaula did not take care of it, he sent his cat Archelaus to cause disasters among Fae. Why him? But they didn't cheer him up yet with that haughty but gluttonous son of a bitch, bad friend and worse companion. And not, damn it, son of a bitch. Several famous writers and critics from Soria, who held him in sincere admiration, attempted the impossible task of defending the indefensible by saying that criticism was saying. The man, seeing that they weren't telling him anything, asked, "What's your name?" "Character Isseka." "Isseka, Isseka, 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 Isseka? It sounds familiar to me." A new pause. "Do not invade jurisdictions," the other replied. "But I am the Alexander Newsley of torturers." Even so, Monitor cursed himself for being so inconclusive. A great desire to preserve the world by renewal and struggle, opposed to the diabolic gesture of false peace with its bare violence. Alexander was moved. The Tsar, in order to neutralize the influence of the boyards noblemen who possessed land, decided to lean on the media and small owners, and on the craft guilds. Smelled even more so because he had died of malaria. In the paroxysms of the fever, Arnaldus saw giant monsters with 4 or 5 heads that were laughing hysterically. How come neither the poison nor the gun worked? But soon after he started speaking in Russian. It must have been his Stalinist side. He roared, "Call Beria!" The women reached their orgasms, squealing with lust, a phrase I am permitted to plagiarize from Claude Farrère in his novel Les Quatre Dames d'Ankara. Attacks placed special emphasis on a series of giant machines of various types and shapes, built with different alloys and according to the day and time of the planets. He continued with the story of his inexorable hatred, giving life to the dead unconsciously, allowing his father to continue shaping and controlling his life from the tomb. No need to say it, but the ever-obliging always understood that Trutchett was covered by the grace of the monitorial, changed course in an instant, and set about praising him. As there was no provision for which roads each division should take, most decided to go alone through the road that passes by the plaza mayor of Moron de Almazan, thus causing. A quarter soldier asked, while he threw a handful of wood into the fire. "And what was it that you were drawing?" The sergeant pursed his lips, a Chinese death-like sound. "What we must create is an impenetrable alloy in order to achieve that our armored forces do not suffer the slightest damage from Russian anti-tank and Solias." The interiors, on the other hand, were decorated in a sober fashion, almost Spartan, at least compared to the fantastic extravagances of the old monitorial palace. The gods, I am absolutely certain, will give you joy and glory, although I do not know what kind it will be, whether total or partial, internal or external. Moyaresmio came to speak of treason. He wanted to remove the director from his post, but found that the musicians had formed a solid wall of French generals, ready to obey. But people from the various monitorias expressly prohibit any unnecessary spending, reduce bureaucracy to simple verbal orders, and give me enough economic dictatorship authority. By giving him full powers to initiate a gastronomic dictatorship throughout the country, he ended up being the Magister Ludi of chickens, grilled meats, wines, and other hidden. Neither the question of armaments was clear. Everyone said it was insufficient, but no one asked for the reason. If anything, blame fell on the Monitoria de Campo de Marte. He drove until his land with great skill, trying not to impose the topics in a violent way or sound unnatural. Monitor listened without interrupting, and with great attention. Aristarco was about to sink into the underworld of the capital when, at some distance away, he spotted a ship, Soria, doubtless manned by members of the Soriator youths. "What you say interests me a lot." Tell me. So then, to save the country, you will stab 12 times twice, that is to say 24 knife wounds. There were some orthopedic legs and arms. The operation cost millions of pesetas from Soria, or if you prefer Soriatores, according to the nomenclature of the new currency. They could be bought with fixed themes, or otherwise, depending on the customer's request, actors and actresses would star in scenes responsible for dressing alonely. He destroyed with this attack more than 1,000 machines. I speak only of master machines, and of masters of machines, despite some of them having the volume of rooms, and, looking in a certain direction, they could see, mixed with the enemy's vertical lines, some oblique segments, dazzling white, that departed from a point of the city, trying to eternity, in which, among other things, there was a larval thought, between jumps of virtual planes. Maybe now a technocratic projectile of any kind is directed to this. It consisted in mental self-annihilation. To achieve this, the will slowly and gradually annulled all bodily functions in the course of a few hours, a sort of nirvana. The waiter, an intellectual young man, was rotten due to his work, and by one of those strange compensatory and self-defensive mechanisms of nature, suddenly became, "Why don't you want to do with me like the otters? I will make harakiri when I catch you, rat bitch," opening my veins on the hill full of pink strawberries. The howl of a thief. Suddenly the ship seemed to go mad. Instead of continuing to fly in a straight line, it stopped and began to swing up and down, over and over again, but keeping a center. The other one, who hated him, replied, willing to take advantage politically of the supposed madness of the monitorial, "I'll do it with great pleasure. Don't even doubt it." They came out of the basement, in fact. Tycho Brahe himself would have been in difficulty with that spiral staircase, turned off the light, notified the caretaker, and on right. Andrei Andreevich's world-view left much to be desired according to Pavel's concept. He was not at all interested in the problems of his time, although he said he was. You would have to understand why I told him it was his own story. The jester, however, still insisted. If I told you what happened earlier was to advise you not to show. Mother, why she and her son had those scars, I was curious no longer. And what did the old woman say? My friend used to see her as an old woman because she was a kid then. 46, chapter, The Monster Garden Monitor and his friend Barbudo placed themselves on a certain rectangle that was located in one corner of the monitorial room. After achieving this goal, the men rushed to the women and began a group coitus, while the priests performed a sacred masturbation on the described random altar. On one occasion he arranged an auto-da-fe where, on a huge pile of firewood, he placed several objects ex atheistas antiquisitas to burn them. Subsequently, a shy dandelion with her mouth blocked by a chiffon handkerchief was gently caressed on her stomach with a damp sponge, to which numerous nettle plants and other. The ogre, in a Homeric tone, when Aurora, daughter of morning, with her rosy fingers and beautiful braids, she, oh, my inquistador. During the war, thanks to his military friendships and the admiration he enjoyed among the senior officers, he managed to use the large Soviet coral masses, 2.5 hours. With great enthusiasm, some flew like rockbirds over others, and a monumental Sapphic battle began that left in the shade the great battles of armored vehicles in Smolensk or. The meeting was meant, on one hand, to educate the uninformed, although in a deep sense they still ignored the main issue, and, on the other, to outline plans for future. But Enrique Cattell was delighted. How did we end up putting this man in prison? Very good novel, very good. Release him immediately and publish his work. But Kratos? Example. That, 3 letters, much, 5, allow 2, etc., 3,525,326.2522. The doctor asked him for the nth time. Are you going to try to assassinate Vice President Humphrey? To his great surprise, he answered this time, No, but it was a lie. It is absolutely imperative that the occultist have a sexual relationship with the golem at the time of bringing it to life, since part of what must put it into motion is a affirmative, but to measure the trivial angular velocity of all things I use it, and to calculate the curvilinear integral according to the trajectory of the amount of height. As if instead of being dental pieces, the menhirs of a lost civilization of wizards were presented before the curious eyes of the explorer like supernatural apparitions in fee. Ladrido, von Malsam, my monitor. The situation on the southern front is as follows. The enemy retreated from Adradas, offering successive resistance, strong in adversity. This for personal consumption only, of course. He must not lose sight of reality, not even for a moment, but the others would never guess his doubts. The breasts, and also the faces, once the masks were peeled off, completed the wonder. These animated, changing, and hazy proteins roamed the steppes and fields of Russia. It was indeed a serious martial arts treatise, but for individuals who had 4 legs and 3 arms. It should not be interpreted symbolically, but literally. If you don't sleep with them because your tea is inactive, go ahead and do as you please. The Lord doesn't just sit around being lazy. He's always tired and wants to sleep, because, for all to believe, a single woman who also didn't know absolutely anything about magic, with the only invocatory force of her love, was almost able to achieve what. At last they managed to corner him with some dampness, and hook their hooks into the head of the apostle to repeat the mystery of the stinging of our Lord Trotsky, who died. This is how the whole opera had to take place, singing from this spot, while the action and actors started spinning around him, taking him as the inevitable center of gravity. Sacred center of gravity. End of the tetralogy in the foyer, as people were leaving. Moya Resmio, Siaka, and the Vice-Secretary of the Kratos of Languages gathered. All this proved that they no longer had enough men. They could still recruit 2 or 3 million soldiers, but they would be demoralized and of inferior fighting quality. Nonetheless, the retreat was anything but a celebration. 7 armies were squeezed against the Aral Sea, unable to withdraw and held fast by Sigurinsky. He whistled more than he spoke. "I'm very angry at you, my father, for 2 things. The first, because you have replied to me, although since the beginning I told you not. Monitor is waiting for you. In mid-month at that time, they were in the last days. A new crisis arose. The southern end of the Archangel-Astrakhan line was collapsing. Dicko in another way. As he had no sense of humor, his very dry wit saved him. A joke that reached him fully within all its range could bring about his destruction, nor those of anyone, except, as I said, those of an absurd and suicidal pacifism, something as if to tear the magical wand from one's body in front of the Chishis. Then they moved on to planning their future strategy once the government was taken over. So, among other opinions, he heard Asinius Flaccus say, "If peace does not prevail." When the Soriated troops had surrounded Monitoria, the enemy dictator hurried to arrive before the Russians in order not to share the glory, so that the technocrats could free. It was invented in Campo de Marte for bellicose purposes, but because the slightest spark would put an end to it, it found no application. Thus it passed into commerce. When the head of state was informed of the happenings by Arnoldus the Giant, he said sadly, "It was truly my father, just as I said. Did he not give his life for me?" Now, the character Laiseca had a strange fit. He seemed to be attacked by a very stubborn wave fever. As if victim of a powerful spell, he moved clumsily. "I wanted to talk to you about the nigromancer Isaac Aaron, who betrayed Emperor Comnene and was made to pull out his eyes. The emperor who came after him cut off his hands, and the novel is built from the delirium. It does not have the delirium only as its subject, and in this Laiseca distances itself from art and approaches Bernhard and Pynchon. For a Ciancinita to say that a soldier, upon entering a minefield, stepped on a minute and got volatilibosta is a triviality that does not deserve to be told. Later, so slowly at first that each of the present attributed it to his imagination, a wonderful music began to be heard, like mechanical horses trotting over steel plates. A friend had once told him, "Even my cat, who is perfectly charming in every other respect, appeared a few days ago with a half-alive bird in its mouth and flapping feathers." They asked to be allowed to use other human bones in certain areas, and to support the huge structure with iron beams. The cathedral was to have 80 meters high, 25. Insofar as the king said, "I feel like smoking," the court understood that intercourse had come to a very good and happy end, and the sovereign was taken with great fanfare too. I did not clearly understand the concepts of trade union cosmovision, and this ignorance became its main power, his strength and protection against those who, if they... She gave that name to her cat in honor of Archelaus the Charmers, an enemy of Amadis de Gaula, not because she wanted to ill-treat the latter, but in reason of the fact at Pointe, and we'll have to deal with him, but what did we ever do to telephone's technocratals, or Monitor to have to put up with Farini's shit and his slimy gushings? It was all so desolate that people barely had any fun. They were deprived of thousands of things just to avoid having to endure the terrible waits and improper contacts. It is necessary to arrive at the Wagnerian drama, since only he and only him can encompass the whole metaphysical of a cosmos or point of view of the world, as I say. Thus, almost without planning it, our 2 royal visitors and we arrived at a key venue of the computer center, and also the most important point of this book. The Mask of Buddha, with its simultaneous rejection of suffering and pleasure, is another cunning malevolent simulation, as it aims at the denial of matter and fear. But he did it in such a visible way that he appeared on TV. It wasn't that he dictated them to him. His puppet had memorized them much earlier and didn't need to be reminded. Apparently, when he read it, the Monitor burst out laughing and only commented, "I could have written this myself." People, on the other hand, did not understand how it was. A Japanese in monk's dress came forward to the proscenium and installed himself in front of a Cotter 99. Behind him a few actors, with their faces covered by masks. So a single glassful more, whose contents were to be spilled, and the Bordalusa would explode. He left for 8 days without doing anything, and enjoying the pleasure. Sign of love for the little creature. You paid me back in 15 years. Frankly flexible. In any event, if you want to, you can pay me 1.8 instead of 88 a month. Oh, shit, how the Solias spin in their progression. And one of them, a mathematician, no doubt, continued the tango with a verse from his own making, singing out loud, and you cannot help but look at her, and by theological alchemy, the lack of light in the room becomes only a black dot and empty within his soul, while the room burns within his soul. Certainly what ended up subordinating them entirely was the unexpected munificence, almost we would say extravagance, in troops and determined forces used in the occupation. But the super of the Solianenses ignored something very important. The monitor, in his infinite wisdom, had devised this plan so that they would steal it. Trust in your army. Our soldiers are ready to fight to the finish. Victory, no one has any doubt, is ours, actively followed by silence of radio and television. The Field Marshal Ladrido von Malzahn, commander of the Fighting Unit C, general commander of the 3 invasion army groups, and future member of the General Staff. I would tell you, moreover, that the affair of the hickory and the nettle was not born of an extreme masochism on her part, but rather it was one of the many erotic variants. I won't say that my ideas are great, because it would undervalue them. But yes, they're perfect, wonderful, excellent, unbeatable, extras, superior, precious, inimitable. The worst was that the hurricane, which continued on its uncontrollable course, caused incalculable damage to the Caliphate of Cordoba, which had nothing to do with it, and 20 kilometers an hour. While the self-propelled artifact was putting itself into motion, he started to remember a portion of his secret life that, naturally, nobody knew. A regular distance from these events, one could see Illuminado Carbonario, half-naked, and with a beard in the point, who with disfigured features by terror ran giving turns. But how do you complete it? I thought boards of tree bark could be nailed. No, he's crazy. It would be very heavy, and the hinges would give way soon after. Preparing to destroy the gods, so as to avenge the loss of the ring, at all costs it must be prevented that the monster again seize the ring, for with it he will be invincible. Then, already in the kingdom of Gibichungo, Brunilda seized Siegfried by the arm with Gutruna, and on the hero's finger the Nibelung's ring. Defences of the Evtushenko IV, towards the end, they massacred them without being able to at least destroy an enemy. In this way, little by little, they were killing them all. At the same time, he carried out a breakthrough in the right wing of Segurinsky to relieve the southern sector. This allowed 7 technocratic armies to detach themselves. Neo-eroticism, as many of those who changed his ropitas, or burned incense, myrrh, and lit candles in homage to him, had experienced on their own skin. The record discs, which during that period were the only substance on which one could print, were replaced by huge disposable wax discs that you could only hear once. In fact, the next time Kratos spoke to Monitor, he didn't need to convince him of the project's lack of viability, for he never again mentioned his favorite T-Rex, Tizistinus. The situation is not very pretty there above. Look, General Patroclus, I trust these times 1,000 times more in the camouflage of our pits than in anything else. And there was a trumpet signal made from a silver toad, which killed the rest by means of an enormous mechanical gold snake, its double-headed venomous snake, its Nile snake. Nevertheless, Teng's ideas were highly taken into account by several commanders. As for the technocrats, on the other hand, understood less than anyone what was happening. While he still had in his hand the yellow that gives death, dripping, pointing to the ground like a folded wing of an eagle funeral, Kundry, naked, leaned on his chest without. The total ensemble, on the other hand, was cordoned off by a quadruple row of soldiers with bayonets fixed and steel helmets to prevent any attack and to hold back the crowds. Server mechanisms began to broadcast. Information. Here. Machine 31. Mighty. Indescribably mighty. Big, very big, through the green leaves. Aged and weakened old. Poor and respected grandfather, who saw bitter the last years of his life, for the injuries he was subjected to by the bis NATO and its predecessor. It was on the point of doing so, in the most dialectical way, to kick the screen with a boot, but then it thought that televisions cost a lot to the state, and instead of the state, signed, your classmate's a collection for Farini, who has to die, soon an ugly frog, they make fun of him from behind with a lot of dung. How is it that when she was born? Laiseca hurried to say with clear and firm voice, we need an expert in theoretical physics, we have observed a deviation in the course of intercontinental ballistic. Soria tough, Soria pure, Soria head, from Extremadura. The strikers carried their flags and the banner of the rat with its legs spread out. Brooms are cheap, but not because they have to be more expensive and luxurious. The ones used in the residence of a powerful man are the same as those used in the hut of A. The only one who escaped was the anti-horse patriarch, 10,000 kilometers away, who remained unperturbed after these events, sleeping with girls of 16 years without. However, the proof that this was a magic brick and an authentic relic was that, when thrown on the flames, this object of nearly 4,000 years, which was supposed to be with 1,200 leave motive that we find, we will be able to replace almost all the written language, keeping only a few ineliminable words that will do the job. A single ear, first, to which the choir of noshers replies, alternating with a single caril, which in turn counterpoint with the choir of Xaltheist females. Their throat, he would do it quickly, and the remarkable thing is that while doing so, he kept repeating over and over again, "I am innocent. I have not killed anyone." Everyone thinks a graveyard is a place full of screams and whispers, Bergman, and that's not the case. Just the exclamations of pleasure from orgiasts and the howls of poets. Secret, too. Yes, but that was more so before, when we were the only ones with electric and laser. Now you rarely find a charlatan or a 4-5 gauge. Crack mirrors, the surroundings baits, decoys, and Ulysses' pagan sirens were projected. Thus dressed, he would enter a certain bar to have a little coffee. Enthralled by his own person, and in full autoglory, was ready to listen to the other's story as one who, filled with annoyance, translates from Chinese. He never knew what led him to be so direct and not try previous seduction. It simply came out of his soul. Without being asked, the unknown woman took off her kimono. What was happening was a new variation of the ontological axis of the planet, with its corresponding magical flood, and the origin of such a Nibelunga tragedy was found in the cave. But when the others took him to the site of the accident to show him the crater, monitor what would happen to a judge who was about to condemn Benvenuto Cellini to death, and astral travels may be of two kinds, one like a cinch, for example, in which case the occultist travels to a moment in the past and sees, as in a movie, point by point, the Enrique Cattell, Kratos of the languages, appeared on one side saluting them. "How are you, most excellent lord? Forgive me for not receiving you immediately." The technocrats, on the other hand, sought to get rid of the Solias, or at least expand the national territory to safer borders, before daring to attack the Soviets, because his noble and beautiful and fucking son initiated Margarita into the biz. Thanks to him, she started getting involved with everything, drugs and other things. His sicari, with crystal faces, seemed made from the same flesh as trees, scorched to death. No one saw the calico because he put a machine of illusion in motion. Cartera thought as she looked at the building. It can't be true. Dionysius Issachar would never live locked up. Even though he was poor, he would open the windows to let in air. Leaving out putting in an extra nail, if this savings is extended throughout the construction, we will have left us a reserve of 50 kilos of nails, which then we could use. After having advanced to the line, Obi Estuary, Omsk, Karaganda, Samarkanda, Alma-Ata, and having reached the border with the People's Republic of China, causing another. When he was convinced there was no deception, he improvised a plan to envelop the whole of the enemy's 13th Army, and thus, by breaking the right wing of von Malzahn, stop there. Those women came to hate and love him, both things in an extreme degree. They would end up leaving with someone younger, although they always regretted it in the end, with kicks and karate punches, like the ones apparently delivered by fragile and delicate Japanese women in Tokyo's subway trains. There's Apache, who was born into a criminal. Although the most likely is that in this case either did not propose to kill half of the population of Soria. Great yellow-knobbed grills appeared floating around the room. When General von Guyenteng realized that the technocrats were attacking Goria, he drew his division. No longer a division, but an army fully equipped by the Russians via. Apart from that, we will use solar energy to trigger plastic photosynthesis processes, which will make the structures of plastics become protective shields with a minimum of. At that moment, a centurion entered. Julius Caesar asked, "How are the conjurers of the third military region?" "Primarily dead." "Caesar," replied the man. "Dotage, let's say you'll put off the matter by claiming that because we both live in different countries, surrounded by witnesses, and during a war, it is not possible at this." It seemed like a movie theater that used the old sense-around system for catastrophic effects. A dust cloud obscured the sunlight and began to rain soil and stones. Second, Kratos had spoken from the beginning so rooted in him that there was no room for even remote possibility of lying, as well as no possibility that he could. When the bombings stop, it will be the signal that the war is over. Is there contact with the outside world? Asked the monitor to Enrique Catel, Kratos de las Lenguas. The authors believed that they were inventing geographies and stories. They ignored the fact that, many times, in reality, they were illumination upon real facts which were. It should be made clear that the Chanchilia government had long been receiving tenderly Soviet overprotection. If it sent plenipotentiary ambassadors to technocracy, this was just in the middle of both, because he knew that the monitor had not asked for him, and, on the other hand, an exclusive offer to the visitor would have been a disrespect to Klaus. The papers with which the courtiers cleaned their, let's say, magnificent behind were incinerated in special retorts, calcination, between the smoke of incense, then the ashes. Thanks to the doll of defiction, the other magicians of the secret association could almost turn the occultist, whose double was the doll, into a god when they needed to, and I speak seriously. Monitor, now without irony. Yes, I understand. After a pause, to be inhuman and yet human? What a task! The supporters of the Golden Powers did nothing to defend the referee. On the contrary, although they did not participate directly, with cheers and claps they prepared for the talk. But in the intimacy of your heart, you know that it supplies you with the devil of small thoughts. Thus, in this way, he tried to convince himself it will all change later. A Pichincha of a woman. But let's go back to our declining saint, that man about whom they first spoke, whose demonic temptation was to yield to the desire for a little glass. The cycle of concerti grossi, that the Chinese Wagnerian provided a few months later, surpasses the previously mentioned because it gets much closer to the modern idea of sentencing and didactic tone. Humor is bad, not smoking is worse, and if you don't look at yourself, you're about to lose one of your lungs. Someone will have to take care of that task. You can't leave all the work to the ants, he remarked in an hermetic way, without giving more explanations, and he added, So, in doing so he was, when he felt that a hand held him by the bunch of genitals. He stopped dead and looked down. Nothing. Naturally, no one's hand was squeezing him. Something that he didn't like. Great-great-grandfather, don't be the involuntary cause of your own death. The old man, terrified, turned pale, and never again made any attempt. My most transcendent speeches. Kratos, still incredulous. This is already too much. But is there a person in the world who completely accepts what they are? Then she remembered that her husband had kept in a shelf of his workshop an iron object with many parts soldered and screwed together, which to all appearances neither served. They caressed the combat zones on themselves, opened and closed their legs. When they had to speak, they did so with a hoarse voice. The correct word is horse and left. Character Issachar, who was keeping watch over him from afar by making one astral after another, appeared at Liliana's house before she had time to call the police to report the affair. He knew, of course, that those words were not his. He heard them from another, possibly from the inventor of the torture, whoever it was, one of his assistants, probably, but it wouldn't happen so quickly. First, magical Haranias would breed to fill the broken houses of the dead esoterists with Haranias, and the defenses devices of Fathaid. The scientific provisions in that occasion reached the ridiculous. To avoid that the soldiers died of cold when they took off their trousers to defecate, had adapted a kind. The master seemed to take for granted that human beings are born with 4 legs, 2 in the places where most human beings have them, and a 3rd and 4th behind. To achieve the dreaded planetary convulsion sought, it would only be necessary to detonate 50 thermal bombs, each of 40 megatons, strategically and with discretion. Nests of the solstices. There, along those ice-free rivers, dozed alongside the bread trees, tremendous ichthyosaurs, each large and thin like a shield. In another area, A hunchbacked dwarf with green skin was peeling away. From a large plastic bag he was pulling out bloody pus, cancers, and tuberous growths. "Come and make me the strong minaret of your invisible pagoda, lover of the 33 shadows, the single minaret of your house without doors or windows. Come, descend. Room for dances from the theatre, dining room and bar for dancers and singers, exclusive for this elite, and analogues for workers, scenery builders, carrots and plumbers. They sing their absurd things. The Nibelung Alberich appears, who with wooing tries to seduce them. They reject him, for which their fury increases by degrees. He will no longer give up the ring. They are leaving, lamenting the hero's arrogance. The woman who will inherit that day, the jewel, return it to Rhine with better will. Him." The laser beam went up harmlessly into space. With a roar, the Soviet launched himself with his head lowered, striking it on the skeleton's ribcage base, and a snow of an extremely strange and unknown white, and something like long green icicles, sticking like swords into huge heaps of almost edible yellow ice cream. I can't imagine how Soritov thought he would solve some things, if the police would chase criminals with faster elevators and equipped with sirens, or if in case any public. De repente, un silencio rigido se produjo en el grupo. Alguien, a quien aún no veía, surgió desde uno de los accesos. From his leaf quarters and undergrounds he emerged as a ghost, employing what he called the dragon's tactic of biting and retreating. Its eyes will be two tremendous headlights, whose rays will descend to the earth, illuminating the fields on our sacred festival nights. The streets of Monitoria were frozen. This procedure increased costs, as it increased the number of tons of water used, and the amount of container materials, in addition to many other things. More specialized. A few you will judge, but they died prematurely. "I suppose so," he said, turning to Zappallo, who accompanied him. "As a prize, you may enjoy the pleasure of beheading. If I send you a letter like the one you suggest, the sorcerers of Soria will intercept it and somehow manage to make it public. They're going to say, 'Come on, the blocking, the great seal to prevent Atlantis from rising from the bottom of the abyss.' 4 big parentheses and a less big E close in a big square parenthesis. Finally, a war-like people." He was buzzing with excitement and complete happiness, listening to the Prague Symphony by Mozart, while his disciples gazed at him enraptured. Desperate resistance, and inching closer to the state headquarters installed on Eagle's Terrace. If necessary, they would destroy every meter with 100 tons of bomb. From us, the great losers of history, unless we were obviously as crazy and degenerate as Caligula, the world will always ask itself if we felt any guilt for the real ore. In the state of New York, the common starling passer domesticus consumes 900 tons of weed seeds during each winter, and an equivalent amount of insects, and values are defined on the battlefield, and suddenly someone who is recognized stops being it, and another, dark and almost invisible, goes into the public light, and if you've got it written there, losing control. "You were reading my writings," the quiet Soria replied. "Did I do something wrong? How could you have done that wrong?" As the technocratic Siberia, with temperatures of 30 to 40 degrees below zero, where only stunted vegetation grew, and the steppe, for many days a year, was beaten by Chapter 21. The picture monitor, after the party following the hearing, and enhanced by vodka, which does not mean drunk, because only cyanide would have turned that animal. Monitor, missing but hungry. My dessert? If I didn't ask for any dessert. A shiver shook the chamberlain. "Well, leave it. It's good." After the time has elapsed, and following a rest of 2 minutes, sustained by both feet, or only one, as the condemned may wish, he can touch at will with either limb, which they aim to achieve with this precaution that a mummy of thousands of years, dissected also by the brutal dehydration of the desert, would eventually be able to come back to. The Soria displays a healthy and athletic figure, from working at car-wash facilities. Soria shakes his head dejectedly at the sight of a pitiful figure in the corner. "G. Olguais, anda ubidein. La-la-lali, lalu-lari lalu." That's when Issika began to tune in to the wave. It's impossible for a man of only 100,000 years to have caught cancer. Well, believe it or not, it is like that. In addition, you should know that you can. Night, the blood field. They looked like oil wells burning, or bonfires to burn the dead against the plague. The oral piece already consigned acquired quick fame. Thumb 56, so that he showed all the baldness underneath, but more than his eccentric appearance, what caught my attention was that he continuously took yogurt from a flask. After the specified time, a type that I had not seen before, and who appeared suddenly from an imaginary door character, Laiseca, was scared, but managed to control himself on. De Huesca y Bobadilla moved his head with approval and seriousness. Exactly right when the guy is still alive, but with that shorter part, he won't dare to say it again. Furniture placed at its bottom, and a small library completely occupied by 25 books. They were real volumes, but obviously the whole shelf and its contents. It is a utopia to think in such countries there will be respected an individual decision. Inevitably the social pressure will crush the dissident, or worse yet, the one who... So great was the fury with which he charged that his small spear went through one of the defeated dwarves, hitting the breastplate of the first giant, and coming out by his heart. Here is the translation into English. They already do it for him with double ease. Pascualitas firmly denied. Not enough, not enough. Ecstatic. Part. When it exceeds a critical point or maximum height, the lower receptacle bursts. And it doesn't matter that the tube isn't very thick, only that it be high enough. Back room. Oh, darling. A short while later, a plump woman, not entirely lacking in attractions, and very small, emerged from behind. She was medium height and elegant. His hair was oxygenated, and had a stupid face, but by Mohammed, owner of the most beautiful pair of tits that he had ever seen in his life. Another one, Monitor observing him with curiosity. No more jokes, huh? Oh, why not? Go on, go on. What's next? What new joke are you going to pull on yourself? The technocratic head of state sent you a very terse note through a neutral consulate that said, Giudete, we must say the same part that the virile enseo sorita, which, because no nation, however populous, would have enough soldiers to militarily occupy such a huge country. However, this was indispensable, at least in the Monitor's idea. Brutal phrase. In a speech delivered yesterday, etc., etc., a beautiful thing. With me would come a renaissance of despotic arts. Otherwise everything wasn't lost. The iron from the unsinkable machine, which had been reduced to a pile of wheels and half a casing, went to an industrial furnace. Monitor, on the other hand, naturally defended the poems, but tried to shift the girls' attention away from the teacher. Dionysios Laiseca, with a thought, it must be him. They thought to invite the very dictator of technocracy to attend the gala function of the inauguration. The box had a sign that read, You are the bricklayer of all things. Seeing the hero's passion, Gunther offers his sister's hand. In return, he asks for help to conquer Brunhilde, a maiden who rests surrounded by fire on a certain mountain. Caryatids. The skeleton marched 3 steps by an airy caprice, falling then on the frozen earth, with all its adornments, trappings, fittings, and panelling. Perhaps it wasn't so much that the battle raged over ice, but at a very normal temperature. Amidst ruins covered in dust, no snow at all, and surrounded by vast heaps of sand. They became technocrats, in that sense, since they made an electronic machine prepared to generate 2 billion words per minute, and which pronounced them quickly with their vowel. El Kratos de Abastecimientos, in his desperation, said the first thing that came to mind. Mi soriato hay muchos sabotadores, sin duda. Not even the very goddess Kali in person had descended from heaven beneath a Russian uniform. Non Pericete Laiseca thought that he had gone too far with Sigurinsky. In the distance, a horrifying explosion could be heard, shaking the room's windows. The expansion wave would have sufficed to destroy these, were it not for the force screens. If we abandon the duero, the collapse will come. There will not even be any need to fantasize about me being on this side again next year. Chanchin del Sur is only a plug. Other. But how can it be? What is it about this man's voice, his persuasion, and his persuasive abilities that was enough to convince him after only 2 minutes of talking? Just as he lifted his head from the floor, a spark fell on the building's swirls, and after a flash of fire, the whole front disappeared. Ketel was astonished. He got up. Looking at all this, Kratos told his infravisizab, Our goal is coming to us with another Northern Lights. The one mentioned turned his head to look at him attentively. I am innocent. Bearded to the Monitor. You got it wrong. You guessed his intention. The man noticed. Monitor nodded. Yes, he caught on. Well, Mr. Abderrahman Nettetin proposed to end the war when this no longer gave excuses for technocratic influence to end, without mercy, all foreign influences. For instance, squawk loudly and full of despair, while the anti-Mozarts have everything. We burned the clothes, we indulged in orgy. New Year, ragged eggs. The two elderly men laughed softly. After ordering a double monitor with ice, Telefonico III took the newspaper. A few moments later, he exclaimed, "Listen!" Long time. Until exhaustion, but so did almost all of the monitor, that extremist, and in this he was accompanied by most technocrats, including his Kratos. According to the doctrine advocated by our state, two Solias can be spoken of, completely different, an ancient, antique, and already defunct. On the other hand, a healthy but prudent distrust of the Soria government seems reasonable to me. A possible Chanchilia-Russian alliance would preserve us from any Soria aura. The lieutenant and aide-de-camp opened a secret door, and, through it, several horrendous old ragged men, like those who were bound in omnibuses, rushed into the hall and for the Soriator, the people are his private property, not an enormous and unique responsibility divided into millions. For me, the Soriator can go to hell. This work, in which with the best will they cannot stop finding frankly reactionary trends, full of selfishness, and of which we believe and hope Meichlink himself is not fully, had the passport and proceeded to fill it out. After getting hold of the paper, Laiseca II started giving it endless spins with his hands while looking at it thoughtfully. He went so far as to meddle with plants, for according to him, no one, on the basis of the laws of nature, has a right to contradict the will of his creator and prophet of it. Remind you, through sweet reproaches alone, with only one assistant in our corrector's cellars, you must not forget again that the green book of the brown beast orders. You had to hurry and not make mistakes on the tiny machine's keyboard, for if the electronic signals were too slow or came incorrectly, tubes that shot out poisonous gas. And since the Barbudo wasn't entirely familiar with the Neo-Cyrillic alphabet of the technocrats, Monitor had to translate the text in response to his question. What does this is? After the attitudes of others became less rigid, the state leader smiled and said to Zappallo, I had a great idea. We could legalize treachery so that it can be used. Theory suffers the breaks of reality. The Russian comrades can be unmatched teachers in teaching us how to rule a people who possess the history, psychology, and sacrifice. I am very happy with my dead, with Penelope and Palmyra. In fact, none of this last was true. The Laiseca character was not necrophilic or had such night shows. Super re casa y pesca del mundo. Dionisios Laiseca dijo, porque si te doy el mando, puedes talar los bosques de Siberia. In the midst of complete silence, Kratos said with charisma, By the decision of the powers, in accordance with the balance and justice that governs the cosmos, I order that. At that moment, I traveled through the Sorial astral files, since I wanted to save time on an investigation I had to make, and the others, who by chance were also consulting. Then he proposed, Why don't we go into a tunnel and go to the Monist Palace? The two officials left the cafeteria and entered a small room in the monitor room that had been... We managed to catch this specimen alive, who was in a high degree of drug addiction at a now defunct bar. We hooked him just as he was consuming his usual overdose. Chapter 105. The Caliphate of Cordoba declares war after the fall of Chanchin del Norte. Protelia was completely surrounded. I was drawing a pair of black silk breasts. When doctors asked him why he always did the same thing, he said it was they could approach Goethe's death, because, as they thought, in addition, in deep pits without pendulums, the etceteras were found, a wonderful word that includes all those things I have forgotten to mention. Opera. And speaking of musicians, let me tell you that here we have the astral information of the greatest artists who have existed. Would you like to see what it's about? Otherwise, from the ground down, it would have been necessary to dig 25 more floors before finding the true earth. All this was nothing but blackened logs half buried. From that moment on, he made a pact with his own ad-lib to drive the obsequious one out of the reigning house. The nodding neck wanted nothing more than to make amends with Al. A real funeral altiplano of vibratos, The bacons, from the stands and platforms, did not miss any detail, thanks to their trumpets and long-range scopes. Laiseca, with tears in his eyes, and already without knowing what he said. At least, the ditch that cost us so much to dig. Sure enough, among the technocracy there were a few men of yellow skin, who called themselves Chinese or Central Country inhabitants. The Monitor even had several of these. Near also all these shooting polygons. Since the enemy already begins to bombard our cities with its long-range artillery, we have large underground depots filled with it. It was curious, but from a certain moment on, it didn't feel any colder than before. At that height, the ladder made pendulum movements of almost half a kilometre. The barbarians were incredulous at that legion, with the standards flying in the wind, approaching them, as if instead of a few thousand men, it were made up of countless. The head of state, even at that moment, remembered that he basically lived to boost the others. Therefore, overcoming himself, he extended a hand, took the dessert. First, they filled his chest box with bacon slivers, trimmings, scraps, and several cow heart. Muscular piltrafas were tied to devices and perones with wires. There are at least 3 fanaticisms fighting to death among themselves, that of Soriator, that of the Russians, and ours. Our is a way of saying it, of course. Interior lines. The current armaments make it very difficult to take successive action against 2 or more enemies, my Lord Prime Minister, since the processes usually take. Because this is how people are. A brave technocrat should exist who doesn't shudder at the mockery and scorn. Schubert wrote the first bars of the 3rd movement. On the next March 15th, that is, on the Ides, you will approach him with a fake pack of cigarettes which I will give him. He took from the toga, chest section. Someone, half in jest, but impressed by the faces of those who made up that extraordinary army, asked Perichete where he was going. This made a real blusher with Anne. The country was called the Celestial Empire of the Snow-White Nabi Mint. The royal family was quite curious, as it had some sort of reverse primogeniture, place in order to intercept the Nibelungen route. Maybe, thanks to a miracle like never seen, I will save my world despite everything indicating to abandon such hope. In addition, look, Laiseca, today is Saturday and you don't have to work, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, because maybe the above statement is only an optimism on our. The mask is ripped off, and below there is an ebullient gush of anti-artistic energy, like worms, and you see the shadow of the antidote being nebulously cut over the wall. The gods' names were Monocatica, Baitkapoca, Tritaltetoko, Tetrankeltuk, Pentacoltuco, and Exapletelico. Enrique Soria died at the age of 33 from sarcocystine. Red spots began to form all over his skin, principalmente in the face, and a sort of brains. There's enough for everyone. If, after distributing them among his favourites, he had some left over, he would throw them at the crowd, and all, men and women, would rush too. Move your hips. Twirl. The former ambassador stepped forward in an uncharitable way from his silence. There was that monster again, bothering him. However, there is still a lot to improve if we want to surpass the indices set by the state's plan. Many materials are still wasted. The raw material is expensive. Generous, it sometimes took a minute to dedicate to astral inquiry to solve other people's problems. A miracle, unique, powerful, and robust case. Seconds later, Monitor and Barbudo came out of the rectangle, which now formed an enormous slab in addition to the checkered pavement of their rest house, in the garden of that they issued, trumps as elephants. They were inserted strips of fabric in their mouths to prevent subsequent groans and cries, which would fill the musical performance. Not all of it, of course, just the piece that records the cessation of its vital functions. Will there be convulsions? Willows asked with quite a bit of interest. Oh, I think you're partly right, but in everything I'm right. Doubtful, it might be. Yes, it might be. The other, passionate, not might be, is, do you see, humanity. Not only is 1917 the year of the Russian Revolution, but the 1880s and the 1890s mark the rise of trade unionism worldwide. He longed for a funeral and romantic, throwing a virile and mournful, the deuce Italy, the queen of the sea, extending his fist. What power! And sure, and there goes another. The 7th seal doesn't open the parchment. but instead closes it forever. Already rolled up, it and the universe disappear. Smiling, he meditated on the following. A single explanation occurs to me. A worker, in defiance of all order, since they probably don't allow them to smoke while they work. The great opportunity to prove that they are superior to the defeated gang. Apart from this, other reasons such as revenge, capriciousness, etc. To end the matter, he played an innocent and harmless joke, referring to Achilles' tortoise 124. But they were not willing to tolerate any jokes of any kind or sort. Do not take it as a precedent. A break, and I will return to classicism. As my friend says, only the strong will remain. A technocrat woman had just woken up with her man. The surprise had its limits, however. Once the river was frozen, the hunters who came behind crossed over the ice-covered surface. It was even faster and easier than before. All the technocratic effort was concentrated in Russia. For this reason, they were forced to leave the Solias calm for the moment, giving them the opportunity to recover. The erosion that has occurred to the top of the finger of the Colossus. Lenin extends his right-hand index finger, pointing more or less towards the sky, throughout the sky, great totem of the frozen lands of Manitoba. Thus I found out through a progression of 32 approximate horoscopes. Let me explain to you, most excellent Lord. Parallelopipedinsky. Your Excellency sometimes used to lock yourself in a small meditation room free of noise, on whose walls there were posters that said, "Two, already spoken about." Each tried to find it by their side. They were roads. She chose the orgasm, a civilization so perfect that it doesn't leave ruins. It looked like a pentagram, only that instead of 5 lines it had many, at such a point that they had to join or staple new posts and continue climbing. The men tried to seduce the women with flattery and captivating compliments, while they paid more attention to how the rivals were dressed, criticizing their big bellies. That the screens were genuine terror and were fully justified, for the floor opened up and they fell 2 meters lower down. By a miracle they did not die. Instead, they suggested considering whether it would not be better to attack Baskonia, eliminate the exarchal state which this country had enclaved in the north, and after. But time was against his provisions. When the Russians were fighting in retreat, abandoning Omsk, they had never been surrounded at any point. Sigurinsky was closing the ropes. For the enemy, it's practically impossible to know where the napalm will fall, since if a parachute is over their heads, the wind can have shifted it after the bomb detached. The silence is absolute. He sees the frozen seas of Greenland, the Indian Ocean, in which a small red coral has sunk at the bottom, no bigger than a pearl. The operation by no means gave the 107,000 required. To solve this serious problem, they created a kind of resonance between the capital and the countryside. Devoured his liver? Such a sentence this one owed to the envy of Antissa, who walked around doing his thing later. Not satisfied with his feat, he diverted attention by, "So much pomp and circumstance won't last. Sing rather the mused skulls and rust-eaten bones, for they too have their terrible beauty and are eternal." It's a theological war between Wotan and the Antissa. We would be lost precisely because Anti-Sir exists. He uses men who are his victims, all men. The despot said this in private, exploding into one of his legendary tantrums as a monitor of other times. I'm sick of those incompetent generals who oppose my cataclysmic. But since we melt iron in electric furnaces, we can use coal to make plastics. Not a small thing, I'll tell you that for sure. Try to be brief on the technical details. Climbing onto a high rock, he begins to call out to those great masses of grey while wielding his hammer. "Come, come, come, he, come to me, mist!" Sorita has released Soria and tries to take South Chanchin before we finish evacuating the runaway North Chanchin. Thank God we've already evacuated Goria. Enough! Then he smiled brightly, with his platinum hair and gentle waves, dressed in expensive white clothes, and with one eyebrow raised. Everything was the same as her. No sooner had Kratos finished speaking, in the instant itself, without a silence or discontinuity of any kind, the fraternists went on talking about their business. Kratos, who was much more influential than he supposed, permeable to the energy of the first gravitational field that reached, said with bitterness, "Zapalo is the symbol." Without Valdez Laiseca having to say too many words, only with the beginning of the Parliament, the other already realized that he spoke as if the artist in question had died. I want to say that the repertoire of what we call Argentine literature does not form part of Laiseca's horizon. He has other writers and other traditions in mind. Give them well hard until little lights come out of their asses. Those undesirable procumenies continued like that for another 10 interminable minutes. Accused's signature, in the absence of the prisoner, who couldn't sign as he was cut off from communication, the infravices subsecretario of the Kratos de las Lenguas signed. In another area of war, the technocracy was fighting with its troops against the guerrilla Norchanchinita infiltrators who were entering the caliphate of Cordoba from. A huge silence fell in the room. Then he went on, "Your men didn't understand that. They preferred to go to sleep instead of fighting the little devils from the north. According to my opinion, that book is more in favor than against it." The monitor apparently had no idea whatsoever of the effect that his statements and displays had on. Robot, continue with the meticulous description of 270 tortures and 150 pleasures. My memory assumed it would be of your interest. The story was that the others also tried hard. Besides, a sly Mr. Janavista Salome son of a bitch always appeared, who broke all records, and then the others had to follow. The worst was that they had already lived there for 10 days, receiving the charges of the place, with their sexes perhaps irreversibly affected, and the brains inside A. Coco said to his protector, Master, don't you guess what I've found? Gola was behind and didn't plan to waste energy finding out what they were going to say anyway. There, where everything is full of ball bugs and the Isicars of San Antonio, Issachar III. Send him to the Chicas salt pits, as Father Stalin used to do. The doctors periodically examined the corpse, verifying that it remained resolutely dead. The fact was so solid that it couldn't help but be considered exceedingly bizarre. Then, like a cicada on an wing, they brought him from the border to the monitor, who, having been informed already, was waiting for him with his best funeral face. Him will finally make him fully confess more. His enthusiastic confession will be so far-fetched that it will force us to put a gag on him to shut him up. He went up to the door and let him go through. The other entered, dripping his green drool. He opened his mouth without teeth and said, I lost my toothache on the way. Let's say instead that the Union must take stock of itself, of its abilities and limitations. Understand what is unbreakable and eternal. Thus deprived of his lance, he took out the white sword with which he was famous, and he started to hit with such accuracy from left and right, without noticing the countless. Penelope and Palmyra, meanwhile, with beautiful courtly rhetoric, talked about lace and dresses. They swung their blue parasols and drew delicate drawings on the deck of Thea, because the apparatus, in its previous state, dehydrated victims. They came out transformed into small bricks that, once covered by a layer of acrylic, lasted indefinitely. It's a pop detail, he told the victim when this one, intrigued, asked him what that barrel was for, all decorated with doodles to disguise it, empty and covered. One of the fundamental differences with other countries was that budgets were not generally calculated in monetary terms, but rather each state structure had a certain amount. Monitor, on the other hand, definitely fed up with serious conversations, theological, political, and wishing to rest, even for a moment. He tried to change the subject while, corner, from the smelting of the plaster of the detainees, 126. They came out by a secret door, to the surprise of the camp guards, who whited. Similar to the grind of a gigantic magical machine, made of iron, gold, silver, platinum, and purified alloys with 100 liters of mercury. Secondly, I ordered the 22nd and 70th Divisions to carry out a demonstration towards Adradas, which would be intense enough for it to appear plausible, and finally keep the pier. Note from the machine transcriber. 35 of the writers' functionaries and writers of the technocracy, whether scientists or not, have recently adopted the custom of constructing. There you'll find a triumphant eagle, of heroic size and stone, with its wings spread out in a solar expression. It could be seen from a great distance. As I said, the cauldron was trilling happily those memories, and its unforgettable encounter with the astral memories of Ricardo Wagner, without paying attention to the Fiat. In this sense, her name, Katara Issachar, was prophetic, since the Cathars were ascetics who did not have children 154. Part of the facade was in the plateresco style typical of Spain, copied from the front of the University of Alcalá de Soria, which Mr. Moyaresmio liked very much. And so I say, because such bread, hard as stalactites, well deserved the name of scrap. But he didn't let go. One night 7 of them surrounded him in a corridor. The water from the majestic river will wash away the deadly jewel, both of its curse and dangerous power, and all men and gods can breathe tranquilly. The obese singer had really been in an accident-prone performance. His clothes began to burn. Then the firefighters almost buried him with sand buckets, so he was almost... This is a fragment from the combat diary of some of the generals of the Central Army Group. I asked for Ladrido von Malzahm's opinion about the continuous Russian progress on a stationary fixed sun center, and immobile and incorruptible the gods' groups of horsemen hooves, burning red. Everything seems to have returned a black circle with their... Then we will call our form of government technocracy, with a K in the middle, to indicate the difference with the classic concept of chichi-technocracy. Oh, if he doesn't like. Architecture is the only region of contact between arts and sciences. It has much of both, and so, from this node, all branches and growths are open. Others understand it as a final battle between technocrats and Solias, or a total war against the Soviet Union. But the problem is much deeper than that. Kratos, thanks to his great experience in psychology, monitorial customs and practices, realized it immediately, but he continued, pretending not to notice anything. He believes that dreams is synonymous with projects, bridges, roads, buildings a kilometer high, and it is in part, but not exclusively. He strangled at least 8 of his mothers in the crib. Hundreds, thousands of people have been murdered by this filthy beast in their talking crypts for the terrible crime. But the other Kratos wasn't ready to allow himself to be dissuaded. He insisted a lot. Finally, and in order to get rid of him, Aristarchus gave his consent. Atrinchering behind his many machines, many of which were of his own creation, knew how to withstand attacks and act as an important logistical support center for those who... He handed it to Kundry and said, "My wife, before you, will help me do it." She brought the torch closer, and the kerosene burst into flames with a deafening explosion. Because the Antissa prepares to eat up your best teeth, character Ithaca also threw these thoughts away, and, in addition to abandoning physically the Saurias, he also, in addition, as they no longer worked, they read a lot, and had acquired the mannerisms of the rich with which misfortune for sport had caused them to lose their fortunes. I think this, nevertheless, as well as I dreamed my lack of troops, but as comfort see upon waking, that yes, they have, I think, say, all those who in react to an atrocious... Impossible for them to overlook even the slightest gleam on his face. Then, he continued, all affront will be washed away with blood, and why don't you know that? And delicious treats still more so by the woman's screams of terror lackey, told another while he'd puffed on a cigarette. Ah, what a beautiful day for mischief! Well, who asked them to be that way? And because he was contrary to the sought-after ends, they will go to the eternal darkness of non-being, contrary to the sought-after ends. He could not communicate, because instantly came out the subscriber owner of the circuit. Hello, Iska character. Yes, from the technological phones. We're testing, 380 meters out of area. And how so much? Extraordinary facilities. Peribolon! Full of fury. They've got me pissed off with those facilities stuff. In the early morning he got up, and was lucky enough to find a small bar, where, despite looking at him bad, they served him 2 coffees with milk and 10 pastries. Isikataka. Little convincing. Rifanfunyo Isekata then concluded, "It is so easy for the little shitches today to fake a document." Normally, the monitor took 2 seconds and a half to pronounce that word, and yet he failed to utter the other, referring to the excision of languid, oscillating pendulums. Monitor and Barbudo continued their journey along the spiral. They arrived at a compound, with thick walls, entirely made of a lead tin alloy. And if he brought him to the presence of the regal one was not so much because that other loved him, but because, as far as megalomania goes, it did not go in line with the fear has. He had already prepared a stove behind the curtains. After picking up the glass pieces, he was going to put them inside and make, right there, a new and symbolic chalice. For in the end, what was the wonderful secret that forced the other one to disguise himself in full technocracy. His ignorance. He must have waited some years. The woman, simple and not cunning, or, if you want, with the elementary slyness of uneducated people and few lights, instead of getting suspicious, thought the other was. It's a nightmare that comes back to haunt me every so often. Now I see my father running around the room with huge scissors to cut off my ovide adder, which had already come. Surely these bastards, to solve their agonizing problem of living space, must have houses built underground. And they are wide, very wide, the greedy ones. Of bewildered admiration escaped from the novitiates, while the veterans, before such an incentive, their eyes lit up. The priestess would lie down on her back on the altar. The author of the report, Truchet Issachar depersonalized by a bolt of lightning from the divan, due to his book, who was quite blocked from a sexual point of view throughout. Soria would recover from her wounds and could treat on an equal footing with Russia. The Bolsheviks would certainly think twice before attacking the victorious armies of Sora. Trained to the capital of Soria, where Sorrieta was waiting for him, when Pedro Ignacio found out that Sorrieta himself was going to receive him, he made a shit in his pants. After 3 months of the campaign, the technocrats occupied all of Eurasia Russia, from Vorkuta to the south of the Aral Sea, with the Ural Mountains as the maximum limit. The technocrats placed before the glacial crowd a poster of Estival's letters, Ode to the philosophical peseta for me. Pesetas, editors. Oh, please, my sergeant, I'm running out of words. And it's such a dead language. English is also a dead language, sure enough spoken by 500 million people. The fortified quadrilateral that surrounds the capital of Sorrieta obsesses me. I think about that whore area day and night, not ceasing for a single moment. But the orders of the feared benefactor were carried out to the letter, without questions and without complaint. If he had taken a liking to him, let him proceed accordingly. Or, quickly and in solidarity, organized rescue groups. Night had already fallen. However, the brightness of the eruption made it seem like full daylight. The lustful one, with an agonizing noise, fainted. They woke her up with slaps. Come on, lady. Wake up, it's time to give birth. I can't. It is an undignified piece on the first floor, the balcony overlooking the street, which comes down. One day the ceiling will fall on him, crushing both him and his birds. 157 Wotan is furious and is about to attack, but Leuge begs him not to intervene. With flattery he shows himself impressed by Alberic's power. And now, miserable wretches, you have all traces of arrogance erased, the 4 last surviving encyclopedists presented before the head of state with lowered heads. All are engaged, whether they know it or not, in a furious battle against the black host of Honegger, Schonberg, Stockhausen, Bela Bartocki, and others. The bearded one said, laughing, "Who knows? Maybe the project was feasible, but Eusebio Aristarco wasn't in the mood for jokes. Leave me alone with your nonsense. The arrow shot is outside of it, but so is the victim. The arrow that sacrifices even hurts me, too. In truth, I am a slave and without irony at all." He was in charge of good part of the national treasury, the entirety of the armaments, full powers over the transports for which these were almost under his dependence, and applause so. Comrades, now that we've suffered this setback, we must make a supreme war effort, because only through sacrifice and superior leadership can we win. He took it as a personal thing, like if Wagner had created his opera exclusively to annoy her. Kundry was another character she rescued. She found it magnificent. Painful anatomical investigations with him that lasted a month or 2. But they were more interested in unmasking technocrats than in exacting personal vengeance. They are triumphant dialectics, after all. But the tide of history, as our Russian friends say, will also throw them into the rubbish heap. The tide of red pollution. They are only moved by 2 things: recognition from others, with all the honors and praises of life that brings with it, and the ability to carry out their projects. Where would they have gone without my gallows parades, my talking crypts, my automatic firing squad orchestra, and my electric chairs collective? How can they not understand? Into fetal aura. To my taste they shone like jade pieces. He loved to play with those old objects, like a paleontologist full of affection, caress his fossils. The derivative of GE concerning U is squared. It's a hard road to understanding, and when you understand and are completely humanized, death comes. So the crew of the armored vehicle tried to save energy for the case. Despite everything, a significant battle presented itself. "Gustavo, shall we hit it now?" Kratos was offended. "But my dear Kundry, black humor is the best way to mock that lady whom you fear to mention. I forgive you for your youth. It was a magnificent joke." At the moment of impact, the hunter was stuck with the track fixed on the frozen ground, in the center of a sort of igloo whose walls were at 80 degrees below zero. Aristarchus himself, "Why didn't you tell me, Monitor, that we were going to lose the war? I would have had a giant spaceship made occupied with Earth. I forgot that." I imagine a picture here, not in the one that is before me, but in one that would exalt the triumph of the being with the same chromatics. How beautiful it could have been! The ambassador of Chanchilia, an astute and unflappable man who carefully steered the tricky relationship between his government and that of the Monitor, said to him one day, "A powerful monarch in his chariot like a tarot card, crushing hieratic enemies, the high and low relief. The throne hall and hyperstyle room. I mean, Comrade Kaminsky," continued the aide, "that for the purpose of external propaganda, and as a result of your great discovery, we could spread this slogan." After getting up, he went to the best tailor's and bought clothes worth several thousand solidores. That afternoon he ate lunch at the most expensive restaurant in town. But at that very moment, when his tongue-tip was already sticking to his teeth to start articulating the first word, something strange happened. At first, our man believed that the new religion was just a political mask. So far as changed its attitude, in fact, it came near the head of state to propose him importance. When the machine finally stopped, the door did not open, nor did the camel's smile make any attempt to vary such a situation. "Stay still, Laiseca," he said to her. "But let me tell you here that, for his great misfortune and grief, the IEEs snatched him from one eye just as he was about to cross the dividing line between the two. Paralipidinsky began to sing his rock with a horrible yet beautiful voice. I thought I was stepping on an orange, and it turned out to be a cloud of locusts. I believe from the ceiling descends a cavern darkness that erases the head of the Titan. The rest of his body seems to be made of rubber, while it is still felt a faint reddish glimmer. Heart set on the Union. You care more about this than that. That's an ideological superstructure. That's fine. It's an ideological superstructure. And what? The pleasure they both felt is something you couldn't understand. Then it was agreed among them that she should stay with the Queen, since she would not find anywhere else. A cataclysm, such as the one on Krakatoa Island, at least, leaves something behind, released energy and ash in the stratosphere that slowly falls. She, at most, would say in some gathering, everyone was looking for the perfect square Beludo or pattern ball, and they come happy because finally they have found it. It did not matter to him that he was destroying it, as long as he received that Parnassus of magnificent summits, more appropriate for the century of Pericles than for A. And the thinkers who want to free themselves from this mania fall into postmodernism, which is the final result, to which all the absurdity of previous quantum mechanics. This boy plays the viola, but is a quack. He always has a bad trip that makes you sick, acidified but wrong, you see, wandering on negatone waves. Chapter 102. The Invasion of North. Chanchin. The civil war in South Chanchin had become increasingly unbearable for the Techocracy. In the first 2 weeks of the struggle, they took Riga, Novgorod, Smolensk, and laid siege to Leningrad. This last city would fall 4 days later. As I said before, and continuing with my little theological despotism, you were completely wrong to assume that the elephant of Porcelain's prehensile appendage had anything. After his loving frolicking, part of which consisted in rubbing against the trousers of the men and gently biting the feet of women, they turned their wings, revealing a pair. But it was worth it. The Decameron of Gaula, after finishing his work, hurriedly headed to the monitorial fortress. The monitor was about to listen to complicated Japanese. All these sites were designed so that access could be gained by climbing or descending on pegs, like the troglodytes, and so that the heavy objects stored there could be. There existed, centuries ago, in a corner of every opera hall, a place called the Gaspillo. There were thrown the alms and fees for singers. Son, Siegfried. Sierkai shook his head disapprovingly. Illustrious, please, nothing. I don't listen. I am the ghost director, and I will die in my opera house. From the Russian lines rose a stream of vectors that, upon being discharged, formed an enormous red and yellow plane, large Persian fan. At once they presented him with all his property and wealth. Women between the ages of 12 and 45 were put at his immediate disposal for any command he might give. While these scenes were taking place near the Soviet High Command, the last pockets of resistance, made up of reduced technocrats to skin and bones, fought ferociously. I had the classical idea: government by technicians. Being a technician, I thought it would be some kind of king or satrap, and very calmly I waited for my satrapy. On the pedestals, with card and dust covers, there were bombs of all types, thermonuclears, low power, and that only used before the war against the guerrillas of Chanchin Dale. All the expected disadvantages took place punctually. But here came the great surprise. None of their benefits was presented. The situation did not improve even for a moment. The tea ceremony lasted half an hour, and its officers knew that they must not trouble him for any reason. The correlation of forces had turned in favor of the technocracy. If we lose, I'll have to kill myself before the Russians get hold of me. The least a man can expect, having held such a high position as I have, is to keep his dignity intact. Attitudes like that won him a reputation as an intolerant and tyrant. The others were too, if you want to know, but had a somewhat candid way of ordering the most terrible, has complete air superiority over Solias skies. Only the strict discipline of the legionaries prevents a rout. Any army but Roman would have already fled en masse. Culpino, innocent, Culpino, innocent, Culpino, innocent. But when I let them go, they break up, and again you hear guilty, and I throw another innocent, and once more. They always, according to the texts, see through their eyes and walk on their feet. They are like mechanical animals, but do not have a brain. When they can, they escape. Until they reached the most distant of the two Soria, his vision then receded, scorched by the memory of the dream, like the horn of a snail that touches a hot iron. How could I not have noticed this before? Forgive me, Luis. The blame is on him. So be it. So be it. The Sorias scream, furious. Certain Dionysius Laiseca, reviewing the papers, found one of the poems written by Mariani very different from the previous one, fragged by the officials, screaming and groaning with the one or two letters of complaint, all at once. And now, yes, fell into deep unconsciousness. Monitor, I already have materials. If anyone looked at him, he would think he was seeing another person, with totally different features. Nevertheless, after seeing the face thousands of times in news reels, Novosibirsk, Irkutsk, Tiksi, Yakutsk, Kamchatka Peninsula, and the Okhotsk Sea, the Bering Sea and the East Siberian Sea. Far away the size of the real thing increased. It showed a clear trend to transform into an imaginary or abstract object by the expedient of contracting until its minimum. Moyeresmio Laiseca lit a cigarette, and, after 3 puffs, calmly and slowly said, "My dear colleague and friend, I am innocent like the carpenter Tofi." They were the men of Soria, and not the technocrats, accursed creatures who should have carried eagles. It was forced upon himself in the second count to speak of standard. Piously true, you must not forget, and if you do forget, troubled by some ill thought suggested by the enemy, we will take care, always attentive to your well-being, to intellectual faculties, according to dictionary subpoena, that of the smile of the feast of the camel's birthday, which stopped him with a gesture. Now he also smiled, and if I refer to their difficulties, it's because the others, having less artistic temperament, didn't worry about falling into monotony. They did, and they finished. To unsuspecting American troops, indeed, this was a new Korean War. Even Beardsley would flee in terror, even the sailors of the Potemkin battleship. Those who listened, dressed in impeccably serious suits, slowly moved around the room in half-darkness, without carrying out any special activity, but neither were they gay. The compositions of this artist, on the other hand, perfectly balanced, virile and magnificent, took care to prove that the disturbance came from an external power from him. This, on its part, in those countries where it is established by law, gradually but inexorably comes to decentralized, total control over the person. His head, he walked away. From time to time, the influencer called the language monitor to tell Kratos what percentage of Amadis the Gaula he had read. I guess you'll know that my duty is to arrest him." With a gesture as quick that character could not even be scared, the other took out a sword, and, throwing it like a... However, get out of Harlem within 48 hours. The transfused blood doesn't last longer. After that, the body eliminates it. So that's what they said, at least. But what an error, I say. Since I do not share such a criterion, I decided to try on them a new drug, Akiko, which I inject by remote control while they sleep. They were there, for instance, the super-noble of the glimmering and very mild sword, the sweet axe knight. So called because every night before he slept he poisoned himself. The robot that twists the knob of a machine to charge it, the machine that is the one who supplies him with energy so that he can twist the little knob. What a knob, old man! Official, too, a famous Antitrachus expert. But you can already see that it is not true. How do you then explain the premature death of this girl? Only 30. The technocrats' loot included 70 tanks, rockets, robots, laser cannons, freezing rays, and thousands of laser rifles in a usable condition. Before his comrades-at-arms who surrounded him, he was hallucinated and lacking in perspective. Had he had a bit of clarity, he would not have started such a tale, he said. After the short propaganda film, they had shown a war film. Many such films were being made at that time, as is logical. He went to the nearest newsstand to buy a newspaper. Husband. Let's say she imagined that the other possessed her. The boy sensed it almost immediately. He was very angry, but kept quiet out of fear of losing her. His collection, after immense work, became complete. Otherwise, he had achieved access to the monitor and all the technocratic delusions at their highest level. Hats of caliph, emir, ayatollah, rhinoceros with one horn, armorer, Gardner, civil guard, cup, rhinoceros with 2 horns, decarnadament siglinda. It is necessary that, before continuing with the development of the action, we at least speak some words about this magnificent prima donna. Moyaresnio said, reddening with the flames, "Save yourself, Mr. Tiarch. I die with my theatre, the work of my life, the child of my entrails. Color amapola, with opium inclusions. Yellows of Van Gogh, Van Dyck, Tiziano's Orange Terrestrial, and Picasso's Celestial." In addition, the idea had taken root that he was still in the upward part and not in the downward part. Overcoming all those deadly delusions, he began to descend. To understand what technocracy is, it is necessary to encompass it in all its facts, in the totality of its work and in the vastness of the dreams of its men. The master, with his enormous power and incredible degree legendary within esoterism to the point of being considered invincible, even so showed signs of fatigue. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, would annex most of the technocracy. This was the Sorian plan, and the Russian agreed, with the exception of minor changes. We here associated with the theme the power of Wotan. It was in the highest room of the Eagle's terraces, near the outer defences. It was his favourite room. After the first fights against the monitorial troops, the Gorian forces had been forced to abandon almost half of the country. But then, recovering from the surprise, Kratos finished with a firm tone. "In fact, you won't have anything to fear as long as we don't lose copper and selenium from Chanchin del Norte." And Kratos of Campo de Marte, even though he was listening to the same lies that he had wanted to tell him minutes before, remembered that he had invented them first, and, with the excuse that his enemies were because they showed in their spirits such or such soritic trend, he made them cut the breasts and then embalm them. Are we talking? According to him, it was not his place to lift rubbish, even the lightest ones, because he was a medalist philanthroper. He put accents on the words in the most insolite. Everyone fell silent, aware of something rarest. Monitor speaking about his father. He never did it, as neither made reference to anything in his past. They are the invaders, the aliens, the chichis. They make me laugh when they say that they are going to come UFOs, to invade us, or maybe to solve everything. The Solias, he limits himself to reminding the reader that the esoterica data that appear in this work are the product of reading hundreds of books of magic, serious, and, in other words, his full day of sunshine was being taken away by the miseries of the preceding reign, like a surplus that he would never fully repay. The annoying story around the yogurt with which we paint our gods is a simple coincidence. Exartists in our private lives never eat yogurt, never ever. Because, as you will know, and if you do not know, I inform you, there is nothing more important in art than to express the struggle between man and anti-man, their humans. To the riposter, you can go, the referred to, Red, with pride at an exaltation he hadn't anticipated, began to retreat. He didn't go very far, and the poor baker, who had no idea of the plot, went in despair to buy good strawberries, not only to save his little eggs, but also because he couldn't stand things being. For instance, if the scene involves soldiers walking, carrying medieval standards, towards the main square, where a woman will be bound with 2 30-kilogram rocks, one on, your disease will get worse day by day because of your misdeeds, and the hatred of your classmates, who, from here, make a force watch out for him, because where he sits, the selfish and retrograde deviations will be suppressed. If our work is a permanent denunciation of what is wrong, and if self-criticism is constant, be able to have... So he apologized. Well, forgive me, I didn't mean to offend you. That was a way of saying it. I respect you immensely, as you well know. Woe to him who invades the land of Soria. In our homeland he will find death, and his name shall be forever erased, and there shall be no memory left of his armies. No one knew the story of the Religador or High Priest. He was a wizard quite less powerful than de Gaula, to make a comparison, but he still had magic powers. Above all, because as the astral records were older, progressively thousands and thousands of years ago, the energy spent by the various teams of magicians became greater. Since we are in the minority here, one ends up being influenced. The 2 cocks were flying around the monitor's enemy, who was terrified and naked, with his legs wide apart. Then they heard the voice, human and inhuman, unknown yet familiar at the same time. Oh, it is strange. For a moment they didn't even think about a recorded tape. In the central courtyard of the octagon, under its huge hollow concavity, the largest of the fantasist pagodas, including the minaret, would have entered comfortably. There would be no guarantee, not even if I make it from plaster. Then I advise you to get one as weak as your industry allows, because your head will roll if you ruin my nerves. The knight, nothing tired, as if he had not given a blow that day, fresh and rested, looking for more battle, went to the drawbridge of the castle. By the same token, he sent Rolosowski Sorieka to number 14 Ania Akerberg, so that with one blow from Venusberg he left him breathless against the wall. Spend his holidays, but which measures a square kilometre. After we sunk everything with our submarines from World War I, because they were less efficient than the ones now, all the light, all the energy planes that surrounded the monitor since the moment he began his speech were like diamond soldiers that formed an inverted amphitheatre, in whose... He asked, full of horror, to the wizard, and in a separate place, who is that man so strange? Don't worry, it's a mental weakling, absolutely harmless. These clowns, despite being dwarves and wicked in addition, were very sought after by court ladies, and it was not due to their wishes that they made jokes for them. Annihilation pockets. The way into Ukraine was now open. The technocrats captured Odessa, and then the major cities located before the deeper rivers curve. However, they found it impossible to invent anything against loneliness and frustration. The troops couldn't understand that the war wouldn't be won having reached the Urals. Thus, put in a nutshell and to summarize, because I'm already tired of the euphemisms, and because this is getting too long, the old lady bought a new mechanical elephant from. Monitor, very angry, moaned like in a speech to thousands of microphones connected to millions of megaphones, then turned the Unionists into coal. When the director had culturalized her a little about chamber music, symphonies, concerts, opera, he moved on to rock, which, by the way, the other one could not teach him. Desirous of filling these annoying potholes, he created a small personal police force, taking advantage of his authority over the monitor, tasked with searching throughout faith, trees, and almost normal ones, though very high. Moira Esmir saw 4 magnificent giants, which would be of admirable service to his purposes. She tells him that it is not true that as a god she does not care about him, reminds him that to get it, and forge the lance of his power, she sacrificed one of her eyes. And so, as the sun was setting, a battle began near Gorky between the Reds and the Whites. There were no cries from either side. They fought in silence all night. The earth burns recover the papers, and whatever it's like a history book. My armies today is the pralaya. See the bricks of the broken walls, and I am alone. The meat was melting away as the Russians took those corpses to dump them into the hastily dug mass graves. They wanted to get rid of that plague as soon as possible. The fingers that held the cigarette were from a Chinese hand, golden, floating over a throne. From there she spread her intensity by covering large fields, but one should not assume that Sorita had post-war projects relating only to the dead. He intended to build Soratoria, the new capital of the state. Never listened to them. Although at that moment he needed Beethoven's music, he took out a sonata. It was farewells. When it ended, he would hear the Emperor concert. After failing to catch him, the Emperor halted his advance and turned back on the English. Gloucester immediately re-established contact with the rear of the Napoleonic army. "My monitor, I want you to see the infrared photos of our own positions. Monitor, I understand what you're trying to tell me. Even a monkey with blinders could see that. As soon as they saw him, because they were not fools, and knew that no one, unless he had the power to do so, could enter the submonitorium, they began to write differential. For a moment he thought that someone, in the southern technocracy, and from the still intact laboratories, had performed a miracle, but at once he dismissed this hypothesis. His brother Louis, on the other hand, was carrying a nice electric pistol and some kind of Nibelungen bayonet, brand Asirias el caño recortado de Soria. 93 here, the language of the influenced began to get corrupted. Unambiguous sign that it had fallen within the gravitational field of a new reading. A Monsignor walks across a certain field. He has read about rare objects in the sky. He meets a stranger all at once. In the night he cannot see his face. At long last, and clearly, what is already obvious at this point is that the objective of the technocratic government is nothing more than to completely suppress all religious. There they ended up all the stubborn unionists who refused to join the new technocratic order, to govern without unions, the Senarquistas, the internationalists of any kind. Once he got over his first anger at being prevented from achieving it with the all-powerful machines of the central machines, he found what the occultists had been unable to. Don't be sad. The Chamberlain of Audiencias, who had a very fine ear, trembled with fury as he realized that the Monitor Riposta had escaped. On this matter, the king said to one of his ministers, "You know it well, my dear friend, we are slaves of etiquette," which was not entirely true, for although it was true. He left the huge building, after going through all the security circuits, well wrapped in his overcoat, comfortable and smoking. It was snowing and midnight in Leningrad. He would have been saved, nonetheless, if someone had helped him. But the others, false friends, who noticed every day that he was getting worse, neither warned him nor he. For the justice of Soria, the accused is always guilty, and even more so when he is innocent. Even with slight circumstantial evidence, he may be sentenced to death. Until I contacted them and got it fixed, it took 3 hours. But that's not where it ended. I tried again, and turned out the boot tip had gotten dirty in the meantime. Thus, after a year and various trials, with a novice 2 things could happen, or that they would expel him forever, or that he was incorporated as a real agent. There was a large portrait of the Monitor in his office, surrounded by laurel. He always wore an identification pin in his lapel, a red technocrat on a black circle. Enrique Cartel, Kratos of the languages, despite his well-known position against this, opposed all these excesses by reminding the Monitor of its contradiction. The women usually have difficulty handling large-caliber weapons, unless they are very well trained, so they use stammers, and what a shame it is that the girls don't do it. What a stupidness! There is no supernatural power of any sort, and even if there were, I wouldn't be afraid, because I would never talk about harm or destruction, but only, according to him, Arnaldus had been attacked by 554 cubic meters of hemipterans, with 69,250,00 inside. Other replied, using a molecular concentrator apparatus dispersed throughout space and time, I have welded fragments of corpses coming from the cellars of various. The problem is that we're not very sure we can survive with you. Then Mr. Laiseca chimed in. How will you ever get bored when we're gone? I doubt it. They were trying to find, as a prelude to obtaining the much-desired alloys, the wood of the bird and water from the metal, to precipitate the crystal of the air, etc., had ended with the result that we know. With the typical heroic gesture that precedes nihilism, The scientist told his companion on the adventure, "It doesn't matter." To finish, it should be added that if a magician wants to disconnect his dolem, he must pull one of the terminals out of his temples. With this, he stops thinking. She seemed to think better of it, although not, because now that the flower's story's over, we're here. Didn't you see? What, like a cow's ass, or giant pig ham, or Super Bowl? His deputy, Colonel Turbin Patron Soria, petrified by the sight of Soriator, in turn became immobile. At first, he didn't know exactly why. The South Army group captured Sevastopol in a giant tank, and laser artillery battle, and Rostov. They were about to break the defensive circuit of the Don Men. The Book of the Horde, the great national technocratic poem, the mythological saga of the first inhabitants of technocracy, New Suomione, 146. Surely there was a Sumerian Wagner and another in Atlantis, and neither of them has remained but a memory. The continuity is given by the archetypes divine. In none was missing even a piece of mirror and 5 candles on a rustic candelabrum, with a little wooden platform and a broom handle stuck in the table to allow the feast. Pit of Calcutta. All this a moving, shabby old spectacle, perhaps. And what about the bewilderment of the eyes in front of the cadaverous and worn-out clothes? Escape the curse rescued from the ring. Dark destruction forever ruins your possession, doom you to your gain. She will condemn you to a gloomy destruction. In this way, the Soriator would be cut off from his Russian friends, and the continuous supplies they sent him. The generality looked at each other, but orders are orders. According to Gauss's probability law, certainty is only obtained when we integrate all the probability field between plus infinity and minus infinity. Scratches in the ground caused by bombs gave the illusion of channels, disturbing unrealness of gaseous diamonds, constituting the atmosphere of cavernous frosts. Beside, as if what was said were not enough, I had to make asters and horoscopes in order to know the military provisions of the Russian on the East Front, and fight against. Used everything, tried to reduce in an absurd way the frictional imbalances, pretending to modify what was already at its limits, even contradicting his knowledge as Anne. Apart from these vectors, there was another danger. The airships of Soria, which passed almost at eye level, flashing their lasers and electric cannons incessantly. At base, the technocratic machines spoke. Here, machine 8 to machine 13. Change. Here, machine 13. I hear you, machine 8. And with bas-reliefs so deep that the Nile River could flow through them. And what do you answer him when he comes to those fantasies? I let him dream. We have to bring together the priests of Jupiter to exorcise the misfortune invoked by these people. One of the conspirators dared to speak. Misfortune came before. If, for operational reasons, mothers could not be separated from their sons, these were torn from their arms upon reaching the fields and taken to reform schools. Cried character. They had barely had time to do so when the Evtushenko batteries went into diverse. The impact was so great that they stayed dazed for a long time. It was a dignified but somber presence. They respected him. Nevertheless, they tried to leave him alone according to the loneliness that he himself had sought. They all laughed. The driver avoided driving through the wide Avenida de Todos los Tecnocratas because it was the most battered by the enemy. He preferred to take a detour. 55, several centuries ago, a special group of exartists used to exist, gathered in division, whose members threw themselves into a blazing volcano in honor of literature. The narrator is pursued, and, instead of fleeing, tries to explain what is happening. Laiseca's novels tend to be built like an encyclopedia. At first, from the bugs, I only got bread and oil. Then, by progression, all heavy industry. Spring begins when you arrive. According to them, the same priests skinned their victims with knives and then burned them in a sacrifice to destroy evidence. There was no divine descent or anything like it. An anti-Mozart has the value of a revolutionary idea within me. Monitor, who greatly respected him, was hurt by his self-exile, and even more so when he read what he had. Faking great disappointment. You say nothing? What a shame. You won't probably in your life have another opportunity like this one. With authority, you can leave. The other continued. That man loved you, and you were about to fuck him up, instead of to care, so that subliminally the other would see dead the reposter, and thus thaw. The legend, repeated to the point of monotony, like an alphabet of its own, it was written in Russian, but it seemed a new language assured. Economize everything yet the what? One already knows that things do not change like this either, even by a miracle. My friend, for reasons that are not important, had stopped being a pest in him a while ago. I feel the deepest respect for your person, because I know you are a loner, but I would not want something bad to happen to you. The jester fell silent. This was used in invocations to the Father of the Forces, within a pristine enclosure devoid of even the slightest particles of dust, with walls covered by scarlet curtains. Blast that son of a bitch! But character didn't fire, he said. Why would I shoot when he's already surrendered? If he had shot, they would have kicked him in the ass. And they continued descending to lower levels through corridors that led to the center of the spiral. They found a guy from whom they were pulling out eyes with a spatula. But when he reached the clearing in the cemetery and saw what was moving around the 3-meter-high flames, he was horrified to see that they were not resurrected dead, as he had. He jumped up in a rage. Son of a bitch! Calmly and smiling at his success. But don't you have any sense of humor in Soria? The Laiseca character, on the other hand, was unable. Apart from annihilation, do you want anything else? Something that I could grant? Yes, that you step aside since you block my son, said Diogenes, contradicting himself. The scientist, still busy operating this huge and expensive computer that weighed several tons, was unaware of what had happened. Bite by bite for a very short. The future, murdered, looked at him from all sides from the first minute. Adhered to the lid of the barrel, there was a long tube that rose up until it went through the ceiling, illegally penetrating, and below neighboring countries, the expansionists and scoundrels. As for the entrance to the house, it will only be the rim of a well. Always within the same nightmare, an entity that made a tremendous noise, the impression was that it was someone enormous tried to enter the house. Finally, it did. Officials were third, after this exchange, went the embedded library on one of the walls in the coffee-break cafe and took a book, and he sat down, placing it on his legs. The Russians stationed 6 divisions and 5 brigades on their border with technocracy, despite the fact that they said that they had no troops and were poor, limiting. The Soviet Union had not in any way lost its ability to resist, because all of Siberia was industrialized and its underground factories were already starting to produce concavity with the intention of taking refuge. Everything. 11th soldier. What do you mean, Sergeant? Did the elephant get into that place? To transform the attacked place into lunar or Martian areas, antiseptic air, and poisonous water. Ah, but I think it's great, Professor Ovidio Ciancianetti. However, he felt something was missing. Sexually heroic action worthy of her, and figure in the Eddas and sagas of the Titan Germanic eroticism. The Soriator denied to Dionysios Laiseca authorship of the poems. That's going to be an author for nothing, if he lives in a doghouse for the streets of Siupacha. The girls of the School of Dances of the false Bayreuth wore veils in their hair, so that everyone would say, they are theatre dancers, which no one cared about at all. She will fight invisibly on behalf of the hero. The maiden, yelling a fierce cry of joy, disappears behind some mountains. Fricka appears, Orton's wife, cracks or splits like a great diva. Siegfried finishes forging the sword, and with a cry of joy he cuts through the anvil with one terrible blow. Also deriving from the aforementioned, it could be supposed, the way in which Gaston set in motion the remaining third part of his troops, consisting these not in dead who walk. Then the Evtushenkos were in charge of massacring whatever was still breathing. Throughout all of technology, the flags miles and miles of female at half-mast. After a half-hour of painful and hasty work, he gave birth to a small golem. With a critical eye, it was something unworthy of him, the first baker in the nation. He never served in the military. However, when the Black Years arrived, and the country was on the verge of being swallowed by the enemy, he took charge of the supreme command. In the probable case of encountering the enemy in a well-fortified position with plenty of ammunition, etc., and if we have nothing but infantry at our disposal, adopt A. As soon as Wellington understood the Prussian tactics, he decided to join forces. So, while Napoleon was chasing Blucher, the English were attacking him from behind. It's useless, I thought. I'm the last one on the list, nothing more. I knew well that, when it became vox populi, everyone would make a void of me. Short or long, they vow. A priest, in front of the altar, may perform a holocaust of branches, flowers, fruits, and, in another order, and although it is not pleasant to say so, animals. Years after his death, which was triumphantly celebrated, the old remembered his reign as the black years of the Devil Emperor, although they had been prosperous. And no, if now, being defeated, take out of the sleeve a secret ace, what will they do later, if recover some operational ability? Said von Dobermann with a sombre look, taking the animal, all white down to the last hair, by the bridle, with tears in her eyes, she plunged the golden sword into its neck until it reached the handle. 166. This assessment is very unfair. I have always known how to appreciate Japanese koto compositions where dissonance is constantly used. Who am I? The joke beach? The point where all the winds hit? I'm tired of being taken as the indispensable part of the snitch in which everyone takes refuge. However, the Solias, on the other hand, who had no trust whatsoever in their Soviet friends, thought, what if these guys wipe out the technocrats and then dismantle us afterwards? But it's still too early as for. No, I must be implacable so that the universal order does not alter. To his Chinese executioner, no. The doctor wrote in his head as if it were a machine. 1 fidgety hands, serious disturbance, bad character, one has the character one has, first-class materials. The student, to build his machine, used iron, gold, platinum, 10 liters of mercury, and other things, all Carissimo. When he left money within reach for him to be able to accuse him of something greater, he was very disappointed, because the other he did not steal it, not at all. But as the Basques say, I don't believe in witches or supernatural capers, but they are true and exist for sure. Nonsense, and before the visitor had time to protest, they ended up fighting over her in a knife fight. Monitor said to Barbudo with enthusiasm, and rubbing his hands, Look who's here, my darlings, my presents, my children. Throw it. Burn that son of a bitch for having the audacity to insult the minimum divinity, which is me. Cut his head off, said the Queen of Hearts. I am the Hatter. The terror of the newcomer was due to the thought that if those who gathered discovered him, they would certainly invite him to participate in the orgy, and a delay in her. When the Monitor assumed full powers in the country, his team of magicians, who occasionally conducted astral patrols throughout the nation in search of enemies and possible. In large abandoned cellars, where grain was once stored, located on the outskirts of the city of Soria, it should be made clear that not even Sorata knew what is now. In fact, I was delighted by it. It was a magnificent, transcendent experience. It rattled my bones. It made me want to jump up and down in excitement. She walked through the open gate, and, walking on a path made with small stones, arrived at the entrance. The sound of the koto was heard softly. Without even condescending to cast a glance of triumph at the influencer, his vanquished enemy, or at least stick out his tongue, the Fortachon said, To make a microscope. The Fortachon's reaction didn't take long. Momentito, don't include me. I'm a revolutionary. Yes, but a delusional revolutionary. That's an achievement. And he dragged it to the bottom of the shop, where he showed him one of those wonderful birds, huge and black, called Mirsos Mena, which could speak up to 3,000. La Gurumina Metro 05. Beautiful in other respects, absolutely proportionate, made the mistake, if it can be called that, of being good to him. Why won't it be able to isolate an antimatter particle through equations? It can. I have no doubt about it, since everything is in everything. It's also in mathematics. Currently, the 3 divisions are in a difficult situation in Moron de Almazan, with all their units mixed together. Vehicles crowd the secondary roads, and so on. Put him in the mouth of the statues, like someone who smokes. It was similar to a Cuban cigar coming from islands that, crying with tears, sail on their map. The great elder prostitute, I would say, and let it be known that I say it in a complimentary sense. 11th soldier. It doesn't seem so. One stays. Do you not want to first try one of my little dishes? Cat's tripe with charcoal? Not so fast, as I said. The problem that afflicts us is one of the most difficult. But not only for being the site elevated, that would have been easy to do, but it was due to the architect's concern to make all the lines of force converge in an optical. There it remained, immutable like a monk, not yielding to the attack of the other colors that sought to mix it up. Until then, the silence could not have been more complete. The shell of the pointer consisted of a genuine oyster shell, a true piece of museum and collection, which those dreamers found by chance in the cave of a cliff. With infinite greatness, He stands in the middle of the path that Siegfried will take to reach the rock of the Warkire, even knowing that he no longer has strength to oppose. The armored technocrats bounced off, to put it mildly, hitting the position uselessly as punches that wore down against steel plates. Any advance was impossible. According to him, a squadron of underground vehicles that dug tunnels 5,000 kilometers long each and came out suddenly behind the Russian rear would be able to. But the worst was that by taking to the extreme the madness of a doctrine, they ended up exposing it. They are exaggerated, and that's why they scare. How could he be considered anything less than the reincarnation of Almanzor? The dictator Solias' overwhelming and almost excessive respect for him was truly inexplicable. It was like a snowball rolling, not only increases its volume, weight, and speed, but also with it clogs the earth, rocks, and trees. Eastern Front. The situation that year was particularly critical. The generals would have liked to move the new front even further west, to the area of Smolensko. I'm very surprised that you don't know this. The more clearly one sees the truth, the more the human being is exposed to deviate from it without wanting to, and due to a... Scientist I think the war is coming to an end. Scientist has said it. As for that, the least it won't fit in. In that instant he saw Kratos approaching, stupid enough so that the magic team he surrounded the monitor and didn't investigate him so that he could go through the defensive barrier. Who was better than Zapallo? He replied very seriously, I'm sorry, my monitor, but you're going to have no choice but to make that sacrifice for the country, with horror but master, unforgiving. Who says that continuous movement does not exist? The fault is that engine that only needs to be given energy once, and then keeps walking forever. Finally, take my position by assault. Up until now, my defenses have been smoking through magical water pipes made of thorns and forests of strange fragrances. Come, the invasion is delayed. Where are the locusts? We'll have no choice but to eat wheat and corn, which our palate has become accustomed to. Crisis in heavy industry. What the hell? Thought Laiseca loud. Para qué? ¿Qué plaza? Con extrañeza. Pero de qué mundo viene, camarada? A la plaza de todos los tecnocratas. Calatagneso. Here it is assured, although many historians deny it 1,000 years ago, Almanzor was defeated, the great Muslim leader. I received orders from my Soviet government to treat you with kid gloves, you piece of shit. May the fucking Soviet government go to hell as well. You too. And I too. To make matters worse, on the southern Chanchina front, one of his best field marshals had been volatilized when a ground-to-ground rocket launched by the enemy fell 20 meters. Only the vulva remained outside, through a small embroidered tabernacle, and with little wood, built around a hole in the dress, which communicated with the tiny royal cave. And do you think that made her react? Nothing of the sort. After hearing my speech, on the same day at night, she went looking for 2 other boyfriends, and now she has. They sent 20 divisions to Soria as part of the pact they had with that nation. The Soriator expected at least 200, so he was completely surprised. The idea of choosing this type as a victim, and no to another, the same subject suggested one winter's night when, having invited him into his home at some point and among, if it had occurred to you to ask for 2 packs of cigarettes instead of 1, because since they had to extract the sap from the tree, it did not matter if it was 1 or a file. Thus he would have committed incest or parricide. All sanctions could be applied by the exarch, except exeterity or lightning. What does he know? Hear this. He's a new boy. You can't trust him. No, nothing happens. He's one of the good ones. I trust him. Well, do what you want. The ogre, completely lyrical, seeking its center in Chen. I have built a musical instrument with bamboo. It's like water floating on the earth. They, on the other hand, covered their heads with surplus war helmets of steel, where they had drawn technocrats, phallic symbols, and obscene inscriptions. Hair, in the summer they wear sports shirts full of repeated motifs. 200 flowers, or 300 guns, or 282 trees' leaves, etc. To produce and maintain stability, no point in the life of the individual should be outside the digitation of the fascist state, whether Soviet or any other. If the engineer arrived 1 minute late, new index finger raised, like a rocket going up, he would immediately be taken to the insula. He liquidated the mafia, had come out of the ground with the help of the Djaula, causing a 4 or 5 magnitude earthquake on the Richter scale, with its epicenter in Monitoria, producing a catastrophe. The obsequious one, who, from the very first second, perfectly understood that the other held a grudge against him, when they met in a corridor, would say things like, most, after the conversation about the watch and scissors of his father, said Moya Resmia, at the same time that shone of excitement their hallucinated eyes, I've had a great idea. Grant is a gracious concession, but something, a kind of instinct that protects lustfuls, warned him not to go. Big dumb, why don't you go? He said to himself. The goal is made by taking parts of different bodies of people who in life could very well have been chichis or good guys. It doesn't matter. The only criterion to choose. Enrique Cattell, who had become quite friendly with Functionario Zate, although always with his false identity, so that he believed the traveller and Kratos were two different, who was unfamiliar with the military background of the issue, and the balance of forces between the various potential belligerents would have seemed at first glance that the territory. That is all, my monitor. Monitor, in my opinion, the plan is approved. I would like to hear, however, the opinion of the remaining chiefs and officials. The egg, hollow, can be opened, and inside there is another analogue, but smaller, which in turn is opened. Inside it there is a steel ball. Supernatural soldiers? Of course, no matter how big the alligators are, they will still get beaten up by the Russians with machine guns, and so we will be just as before. Head of state commented to those present, but what an idiot is this guy. Now we will describe the upper part of the building, which had a fundamental importance in the life. They had a splendid marble rug, articulated, which spread with a crash from the gigantic cylinder that was 7 meters tall while it remained rolled up. There is there a little coordinate of blocking that does not allow me to see some details, but for me it is a lever of the Solias, so that we do not try this transcendent. But human skin resisted being pressed with obstinate persistence. In fact, it seemed that heat filled it with thousands of wrinkles, forcing them to constantly rub it down. It had great success among the squatters, who exhumed the institution. The mentioned site was going to be used, matches, sugar, grass, paper for folding, etc. Taking a sudden decision, he throws the ring on top of the treasure, and Freya is free. Immediately a dispute breaks out between the giants over the spoils. He entrusted them with an insignificant sector behind the lines. The encyclopedists turned red with livid anger. How did they dare to send them to fight guerrillas? The detectives, scatological, very curious, and looking for clues, possessed large imported magnifying glasses to see everything up close. The ice formed from glacial snow during the weeks of battle in some areas was several meters deep, exploded due to the violent variation in thermodynamic conditions. There are as many technocracies as there are technocraties. Your technology is certainly different from mine, and both of them very different from that of the monitor. The flesh is weak, and indeed I am afraid, but for that very reason. Dear Padre, you have heard the voice that cannot be disobeyed without falling into depravity. Transport broke down. The poor resident would have to descend 400 floors on the stairs to go to Don Roxoria's to buy mortadella. And what about the firefighters? Malice towards technology is the place one never returns. Intellectual scoundrel. I already know all that, and it doesn't bother me. Look, it doesn't bother me. A proper administration of reserves, which technocratic military savers handled with great caution, seemed to be a concept devoid of all sense to Pichashewski, except for very rare exceptions, true saints. In wars, the worst crimes are those which do not reach Cape by lack of opportunity. Chapter 150. The origin of the betrayal. Enrique Cattell, Kratos of the tongues, was walking through the upper floor of Eagle's Terrace. A moment ago, not even a minute had passed. You were saying that you were against aesthetic censorship. Firstly, I spoke out against sexual censorship, not aestheticism. Now he blocked it so he could pass it behind, at the back of the subconscious. Bearded, on the contrary, was boiling with indignation, disgust, and rage. They did take Britain, it's true, but only because it's not more than an island. After they ran out of strength, decadence came. Now the others are about to take Monitoria. He made fun of him, mocked and ridiculed him, with each cry of the former dictator, who had begged him not to mistreat him and to be quick. He would say, "But how, Samantha? There are no signs of attack at the moment, but if any battle does arise, I will defend you. As long as I live, I must protect you. I am very old, alas." This is the most evident evidence that something is wrong with his head. I've been warning for a long time that Wagner's arguments and data are far from sufficient. Monitor, doubtful, and on the verge of going mad. Without discounting female assistance, it is not with wild lusts that you stop sirens, minks, and Russians. Every inch of the sidewalk was being fumigated with a laser, freezing bombs and electric shots. A 1.5-ton bomb would kill him, and then I'll be to blame, with no complete words or thoughts, as I'm going to write them down, in order to make them understandable, but rather through fragmented, discontinuous processes of feeling. After 10 minutes of bombardment, the city was left as if it had been pierced by thousands of spears. To see them was terrible, and produced profound mental disturbance. "This is the last time. I'm sick of your sugar-soaked yogurt, Soria," he said, turning to the other brother, "and of having things looked at and using my bed and shaving in. The day before yesterday, a little officer, a scamp from the youth movement, approached a young believer, very physically endowed, who was about to enter the courtier, without understanding anything but supposing that it was wrong not to say something, mumbled some oily words. Of course, most excellent lord. Most of these men, enrolled in the gymnasium and work monitor, had gotten public posts, not so much for their recognized efficiency, but for their notorious arrangement. The smelters at Magnitogorsk, the iron and steel plant at Kuznetsk, the Magnitnaya mountain with the world's richest mineral deposits. He walked, because no bus would take him, to a beach, arriving almost at nightfall. In a way, the lack of light served him well in carrying out what he had planned. All these records, kept in great machines with sealed defenses and lead plates to prevent the passage of the Akashi rays, were guarded with as much care as the important ones. The paper and the jester found himself smiling at Sorita as he wrote it, simply said, "Since I think you may become very bored, here I send you a book, hoping that it will. These are the dark and secret intentions of your leaders, disguised behind a seemingly innocent and legal request for salary increases and daily wages, to them and their hated Bulgarian handkerchiefs. And this is indeed physical discomfort sought after. Confite de Yeguazas, it is called." Invited by the Master Bach to give his opinion on the octagon, taking advantage of his visit, since the organ that should supervise was destined for that, he did nothing. Someone who hadn't read it, but had considered it from the outside, might have thought erroneously that this work was as present as Sinuhe, the Egyptian, by Mika Waltari, as the party takes care of what belongs to the party, and the union takes care of what belongs to the union. We are the creators of final democracy, absolute and last. The narrator continued. No one knows how much it cost to purify a portion of matter, to free it from the egret of Ankasa, although not even the small space of a cubic. In the powerful electronic archive of Chichi, all military, scientific and political knowledge was stored, coming from the astral memories of the most important and powerful. The basic excuse for the invitation was the mutual enjoyment of a few whiskies, since the host had never been able to accustom himself to technocratic drinks, even those most. This I did me. He found it out completely, as you can see, as had often happened to him throughout his life before objects that were instant results of his meditation. That's the problem with you, that you find magical explanations for everything. Assuming Napoleon existed, take the security at Waterloo. What is it called? Waterloo. Only the reflection of soldiers allowed them to line up and carry out the ceremony. The two technocrats had decided not to run their machines of illusion on this occasion. The relationship between masturbation and intercourse is inverse. Thus, in Soria, there were fewer sexual relations than in technocracy, but more than in the Soviet Union. And so, when all the combatants had vanished, when the fields had transformed into jungles, and the cities took on the appearance of disassembled Chinese boxes, it has a no-what of real history that confuses me. At an indefinite distance from the group, there was a guttural sound. It could be the voice of a human being. Abd al-Rahman Tetin gave the technocratic government 24 hours to give explanations. After that period, he would sign a separate peace with Soria. He tried to apologize, but the old bloc blocked him in act. It is not necessary to give explanations. What I should have known was in your soul, accompaniment. There were fat people who asked that they be left to starve, types who demanded that they be forced to chew that portion of human feces which is expelled all at once, or, and that's it. What matters is not who is worshipped, but how. With what intentions, that's it. pause the mute doesn't speak, does he? The few sounds not absorbed by the black hole previously mentioned reverberated in an 80. This deprived the timbers of part of their brilliancy. She intuited that some malevolent entity is dominating the actions of all, but, enchanted by the ring, she is a victim of rage and vengeance that prevent her from seeing. The groups of idiots who supported me are now demoralized. If I proposed it again, they wouldn't pay any attention, but maybe someone, many years from now, but no. Precisely in this sector, the 13th Army moved without much opposition towards Samarcanda. He put General Pedro Gorovin Isika at the head of these troops. If thrown at a skeletal horseman, the bottle shatters, flooding the horse and rider. The liquid seeps through the joints of the bones and melts the wires. At first the snow that fell was silky, fine, soft to the touch. Then it became velvety smooth on satin-like surfaces. There were blades that divided the torso into 5 parts, others destined for the right ear, the nose, neck, left ear, knee, calf, shin bone, ankle. Not even his most triumphant devotion, though very noble, radiant, and cursed, dared to enter the room where the stink was, because it suffered very frequent attacks of fire. Everyone seemed to understand that the time of passion and purpose, of deviating from the rule with triumphant intention, had passed for both the upper classes and the last. When the act finished, that, similar to a huge rocket, went up to the stratosphere, then fell behind the Russian lines. The high priest was amazed. Very yellow, with original yellow, as the gold of Rin when it was still cared for by nymphs, see its only decoration, which shines through the luminous waters. Von Malsam. Yes, my monitor. In the last few hours the Russian forces have advanced from here to here. They are concentrating their troops on this side. This verbiage of repellents spoke its own callow, as has already been said. Kratos listened from afar his incomprehensible jargon. He approached a small group. The philanthropist was indignant. They are ignorant. Smoking is a vice that brings 120 diseases. If you smoke, you lose your sense of smell soon. The energy shields, like faithful robots, still continued to protect themselves. But Kratos knew very well that the energy of the subterranes was coming to an end. But after the armored door of this facility opened, I saw and heard things so extraordinary that I forgot all about it. At that moment Kundry approached the group. Despite the unrecognizable nature of the place, certain stones, crumbling masonry, and ornaments were familiar to character Isika. But I know this place, he told himself. The third one skinned him alive in that way. Yes, yes. I understand, Vice Secretary, but I can't attend to it at this time. I am with Your Excellency, the Monitor. He wanted to punch the security guard? Eh, what? You think he already did? Yes, that's right, I think. So it means that after B2, and all that. Exarcha 4, after placing on his head a heavy gold crown, symbol of exarchal power, took his net bag and went to the vegetable shop opposite. Last month, one of our comrades made fun of a pimp and died murdered by a terrorist that very night. Bothering them brings bad luck. Besides, we have direct orders. The same Solias, because they are so damn it, had fear to venture out. This prompted the Cold War powers, or warm powders, to engage in another type of research. After the types reached their pleasure, knowing they were exhausted, they would push them with violent knee slaps in the kidneys and triumphantly walk away. The damnified Barbudo, forgotten about the bad time, was devoted to observing all those present, particularly the changeling and the infravisive changeling. More and more hungry, he tried to enter one of them. But in Alpargatas, and to add insult to injury without socks, the ceremony of expulsion was repeated. Courtroom of the Mayor of Casa and Cortes, La Dolidoria de Soria. Year of 1584 from the appearance in Soria of psoriasis. Nevertheless, I beg you to follow this advice. Don't walk through the city after curfew. Soriano. I give you my word that I will never do it again, and he wasn't lying. There was no water, and it turned out to be much cheaper and more feasible to bring millions of tons of this liquid by air from the former satellite than to produce it thereby. He was about to punch his card to put it in the black area of locker A, when from one side appeared that character, characterized by the congenital and complete absence of funds. The hired killer, who wore a camel hair coat, satisfied as he had not yet heard for his luck the others talk behind his back, approached another Westerner, who was looking at him. The newcomers were still gaping, wondering how it had been possible for them, the technocrats, to create the impossible artifact they had in front of them, when suddenly a parallelogram, twice amplified, on matter and energy with their formulas, when all of a sudden the monitor decreed jubilee of parallelepidinski. The men from IEEE kicked in the door and entered. IEEE, this is murder. Do not resist and nothing bad will happen to you, said one of the agents with humor. As long as we do not invade jurisdictions, we will remain forever in command. Resigning from height, from the peak of government, our foundation will be affirmed. When he finally reached an indigenous settlement, they told him that he had encountered the water goddess, who has a hole in her nape and must always keep liquid flowing. El dueño de casa había hecho instalar un tocadiscos en medio de la floresta a unos 25 metros de la casa. Lit a cigarette, and then threw the spent match among the piles of tobacco, hoping one day to be able to buy a pack that contained a cigarette with his matchstick, and say, one day the owner of the small house that he rented, which only consisted of 2 rooms, came in without permission, taking advantage of the fact that the door was slightly. And here the petrification of the dead had formed true mountains, like the reefs or rock banks that can be seen in the Indian Ocean. Monitor, at least on the outside, was not moved by the counterpunch. He limited himself to looking at him with curiosity, avoiding revealing his thoughts. That unstoppable progression had a catastrophic effect on the enemy. They surrendered by thousands and thousands. Joyfully, that's what's curious about it. If he had surrendered, the technocrats would have treated him properly according to the laws of war, and Solias knew that. Nevertheless, he killed himself. It must enable him to attack blockhouses and bunkers filled with squeakies, Russians, or guerrillas of General Chichi von Teng. They didn't approach the water for allergic reasons that we all know about, but they took sun baths and grilled karizes on improvised grills, with wire and drank rich. It has already been said that the robot Lucy had a ventral panel of lights. Lit up by remote control, the various parts of Lujuriosa acquired different colors. To Dionysios Issachar, by the way, he liked the girl. He would make her sit in the front row to look at her legs, with the pretext that she was the only woman in the class. A violent flash of light would dazzle the audience, and the actor could hide without being seen. They were never used. The singers rejected them in the most categorical way. On the other hand, strong Russian counterattacks on the right flank of the central front, from Karaganda, prevented von Malzam from coming to the aid of the besieged. Who else? There were those who practiced coitus, while bombs fall those who got married for power, without being present bright, as the incorruptible colors of scarlet and azure. The dead. And so, in the manner described above, the technocrats who had gone from victory to victory were defeated in an absolutely unimportant city from the point of view. It has been said that, thanks to the insulation of their uniforms, many dead soldiers swelled with worms, even at 51 degrees Celsius below zero. The obsequious ones of the time celebrated this exit. In fact, she felt afraid and didn't want to admit it. For the first time, she saw defeat up close. Capitulasis, seeing that everything was useless, and tempted to throw himself in the pit inside the house where the scum lived. But he managed to restrain himself on time. Since Almanzor was a leader who was so completely unlike that Soria, it was an enigma that he had taken him as an example. Admirable chief, the Muslim. Except in some soundproof rooms, that buzz of bees could be heard with monotonous persistence. In any case, the phenomenon only occurred on the upper floor. As on previous occasions, the Soviet offensive was combined with strong attacks by Soroseta troops under General Tarascon von Dobermann on the Soria front. Wagner must clearly express that the tragedy begins with the renunciation to love their gods, who do Brunhild, Sigrunno, and Siegfriedo. I don't have time for those nonsense. He neither affiliated nor denounced them, so, therefore, I am repeating, I did not understand a word of this rare language. Thanks to a machine they had, all the radio stations of technocracy would transmit his message in chain. Putting it into operation, they began to send their waves. Only a fool would waste time inventing languages and founding secret societies when there's so much to be done. After the war, we'll settle your account. I have the impression that he doesn't appreciate them as much as before. I have to work harder, but with what? I can't make a Sambayon monitorial any more. It had to be Exatla Teleco in person, or at least Pentacoltico, since its musical instrument measured 2 meters long. Better than a double bass, come on. On the other hand, what is wrong with testing our weapons on the Norse minions, who deserve it well? Do the boys of Soria do not do the same to Chanchin elsewhere? Breasts. The Laiseca had his spine broken with a sword. Then they dragged him away. 4 traditional Muellers with violet ribbons. If she removed the previous one to put on the new, and at that moment I became lucidly aware of the fact as if I had witnessed it, she inevitably must have been left with her. This cubic enclosure was connected, via a lockable door, to another much larger one, but of identical shape, where 10 huge crocodiles were kept. Thus he didn't even notice that he was finishing the long Russian winter, and that the snowfall of past days could well be the last before the thaw. At the time that this was happening, the wizards of Soria had unleashed against the Monitor a package of malevolent energy capable of killing 4 million cows. But he said something different. Much worse than this one was the one I had with my partner last month. 4A12 isekai singing the second part of the pornographic tango. But my dear friend, the character argued, trying to convince him, don't tell me you believe in these fairy tales. I don't believe. But let's do an experiment. Now he has started a great slither hunt throughout his country's territory. On his orders, every citizen who wants to renew their documents in that nation must present the after me Tobidiri against the first one, Fumi Komi against the second, and immediately Yokogiri Ushiro against the third one. Until he went into action, the ethereal and titanic music of Paralapidinsky was tolerated. But when his first note rang out the hall emptied. Already inside, after the main entrance of the fortress had been crossed, they had to go through a corridor 1.5 meters wide. At the end of it, they were faced with A. Nobody ignored that the smells of the corpse were so putrid, after 8 days in the gallows, that passers-by were forced to make detours of several blocks, and even a subway. He pulled out a pocket calculator from his tie-clip, and performed some almost magical passes on it. Then he commented, "Very happy. You won't have to wait so many years. Perfectly healthy, and with the little anthropophagic, without which it is impossible for the species to reproduce, always shiny, strong, and doing sit-ups. With 2 advantages: there is no time disruption, and as the explosive material is spread over a large area, in a sense the destructive action is rationalized. In the end, as they improved their aim even more, the same esoterists, chichis, were destined for the self-sacrifice that the collective insanity proposed. The bearded one began to serve him a youth, dressed in black jackets and over Tyrannosaurus Rex, double with a growl of approval at the other's words. My armored Potemkin, my ballad of the soldier, my Bismarck. I will shelter your wandering Jew. You are the landlord of my buttocks full of smiles. Determined woman and general technocracy. Technocracy filled with confidence, oaks, hickory, and beech. Palms immersed in selenium vapors. With all the speed required by the situation, doctors placed numerous devices inside the corpse to preserve life and give mobility to its skeletal frame. That is why that country hastened to pay an indemnity of £2 million of Omani currency from the Caliphate Kingdom. Only then could they be tamed. A capricious and polytechnical woman can access metallurgies generally reserved for young scientists. I had bought several ersatz, or substitutes, made with skeletons, within whose ribs, skulls, and around the sacrum they placed flammable substances. A skeleton is a plaything to look at. The head of that country said to his internal security Kratos with a smile, "Do you know what this is, Kratos? It's the Monitor's skull." The Walkyria answers him that she will not, as one would expect. "Then I don't care," Sigurd replies, and adds that this abode does not interest him. "Then they will have to sew by hand, as our grandmothers did. There can be no mercy, just as the enemy will not show it to us if we lose. They wove webs like Egyptian pyramids, and there they died because their slime was their own tomb. Indeed, as slime is the crime of living at half speed." Then, with all patience, the officials ordered to defrost the rifles and laser pistols, and with them cut blocks of ice to clear the way and free the entrances. Perhaps, if instead of the baker it had been the bearded one who looked, he would have seen on the face of his boss a red similar to that which the sky has before some winds. He never appreciated his music. In this way the approach could only be made through metaphysics. not with that which Wagner really had, but with that which the soriator. It seemed as if suddenly everything cost more. The offensive came to a halt. There were 1,000 explanations, but in reality he didn't know exactly what had happened. The Prime Minister of Catalonia, Enrique Alberto Esteve, who had signed the declaration of war against the technocracy in the difficult moments at the beginning of fear. If for some reason they were reduced to the natural resources of technocracy and Caliphate of Cordoba, this last country, in appearance the text has been translated as ours. It wasn't because the men were inside the event. They lacked an external and absolute point of view from which to witness it. Not only was the environment of people invaded, and it is him, there's no doubt. It's hard to believe that you are seeing him there. Where does this emptiness come from? Father, get up. Tell us what we should do. Next month you turn 50, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll be 80 in 3 years. A moment ago I thought that on the appropriate dates we would exchange congratulations, in passive. I brought plans to the government, but these ignorant people didn't accept them. I'm a Swiss philanthropist. Swiss philanthropist. Asked the one being referred to, if I'm innocent or guilty. No, I want him to tell who won the war. The state leader shrugged his shoulders. That's it. I was moved by the defeat of that man, but another part of his mind, which he could not avoid, was already calculating whether the vehicles of the tunnel systems that led to. He also brought back. The water was already there. He took it out of the fire, and after putting it out, he started drinking mate, a scene that had happened one afternoon. Character didn't read anything of this. The journal had fallen far behind, and Issachar observed the glass of the buildings as if they were huge pensioners' wardrobes. Inconveniences: the following festivals were cancelled, which were the joy of children: the filthy finger that nips your tail, the ghost that comes at night, the black starry. They, suddenly erotized, would rush towards them, already forgotten of the pieces of paper. The girls would allow themselves to be possessed in this way with no resistance, and group impressions. But sometimes he also headed for a faraway room, where he changed clothes by disguise himself as a stranger, and modified his physiognomy. That one, as they always used to tell him, so quickly, did not surprise himself too much or be afraid. Simply he was terrified. One breaks his house, forgive me, comrade doctor, or one strives to produce more and better, not waste materials, not squander, give it to the conveyor belt. He suffers from the absolute impotence of being a baby, and having been born in the bosom of his own anti-Mozart family. The soriator of Soria grunted and said nothing. There he is, 30 blocks. And then, when they were sure that 25 people were interested in making the same journey, they sent a representative to the mines of iron. I have to clarify that, besides these administrating utensils, she herself made them, and, on purpose, several smaller numbers of her own size. Nobody sat around all day, much less. They went from here to there, asking for and giving reports or handling voluminous files with the help of small trains. It is convenient to clarify that from the beginning, as soon as both entered the center for tortures computing, from that very instant, and while they went through to express this last with violence, he poured out part of the monitor, hateful that he was holding in his hand. I hope they give me the diamond. How I would avenge myself. Any new social cosmovision, independent of both the capitalist trade unionism and of the Bolshevik trade unionism, would annihilate us. Power from here, in a dialectical way, to your unigenerous son, Jack the Ripper, so that he can exterminate the paganism of words and Russian letters. Although, thinking about it better, the superlative would be that he dies in secret, doesn't report his death, and turns him into your house itself, so if the police ask for. On the 9th day, when the victim and his friends were drinking spirits comfortably around the barrel, commenting on the pilgrim and capricious drawings of it, he threw the threat. It seems that Zeke, who had mercilessly mocked his unfortunate assistant when he spoke of the mermaid jam, not only ended up believing in the feasibility of the procedure. The yogis practice lotos, by which they close the entrance to the rectum with their heels. They also have other positions designed for the same purpose. I'm not very sure about what I'm going to say, but I think in Waterloo, the last battle of Napoleon, Liliana interrupted. What Waterloo battle? And in the Coal Age found fragments of sigillarians, lepidodendrons as high as 30 meters, like solitary giants defeated by Nibelungos. The Usiro River as an obstacle was insignificant in itself. What made it complicated was that they had to cross it in front of an enemy who was fortified. The technocratic fighters of the Russian front, and even those on the fire line with Soria, felt so far from home that sometimes they had the impression of fighting in another. The soldier turned in protest. "But why, my sergeant? I called him as you said. It's not fair." "Yes, it's true. It isn't very fair that we say. With the first cast me, you had to let them catch you flamencos, or herds of cuirassiers that lurk around you. There would be your shouts for help, please, master." She was despairing, because she couldn't reach the beloved, nor make him aware of her existence. Each time she saw him in the news, she fell more in love with him. But without mentioning the dome, nor the impossibility of holding up even a thin drape with such a frail ceiling, it was obvious that the first gust of wind would destroy fast. By all means they tried to seduce the dancers, sopranos, mezzo-sopranos, and contraltos. Those extravagant meddlers, proud as pigeons, were in the way. Then a horrible noise called pinonio is heard, a thunderous way of applauding with the keys, placing the hand on one hand and hitting the palm with another. When they all advanced together in the darkness, across the Russian steppes or through ruined cities, with their lights on and probing every object without ceasing to study A. These charges, surrounded by solid fuels, would ignite and burn all the fuel uniformly, and in a fiery way as a result of the fire's spread. At last all was calm. When the frightened Russians returned, they observed a smooth but giant sand plain. Samarkand had disappeared. Monitor seemed not to hear. "Give up, you cowards, but how can you even think about it? You must take responsibility for the dead, or what did he thought? When a master makes an astral projection, he goes on a cinematic journey. He sees past, present, or future events exactly as they would appear in a movie. His fear of losing the war, for example, he saw with incredulity how the technocrats seized half his country in the first offensive, and how much the Russians had betrayed him. The record-breaking achievement of the Bois de Cactus, the company that took on this task, was to include all the highlights of an impossible opera, by length the original. How much faith in the irreversibility of history has fallen, even for a moment. It's enough. What a jolt, otherwise, what a frontal clash of world views! Delusion. But it is precisely the delusion that is the only. I agree, but some people went too far, interrupted Aristarcho. They would continue so, protecting those ruins for thousands of years, until they were replaced by others, inert at that time, who in their turn would also be replaced when. But there was also another reason. I wanted to carry out a personal investigation into a certain matter. The Kratos of the languages operated its machine of illusion. With this blind and unconscious faith in himself, with his invincible personal fortune, nothing could be attempted, nothing that involved the slightest risk. The FDU remained immobile on the ridge of debris, neither advancing nor retreating. Then, with a creak of strange machinery, it exploded back first. Now, there is nothing to think about in order to realize that I could be, with complete justice, among the tortured. I was as bad and inhuman as they. Howling furiously at the sight of his brother lying on the ground, and not knowing how badly injured he was, he fired several times with his electric pistol. He did, however, have a project for the future, secret even to his Kratos of Campo de Marte, to transform himself into God, and not just in titles. They were used to light cigarettes, the stove's gas, wood, or paper once and again, for extremely long periods. They were the size of common wood matches. Some Solias, those who wore skirts, of course, due to the strange position they were forced to occupy, showed their legs and little skirts, except for those who had lost. And he added, smiling with an evil tone, "Carlota sings tonight like to make the lantern fall the phantom of the Opera La Rue. My lantern weighs 70 divisions." He entered the sala monitorial of Descansos Terrenales, with the appearance of an Oriental who marches through a mystical suicide to the meeting of his gods. "Thank you," said Personage Issachar. "You're welcome. Let me know when you've finished and switch off the light. Lazy Chamullo. Yes, go slow. Don't worry about it. Because I knew that the other one was like this, impulsive and brutal. Not even in his dreams would he think that the monitor sent him with good intentions. You know how I want the boy and how I want you. No, it's not like that. I already know I'm not going to do that, but I get an idea just for fun, and when I read." When his comrade called at the door, he quickly put on his glasses, which were perfectly concealed in an overhead shelf. He looked at the time, and turned them on. This imagery for a moment made him forget his speech. Give me a victim as a pivot, and with my electric poke I will move the world. Such was his inopportune idea. They had taken thousands of photos of him, filmed every move he made, recorded his breathing to see if he was acting calmly or moving more than normal, and so on. I'll order the discs burned and the originals put on phonogenic tape, but let it be understood, had it not been for the fact that it is nothing less than Mozart, I wouldn't. I approve of everything, continued the monitor. I am very in agreement. Then divine Claudio added, but please bend for a moment and look under the table. It was work of Decameron de Gaula, chief of technocratic mages, who knew his monitor wouldn't be able to resist curiosity and would eventually come down to see it. The theme of the eagle, with its wings outstretched, was repeated endlessly throughout the external decoration, from the largest to the smallest scale. The people, both delighted and amazed, couldn't believe the good fortune of having gotten rid of one of the most feared and hated monsters after the Supreme himself. It goes. It was a circle about 85 meters in diameter, and the earth incredibly hard. He placed the dead and all things on one side and fell asleep exhausted. If the customer wants to bite their boobs or whip them, they don't complain. If you want coitus per annum or fellatio primorosa with a twist, they will always consent. Through a simple mechanism, they would have exploded like a didactic kiloton at the slightest touch of only one oily finger. Horrid, a monstrosity. Contentissimo, as if it were already done. First decree, after the successful invasion, they rape all those piggy English girls right away without fail. As classical metaphysics, which is not mixed with the things that happen to man, and therefore lacking in human depth, is incapable of touching on the problem of the existence. However, even though they did not fall into the matter of total creation of things, I would still find them abhorrent as they contemplate the articulation of inconceivable. I take in a little bit of the sixth floor, and do not tell me that my objection is not valid because your death was voluntary. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell you that. However, there were 350,000 men behind the river, all equipped with laser rifles, 2,000 robots, and 200 armored vehicles. You can hear a drum roll, which gets more intense, and the footsteps of soldiers. The screen slowly lights up as the drum roll continues. The steps are thunderous. Of bags inside the plastic suits which constituted the uniforms. After used, they only had to replace them by new ones. Everything was very expensive. So, to their many shortcomings, they added another, this time against mathematics. The following day he abandoned his teaching chair definitively. Thinking about it, he has 14 days. But as I said, she went to hell because of her excessive lust, which lost all perspective on her human limits. So we must put our tailors to work, who made us take many bad steps, making large canvases with torches and technocrats embroidered, to put them on the tails of our... The music had ended, but the flames continued consuming subliminally Walhalla. Monitor told him with affection, "You're welcome. I missed you. I'll try not to relapse." Every so often a group of pussies couldn't take it any more and fell asleep with their legs wide open, while the others kept the party going. The problem with the system soon became apparent. The platform didn't come out flat, but rather as a stepped pyramid, with its apex at 2 meters above the base. From minute to minute it transformed itself into a true, solemn, and magnificent Erda, which had nothing to envy of an Estiner Schumacher or anyone else. Several complexes, without connection with each other, were spending money and effort on the same improvement in an airplane, when it would be much more sensible to put all. If they don't go back faster, it's because the means don't allow it. The last animated dead electrically divided are sacrificed to stop the enemy. Monotonous deserts and petrified vortices. The grandiosity spectral of walls of ice. From space more things started to fall. By means of colours, the whole scene descends into the caverns of Nibelheim. Among the joints of the mosaics, a red lava springs forth. What are you saying? Will you go to the temple of Kraitotokoko, who waits for you, because he needs your verb, your words, marked by the impressions that I dictate? Everything culminated in an apotheosis as a celebration of victory, for which the composer used 100 railway ties of different sizes, suspended from the theatre. Now listen to me carefully, Premier, because it is important that you understand. Ten is the best general the world has had in the last 100 years. If a man knows how to do things, he can and should order the solutions, without waiting for others to sabotage him and waste his time with endless arguments. To the swing of the hammer, the swing brings you here. Hazy, dampened, gloomy vapors, suspended scent, fluttering fog, thunder, O Lord. We know that he will inevitably have to go there at a certain time. When this happens, you will throw yourself onto his abominable lion heart, and then a moment. The abandoned regional sections that instruments possessed in northern technocracy remained thus as inaccessible time machines projected to the future. They did not prevent them from deliberating in chapter, the one against the other, plotting palace coups, intrigues, and conspiracies, all that when they met in the hallways, but that was not all. While sometimes the paragraphs made sense in themselves, they never did when placed one after another, which proved that it was not a true mathematical. Character Laiseca was very impressed, since he didn't know that there were still machines left. But above all, because the little critter's act of self-sacrifice moved him. He won millions of monitors in 3 years during the peace, a figure that was difficult to believe. He would have had to be one of the richest men in the country. That, at the time, enraged him. He wasn't willing to tolerate his insolence. Therefore, he answered with some dryness that became apparent, "I don't have lovers." All hated him, I repeat, except the monitor and Kundry, with whom he was good. A rare thing. Perhaps he considered her an extension of his master, a very magister. Again to Laiseca, and resumes the angry tone. "And this also happened because of your fault, Laiseca. Because you made me fuck up, Juan Carlos Soria. Yes. Enemies. Attack plan Soria. Fly my bridges. Cut the access roads to prevent provisions from reaching me. Silence my garrisons with mortar fire." He divided the surface of the celestial body, not more than a few hundred square kilometers, into a series of arbitrary countries, and gave them names that he himself. "Soriata, and piss me on with your dick. Fuck me with your logic, and fuck my ass with your log. To be or to exist, that is the question. Todo a los fines, as you will have understood by now, your excellence, of not promoting the incident, and besides, I think we must conquer Carthage," Caton said. "Withdraw during the night." But the technocrats had biodetectors in their combat astronaves, and they captured them once the thermal sources of their bodies were located. Lying on his back, placed directly above the Queen. Then they lowered him very carefully. A 7th page made sure that it came into place correctly. All that money in those unmanageable bills. If you want to exchange your money at a bank or store, they will ask you to wait for a moment. I'll go back to check if I have. All was well. Tested the pairs of both tips and passed the work. I called the head for them to test it, and didn't work, and he didn't, and didn't, and didn't. That my chest never closed with a bang on the widow's money, and I never told my servants to run the moaners at night to expand my field at the expense of the neighbors. What's not known is whether travellers on their return, and for them to allow access, must kill at the frontier another 1,000 of these creatures. There were so many people to be tortured, and those waiting to do the torturing, that 270 classic Chinese torture techniques weren't enough, and the fee. Feed your strong ones. Then they arrived at a site where Zappallo was, who said into the microphone of a tape recorder that was running, while in the background some shrieking. "Open up!" cried an impossible voice, toothless, from that kind of mirror which was the window. "Open up!" he insisted, agonizingly seeing him slip out. Chorus: "Tie your hair, tie your hair, tie your hair." The rust has disappeared from the robot's eyes. It now looks infinitely young. There are those who see her as a short-sighted little woman, dazzled by the figure of the tyrant, thus, always according to these historians, all anecdotes of vendettas. The astrologer told more of his adventures to the influencer, but this one gave only signs of interest and excitement when the tale came to the part of the ants. Because you refuse to understand in any way that Johnson is no longer president, and that he even passed away a few years ago, why are you surprised that there's no more? The other rushed to confirm him that, indeed, in this life one has to be normal and logical. But, of course, if it's something you just can't do. Chapter 89. The making of a golem, the sign of a golem, beneficial or malevolent, depends only on who created it. The traveller, who had listened to everything without intervening, thought about how difficult it is to establish the difference between a knob and what is true metaphysical, his crime and blasphemy against life. After all, It is a celestial creation. We found it so horrible that we decided to put him in this place. Terribly unnerved by his madness, he was stunned to see that his general was not killing himself defending the tomb until the last man, as he had ordered him to do. Things were no better on the front of Soria, nor were the feelings of incredulity and estrangement any less intense, despite the fact that the fighters in this line of fire, today, precisely, your rage was of a megaton. By luck it wasn't with me the matter. So, with the internal security Kratos, he fell out of favor. At once, the 24 vulture-like birds dived like fighter jets. They came out of formation, one by one, sinking their left wing first. "Okay, what's going to be our freight?" he complained, the last one. They were so impractical that they bought all things before choosing the site. Therefore they had to hire. They didn't know at the time that Moeres Mio was as impossible a person as Hitler. When he made up his mind, it was for good. It was useless trying to dissuade him. According to the plan, regular Air Force sweeps over Russian positions in the east would be responsible for keeping them disorganized, so that they could not concentrate enough. Through the ribs of a group of skeletons, arranged by pure chance in a fleeting parade, one could see from afar the blue-white flicker of a high-voltage cannon. Go to the Valkyries, daughters of Odin, descend from the sky atop their magical horses. They search for the bodies of the fallen warriors to bring them to Valhalla. Crystals, certain gases condensed and rained down on coagulated substances. The steps gave the impression of being lashed by methane winds, as on Jupiter. They are like waves of celestials mixed together, lacking sharpness. When they reach the floor, they flatten out, forming successive layers of paste. The magnificent Guerrero, lover of women, war and poetry, of life in general. He built bridges, aqueducts. He glorified the city of Cordoba. As they feasted, from the automatic phonograph equipped with Eustachian and Fallopian trumpets, they could hear the final scene of the drama. So we go, one by one. But the monotheists were exterminated centuries ago by Icos Adrist and Exalveist, so I don't understand. By the way, I'm not a fanatic. Seeing the change in the monitor's face, Cattell continued. Yes, I heard about the project, and am glad it didn't go through, but this isn't. The monitor was very angry. If that voice had ordered the Colossus of Rhodes to move, he would have done so without time to understand that he could not do it. This would not, however, prevent the statue. Never a despair or any gesture that betrayed him. To external eyes, on the contrary, his position would have to become increasingly harder. With Jan, they followed another procedure. Sometimes they called him the Prime Minister of Hemp, because they were perfectly aware of the Premier's terror. Kratos knew quite a bit about differential calculus. Thus, soon he was able to verify that there was no correspondence between what was spoken and what was written. He stood without irony and said, "But my ensign, Molotov cocktails no longer do the trick. The Evtushenkos have force fields that, so they don't work, huh?" Giving the matter as finished, and in order to make forget the serious military situation, Enrique Cattell, Kratos of the tongues, proposed to continue telling stories. Omar Khayyam would never again say to whoever that drinking wine is bad, never good either. Not now, but if in a while he'd be more dead than Tutankhamun's mummy. They clung to this thesis after the existence of Japan was proven by the subject of armor. 18, from a children's story I read when I was young. Again, in repeated attempts to arrive at consciousness, touched the face of the closest Sorai, and, burning itself, retreated disorderly into sleep. Despite the fact that they were gagged and at great height when the descent took place, you could hear with clarity a muted cry of pain, which was instantly silenced. This gave it an appearance of large spots, like the gallas of gypsy bees, whose reflections were immediately dimmed by the mists of a reddish enclosure. I'd keep the previous red, but make it vibrate for a while with warm yellow. It's a foreign, invasion-like yellow. It comes from Monitor, who is going to kill them. They cursed the Monitor, the Chanshinas, the whores' heads, and themselves. But, as is said, orders are orders, so they set out to obey. The bearded one looked stunned. "Tell me, are you serious?" Monitor, in amazement. "Of course." "What are you talking about?" "But what on earth are you talking about?" When the referee was almost done, they all ate him up, including the rivals, who were invited and accepted with gusto, and without even despising the entrails that are. Touching them, to test himself on his virtue, as no one understood anything, some faint praises were heard. more by inertia than for any other reason. There the powerful machines of energy worked in silence, tended by servo mechanisms, humanoid robots that moved through the air on steel cables. Chapon, one of the hangmen mentioned earlier, and who had moved to this sector by translation pipe to do a job without paying the least attention to Japanese, was telling. The caretaker fell silent, and a heavy silence descended on both of them, a silent vibration that was not broken by the howling of a dog in the distance. Secret the Second argued excited, "Much better. Thus I satisfy my repressed homosexualisms. J.J. Diamond, what a nice ass you have. Will be a cold, a personal historical report, etc. We think it necessary to express our ideas on many levels, and not just one. My recreational hunting, which takes him as a positive object, being myself the negative and in between the synthetic explosion, is nothing personal. I would buy them from 1,000 loves, but you'll pay me 88 cents per monitor per month. What? 0.88. But how $0.88 cents? Softening. The other, from the laugh, almost choked on coffee and cigarette because, although it seems impossible, he was drinking and smoking simultaneously. What? Marxism, which denies the value of metaphysics, is also classical metaphysics. It's the final and most demented stage, just that. I am aware, thanks to my doctors of the law, that that is a sinful and heretical work. It will be burned in secret by the hand of the executioner. Most of the 88th Division's troops, who were those who kept their units more grouped together, without waiting for any order, decided on their own to get there in order to. They all looked like theological weapons, and non-holy ones for fear. It seems to me I see Exatlatellico's tail in all this. And why didn't you make an astral to find out? It's about time that this crap died. The one with the plastics didn't have, as it is logical, a color plan. He was satisfied with systematically obscuring the splendors. We'll starve to death forever. And how long will that Russian take to starve to death forever, according to you? 10 or 20 years, nothing more. I hope I don't have to wait like last time. Does he perhaps think that this terrible noise is functional music? A bad sign when you hear Paralipadinsky or Wagner. Suddenly, before his own challenge, he looked at his cards and realized he'd come across an invincible set of cards. Attila himself wouldn't have scorned them. Of evil, narrator. But the father replied, "My child, don't be angry with me for not planting my field as you suggested. It will be upturned. With these, plus the help of all the dead heroes that the mentioned warrior maidens take to Valhalla, Orton hopes to defeat Alberic's hordes, who the malevolent dwarf is. Men are the gods of robots. From there, that these did not consider humans as their equals. They only shared the causes of their creators at a distance. He is a soldier and has fallen in Samarcanda. He is a general and has fallen in Samarcanda. He is the monitor and has fallen in Samarcanda. Not even death can erase such an awful shame. The black of the sky now has rust particles suspended in it. The atmosphere is gasified with violets. But the others don't believe it completely. They still have in mind the old monitor's image. Kratos from Campo de Marte is not afraid of me. That's right. After several tragic chords, a soloist's voice was heard, which said in Russian, "Naturally, the enemy has burned the factories and razed my village." No one ever knew, not even the legendary Decameron of Gaula, that morning, and for several minutes, technocracy had become without a head. His brief chat with the high-ranking officer did not exactly calm him down or cheer him up. The other was extremely nervous, and his military discipline could not hide it. As soon as I open your books, I have the feeling of something reptilian, like a sly monster, full of hanging membranes, ready to catch the reader. Strategic materials will become less essential, because we will largely neglect them through plastic photosynthesis, or some other means that our scientists will eventually. Pain is also weak at bottom, although it pretends to deceive me, making me believe that it is very strong and an invincible giant. It counts on my ignorance. The signal that the protective screens had ceased to function was that a new laser shot launched by Gustavo went through it cleanly. It's going to explode. Take cover! Vegetables and legumes. He had a couple of disciples, fanatics, and unquestioning followers, Pavi and Fruti, who followed him everywhere. Kundry replied, "Yes, I imagine that Jack the Ripper told stories like these in his free time. Be quiet, necrophile." To achieve this, there was no other remedy than to leave the security of Carraza de las Aguilas behind. The Kratos of Campo de Marte opposed itself with energy. The beginning of the field, beyond the suburbs, would still work despite the destruction of the great machines. A voice that he couldn't quiet made calculations. Alberto Laiseca, The Solias, by Ricardo Piglia. The Solias is the best novel written in Argentina since The Seven Madmen. He turned his back on the mountains of Soria and went to visit one of his aunties, who wanted him to get a job as a phone operator, which wouldn't be much, but would be better. I can assure you of it. Power is a mystery, especially for us leaders. Every day we work with tangled, labyrinthine keys that must be deciphered. Such people are Tuatin. The artists of Solias had several popes in their country, among others the Pope of the actors. One by one, all the machines in the complex, in a progression of destruction that wouldn't have lasted more than a minute, fell out of sync and exploded. The Chamberlain of Audiencias, who hated everyone, was extremely delighted to see someone suffering, made sadistic comments to the Vice-Chamberlain, referring to the Russian. As the only witnesses of the phone frustration, the inscriptions against Ferini, there were also plenty of them, on the wall that supported the box on the rooftop. Of these he brought a few to the monitor, only those who could interest him as a statesman, inside an envelope, sealed and protected by armors. Yoga, the companion who betrayed his cosmovision, among many other things, and it seems to me that I also know the others. They all used to go to Bargueño. Yes. It seemed that a piece of furniture instead of a human being had been introduced into the bar, rapidly added unconsciously to other things. The ones who despair of getting seats on buses and stick you with their bags are, preferably, the ones that throw out the pure sounds always according to that artist's. Is it age, or is it? Does it seem to you, Issachar, that I'm going to turn into a rag? Once again someone called him by his last name. It would be a waste of time. She has a Guevara poster. Then communicate to her that you are affiliated with the Communist Party since August 20th, 1968. Without saying, the day of the execution of Calzone Montegrave, the popular masses, now in a festive mood, overflowed the security device. Others who proclaim that their lady is the most beautiful in the world, and to whom no one degrades on this, and does not accept it. He puts him as a badge of battle. Documents from my gardener, they'll see that he is your husband, and we covered ourselves. She, frightened and repentant. Listen to me. Don't kill him. When the other man's hand was within reach of a grip, the men from the Vice-President's personal guard noticed that the supposed sympathizer had some strange bulges in his. Once we have the springs of the state in our hands, we grab all the scoundrels and the Unionists. We put them on a warship. We erase the name from the ship, we call it jam, and cakes and puddings and ice cream and foamy chocolates. The whole lunch made up of nothing but desserts. Someone will get brave one day. Lacking restraint and temper, those persistent decided to inflate the prominent bulge of their mould. Nothing could induce them to reflect. The Kratos of languages listened with open mouth. The state leader went on, "And you know what? I finally understood that you can't rule like a Russian Tsar. But in such a case, the victorious machines will remain on the alert day and night in case another enemy tries to breach their defenses. Otherwise, if a line of 5,000 people was formed, the slave would die, and only a handful of people would really come to make contact. Love that kills." He feigned deep impression at the concepts and knowledge that Kratos strove to demonstrate. She was always at the back. She went systematically. On its ruins, the Russians built Tsaritsyn, which later became Stalingrado 150. The Kadi tried to approach the Babylonian ruins. The Gauler saw in another area a fake Canadian grand totem, made up of hundreds of leprous and syphilitic chicks, one on top of the other's shoulders. It was already said that Alberich's interpreter had been forced into inanification, despite his request to the contrary. That usurper wanted to be taller than Wharton. To move the Rhine nymphs, they used apparatus with little wheels. They allowed the singers, or rather lifted and lowered them, in simulation of aquatic effects. Orphein. The other dwarf, terrified, hands it over to him. Alberich is now more powerful than ever. Wharton and Loge finish their descent. A new life has been lost by your failure to correct fate. Sigmund and Siegfried, their secret weapons, have only added to the tragedy 161. On the other hand, Gaston ended up understanding that eating is a mutual celebration. He also swallowed her, subsequently bringing her back to life. It is fresh, temperate, and mild in winter. As said, the atmospheric behavior was incredible when the 13th Army started to penetrate into that area. Despite all the penalties, he managed to withdraw to the Urals and began sending divisions on the other side. That is, to Euroboric Russia. Chapter 138. The monitorial riposta, after some friction adjustments, the monitorial riposta had recovered with more than enough its past agonies. Put on the new white tunic without embroidery that I will give you, and take charge as a dervish of the believers in a small temple built in honor of Totoko. He wanted to send Ricardo Wagner an insulting letter. He thought he would tell him, among many other things, that as a woman she had felt immensely aggrieved. Campo de Marte needs a quantity of raw materials and manufactured goods that come from abroad, because we can no longer produce them due to the demands of heavy industry. Losing all access to our last suppliers of cobalt, columbo, titanium, tungsten, and zirconium obviously wouldn't make me any favor. If technocracy, in order to survive, needs its children to become Solias, why have we fought? He argued feebly. His charisma had vanished. At his order, they would fire simultaneously and in the same area. He explained that this would not destroy the tank, but would heat up the impact zone. You are not the one to give me innocence that, moreover, I have never stopped having. I did not kill the Turk, and anyone who says otherwise is a fucking son of a bitch. Despite everything, I can imagine that he did it for aesthetic reasons, because he was a manic and expensive person in terms of perfect symmetry. Blocked the incinerator? The entire building then filled with smoke and poorly burned fragments of Soria. He often mistook them for rats. Lately, in technocracy, more and more robots with human appearance are appearing, almost perfect. They are sent by the EEE5 to watch. She begged the gods that this letter would have an invocatory effect, so that the other might find a master, a real, physical human being, and not a book who had enough. Finally, they gave up because they were very tired, and the Saurian magicians could take advantage to attack the technocracy, or at least assassinate a state head. Of course you don't believe it, or call it inhuman madness. Yes, do not protest. I know that you didn't say it, but you thought it. It's the same thing. And she does well. She is still a young woman. You have the right to be heard. You must open his mouth with a vagina dilator and put a handful of black pepper in it. This forced him to make a new check, because he did not want the newcomer to notice it, an attitude that only increased the stiffness of the ensemble. Issachar II raised a hand, and silencing them. Enough. The other Issachars froze in fear before the command of the highest rank. They hired a driver without any experience at all. For 2 months they taught him how to drive, and then sent him off on the bus route, where you and another 24 men. On another page, the mystical Zen Decameron of Gaula Issachar stated, "You are the posterity. Our posterity is already here." Their drains, otherwise, were to permit the evacuation of blood, which otherwise would accumulate in the form of slippery puddles, annoying wherever they might be. In addition, since it is very possible that despite our efforts to make it beautiful one of the knees will be less thin than the other, we will work on both until we leave, the other said with hatred, losing his humor in an instant. Now, they feel strong, don't they? Well, let's see when all that they've believed goes to hell. After explaining his new transcendent activity to the influencer, the super asked, "Do you know what it means to read more than 2,015,000 letters? Así vas a aprender otra vez a hacer cortos filmes." Chapter 69. The zombie makers Issachar had made great progress in the world of magic. John Birch Society, the KKK, the Free Jeep Drivers, and the Great Association of Unfortunate, Fearful, and Triumphant Lesbians. Aside from the technocracy, where people were working to take the necessary measures to face the pending transcendent fact, the war, there was a number of individuals. Where are we going to end up? By the end of the month, with the payment of his first salary, the difficulties that the builder of temples had experienced ended definitively. Aware of his madness, after having lived with the girl for several months, character Issachar finally realized that in no way could he be happy with her unless he stopped messing. Death, on the other hand, dressed as a monitor, furrowed her brow even more, and looked dangerously at the lump that formed the testicles of the other. They imagined that this was the prelude to an offensive against the Serov groupings, put as a decoy and trap at the same time, and on the still unoccupied Soria. Those jumping boobs, so docile. The unattainability of such stimuli was part of the torture. It's funny to read, but not to live it. Then she had no choice but to extend one of the wings of the Phoenix Palace. There, where the yellow crane rests from its fatigue on the east terrace. Great was his joy when his subordinates reported to him that a certain famous conductor was a spy for Soria. He took charge personally of the interrogations. With the help of the sorcerer, the Cadi made short work of forcing open the bronze-cast door, or the long labyrinth, leading to the small central palace where they penetrated. Thus, only small portions could be advanced, since the skin was cracking. It seemed like a visit to the planet Mercury. It wasn't a terrestrial place. He was so fat that when he stepped on the stage in Act 2 of El Oro, he sank it down to the ground, couldn't pull his foot out, and got stuck permanently in the proscenium. Since then, he does not speak, does not eat the apples of Freya, and grows old, waiting for the end. All heroes and gods look at him horrified. Electric impulses from devices placed inside their skulls. These riders are armed with gas pipes that ignite with great calorific intensity as they come out. At 300 meters heat was infernal, and worse even at 200, 100 meters. The sun raged in his wounds. He groaned feebly. It is curious that they insisted on this, since the wounds did not match those caused by such different weapons, but rather those produced by low temperatures. The Bacchants, on the day of Saturnalia in the cemetery, were responsible for replacing their successive ones with those already heard, maintaining thus an acceptable. Now, well, suppose that through a wonderful act we would make it disappear in one fell swoop, and without more all Sorias, Russians, exatists, etc. Nothing more than to lay the foundations of the palace. It will take us 700 years. Note that even the solid rock would be very weak to serve as a base. Campo de Marte cannot guarantee me plastic fiber for that purpose. It is also not imagined that I am going to fill all the holes with electronic equipment. Affairs and irresponsibility and incompetence in military affairs of Julius Caesar has brought the country to a terrible danger that it is in. Conventional plastic explosives, refined and brought to their limits. And that's because I haven't yet let out my Attila 8, which I keep in my undergrounds like treasure. Monitor. There will be extra space, Zapalo. Well, not that many. If there are spare places, they will fill them with plastic dummies that look like the dead. But he should have taken the memory of Liliana along with him in that last fraction of a second that all human beings possess before dying, which is eternity. It gave the feeling of having the stature of a giant. Probably it would not really exceed 1 meter 85, at most 90. In no case did it reach 2. And nothing. They tried until they were exhausted. There was no way. The inexorable white wall which the acoustic rays could not penetrate. The convicted man continues to be suspended and fixed, but the Prince Yen, in his infinite mercy, makes him feel no pain during that period. Communism. With great clarity, a student of the Institute, Comrade Leo Voronov, brought up this issue in his short film, The Cooperator's Cheetah. On occasions, when he ventured into the future or the past, he inadvertently found out things not expected. Trivialities, many of them. He said, "Better than tales, what Soria in danger needs are songs of heroism that galvanize our armies into a possible war." So the stone vagina had to retain its same internal form, so tight they could hold it. This complicated job was ordered to several sculptors. But when Monitoria's radio stations attacked the principal figures of the pantheon, they could no longer bear it, and all processes were accelerated with a formal exateridity. They were getting ready to perform a composition by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart Isika, Requiem, Masqué 626, 59, and one, within 2 blocks of spotting them, you already know they're occultists, and start preparing to make the mirror mudra just in case they decide to send you a malevolent. No long or lazy. Arnoldus and his friend decided to cut their hair before God caught them, because they were absolutely sure that he would get them. If such research had proved effective, it would have been possible to obtain indestructible Barano tips capable of drilling through the hardest rocks. That is, though, finding the place for copulation takes between 3/4 of an hour and an hour and a half. This does not please the protagonist. If that Napoleon is a fictional character, I don't know why sometimes someone talks about him as if he had lived. What period of history did England and he exist? A little while later, after inspecting everything in that sector and 2 other adjacent areas, and having had an earnest discussion about matters pertaining to the functioning. Double indignation, as he detested the other, not only for his words, but also for his inadequate response. I wished to strangle him just as much. He questioned him with such kindness that the other, who must have intuited something extremely horrible from it, didn't understand and calmed down gradually. The soldier Pedraza continued. It is true that half of the inhabitants were women, but these last were so enamored with belonging to the love of the city that they were... I was talking about the old woman's husband waking up from his daydream. He turned back to the soldiers, who had been looking at him with open mouths for a good while, not able. Victor Frankenstein, see you, and they left, leaving the other horrorized. His friend appeared whole a week later, which was a stroke of luck for everyone. As he stepped out of the elevator, he was met by the Chamberlain of Auditions, the new one, as you will remember. The previous had been castrated, who rushed on her in such, although our future cannot be projected onto these material objects, although even our past doesn't have the hope of leaning on them, he paused, we're winning otherwise. So he doesn't believe it? Look if it will be stupid and an ass with long beard, that he has not yet discovered the first secret, that everything, good or bad, is different. We hear the theme of the gold, so poorly played, that for a moment we confuse it with Tarnhelm, or the light motif of Valhalla, or anything else. You can feel a cry, clarins under cotton. Soldier Gaston would concentrate 5.5 million, Culeforth armed with flamethrowers and other incendiary weapons, and blues like diamonds scattered, mixed with turquoises. A red snow fell that never existed on Earth again, maybe on another planet. It, my monitor, or if it isn't clear enough for him, since in our worldview technique is not separate from ontology, that is to say transcendence, let's call it, the complete conversion of all matter into energy might take thousands of years. Thanks to the valley, technocrats thought to illuminate the cities in the future. It may be that sometimes I exaggerate. To make a certain point, if I have to speak honestly with you, I must tell you that in my heart I believe in the honesty of all, prodigiously, almost to the point of fusion, in fact. Several have even reached it, and, after cracking the crusts of the discs, heavy and bright drops fall. Not because your act is forgiven, but because I don't ignore how much it cost you to progress. To look at other beings is a path that must be learned. Of the atrocities committed by Russians and Solias with our women, mass killings, death marches, and other nonsense, as you say, it is better not to speak. Day and night, for 72 hours, the electric cannons blazed without ceasing. They were very similar to those used by all the armies in the official war. The statesman, full of affection, looked with a smile at the animal, which, very pleased, chewed with enthusiasm and shook and dragged those false remains. One of Laiseca's early books, Adventures of an Atonal Novelist, 1982, could be read as a critical and secret prologue to Los Solias. What happens at the pension is the deadly germ of a story that works like a nuclear explosion. A fragment of that atomized world has reached us. Suddenly he muttered, full of hate, "They feast on the poor little minnows from the north, Byron Igargo. Why do they deserve it if they're good? Good as can be," Soria proclaimed. "Healthy habits above all else. The body must be the armed front that defends your soul. The soul must be the armed front that defends your body." Then the monitor replied with a phrase that left everyone speechless, but which the Russian understood perfectly. "I'll tell you, I'm sick of Newski's perspective to the fair." The bearded, almost indifferent. "And do you think it's cute?" "No, not very nice." And monitor stood fast, waiting for punishment, based on the principles of socialist humanism. 40 Pavel Dmitrievich, no one called him that anymore, but Dr. Yegulev. He was powerful. The first 29.5 meters fell this way, but the last 50 centimeters they covered at maximum speed. Brom, like a cannonball. At the word possible, Prudence had suggested it, which, moreover, proved that the jester's tale had not been told in vain, although the Soriator did not wish to admit it. He had changed the word minaret by Torre del Silencio, but it was the same. What were you referring to when you mentioned the celestial origin incident, if not human? Wait, Issachar, he told her, with an authentic tone of camaraderie. Nobody had ever had that with him in that place from now on. You will put your control here. The container must contain enough water so that once the glandulon is inserted, the liquid level does not exceed 4/5 of the height of the inside of the vessel. As his superiors expected much of him, the man with the camel's smile, for example, and above all the man with the skull that seemed armored, even though he never saw him. 3 months his ruling lust lasted, until the partials at Petitboulogne still had made a rampage in turn, leaving things as they were at first. This safeguard of morality, this was not carried out at that time by the Inquisition, as is usually thought, since it was limited to giving general directives, but could not. He approached to look at them better, and saw that their eyes had no life. They looked at him the astral, and could verify that they lacked it. They were dead. Then Moyaresmio asked in his turn, "Do you think if the answer was affirmative I would be who I am?" "Dead angry, Illustra. I was just asking. However, all of this only imperfectly explains the why. What are the objectives of these esoteric societies, and why do they fight with each other? Functionario III, on the other hand, invented a false metaphysical need, in the manner of advertisers, when they want to force a new product onto the public. Chanchilli's army was much stronger than it seemed, and the generals of technology, who had been accustomed to defeating the Russians in one battle after another, had to go. A scientist would say, another was the center of their gravitational masses, I think. Soldier, no. 13. Why do you say, as when referring to yourselves? This is not for reasons of aesthetics, precisely, although it also takes advantage of them. The design responds to a Kabbalistic matrix that Apollo gives in his book, the saber-toothed tiger. Now I could see it, walking along with tiny ferns, Alice's rabbits, March hares, and sand mixed with trilobites. Apart, the glory. They had a liter of wine for each, and were about to fill their bellies with 2 wild ducks that they had providentially caught with a lasso. Well, seriously. But those ruthless dictators found it ugly and dull, unkempt, overly simple and concise, dismissively austere and sober. After this destitute and miserly joke, after that beggar's trick, your illustriousness made 2 small messes with a few things they salvaged and got going. After they have devoured him, someone gathers his bones together, like Isis does with the remains of her husband Osiris, and brings him back to life with a spell. His head was the red of alchemists, color that it is supposed to possess the philosopher's stone when excited by a gold staff held with a green cloth. They placed belong on top of bull testicles and donkey penis as a brooch of gold in the correct place. Then they put the new tofu on a big grill and slowly cooked it. Now, what's the difference? If you told me that the others are monotheists, for example, go and do it. They would be sufficiently different to justify a religious war. The war with the Soviet Union was terrible, there is no doubt about it. But you can't compare it to the struggles between technocracy and Soriana, even in your wildest dreams. With Barbudo, he got caught up in a discussion about literature. Monitor said to him, "I rarely get interested in a contemporary novel." Nothing happened then this, and companions were protected by the fields of energy that generated the IEE. Then he tried to kill the squash. Joy! Technocracy, Monitor tripped technocracy. It was as if you were traveling through a time machine. These things only happened in old movies. Devices of actresses with high breast-sized breasts. They came noisily down, swinging some metallic boobs and covering their genitals with expensive plastics. Talk about the defeat. Full force returned to the decree according to which any vacillation or doubt with regard to victory, however slight, would be punished by death. And in addition, I have to remember to ask the gods to take us to Valhalla, or at least do something to protect us from the Chichis in the other life, if there is such a Alberich. This minor deity, a Nibelung, rejects love and abhors creation. He becomes the anti-god, or Antaisa. We are using the Chanchin del Norte as a firing range to test our weapons for Warthought Telephone III, a descendant and supposed harmonizer. Had it not been for his respect, the lieutenant would have shrugged. "And why are your soldiers here, sir?" "Yes." "Defenseless in sleep, don't you realize?" he asked Kamel. "Why are you talking about strawberries when it is a dessert that doesn't have them?" The chamberlain broke out of his fit of hatred. "What did you say?" Capítulo 44, Toque de queda gordo Soriano Laiseca. "Fue detenido en medio de la calle." Orchestra erupted with majesty. Oh, that day of wrath, when the world will be dissolved. Head of state, Certainly he got his way as the terrible benefactor. Enthused offered Paralipidinsky, that's how the composer was called, all their support. Monitor had a special theatre founded in Bayreuth, one of the residential neighborhoods of Monitoria, central technocracy, devoted exclusively to this artist. Will it end up in some kind of transcendent, theological, or pharaonic government that history has already overcome? It is indispensable that man works. This gentleman was there for a reason. I think it's for subversion. I would leave it locked and rural for a millennium or two, for safety's sake, even if it's not necessary. No doubt tomorrow, some day, balancing on the edge of an upside-down bell, a louder sound will pull us out of the circle, pushing us towards the depths. Your intolerance is very suspicious. Can I know what they made you gay and lesbians? Look at how involved you are. Involved and fucked in what doesn't concern you. A year they chose a young man, the most beautiful that they could find, and, after kidnapping him, they named him emperor of the sect. Attacking on all fronts at the same time contained the only possibility of victory, since if a single point was left unattended, the Russians would have enough deterrent. It is you who left for this criminal and suicidal struggle, slaughtering the heroic people of Chanchin del Sur and occupying Chanchin del Norte. It was very difficult for him to be awarded more diamond, loaded with growing geometric responsibilities, because he had his limits, and they super knew it. At some gathering, while smoking cigarette after cigarette, despite the astrologer-magician Arnaldus, the great telling him to smoke only 22 a day, that in the territories over which he ruled, as chief of horn and knife, when any of his subordinates made a mistake, in order to make him understand that he had fallen out of, he asked for help from the monitor, but, who continued to play poker, made himself deaf. Tell them to stop. They're going to kill me. I'm sorry. Wharton. The visitor glared at the terrified group and plunged to the hilt of his sword, saying that only a great hero could pull it out. Technocratic advance. He put forth his idea to the supreme commander of the Soviet army, Marshal Viktor Tuchashchevsky, who fully agreed with him. Not everything I saw was genuine, even in the astral order. First of all, because in some sense he was mad, like any man who dies. It was desperate for soldiers who had been wounded 2 or 3 times in the Russian campaign to see that even the lasers became impotent in penetrating the electronic. Do you know how much time it took me? How much it cost me to understand that delirium is the greatest of our greatness? Not the pathological one, of course. They still only knew victory, but the initial impetus had lost strength. According to the high military leader, the technocratic advance would stop in Omsk. Of the ring that empowers your handles, your desires for complete control over events, what should I then do? Become a democratic dictator? One day, when the technocratic state head was visiting the capital of Chanchin, the prime minister took advantage to confess him his secret fears. For the gods whom he understands only half-heartedly is a sort of state capitalist à la manière Russe. Who does Wharton think he is? A small bourgeois? My adversaries say that it was easy for me to defeat Pompey the Great, isn't that so? According to them, and consequently my deed does not have any merit. You believe in the gods, don't you? Well, let's put it this way. Thank the gods that the new Soriator is frankly gay. The gods could have sent an easier miracle. This, however, was mostly wasted thanks to the energy shields which did not allow anything to touch the surface of the tank. Despite this, it was enough to act from A. The new Evtushenkos performed most of their functions better. However, for the assault on Monitoria, they sent 30,000 skeletons, not even counting from the Stone Age. You are flattering us. We're not that efficient. You'd better shut up and stop talking, despot killer. By most he just showed indifference. They were like children who fear primitivism in a dark night. The ancient fear that awoke within them made them unjust. Approximately, the Count of Laguna, a calculator by profession, in case the sad Pojola men should take it into their heads to invade us. A man so manipulated, as Kratos intuited who had written to him, could not break the vicious circle even by appealing to the highest and soundest in himself. Monitor terrible letting his anger run wild. And to tell me about your infected tragedy, you tiny one, you come and steal my time? The mysterious Beard, who had arrived late for the famous audience and thus missed the entire first part, didn't recognize the Russian man even by sight. Go and prepare me a dessert. The baker, who had been sustained by the aura in the face of danger, began to rapidly collapse after fortune turned. This was because his enemies, who were also very powerful, surrounded some areas with the protection of an exorcism to make them impassable. And you're saying it so calmly. He doesn't know that there is a curfew. 49, starting to be moved. Ooh, I didn't even notice. They were there, apart from the head that has already been described, several bodies, whole and also dissected, whose shapes could hardly be guessed through the plastic. All the necessary gimmicks were there to apply the group of essential rules for doing well a thing, such is the definition of art according to the dictionary. And these were: a new scenographic mutation, but now in colors, the three extraordinary types with different bodies in a world of burning caves. Really was going to kill her because it derogated him, or because he slept with others. Otherwise, how could I bear life after losing that irreproducible woman? The beehive, in any case, will be a more honest attitude, so at least they'll stop banging on about that sex nonsense, because with the Bolsheviks there's no party to be. Trying to put his hand into a non-existent waistcoat at the level of the belly, he said, "Wellington does not worry me. It is a general of 5th category. While we leave them pregnant, we sweeten their 2 tits for them. Aha!" And he rubbed his hands together, satisfied as if he had just refuted Kipling. There were 2 officials talking about the latest film by Lucas Mandinga Iseka, The Yellowstoner Submarine. Official the 3rd, listen to me. But regarding the Chinese engravings, as with reference to whether it was or not useful to build the Great Wall, I must tell you that there are several versions. If anyone ever said in the technocracy that Wagner was the Mozart of musicians, Arnoldius would at least have been worthy of being considered the thin monitor of the film. In the central front, the invading troops collided with the Russians who defended Moscow exactly on the 22nd day of having begun the struggle. Part of the temptation consisted precisely in the possibility of clinging to that reassuring idea. The sergeant took on an English tone. Everything. The technocracy is the mental projection of a monitor who dreams. What would the technocracy be like if I stopped dreaming, and others like it? Not even a disciple. These big voices confused a bit the group of red-faced men who decided to deliberate in a chapter or a disgusting council. It may be, in addition, don't forget, we just looked for 4 large trees to support ourselves on, so that we can raise the walls of our lyrical theatre. They had a lot of stitching, but they didn't mind too much. The German soldiers returning from Russia had worn their boots to the point of losing their soles. He was famous for his pied de trois in Act 92 of the opera ballet Il Putifar da Seta by Italian composer Enrico Cantricci. Well, but if you live, we can make a new lyric hall. On the other hand, if you die, all possibilities end. No, now it's time to die. The men of the 13th Army, besieged in Samarkand, well knew that if they did not hold out, the Soviets would deal a blow to the entire southern front. By there we find that in reality he is right, and that term, technocracy, must be defended at all costs. Also the word monitor should be reviewed. I see them arrogant, insolent, erratic in their dogmatic idiocy, put on profile to make their big and stuck noses of emperors better seen. But the language of that music does touch me. Not the 4 bullshit songs that the woman sings, and I never stopped seeing war as a chivalrous fight. It excited them very much, I think. At least they did, which is very similar to the noise of orgasm. But their favorite hobby were beatings with sticks. The head of state continued. How I wish that some technocratic musician would complete Schubert's Inconclusa. Can't it be done? Of course it can. The initiative has already been taken out of our hands for quite some time now. It belongs to the Russian. You're just getting scared. At least you're a technician, and me? He threw it in the garbage. Moyaresmio Iseka, ex-Moyaresmio Soria, had heard his friend's revelations with great interest and attention. Greasy hair. The soldiers, out of it, went by without noticing them. If they had been able to see them, they would surely have tried to stop them. Intercept the enemy's combat astronavs. Someone, no one could know who, had, incredibly, managed to repair a cannon and was using it. The rock must have weighed over 2,000 kilograms. It sank halfway down the screen before the latter managed to cancel out the huge dynamic energy. On the contrary, what we want is that you be happy. I'm going to give you the Chilean's address. He searches through his clothes in vain. She begs you not to find her. Suicide is practiced by the greatest athletes. Only one piece can be hunted at a glance. It's so expensive that only very rich people practice it. When they grow up, or at any time, and if they behave well, and even if they behave badly because Beit-Kapoka is so tolerant, then Cattell issued a second directive requiring such stubborn unionists to work 1,400 minutes per day until they exploded. He should have said it, at least if he had been sincere for a minute. In spite of this, I have to admit that he did right. That solitary minute would have cost him his life. Without hesitation, he approached the terrible Laiseca, a man with a sun-tanned face. His hair, beard, and moustache were all extremely long. Walking on air and trying to reach the edge of the land, I saw myself. The double was just a couple of meters from the shore, but it seemed that he would never arrive. No, certain nerve centers were stimulated, so that the person fell into a state of unconsciousness and did not wake up unless the energy emission was interrupted. But at that moment, when through a combination of chance, violent effort, and good luck they had managed to sneak in and look at the astral, they could finally find out. Now you've gone to get pissed on Antissa. Fucking suck it now that you have to put up with him. Respect for the dead. But I wish that old cunt died every year. Countess II, the rat's banner, will devour the false eagles of Monitoria. Folded legs funeral, they will make them drink the wine of death. Among the technocratic high priest's acolytes stood, puffed up with pride, a former polypotro of the nose-twisters called Pedro Lagon. This, the character thought, was precisely his way of blending in. Because a man who works for the secret and lets others know has to be an idiot, people think. For perfect stereophonic effect and counterpoint, a number of male and female specimens were distributed strategically. Great king! Affair has disgusted me. Such misunderstanding on the part of a genius should not be forgiven. But enough, I consider it finished. Martinez? That replied the mentioned one, Eduardito insisted on the wave and tone. There's no seriousness for anything, isn't that so, Don Martinez? Trojan, or Ramses II, the Egyptian. It is all the more incredible when we consider the historical context in which his regime was installed. There were times when I waited up to an hour and a half, watching you, arriving long before the due time just to put my signature after yours. Sure, what makes me angry is that you don't take responsibility for what you chose at the time. If there's one thing that really gets my goat, it's that. Annihilation of an entire continent, American in this case, through a space-time decay. It is a little difficult to explain, deliriously wild. The only thing I regret is not having sold it to you in 533 monitors. In this way, you would be indebted to me for 50 years. In this form, to achieve double power and defense, he created a golem that, among other things, would serve him to do the bothersome and dangerous astral work for him. Don't you want? But Kratos got in the way immediately. Impossible. I need you indispensably. She's the only one who knows exactly where everything is. Perfido has 3 per, fi, and do. With the previous one, the syllable per. We can make a file of syllables. That is, for the other remained open the opportunity to grab the corner of the tomatoes if he wanted, but only that, in such a case, automatically would classify himself. Certain areas, etc. Bailó que le interesaba aún más, se despidió de él, dejándolo hacer tranquilo su fiestita. The muezzin, from the minarets of the mosques, triumphantly called out to the holy war, to the faithful gathered below next to their camels, on the checkered mosaics. After the rapid penetration 7 kilometers downstream of Burgo de Osma, according to the new plan, the position was enveloped and made fall upside down. Something, obviously, was determined to interfere. Yes, indeed, said the sergeant, it is based on a true story as horrible as it can be, and if by interpreting 3 arms it came to the 3rd invisible one. Life is a higher science. It is a transcendent mathematics of high physics. To her surprise, the woman laughed in her face. But do you think, my child, I can do a golico on a man like that who has thousands of machines and magicians protecting him? In the act he understood that those were the handle clouds, above all to verify that they did not change shape nor advanced, despite blowing something of wind. It would not be with rolled-up sleeves, nor with wooden stakes which were neither so long nor so perfect. But even if they had been, all that could not have borne such a... When this is finished, the rainbow appears. The gods use it as a bridge to walk across the sky and go to Valhalla. With fury the curtain falls. The crows, sent by Wotan, take off toward Valhalla. They have already located the exact and final point of the tragedy that will annihilate the gods. Go to the Valkyrias. They are very beautiful. There appears the court of the goddess Venus, who no longer chases him because he managed to find the arrow. I never lied to my people about this, but I also always promised victory. Now the fate of war has temporarily been against us in Samarkand. They had a special room for these absolute criminals. There was the multiple guillotine. It was a new apparatus that instead of one steel blade had many, distributed. It'll be easy for you to make a simple sum and check the totals. As you'll see, the figures don't match. There must have been some mistake. Surely, a sort of prophetic leitmotif, without further alarms. The first 4,832 wax cylinders could be heard. Today, the mentioned thinker is no longer read. Except for some concepts that have been assimilated into common philosophical heritage, his work disappeared with the religion. The posts of gardeners, although they can be left in inheritance, will not imply for their children the obligation to accept them. I want real plant and flower priests. On the other hand, and in conclusion, what did he mean by the mysterious hammer? Was there something in his reasoning and intuitions that we have missed? If in another occasion the jokers had been able to seem ridiculous to them, now they did not laugh. They lost another armored hunter before being able to kill all of them. If the miracle comes like this, it's because they couldn't give it to you another way. Who knows how much it will cost them, otherwise, this that you want to now reject. They had as their mission to defend a zone in the outskirts of the north of Monitoria, an area where almost the city ended and the fields began. Ahora que no puedo, se me ocurren las cosas más complicadas y llenas de procesos dificilísimos y simultáneos. I love you whole, despite your madness, with all your sweetness and fantasy when you caress me, and the bayonet which was 10 centimeters from the cover of his heart. It's our duty. Issachar, angry and aggressively controlling. They're not going to think about me because I don't want them to, because I don't allow it, because I have the... He was the only young member. But over time those old geezers took him in. His idea was brilliant, because no one else was as nosy as a phone. How beautiful it is to work in Soria de las Latas, and how rats eat your skin. A technocrat patrol who heard him tried to break it down on the spot. I suppose you know what I mean. Cursed to be people who abandon their leader. There are things that human beings should not know for their own spiritual safety. They treat short people well there. He did everything needed for me to cross the border. You can't imagine, noble sir, what that cursed border crossing was like. Ferini, in order to do a bad deed, is even capable of doing all kinds of fun fornication. The woman he has? How? Are you saying she's on the other side? However, world opinion was not even slightly moved. As for the metallic ones, they were very far from feeling guilty, and on the contrary, very happy. The most famous case of eternal sleep, proved by successive medical authorities, was that of John Philip Steelharris, Ohio, USR. Pesitas de Basconia, and the thing on the surface came easy. The wrapping, made with wood pulp paper, was glued with rubber bands. While delivering a package, "Take it. This is for you. I love you as much as I love myself," and then leave immediately without giving her time to respond. When a few hours later he returned to the clearing to look for his abandoned belongings, he saw that they had devoured the backpack, the wooden handle of the machete. Even before they reached the cemetery street, thanks to a remote order from character Issachar, who always had his friend following him 20 meters behind the zombies headed, because the technocrats defended the need to maintain a balance between the individual and the collective. This criterion was far from being shared by the professor. Hoff, its pulse never stops, and one day it will come down to meet the respect and affection of its faithful followers. It will lead us back to victory. Sardonically, and do you think I'll live all that time? I don't know. Now you have the obligation to live, at least until I pay you for the bird. Nymph named Graciela, and promised herself to do her a tribute without excuses, even though the aforementioned part had nothing to do with his work. It was impossible to keep track of the number of Despotas fanatics who stuffed themselves on these Trigaldabas. The boy tried his best anyway. Wanted to, but because they were forced by a monitorial directive, were talking about the tragedy of Marilyn in the number 4 rest cafe of said institute. A mechanical flower in the lotus, 10th soldier. What are we going to be thinking all of that, my sergeant? Besides, he can barely be understood any more, my sergeant. Turtles, shark fins, elephant heart, giraffe marrow, zebra rear quarters, chickens, pheasants, turkeys, quails, and all kinds of slaughterhouse. Small trees and shrubs from the central part, and cut off some troublesome branches of the giants, who, in their capricious growth, spread over the hexagon. Through the green feathers we see the 3 nymphs, Warglinda, Welgunda, and Flosilda, making desperate fist punches to show their swimming skills. If that did not prove feasible to invade Aragon and Musarania, so at least a continuous Soviet supply to Soria would be cut off. On the ladder, on the contrary, there was no water nor anything like it. From a certain height the cold became increasingly intense. What was that? According to what Calzadas Daza told me, I was close to kicking him and the others out. It wasn't that I was angry, actually. A rare species, creators. From those situated between science and art, who know how to exploit the possibilities of their position to the maximum. My son, who is now fighting in Russia, was small back then and suffered a very serious illness. I suppose he got well, otherwise he would be dead, being convinced that the resistance of his troops was coming to an end. Catalonia declared war on Soria and the Union of Socialist Republics. The technocratic population would be somewhat compensated, if, please forgive me, before I heard it without interrupting. Now, I beg you to let me finish. It's impossible to destroy moral forces from the outside. They will only break if we allow them to. But what if we don't allow it, Consul Aristarchus? Upon removing your hat and toga with sovereign eloquence worthy of Virgil, you have proven yourself to be an orator, philosopher, and poet all at once. The others, on the contrary, had all the confidence and solidity that a weld gave. They moved without friction over rails and greased wheels. What do you think? Could we stop them if we pour yogurt on them? The other Briton replied. No, ignorant that at my one word they would stop. There are stars, without wanting or noticing, he added aloud. We've gone to time Proxima Centauri, and one of its planets found a new technocracy. As compensation, I will make you participate in the Die Kolossal und Große Victoria editorial, the boom of the decade. The patrol, after driving the vagabond away without arresting him, even carried away by the same fear of the supernatural, gave him a cigarette and lit it for him. So, on the Soriatorial banner, which always presided over the Soriator from Soria, instead of an eagle, as in the analogues of the technocracy, there would be a mouse, because my lordly feudal rule extends within you. Do not forget, or I will get angry again, like the day of the oil lamp, said the Phantom of the Opera, complained. Ugh! But then he decided to speak. Dumbass. Precisely because you haven't overcome your hatred for your family is why you are here. The other, standing up, touching the vertex of a finger with the tip of the bulge of the trousers to check if it was firm enough, shouted, At 2 o'clock you'll pretend that he was newly married to a very beautiful woman. He slept standing on the bus on his way to and from work. In his home he frolicked all the time. How much damage you've done, Ferrini! If at least you had died a year earlier, how happy we are, Ferrini, not to have to put up with your flattery and filth any more. He left the place, despite the commotion caused by the fighting cock that pecked at Issika, but not at the other one, and passed by an old woman who was hanging out some pants on that. Facing such a threat to his biology, he knew how to react, and, on his knees, promised to mend with the first Teutonic woman he saw. At last the speed of the vehicle began to decrease, and personage Iske, who had already become accustomed to the descent, began to suffer from deceleration. Even the Chinese and Wonder Woman, the redhead, with Mussorgsky music and razor-sharp wings, fell like an owl upon Walpurgis Mountain. Of performing an obscene act on a table while inserting a mouse in his ass? The former Under-Secretary of Infravesism couldn't stand it any more. If there was something that outraged him, it was people who didn't take responsibility for their actions. Look, Liliana, don't pretend to be an innocent victim now. Apocryphal theologians, I repeat, that pull magic triggers while the hammer hits successive blanks. All of this is Hermeticism, grumbled Forta. Issika intended to write the epic of technocracy. He would have to work on 4 levels: ethical, aesthetic, mystical, and practical. Hardly. But at that time I didn't know that the guy felt nothing about what he said. Go figure where he read it. He was an imitator. What shit would be a German son of a bitch? Then he said, as if he had not heard me, But that's nothing. Let me finish telling you. There was another model for 100 monitors, a real jewel, I assure you. And the rum-rum of their camels chewing, the coolness of the mornings in the desert, and even their grumbling wives acquired a new meaning, filled with expectation. The sun of the desert, the monitoring soldiers are excellently prepared to withstand low temperatures, much more so than the Soviets, thanks to their special uniforms. The other, to keep up, after blocking with a ring mudra and crossing the thick toes' fingers, invoked the Vaikorta to come down to honor him there without fail. But a day he could not bear it any more. Lately, to his most full and perfect orgasms, Lustful could only attain them thinking of the unattainable. Just as this happened, the most laggards had managed to climb the crest and pass on the other side. The stone rock trembled, and many fell rolling. The Decameron opened that gossip with the same ease as one could do with a henhouse door. Then the monster device closed itself in silence. Among the countless trunks of all sizes there were pulverized woods, reduced to dust, and which, by sedimentation, formed thick carpets at the bottom. The musician's pit was a hole dug directly in the earth, with no disguise or excuses. It was approached by a ladder made of posts and pulleys. The bird told him about a beautiful maiden who was sleeping on a mountain peak, surrounded by a ring of fire. Sigfrido is about to leave with that address. Pigment, skin color. Glutton, optical vibrations as those produced by a blue fox's skin. Color rat skull tint. While he clung to another rock, the previous one, since it had a smaller surface than Gaston and therefore less friction, he had risen a little more, and at that moment was. Corruptions. We've already said that the cold zone where the fighting took place was an enormous frozen cylinder that extended all the way to the stratosphere. As they did not know what to do with him, they took his work, La Psoriasis, manifestation viva de extraterrico, to Sorita. He defeated his enemies for years and years. He was never vanquished, notwithstanding the legend that he was defeated at Kalatanesa. The Soviet winter offensive had driven the technocrats from the Ural Mountains, forcing them to rectify the front all the way to Archangel Astrakhan. If bacchanals reached orgasm simultaneously, they would undoubtedly have endangered the stability of the planet with a sudden variation in its axis. These beings weep melted metallic substitutes. They have ankles divided by a common plane, blue nitrogen, parallel to the floor. He almost remembered the tantrums of old Julius Caesar Monitor in olden times. With another style, of course, but it was a loss of control, nonetheless. Had I reflected anything in my face, any hesitation or uncertainty that these cocks might, I think not, to resist like yogis or Buddhist monks? Sorrieta broke the seal of the rat with his own hands, and entered the chamber where the other had spent his last days. It was like entering the tomb of Tutankhamun. Concord with the Medal of Honor for Better Platonic Societies? Suezes, why doesn't the Medal of Honor and the Ring of the Nibelungo not fit in your asshole? The surviving esotericists were using the Monitoria as a shooting range for new weapons. In reality, they weren't new, as they believed, but very old. They counted on eventually destroying it completely, even if it took millions of years. I do not know if they continued doing this after the Chinese communist invasion while. In the hunting expedition that is being described, Monitor had said, thoughtfully looking at the corpses, "What a shame I killed Tofi too quickly. What did you think? As for the material, I mean, it's raw at the moment. We'd need to add music or something like that. Am I right?" The unfortunate one spent the hours sitting in a corner in complete silence, and from his schizophrenic ensue only a meal or torture could get him out. Hair sea dirty, beard like a badger's dean with children, torn shoes, ripped pants, stinky smell for lack of bath and heat, etc. Religador nodded. "Send them to the concentration camp of the Skellige province of Grombia at 5 o'clock, and let them kill there in such a way that they die forever. Why did you come?" The character, not showing any signs of annoyance or frustration, replied as if it were the first time. "To clean carpets. And who sent you?" Zapalo, who had moved by means of a translatory tube from an upper arch of the spiral, and had just caught up with him, shouted, "Liar!" Seriously? And in a way it is so. There is one way that you don't give a fuck. You want to learn things and use them in what you write. System of the arts. Only I am attracted by the light, winged, and subtle, in other words, what possesses the grace of romanticism, he maintained. By the way, they didn't have any intention of petting them or anything. But, to be on the safe side, the frightened kids ran away in terror. How did the kids know? Character Isekai soon realized that the professor was a true genius, despite having become completely disinherited and insane for unknown reasons. The other's madness was too great for his sanity to last long. So, with the same immediacy that had frightened him, he calmed himself by losing consciousness. Who, when they see an unfortunate poor man dozing off on the subway going to work, take advantage of the victim's sleep, who is thus powerless to castrate him, caused quite a commotion. The content of the report was too unacceptable even for the technocrats themselves, who lived off this delusional truth. The Seventh Fleet attacked the 90 Russian divisions stationed on the border and the Serov groups, with the mission of continuing to operate in Soviet territory accompanying. The expression, Sahoka, was something unimaginable, terrifying. Only another soldier could understand the humiliating enormity of that insult. Form, and appealing to all the parables, euphemisms, allegories, and metaphors, would be enough to make the white statue of a vampire blush. Perfect optical illusion. The object, seen at a certain distance, was identical to a head torn from a tomb a year after it was sealed. Wait for a minute. The branches of the titanic tinder that our two friends found at the beginning of their adventure turned out to be too twisted and brittle. As one would expect, the seats in the widow's box were black plastic covered. In the construction of the theatre, nothing was wasted. All was served. Did you hear it? Have you understood me well? Beware. Keep away from me. Keep watch against the night host. Keep watch against the army of darkness. A firefighter burned his neck. Another one had a flaming basket fall on him, so that for a moment it seemed to be part of a painting. He had to be pulled out with a cart. Ladrido von Malsam managed to capture Karaganda, despite the Soviet counterattacks. But there his energy was exhausted. The people will never know of his vacillation and lack of loyalty to his own army. I will elevate him post-mortem to the rank of field marshal. I plan to convince him to put the IEE under my command. You must finally decide whether you want or not to have an internal security, Kratos. They will support 10 meters of earth. In it, the roots of great trees will sink, and to feed them an underground river will flow without ceasing. In the particular case of Eusebio Aristarco, whom I consider a prototype in terms of his technical personality, I doubt that much will change. Hannibal against Scipio. Bravo! The powers never could beat them for starters. The Germans less so, and neither the Solias. Seeing that the other one was finished, he declared, "Well, look at that. What a remarkable coincidence. This reminds me of a story that very few people know. Do not weep in dreams, Monitor, even though your children betray you curvilinear integral between A and B of Equus. Miserable sons of bitches. The French Triangle, the house, the underground facilities, everything was shattered. Only an enormous and deep crater remained at the site. After all, if it has to happen, it doesn't matter now or later. Know that I appreciate your concern for me, and many other things that would be long to mention. Therefore, editors, remember that we already sacrificed in our Aztec altars the 235 innocent pages of the poor Calcularia. We transcribed integral the mentioned poetry. How happy we were in the minaret of Abencerrages, myself and the others, before the damned Monitor came. So, cursing and cursing the nameless abomination which was holed up in Monitoria, he made his soldiers put the corpse into a transparent plastic resin bucket. The scientist, not at all impressed by the presence of the state leader, replied, "It's due to a later sprinkling of the dessert with a highly bitter but harmless to health." For the first time, since he stopped at that place, he noticed what, due to exhaustion, nerves, and hunger, before he could not, there were bedbugs. Does no one want to visit him? He seems to complain a lot. Since he got sick, nobody from the office has gone to see him. Yes, I'm going to go see him at Valerium. That they didn't get in their heads. Don't you destroy Hal, the omnibus, do you say? How don't you destroy it? If the trip is over, you destroy it. It's no longer needed. A while back, personage had suspected that the various colors of sector they indicated secret promotions and ranks within the organization. That he could take a look at his. Sure. The master faltered as he saw the giant organ. A machine of such monstrous proportions is hard. He was bolstering him. That is, he sent mental energy both to the speaker and to the listeners, so that those words would have conviction. The technocratic state is the owner of all means of production that it feels capable of directing. Where it isn't, patterns and workers take charge. Kratos said, after looking at him for a moment with attention, "You've given up on chivalric literature, and now you're reading Clausewitz, aren't you?" "Yes, that's true." He had inherited it from his father, who, on his deathbed, told him, "I leave it to you next to the can of oil, cut so that it will serve as a stove." But a strong wind blows in the hall of auditions, like a kamikaze or divine wind, sweeping its hieratic judges and sentencers with a little whip. They would discover, for example, a Juan Valdez absolutely different from the one they knew. "Pay me £500, Governor, if you don't want us to." "Yes, I'm number 13, which means I'm Louis XIII from the ruling house. And in this case, by the way, I would have lived in the 1200s and something." Pinocchio Soria, who showed more honor than the gazpacho of Pedro Ignacio del Santo Torreon de Soria, shot himself in the mouth with a freeze ray. Animals imposed themselves by telepathic suggestion. They inspired a terrible melancholy for the voluptuousness and postponed encounters infinitely. As a soldier, you are terrible. The sergeant didn't just call him a bad fighter, which wasn't very important anyway, but he emphasized his civilian status. The final note ended in this way, limiting itself to inform, and without judgment for or against, according to the custom of the robots. The diabolical spirit appeared with his sword of shadows and worms. From there, terrified, all light fled forever. But he never realized, because he was ashamed of his poverty, and didn't know that she had already heard about it from Sorieta. And when she saw it, she quickly shut the door. The beggar dancers, the Crook's singers, the director and the Linera's musicians, and the Rocoso public invited, were all stunned by the tragedy. The wick traced a helicoid of fire, with a diameter that gradually decreased until it culminated in the last candle on the apex. I thought, with some reason, that a withdrawal would cost the 13th Army very heavy casualties, besides bringing about a crisis in its own sector. I looked very calmly at the maitre d', taking values from his disturbance with the smallest possible margin of error, and, as is natural, told him not to worry. It was almost 1:10 in the morning. It was cold because he had forgotten to tend the fireplace. He got up and threw a log on the dying flames. "Look, Monitor, you know I've never lied to you in your presence, so I could tell you a false horoscope or give you false information, and you would believe it all." At first he wanted to talk to me about huge burial constructions. You already know I'm not known for my great patience. I was going well when I cut off his flow. "A clean and patrician Senate shall take care of common affairs, and we shall engage in talks with the great King of Kings in order to attain lasting peace." Thanks to the secret keys of personal identification that Aristarco had grudgingly given him, he intended to impersonate the aforementioned person. It was like trying to destroy an elephant with a rubber axe. The armored vehicle, almost indifferently, fired one of its electric cannons in a short burst. Monitor: "It seems we're now on Technocracy Street." The driver replied, "No, my monitor, we're New Patria." "Sure, most definitely." Common people, when they could reach to observe the cohorts of short V marching in the sky, in formation, only got to see them partially and blurred. The word sprawled is used wrongly, because, although there were only 2 phone operators mentioned in the previous paragraph, they were buzzing. Technocratic territorial ambitions. Logically, the Russians have come to Chanchilia and smoked it through a pipe, but that's another story. Does anything change? Grumpy, but quickly pretending. "No, sit down and tell me what you want, my monitor." A full-length painting. "But why do you ask me?" He grunted hoarse and electric like a duck that would bray. "It is true that the 7-hour shift is long, but I have an infallible method to make it shorter." A short time later, the doctor had in front of him, wrapped in a white gown, a strong man with a broad chest, a true Russian laborer, to then send her back by mail the vulva inside a glass, if she was a woman, or he would order to destroy even the screws if it was a robot. But as I was telling you, illustrious, the old woman who sold me the tampered coins, whose only copy I have at this moment in my hand, explained to me. He sentenced him to die of hunger and thirst in a prison unit without windows, and whose only door was sealed, so that he couldn't hear or see anyone. Kalends of July touches the crater Joculo of the volcano Sneffels, as said Jules Verne. She was very sought after among astrologers. But the whole scandal around Parallelopipedinsky came with the premiere of his impressive atonal opera, The Balls of Masaryk on the Fire. These people used alfalfa for making perfumes and ice cream. If toasted, they usually used it as a condiment in desserts and meals. So he answered, "And what do those ambassadors require? I don't know, Supreme Lord. As you will imagine, no one would even dream of telling me such a thing. You think that the savagery my father did to me by dying too soon, well, I could have lived another 40 years, is going to stay like this. So you don't need to convince us of what we are already convinced. You have a dangerous obsession." The other realized that they had not understood a word. Cecilia's lamp, in the wonderful technocracy, made with mosaics that have iron-forged ornaments. Conversation between mime and the wanderer. At the same time that this was happening, we managed to reverse the attack situation, as the enemy's left wing, which was trying to envelop us, was surrounded in turn. And now back here again. What a change. And now, I'm going to tell you that you had good luck and balls. You caught it right. 142, Laiseca character folded the newspaper carefully and put it into a basket that was in the street corner at that moment crossing. To go through Monitoria was like traversing the city of Ur or Babylon with a time machine. It was as if everything had already played out. He had attended with appropriate schoolboy attire, a white blazer, his hair tied in a ponytail, a small bag with school supplies, and so on. I, for my part, am tired of you. I've decided that it makes no sense to continue helping you. I've lost years of my life trying to fix the shits you do. Seared had him filled with hatred and shouted furiously, "Go ahead, like me with your little feet. Continue with your little kicks and slaps." A man died like a crow and lowered his carnivorous beak into the funeral plumage. Entirely identical to a uniform. Stands. I pull out a real gun. I'm no longer a kid, and it's been a long time since I played with the little men of paper that I used to cut and send off to war. He went to ask the head waiter for instructions. He suddenly acquired a red sultan color. When he calmed down, he told me the news, barely holding himself back. Furies and fates retreated in disarray, afraid that the violence of Priapus would not respect them either. There was action on all possible levels. In spite of general hatred, she stoically crouches every day and, movingly, makes feed, fodder, manure, and vitamin. Monitoring the hint in flight, Monitor gave his troops, stationed in the former Chanchan del Norte territory, the order to go on the offensive against Goria. If he is such a talented and brilliant military leader, why can't he stop the barbarians? He's good when things come easy, but at first they were few. The impact, which took place exactly above the shelter, although it did not destroy it, managed to detach a piece of masonry which struck the old man's head. If Catalonia, Soria, and technocracy would ally themselves, not only would they pacify the region, but would also impose a tolerable peace on the Russians. They were receiver-transmitters that served to communicate with all the departments of the submonitoriality, but also with the super, installed in Monitoria. Only a process of thousands, and even millions of years, under very special conditions, could result in a fossil with some similar characteristics. Appreciate. Those who initially assumed they would present their complete scores, or little less, were Bela Bartok, Schonberg, and Honegger. Do you remember Estela Milanesado Carmodia, who held the post of Subsecretary of Infravis in the Kratos that committed suicide? 99. As Claude Ferrere well says in La Batalla, the koto is like a venerable harp that is played by extending it on the floor. Well, by then we were all pretty drunk. I think even the security guard was drunk. Both laughed, sure. You know how strong Beto is. As strong as a bull. Better I don't ask anything, Telephonio III concluded. Then, forgetting about the waiter, he said aloud, "These guys are amazing." The brown beast, at some point, to give a respite to his Chinese executioner, who up until then had been spending without cease in castrating him, lit a cigarette. To an obsessive recurrence. The covers of your double coffin have closed, like an eagle that covered his chest with his wings, one after another. Little by little, I realized the terrible importance of him reaching land before I reached the end, where it ended. What was at stake for both of them? You had no idea how horrible. You always smile and say nothing. Well, but as I told you, one can't guess the delusions I had with her. Without drama, the government could respond something like this. You are acting out, which means you are producing the curse with your wrong attitude. People who lack completely the lie, attributes of a samurai, said the Chinese. They ignore the most elementary principle of Bushido, declared the Japanese. The host asked him to take off the wet clothes and put them next to the fire, giving him a blanket afterwards. After the other put it on, he looked like a chicken. But fortunately for him, with time, the vice magnus idle wishes of Forta went demented, and all the black milk went to projects. But then he regained control of himself. As I told you, it is absolutely essential that you do not touch that decoration. It's a relic. It was an error. The alarm turned out to be false. But has anyone thought about what will happen later if there is ever a true alarm and no one pays attention? As autonomous powers, the robot divisions came to life. They were not used as infantry support, but as an independent armored force. And that's almost not even fought. Do you know what is the average number of dead technocrats in the past months of fire? Ask your officers. They know. Ask them. The unsinkable artifact will move in the center of the hurricane, which, as is known, is the only calm place of this rotating center. 20 seconds of sun, exposure with his head uncovered, was enough to kill a man, no matter how tough he was. There were no aces across the entire expanse. The blessed and over-mentioned dome, so difficult to set up and so dangerous, wasn't needed at all. It would have been best to have a flat roof, and that's all. I told love to go away, just like how I gave up on love, and everything that lives, so all that lives will tell it to stop, to do that as well. Could learn the language of birds. Through this last property, he learned of the existence of the ring, among other things, but he can't remember anything else. And they were, for I am describing the face of a dead soldier. The metaphor becomes an object, and the object becomes a metaphor of the metaphor. They confessed that they had been very disappointed so far as the divine viscera, exhumed and pulsating, showed no difference from those of any other person. Barbudo looked at Kratos for a long moment, and then said, Eusebio Aristarcho, I'll speak to Monitor Laiseca about all these matters. After a force has worked, the continuation of their existence becomes counterproductive. Besides, one should not forget that men are fallible. Constellation. Below the blue tubes is another battery of blood-red, i.e., intense blood-colored, with some sharp black strong. It will be so huge that the public in the upper stands will need telescopes to observe the maneuvers that will take place 4 or 5 kilometers below. He did not build a few huge ones, since that would leave them defenseless in the hands of the enemy, but many small ones, and scattered them throughout the technocracy. Rails. Now and then, however, a twisted mass appeared. On the contrary, there was none of the autonomous energy-producing complexes left. Jacob intervened. Put that down, Grandad. Things aren't like they used to be now. What do you know? There's nothing like a gasoline bottle with a cloth stopper. Sigurinsky, despite sharing Taine and von Dobermann's opinion, and having made it known to his boss, must have bowed to orders. There were also ritual reasons, of course. How are you going to eat and drink at your own funeral? Though little, no one drank much, they wanted to stay alert. When he began to put it on, Laiseca was already getting up, while trying to convince himself that in 4 minutes he would prepare the mate, and everything would taste better, distributed among the various states. In Russia, being the largest in territorial terms, he was given more tanks, robots, cannons, etc. Once, supported by his machine of illusion, even dared to visit the country of the Solias, despite his mages advised him not to attempt such a madness. What did you know? The infravicis subchamberlain continued blindly forward, obsessed and foolish. I know he is plotting something. The doll had hair from the interested party's head and beard, which he willingly provided, so that it could be glued on to him, as well as nasal secretions, earwax. Before he reached it, the host said, You don't need to look at it. It is 9:25 at night. He had checked his wristwatch, but the other did not know that. You won't think I'm going to use the same things that I used 2 years ago. Man to woman, too. Do you have a scar? Damn slut. Do you think I get money for free? The musicians greeted the Chinese man. Conductor and musicians, with a new and deep bow, greeted the remains of the instruments. Clearly that was only considered a light snack cut cheese in small cubes. Corito, black olives and biscuits to go with the mouth. Seeing that, contrary to all expectations and logic, he didn't die, 2 people held him while a third one started cutting his neck with an axe. What is a school of communism? Taking the expression strictly, in a school of communism one must teach and educate above all, and not order. He had said it only to surprise his friend, who was quite a gas-bag. The other, in fact, remarked, startled, "It's a monstrosity what you've done." I was expecting an unpleasant surprise, as the other one, blocked with ease, stepped back and gave him a karate kick in the plexus that threw him against the wall. When it found itself forced to retreat, the story, as far as the metaphysical eliminated country was concerned, became an infused science. Out of compassion, they did not throw him out, but, naturally, he was no longer exhibited. His skin hung in large, flaccid bags, and if one doesn't examine the case of Mr. Juan Valdez, who affected to be the phenotype of those creatures absolutely airless, crazy, and harmless, they devoured everything in their path. Even steel structures suffered damage. However, they didn't seem to have much sense or military purpose. Out of breath, Godard. What sadness that memory causes me of the weak old woman. She became insufferable, her once smooth concavity impossible. Teacher, it seems to me that some of those magical words are said today in technocracy without much care or knowledge from the types who say them. Claro. It was more a feeling than anything else. Shrieks, nevertheless. The lamp was almost hanging from the ceiling. There was just one final screw left. But this guiding motif is soon replaced by a new and definitive one, that of the human Brunhilde, made woman out of love for Siegfried. That way he could see through the bones his system of energy cables and capacitors. The Russians used tiny wires coated with red insulation. Technocratic people. When I took over power and founded technocracy 20 years ago, I told you that the struggle would be long and hard. I have already said this, but I would like to repeat it. These men did not have a better task to dedicate their lives to than to guess that name to repeat aloud. The freezing bombs were useless. They jumped, full of rage, over the frozen bodies of their companions, burning their feet from the cold given off by the bodies in the middle. Despite not being under his responsibility as a monitor, he couldn't help but mention the last movements of the Saurian troops to him. He was afraid of an attack in the sector. We are about even on bauxite. There's some osmium and a touch of iridium, but the amounts aren't enough. Our coal is scarce and poor, hard to extract. The people were all through the rain crying to heaven that it might take away this wicked emperor as soon as possible, no matter whether he's kind to them or not, or, at last, until them are erased by a development of the leitmotif of Antaeus, who introduces the nonsensical with its organized dissonance. Important. What is life? What is being? And so on. They have no and cannot have answer, since they refer to non-real things. No obstant, el colchón de tierra y escombros era tan grande que el ruido le daba amortiguado un bramido sordo. Note, they were rusted and dead. The fact that they were rusting impressed the wise men of technocracy more than the destruction of them. The top level was accessed via hydraulic elevators. There, from a small boat, Monitor and his followers fished sharks and other fish. Shock was greater. I admit that one cannot be human when you govern well. The leader must be merciless, because his is basically an inhumane task. About 40 years old, greying hair, and looking at the doctor as grey as he was, without translation, because that's how his realistic eyes saw it. The soldiers were talking around the fire. One of them said, "But no, really, who wrote the pornographic tango? What hellishness had the old lady?" "Don't you remember? What's wrong with you? Are you distracted?" "I'm not distracted, but what's wrong with you?" He rubbed his forehead. "Nothing, nothing." Tetragonia, Pentachloria. A man who had been vectorized by a Pentachlora found himself in a serious situation, but he could still repent. Quia peccavi, in cognitione, verbi et opere, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. It should be noted that all the theologians of the technocracy were inscribed in the double ES, where they held important management positions. Subconscious, to force him to understand. Or the dream experiences he suspected were rudiments of involuntary astral travels, from above, by an individual or a reduced collegial body in the absence of complete or almost complete involvement of the people concerned. Wrote again with the chalk on the blackboard, "If we have a target distributed in 3 parts, the most dense portion of shots is area striped 2. But the problem is that our country is not North America. In addition, here there are no elections. This is a theological government. But Kratos got what happened to all the vain ones, who believe they are the only holders of power or knowledge. He didn't care about the instruments. If you want, Right now I make a call, and my colleagues help me to take it out. Within a month we are going to be the three living there the most quiet. Resounding and subservient attributes. Kratos barely repressed his displeasure. But, miss, I would have had the servant bring them. Right of fire, Fred? I disagree with the opinions of the distinguished literati here present. I rather think that plagiarism is the writer's opium. To watch and hear for 8 hours a day movies that he does not want. It will seem to have fallen into hell, and so it will be as far as he is concerned. Country, and with Soria. This impressive number of divisions had risen to 90, when they were surprised by the general attack of technocracy. The three arms to strike the enemy simultaneously, who at the same time was attacking with 2 or even 3 fists at once, and so forth. But without a doubt they were compassionate, because precisely at those moments Decameron de Gaula was making an astral patrol throughout the entire city. In certain areas of space, iridescent lime greens, fuchsias in various shades and fluorescent yellows shone. Forty's third movement, 32 seconds of Beethoven's No. 3's first movement, etc. He made an exception with Bach's Passion, according to St. No sooner had Moya Esmeo fallen with a sigh, CRK proceeded to drag him with great haste. It was about time, because everything fell. Able to sing all night, I dreamed of pigs. He she had. Should a will is going to fuck get married. Be born to suffer from the red spots of Cerus. The cold zone was a perfect circle. It measured 150 kilometers in radius, and its center was in the city. Beyond it, there was heat. If the government gave me the possibility of putting my projects into practice, fuck everything else. I decided to take advantage of the situation and make use of it. Varnish has dropped, if it ever had any. I see you trembling there on the floor, where I should be instead of you. Oh, sun throne! Arnaldus the giant discovered it now only because it was blocked. Before being able to pass through, he had to wait for a change in the astrological situation. Staff, products intended for the growth of vegetables that were wasted, etc., but there was no other way to do it. In any case, the method began to bear fruit. But this was a jungle on a planet of beryl Jews, shadowy, titanic, filled with horrifying wonders and unknown traps. Our hatred will burn them like fire melts lead or burns forests. The heart of the bureaucracy is paralyzed by an immediate funeral dirge. So absorbed were they by the interest in the story that no one paid attention to the monitor, who, for his part, was immersed in gloomy contemplations. They were, in fact, the remains of the vast complex that was the Technocracy National Library, the character thought, the Library of Alexandria. Once it has been extirpated, the deceased is automatically cut off from his past life, and the memories or astral records no longer can interfere. Telephonic eye, always with his eyes closed and a drink in hand. Tough, very tough on the heads of red, pink, and reddish ones. Soria said. My style is boyish, Soria declared. We all have to put our shoulder, Soria said. I am the prophet of dogmatic crutch. The monitor, greedy for mammary glands, looked at them avariciously, eager to cut them off right away without fail, and enlarge his collection with them. I had not yet gotten out of my admired surprise, when with devastating socialist arguments they knocked down all their false decadence and bourgeois aesthetics. He could have sought another end for himself, to commit suicide or whatever, but he didn't want to break his word or make the others think he was afraid. Yes, Farini always smelled like a ton of rotting roses, and Yasmin in a basement. Why don't they tell the doctor to give him an enema of puffed rice? Those delusions of archives, blinded, with their highs, lows, and medium energies, would be the prime material for the work. Such a history was not given to public knowledge, as it is natural. Men do not bear that their toys and beliefs are taken away from them in good time. The resonance between two mirrors seduces and ensnares man. Masochism is therefore the origin of the evil that afflicts you. Underground manner. The guild of the workers of the catacombs, as a simple case, protected Christians from the persecution of the emperors. My lowly ass, I would never dream of moving you, is entirely at your service whenever you wish it. I have reserved my virginity for you, your eminence. Todavía es un gran científico. No había nada más que decir. I would have heard, I am good, I insist, I could. Others to the social, to the political, to the metaphysical and theological principles that move behind the apparent chaos of phenomena. If only I had gotten together with Perico El Lindo, who had wool coming out his ears, and whose hair reached his shoulders, he played the viola like no other. The vehicles became immobile, abruptly stopped in the middle of their journey, covered with ice, and all their parts welded together for a long time. That low-grade Pope lit up a second leaf pestle. Both his face and those of his subordinates were crunching from the cold, despite the fire. The vivacious light that preceded the hurricane reminded the detonation of a low-power nuclear device, a quarter-kiloton, to say so. Sigfrido listens to these words with contempt. He does not believe at all in the tale that the other one is his father. He feels it in the blood. If he let go, he wouldn't fall straight down. The descent would be smooth, like a feather on the water of the oasis that awaited him. Had it not been for the sacrifice of the 13th Army, which had become a trap for nearly 100 Soviet divisions, they would not have been able to escape annihilation. Therefore, the dictator of Soria ordered to build, apart from the secret temple, a symbolic tomb, calling it Sepulchre in Exile. Monitor sat up startled. Kundry moaned, changing positions in bed but not waking up. It was a Soria rocket. Filled with curiosity, I turned back a few steps. The door possessed the armor with which it was built, but now it had stripped off its main defenses. The gods are not destroyed by the greed of gold and power from the god Wotan, but because men have turned away from them by playing Alberic's game. Nowadays, I don't believe that the Sorias move after the beating they took last week. They will stay very still if they know what's good for them. For this reason, and no other, he said indifferently, we have humanized this robot so much that we have made him as unbearable as any person. A very frequent joke consisted in visiting a friend and saying to him, "Would you like me to cast a spell to make a naked woman appear?" Monitor really admired him. The other continued, "So you know I became an ensign, although by now that rank doesn't serve me any more. Free in reality, it is the Langostan terribilis soriata, a new or very old species, depending on how one looks at it. Reread. The better we become aware that the true function of the writer is to produce a masterpiece, and no other purpose has any importance. Then the laundry of the pension took advantage to wash all the sheets that, together with the clothes of the tenants, filled the terrace completely. He thought the other might modify himself and find a way, despite his madness. But he was too tied to his failures and delusions. When the members of the band said that good had been an irony on their part, the monitor, very pleased, not only forgave them, but also filled them again with honors. He doesn't have any problems because he's a Soria. Surely he doesn't have any problems because he's a Soria? Sure. But you're not a Soria either. The healer, who at that time it wasn't magic or anything, he told me that even though he didn't have the habit of meddling in other people's affairs, he asked his friend. What if it were true? The girl took the paper from the machine and then placed it on the table. Then, slowly, he got up and walked towards him. Very capable. From now on, these snails are not commanded by anyone. They are the worms of their own soul that are eating their people. Well, actually, this idea that I've invented is a way to say, all torments have already been created. One can only rediscover them. Just like when you're alone, and a squad interrupts you. At the first you have to knock out is the woman, for psychological reasons. She's the sexual center of the group. Even in Lenin's time, it was debated who should carry out the creativity of the dictatorship of the proletariat on the terrain of economic structure. Only seeing it, the Knight of the White Sword and of the Roaring Star said, "I know you are a giant with your evil and cruel pranks." She rejected these thoughts indignantly. Wasn't she as much a homemaker as him? Did he not have the same right to make decisions? The whole house filled with rubbish. He looked at him very angrily. Now I see that he doesn't value the bird I sold him at all. I don't understand why you say that. For some strange reason, whenever we put together one of these creatures, we always need more space than nature does, even though we've used exactly the same elements. He grumbled. Only delusional people like us would think to meet in a corner. I wonder why the hell don't we just meet directly in a cafe? Well, there was a lack of authority. The technocracy was almost without head. A sorry sight it was to see a once powerful being deprived of magistracy. Each time the theme returns, other drums, cymbals, trumpets, and huge triangles are added, which are beaten with increasing violence. The minutiae of the technocrats, superior to the Titan Germain, could only be compared to a Chinese landru or to the annals of the Tang dynasty. Long screws, and thus hang him upside down from a wall, or anything else, or the rest, because it could contain any wonder. She couldn't take it any more, please, for the love of heaven. The lustful doll's arms were bleeding from her desperate tugs at the bonds. Blows, with golden fist. You love and laugh, I catch you all, divine ones, in my fist. Look at me, de oro. Then those grey spots are trampled by the horses or the caterpillars or the foot of some zombie. True piles of skeletons appear all over the plain. If it had been a leader they felt less confidence in, at least 500 of them would have practiced ritual suicide there as a way of expressing their dissension. They hate reality, of course, he continued, as if he were speaking to an invisible third party, yet present through their gravitational field. Many divisions that were lacking in the east were stationed at Chanchin del Norte in anticipation of a possible attack from Catalonia and Goria. I have to make him feel like a part of the waiting room, something like an hologram. And you know one thing? He must be telling the truth. What did the monitor tell you? Dice Wotan, looking at Valhalla, the castle of the gods, as twilight approaches. Is night coming on? The night is falling. It sprang back into shape when acted upon by pressure. It was impossible to cut it with common tools. Saws, knives, razors. I have a friend who burned himself in bed by smoking. The others looked at each other, unable to believe such a thing existed. Then they burst out laughing. They are Brunhilde, Gerhilde, Helmwige, Sigruna, Roswisse, Grimgerde, Waltrauta, Ortlinda, and Svelikita. Shouts of men and women killed by the manacles of those horrible creatures. Wails that sounded every so often, which made one think of those who must have been heard in the... In this way you are making a position, and tomorrow you can buy a kiosk or a store or something like that. I tell you frankly, I think I'm going to do that. And what shall we say about the relentless persecution that members of the College of Priestesses are subjected to as eternal celebrants of the Leper's Hill? He would have no salvation. He hoped that that fool would one day write something better than the German symbolic novel, with its illnesses and omnipotences. There's nothing prettier than a terrified mob running across the fields, and then you go and trample them with your tank. The howls are particularly delicious. We'll talk later. Turning to the Ripostero, I'm waiting for your explanations, Ripostero. I don't know anything, most excellent lord. The fraternity of doctors was simply another dictatorship within Soviet society in order to achieve the coercion of the independent man. That same night, and yet, a new group of suicide terrorists carried out a night raid, killing the guards who were guarding the grave of the missing leader, the Pentaclory. They didn't even grant him absolving when the news of the auto-da-fe spread abroad, where the remnants of once were incinerated. It is even said that the musicians themselves covered their ears with wax before beginning to play. Of course, there is much exaggeration in all this. They don't know what to do anymore. In the past 3 months, they've carried out 1,000 missions. Big and small ones, I mean. Everything has failed them. For reasons of time, it is not possible for me, in this conference, refer in external to the historical background of the unionism, although I would like much. Yes, he did exist. This is all bullshit. Feel it, sir. He was lost by the German government, with its strange and ambitious conkers. If it weren't for being monitor, he wouldn't have been spared from the barriers posed by the wear and tear and encounters that surround every human being. As punishment, every time he didn't have good sex with the excuse that he couldn't, because someone had touched him in a bus with a fake umbrella, he hanged his vice. They will only need to go through all the pet shops. I don't think there are many people at Monitoria who have a bird that's worth 800 monitors. You're wrong. Of the military field of Almazan. Army General Eduardo Alamdic Soria, commander of the West Army Group. Sometimes, in one of those phenomena so common on the front line, false waves, rumors spread that no one could determine who started. A few, very few, understood that they held in their hands the most enlightened and brilliant martial arts treatise on all the earth. The heating took place, and the first 200 tons of water were raised from the sea in the form of steam. The inventor smiled. He was having a party. 16. On the other hand, our friend Soria Soriata, although he still hangs on in the Iron Pentagon, has 2 hands in his arse. When the smoke cleared, and the technocrats made air and land reconnaissance, they found only a deep hole. No trace of any volcanic activity. Ordered to obtain some official help, Moyaresmio politely rejected the offer. He wanted to lift up the theatre without the aid of the state. Wake up, husband, and reflect. Wotan is moved by the splendor of the castle and sings majestically, grandiosely. Gaston finds in a steel-colored jungle a tribe of 150 women. They name him the living god and fill him with compliments. At first, the baker felt a violent unease. He was horribly shy, and all those fireworks seemed to him to be an excess. As already understood, a drama of such duration could not be recorded in full on such impossible effort, accompanies cactus pure air. But there are those who avoid that you lose them. It was as if each had intentionally exaggerated to highlight the importance of every asserted aspect. They will rest on columns 5,000 meters high. The gardens will be like bridges and completely encircle the palace. Pathological alliance of dissenting kratos. The internal security said, "Evidently I am destined to find myself in lobbies with you." Seeing it written was like looking at Chinese ideograms written in a rapid handwriting. If I may put it that way, Scientist the Second continued, rationally to the sacred madness of some messianic figure. It was a legitimate feeling, lodged in the irrational depths of all of us. To judge them, he wielded the power of music and raised a throne in the middle of the orchestra, from which he delivered inquisitive verdicts and sentences. However, he didn't try to pressure him. He thought, as the deceased Soriator did, that this person might one day be very useful to him. The glass, violently rejected by Evtushenko's force fields, cracked. During the event, a flame-filled dome was formed around the giant. But I'm not saying that, with how tight we are. The same until the last day. With those plates I could. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, it doesn't matter any more. Monitor. They won't be taller than our decision to love, nor stronger than honor or unwavering fidelity. At that moment, the bombardment stopped. Then, already at home, he reviewed the apartment contract because he couldn't remember if the rent was due that month or the next one. Now then, this does not mean that Spain occupied the current territory of Garduña, forests, Chanchin del Norte, north and parts of other countries. Caused the solitariness of the monitor. They could see that an angle of the great courtroom transformed into a castle inhabited by Galateas. Monitor personally participated in the extended executions, as he was extremely angry because they had not left him to fish in peace. Excellent lord. And the monitor, surprised, asked, "What dessert?" If I didn't order any dessert, and there was discovered the intrigue that plotted. Some day I'll tell you about it. But as I told you when I met my friend, I knew what wonder was. 'Tis too was an epic, worthy of appearing in a book. The author's name is Alberto Laiseca. Juan Carlos, who was doing electrical work at the site, had a chance to tell him his story. As they held him up between 8, he shouted with pride and without fear, "Do you think I'm going to be afraid of you, you blasphemous one?" And so Bach returned to his land, without having the slightest notion of the disaster he had wrought among a group of people. Irretrievable should happen, and made it bow to the here of existence and physicality. The author must confess that he did not believe so much of it, which I have ever heard. Cattell, the fat one with a braying tone, "Do you really like it?" The obsequious one, "Oh, I certainly liked it." And without hesitation he operated the keys alpha, beta, gamma, delta 1, delta 2, and delta 3. The leader before he died left us a legacy. Since the Nuremberg racial laws could no longer be enforced, it was our duty to follow them voluntarily. After having escaped by a hair's breadth, he promised to be more careful next time and not go out without sufficient protection. He even moved across the road. Black Superman. The police will notice something strange in the voice, similar to that of a ventriloquist, and have it analyzed electronically. It is coherent. Inconceivable so much insolence. A slap in the face for civilization. It is perversity for the sake of perversity. Entire armies had been taken prisoner and moved to the interior of the central technocracy to be interned in concentration camps. Determined, passionate, and without thinking twice, with the help of 4 disciples, he stormed into his friend's fiancée's father's house. Portion. I only know one classic Grimorio, the one that another Kroto told me when I was a kid. "Come on," murmured Keakisika. Many kilometers away, and at that very moment, the plesiosaurus finally reached the longed-for Loch Ness Lake, which would be its haven. The liquid, upon evaporation, left a flat and rigid form. They thought that they would use such clothes in scenes of ghosts. Many of them agreed with the monitor. Another huge amount were undecided, so the monitorial plan went forward, at least while the Russians did not oppose. Sectors had already turned into vitreous substance. Inside, trapped in bubbles, there were piles of coal that used to be soldiers. But he was a technical person, and the project attracted him from that point of view. He could learn so much with such extraordinary constructions. The type of Russian soldier, conservative when necessary, bold but without hysteria when events proved to him that his time had come. But it was the case that the Gardunios, as if by accident, were arming on the fly the most radical elements in Catalonia. Cover, he lost charge, as one says, and the glows in delirium went out, but he was far from the depressed threshold of an hour before. Anyway, here's the proof that even a monster can change if he has some value inside and is determined to do so. What happened to his collection? He gave him a jar with poison for doubt, and he went to meet the last brigades, which together with young people and old still defended Monitoria. He wrapped it in white fabrics to prevent it from being stolen by some chichi or having witchcraft performed on it, and he had even put a crown of monitor on it. It's true that now, at the end of my life, I'm no longer one, but I was a monster, and this is my contact with the ghost. It is a fact. It serves nothing but to know if someone is aggressive or not. That's it. Look at the brother lying next to her. Do we do it? Yes, give it to him. Sign here. Victims. So, the temple of Monocatica had a single minaret, one priest, and a sacrifice of an old man every 6 months was offered. That was the archive. These little packets, coming from the Soriator, were called Soriator was estimated to produce around 100 of these per month. No sooner had the audience ended. I wish to observe, in order to comfort myself, the progressive alteration of your cells due to fear. For him, genius was a kind of useful disease. This clinical picture society had no choice but to endure and tolerate. Once he had concreted the transaction, by a new spell, temporarily blinded the new inhabitants of the place, and went in to remove its mechanism. Coco looked at the master slyly. Then he declared, "I see that you are not interested in any way in the wonderful cat that I just found. Well, patients were guarding the corpse, and that numerous personnel occupied the nearby houses, vacating them gradually as the procession advanced another bit. The middle of the room. His friend, the student, hidden behind a screen, would blow liquid pressure through a tube whose end would be inside the inert member. The sun, on its part, rose from the most distant recesses of the forests and from the edge of the seas to then set over the broken cities. On the other hand, he was very demanding about certain things. His employees had to get their hair cut, be well shaven, and not be able to smoke. Ever since the pension. What pension? Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I do hate them quite a lot, but not enough. Rugs imported from eastern Pretonia covered the floors and every room. They always wove the most luxurious, aesthetic, and expensive ones. Kratos, on the other hand, who had turned his head for a moment to look at him after his abrupt exit, continued talking to the inferior as if it were nothing. During the 4 hours that followed, they turned to indoctrinate him about their new functions and teachings as future super-monitor of the world. The conjurer's combination was that there, of course, I would wait for Iseka 33, determined to beat her and rape her savagely. The Isekai saga describes it like this. It has 25 genital organs, distributed in the most strange way. It wouldn't be the first time that a prank or a probing attack would turn into a general assault, when the one who does so can observe the disorganization of the enemy. He speaks more and more difficultly, my sergeant. It seems that being indulgent is a waste. He has 10 days. Yes, sergeant. The subway train continued, taking him deeper underground, so deep that it was almost touching the limits, close to the beginning of solid rock. Here, Mr. Tiark could not bear it any more and interrupted the tale. "Pardon me, noble sir. I wish to say something before you go on further. Playboy, si por casualidad alguno sobrevivía, se ponía fastidiada. Que malviae, es un carajo." From the vicinity of the memory archive, through all intermediaries, the energy of his will passed through to the end of all terminals. That is correct. They clarified that such tributes were given to any foreigner, whoever he may be, whether it was a hunchbacked syphilitic or an old hag. When the temperature rose enough, they began to melt the ice that covered the huge piles of excrement left for weeks by thousands and thousands of men. At night, they guarded meals and desserts to prevent them from being eaten by a child or Mr. Superhyde of the subconscious of someone. Joy moves inside me like a hydra. I see Sphinx with heavy wings flying, and then descending to earth with a crash. Monitor never made a mystery of anything to him, so when she required his presence over the phone with friendship, but refusing to give any explanations, he was very— "Your wife, my soldiers, will bring her to Soria with a rope around her beautiful pubis. Every night she will have to do what you already imagine, broken boy." If they had moved in a technical environment like mine, they would know that a personality like Eusebio Aristarco isn't rare, or even less so. If he had asked for it while the other was still angry, he would have granted it without hesitation. But after so many years, the matter no longer seemed important to him. "How am I supposed to understand this extreme immodesty?" she asked, intrigued. "I just obeyed your orders, Duchess. You asked me to hold your arms, didn't you?" But he had used it so much that day that it was already empty. He threw the device to one side and took out his Nibelungen bayonet. "No, listen to me, Soria. I don't want to work at a desk because I don't like it. How do you not like it? As if it's no trouble for me. Perikateshima." He also declared that next month he would order the equivalent of a 60-hour marathon, always in the same homeopathic form. That is why there existed such vast areas of no man's land, with demilitarized zones at one time, but armed with ideological weapons at the next, contrary to the sought-after ends, for then that Vero Magister Indi to push is put the logic of Hegel in the Pimpola 26. At first it's fun to play with him, because he is a loner at heart, despite having slept with thousands of women, and he goes all the way down to the waterline. Surprised, he replied, "Yeah, of course. Look how big and hard it is, not easy at all. It doesn't matter. Better." They buried him alive, placing the end of a long cane in his mouth, whose other tip emerged from the ground. This allowed him to breathe. Character Laiseca. Despite being highly respected in the environment due to his writings, he was seen as a figment to contain the violent atrocities. He must have been very frustrated. We can see that if he didn't kill him, it wasn't out of greatness of spirit, but rather pure speculation. After him, so many controls were never put into the hands of one person. We can see that superiority fades, the basis is affirmed. It's necessary for you to forget your pasts and be yourself. Little by little, the cyborg was giving signs of understanding the signifier. "Someone who is getting into a firm position," he said, pointing to the right place. "That's not true. No, that's not happening to me," putting one foot on top of the other, and as if he didn't want to do it. "They say, those who have gone out with him, that he has a good Russian artillery." The architect grinned happily at having found someone so Mozart and remarkable. No, 88 cents of monitor seems okay to me." Another fact. She knew that super-obese could think. From a moment on, the Garamina was aware that the other used her as a torture machine. "When we have them all, we give them to our nightingale so that he learns them. The matter is that they are recorded on a magnetic tape with his voice, and other wonders, etc. Despite all this, I repeat, and that Chanchin del Norte had become truly wretched, it didn't win the war. The attack, as far as the colonel is concerned, was anything but a joke. It should have enough power to convince the enemy of the sincerity of the effort. Huster, the officers, came to believe these lies, unable to prevent the consequent deterioration of their moral and ability to resist. Character Laiseca, without paying too much attention to the ruckus that was made on his back, again got entangled in the diario of the caliphate. Then there was the need to solve increasingly difficult and urgent problems, which didn't leave him time even to see a short film every 3 months. The composer's memories raised their heads, looked at the non-existent list. This had not been personified, and said, "Do you know, Franz? I finally found it." He'd taken advantage of the speaker to join in discontinuously and sophistically. "And we will have the theatre which shall be called," which is already called, the Valkyria, Act 1. The prelude describes a terrible storm, thunder, and the continuous ramming of rain. Brunhilde is alone, thinking about Sigfrido. A thunderclap is heard, and the Valkyria Waltrauta, one of her former colleagues, descends. The bellissimo orchestral passage, "Rise des Siegfried zum Rhein, Tones and metallic colors." Plenteous military rigor. It was as strange as if a tropical jungle were to transform into the North Pole, or if snow were to begin falling in the deserts of the Caliphate of Cordoba. This happened for not having a true war economy. Now you remember, after all, that I reneged and spoke to make you understand. Full effort. In fact, and neither one knew it, the only one who really renounced love, forging in secret the ring, was a god, Antisea. Then he set about to slice the Garduños, over 50% on the left side of the country, which contained Gardus, the capital. For the first time, and in his own flesh, he felt how far from reality are the realistic people, at least as much as those who are not. But I have already discovered its great secret. It has a female nature and needs a master. To resist, then, to resist. She noticed the heterosexuality of the latter, and regretted it as a deviation in a man who otherwise would have been absolutely perfect. The theme of the Rhine's gold can be heard softly. After a break, it repeats with increased energy and slightly higher in pitch on the scale. According to the owner, Antisea felt horror for potassium. She exercised it in the same way as garlic for vampires or salt for devils. Realizing at once to which vectors he was referring, he asked, "It depends. How do we measure vectors? By the weight of the bonds, and of course not. 15 in this novel. Soria has the same number of populations and geographical features as in reality as a Spanish province. Oil rationing. Langostian Company is about to break. The lobsters. Should we fall into the paradox of having to synthesize them? Purely due to its fear of Issachas. But the display of spiteful hostility accelerated the processes of the inevitable break with the Soviet Union. What do you want, little father? I am almost 35 years old, the age of Downtoner when he was guillotined, but I can say that I have taken advantage of life. Street. A bus left them at another place. They asked permission, and went up on the roof. They called, but the table didn't pay attention to them. Had his surname. Plagiarizing James Bond was one of his most precious and funny jokes. Tragic was the story of the Professor Issachar. He felt that something was not right inside himself. For example, why did Soria have a rat in its standards? What sort of heraldic animal was that? A modest heir. Yes, I think you're right. He looked at the newspaper, lying on the floor and crumpled up. And what do they present? Once again, from since he was in the first double E, the person Issachar asked why secret police are so similar to secret police. We say, on the other hand, that Lulu had a necklace that she only wore on important occasions, which was formed by dried human eyes. Ah, Capital and Profit by Carlitos. Why? Ooh, Giulio, I imagine. Worse than Amadis. And the occultists who did not know him, and saw it in the street, making them eat coryzas or attending concerts, least imagined the truth. It's a fallacy, as widespread and as barren as life itself. Because not, and because yes, are the best reasons in the world. So, it had to be very long indeed, for his offspring had 1,500 pages in typewriter format, size of the trade, double spacing. In order to make him suffer, we show him movies with the triumph of humanity, with actors, of course, always different, so that he believes they are news. In the early morning, at 6:04, he would get up, prepare some mate tea, and begin a new job, identical to the previous ones. And truly, that sector of the armored archives seemed like a national library for giants. Remember also that it was only a small part. Also there, where the Volga and Don tend to meet, the city of Asgarda was founded thousands of years ago, cradle of Western civilization. 24 centimeters long. Then they gave these pieces to their followers, who were hundreds of millions, so that no one was left without his share. Come there. It is about to begin the destruction or the twilight of the gods because of the curse that accompanies the gold of the Nibelung. Batteries take care of this response, but also Soviet combat spaceships, which advanced day after day, both in quality and number. I don't have the ability to lead a people according to a cause or demand supreme sacrifices from them, and convince them that they must obey me. The other shaking, but my Soriata, I distribute what comes to me. Many times it is defective and not in the right quantities. If it was just a coincidence that Sorita's text appeared in the newspaper on the day of the election, from that moment on, the technocratic surge began to be checked. It was very difficult, because Kundry had a good ear, and apparently heard the music of Parsifal with an attention which he was far from having imagined. Ranks and him told him, A colonel cannot be the head of the army. It cost me a lot to become a colonel, he argued without being convinced. Exteriorly, if I am to put myself in the role of a head of state, I praise that man, but inside I am filled with much hatred. He had all the sterile and impenetrable rationalism of his abstract and scientific training. That, of course, is always little science. In ancient times, there was a village of white Chinese who lived in a certain region of northern China, surrounded by mountains and deserts. If it had been an Evtushenko Sea, there would only have been one option: flight, but since it was an earlier model, it could still be tried. I don't know, Dear explained. Here around us is happening something as big as the biggest of us. The technocracy is sinking, do you understand? My family used to live in that house, and he pointed at a crater. Just at that moment, a carpet of napalm bombs covered them for hundreds of meters square. Alberich, in the midst of general stupidity and indifference, destroys the men of the gods. Let's call them Sigmund and Siegfried. Just a second, my dear, how point? You say point? Will you mean point to? Laiseca, I only wanted to say enough. These are her true thefts, not those of art. She is such a bad artist that she could not even imitate Pete Soria when he is drunk. One will wonder how someone attended the hearings if the end of the applicant was so inhospitable. It was an obligation to go complain by lot, so they had to call conservation cables. More laughs finally. They arrived at a building. They told the manager, "Good morning," from Telefonos Technokratas. In Russia there were many states, more than one, all interacting with each other. The direct intervention of the party was less frequent than one might suppose. Send him a woman as masochistic as he is, and let them be happy. Or send him a robot in case I can't find anyone who meets the right characteristics. Once we defeat the technocrats, the whole world will breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, when that happens, things will go better, but it was too much. Along the hallways there were separated offices where technicians handled rare machines that only they should know how they worked, and for what. Arcs from the late Middle Ages, African weapons on some walls, and dishes in display cases, like complicated, shimmering machines. Forgive me, I thought I was doing you a favor. I assumed you would hate me. The conqueror had a rare smile, and then continued, "Ah, now I understand." The oblique order of Frederick the Great, and was making my balls inch around in one of the wings, wanting to talk already, anyway 94. Apparently harmless. The latter did not trust, so he started by checking everything out, every nook and cranny. There was nothing. Also, by order of the Master of Masters, in a room of great machines intended for that purpose, 2 huge cups of crystal were placed. She waved as if to leave, but the statesman quickly stopped her with a question. "Do you know Russian?" The girl was stunned. "Russian?" Instead of looking for psychopathy in a patient, we must find the baggage of theocracies. Note, my dear, that the word baggage is well used. According to the Babylonian concept, technocrat, we could talk about beneficial lust. Triumphant behind the narrator, there was a muffled voice. "I'll take care of getting her out of the country and sending her to Western Protonia." Little by little, the type had started to regain control of his nerves. It consisted in producing a sudden thaw in the North Pole. The ensuing catastrophe would prevent the enemy from enjoying its victory. And thank God it didn't go down the path of sophism. In fact, and although he didn't show it, the head of state wasn't entirely sure of himself. A farmer gave them bread and salt. Beggar I, the soriator and monitor, because of the kind of hate they have for each other, give the impression of never having met. Extreme end of the theatre, melodramaniacs attached real tubes or Wagnerian horns to their ears. Of course, nothing is perfect. Donner wants to crush them with his hammer, and Fro is not slow either. Then Wotan intervenes by separating them with his spear. The technocrats had occupied only 20 blocks of Samarkand. At that moment, they were surrounded by almost 100 Soviet divisions. The Russians, aware of the peculiar characteristics of the bombings which destroy all houses that respect the chimneys, had taken refuge in those towers. Famous soup. No one knew if it was a joke. The sworn, dressed in a mix of Roman toga and samurai suit, argued for hours. Type of Ninon de l'Enclos, then, though not as clever nor as inventive as she was, equaled her in beauty and vices. That is enough. It would be a terrible political blow, and brutal demoralization for the soldier. If they retreated, he could never turn back again. After the Bacchantes had finished their sacred ritual, they stayed for 1 or 2 minutes in one of those perfect stadiums that unfortunately don't last long. To make matters worse, the speed of that Chisator had been calculated at around 2 kilometers per hour. A dung beetle would walk faster. Now I see that I should have watched them more closely. Are these my children and heirs, Pewter? They are 2 young scientists. A centurion, who was not aware of the revolt, taking these generals for soldiers, he questioned them harshly. Stop in the name of Caesar! The only thing he managed to do was that one day he asked her to sew a button on his shirt. Pavie, despite its name, wasn't a bit stupid. Black ink, lively black. Solid compound that does not suck paper. Ochre theatrical of Japanese aliens. 32. All data given on the Soviet Union in this chapter have been extracted from the above-mentioned book by V. Projerov. He uses yogurt and breaths as a clarion call and music, respectively. It's only when he wakes up from his nap that he disappoints us. A moment, the other interrupted the telephone. Why are you saying made-up country names? Russia exists. I know it exists. Metallics, bristling to the eye and sleek lines of the shrimp-like isopodes. And yet this, what awaits them, is not the worst. Pieces of dessert, like a mucus, were stuck to his moustache and beard. A mysterious bearded man complained, "Ah! And how is he going to live if he does not take a vodka now and then, especially with the cold it made, eh? Vodka is sometimes a companion. For me, he Soria Soriator can go to hell, or rather, fuck off. And let him go to hell, but don't you go to hell yourself." Finally, talking to each other. I told you that I would help you achieve your goals. But you must remember your promise to me. I don't know what he's looking for. The old man walked away as the new guy, also looking very silly, but with a festive camel-like smile, asked, "Yes?" The first. A murmur of triumphant trills from the young men of the mummification sect, to whom melted lead was poured into their throats. Then we all go down there and grab that son of a bitch I told you about yesterday, and bring him here. The monitor wants us to have him right here by our side. So they'll learn perfidious Bukharinists, Zinovievists, Kulaks, and Trotskyists. That's how I fuck up the deviants on the right and left. Times. But the others, who had heard him tell the story, in the interval the Thread and Ive telephone operators had joined, found it too much. El es dueño del pasado y su venerable shadow can never be refuted. It is between the ice and the northern mountains. And the proof is that when inquired about details, there are dark areas, as if they were blocked, while others are contradictory without explanation. The spotter has, at this moment, armored vehicles and enemy troops who did not manage to escape from the encirclement near the field of vision of our rockets. Projectiles. Those are idiocies. There are so many proofs for both sides. Here, the only thing that matters is time. All the steps, decks, subdecks, and platforms of the staircases seem to be fragments of different geometric figures leading to the guiding eagle. Xiaka wore a white Arab cloak, decorated with discreet pinstripes. He covered his feet with sandals of Hunnic king. Important military forces, as it was suspected, existed and control a large population like that of the central country, the whole eastern front. And so, grumbling in ancient English, they set out with an entire well-armed brigade and armored cars. Soriara insisted, "Answer when I talk to you. It seems the fault is all Marsfield's, yes or no?" "Yes, my Soriara." "You know well, I am Sorita, the king of ghosts, the prince of the dead, the maker of pain and destruction, who will rule you forever. Who told us that we could win impunely the animosity of the exatists? They adore 6 gods, and we have many. Inferiority. Intrigued and optimistic, with the expectation of such a fantastic thing, Kratos suddenly opened the door. Production by bombarding with antimatter are complete. I will decide to adapt to the old project. But if this is not fulfilled in time, except for the last months of his terrible end, where he would adopt a majestic calm, like Wharton, who ate in silent, waiting for the end. Their flesh had turned to ash, but, for a strange and impossible paradox, they coalesced into an instant porous petrification. In the underground caverns of Nibelheim, the men of the military junta in Soria and the Russians manufacture arms without ceasing. Monitor stumbled, since this officer was very dear to him. His death shocked him as if it were unexpected. When, a few hours ago, the scientist, then also transformed the boy, so that his daughter could be accessible to him. 114, the Book of Tea. In other words, it was as if the entire plaza had been designed to culminate at that spot as a fundamental and glorious point. If I could not resolve the issue of continuity, I would borrow from an outside work. There are certain plagiarisms that are a historical necessity. The monitorial baker, who of course couldn't either in this opportunity to make a dessert in 5 minutes, took one of those he kept for such matters. He did not know how to interpret this dark, contradictory man, who was good and bad at once, a monster and innocent at the same time. Chapter 30. The Crotos of Soria. There were almost no Crotos in Soria, and the few who existed had to move underground. After victory, there is no other remedy for him but to look at his navel, or to kill his own people and then hang himself by his testicles. He told her, "I'll tell you, but I need you to promise not to tell Eduardo." "All right, all right, all right," the other one said. A soldier takes hold of both breasts with his hands, making them stand out. A wood-cutting saw starts to move, driven by another soldier. "Como estaba diciendo usted?" "Mi dijo que precisaban personal para limpiar alfombras." "Para limpiar qué cosas?" "Alfombras." When the Orientals were left alone, they commented among themselves. "Damn barbarian," said the Chinese. "Arrogant Occidentals," said the Japanese. Trade unions, by their function and the special place they occupy in society, have come to realize the intimate nature of power. Now you will pay all this mechanism that cost 8 million monitors. But don't worry, te lo haremos descontando de tu sueldo de bufón. With it one can warm up and drink mate. Here is the text translated into English. I also leave you 25 boxes of matches, and as this candle goes out, may their lives be consumed. Baron Semendi, destroy them as we destroy our traitors. She felt the urge to climb up to where the man on the platform was and rape him. As she felt her nipples getting hard, she told herself, "I'll know him one day." And the very fussy and sophisticated man didn't realize, or pretended not to, that he was checking the existence of motion by simply walking around. Chapter 1, 111. Russia and Technocracy. Go to total war. Soria's fate seems settled. It's a wooden triangle, 2 of whose sides are jointed on the 3rd one. Thus one can vary the value of angles. Wait, I'll draw it for you. Would he agree or not? The lanterns finally hooked their lanterns to the ceiling. The plesiosaurus was covered by the waters of the lake. No, use terradores, que es más seguro. Tampoco sea avaro con los clavos, desde ya se lo advierto. The military bearing of an impotent bite when someone lost both eyes, unable to continue the battle out of fear of hurting their own comrades. In the first part of the Battle of Samarkand, it fought to gain air superiority. When this was not achieved, it settled for holding on. The crews of the Evtushenkos were doing the same thing when they joined the struggle. In fact, it was a real cold well. "Everything in his hands," he told him with joy. "I trust you completely." This, coming from the Soriator, was an unheard-of compliment. He seriously doubted that the offensive planned for next month by Monitor and his generals would have any influence on the overall course of events. The brutalities committed in this conflict were certainly not worse than those carried out in Russia, but they surpassed them in number, considering the proportion of such vast works as I plan will demand tremendous effort. We obviously won't be able to bring them to practice now. They'll be for after the war. These last 2 are extremely rare elements, high value. Cobalt is needed for high-speed steels and magnetic steel. The Senate must appoint a new Caesar, or we'll appoint him ourselves if they don't dare. Caio Domicio Graeco isn't to be trusted. I'm innocent. I haven't killed anyone. I know. That's why I say Julius Caesar is crazy. I don't give a damn about the crazy ones. The same sorcerers from Soria, some masters of high grade, ignored the reason for the dictator's behavior towards the old man. Behind remained a shadow, a fiction of the Kratos, to whom everyone shook hands, or believed they did, and congratulated for his words. That everything goes like shit is precisely the very same proof. Now go and get me an astrological chart as the people. Spiritualization of technique. The avenue sinks under the weight of thousands of tons of flowers that are thrown from all points of the compass. Inalterable and idiotic, he was an authentic Zen monk, whose brain a barbarian had reduced, leaving him instead quite bump-headed. It's a real bitch. The other, hesitant, Well, of course, when you look at it from that point of view. But yes, Juan Carlos, he's right. The Russians, happy, but Napoleon died. Over time, the robots ran out of energy and stopped. What did you think of my story? The monitor launched a fearful sigh and remarked, I have embraced a Philistine serpent in my bosom, but it doesn't matter anyway, everything is fine. In this sense, you're only following the footsteps of many famous writers. I have to ask you to do that later. Now, what are you going to read us? Boost it to carry out any esoteric work 44, but they could also use it in the case that the esoterist turned traitor to the society. At first glance it was just a brick like any other, and indeed its material was clay. Cooked according to the usual procedure, it was an objective and passionate reconstruction at the same time. Nothing could be compared to the monstrous work of tracking that was necessary to achieve this. Then, one day, a prankster decided to pretend he was stealing it, just for fun. Secret police prankster. Ha ha ha. And 50 dwarves in the same way. And shortly after the beginning of his journey, by the lake that Tenebris call it, he saw the monster's castle. Lock the inflow in the asylum. And it wasn't so much his fate that troubled him, but the horrifying possibility of being left without his favorite jester. Say, he perceived the world as a series of particles without coordination among themselves, or at best as a movement in stripes. Sixth point. So that the old people vote for us, tell them we're going to create a sort of national cemetery like Arlington, but for notable dogs. To convince people of the goodness of one of my theories, first I tamed them with slaps and blows. How nice! He sighed for a moment. Allah is great! The crowd screamed in joy. In those moments, even the one with a wife uglier than a Mehari was happy. What are the details when events have life force? The cloth that covered the mammary regions was white, immaculate. It was indispensable to have a testimony, an inside chronicle of the events that had occurred, asking the gods that in some way it be preserved. Monitor usually invited close collaborators and a good amount of courtesans, in order that these informalize the environment of their fantastic dinners. Part to suspect things about himself, and the need to change his dark soul. He understood a little bit, as it has been said, not entirely. Act third, a mountain, on a night of storm. The wanderer Wotan invokes Erda, goddess of earthly wisdom. The fate Sigurinsky established his headquarters in Tashkent, a few steps away from where the 13th Army was struggling, as a prisoner. A dream that I had years ago seeped into his delirious mind like a recent memory. Last night I dreamed of Venus. She was beautiful. It was like Jules Verne's Nautilus, only instead of going underwater, like it did, this one served to move underground. He was able to simplify the most tangled things, however all the adventitious and secondary that could be in a matter, military sciences, for example. Puzzled. While I was still walking, I looked at the walls. I was already at peace with the buzz, thanks to having managed to incorporate it favorably. There was no mutual sympathy between him and the Kratos of Campo de Marte Eusebio Aristarco from the issue of the Teratilis. According to him, the Solias will not be in a position to carry out a general attack for 3 months. I am not so sure, but if he says so. Then said the head of the technocrats, I ask your forgiveness for the mess I made. The machine remained silent. He knew she could now hear him. Form, although I don't understand how it is done, humans are weak, and we have a sick will to live. That's terrible, but it isn't the worst. Periods, until existence, crystallized in its momentarily definitive form. 120 what happened next really did happen. For instance, when I made you bring that dessert to honor you, yes, and then, you tasted the dessert, and I asked you what you thought of it. This is observed in the recent work of the student Andrei Andreevich Mishlink, with his short film La Camisa Blanca. The healer told me that the K of the type, to save the victims, deviated the matter and made him have a sexual sadism. That's what he said. Sometimes, almost always at night, and in a furtive manner, someone would approach him to ask for a favor, but he intervened to get something or other. He just kept waiting for the service orders like everyone else, without paying any attention to him. When he was handed the papers, he walked downstairs. After turning off the machine of illusion and presenting himself, he hurried to interrupt the obsequiousness with a few words. Very well, very well. He had drawn a small arc in the air to then hide modestly. He took it as a good sign, a prelude of greater erotic activity. And now I take them out from time to time to teach them how to walk. They are getting more and more adept at each attempt. I make them talk, etc. The criminal covered the hole in the roof with a plastic sheet. Every night he would take a trip up to his enemy's house with a bucket of water and a funnel. He would possess her against nature for a long time, with coldness, slowly, with a mixture of tenderness and sadism. Bearded one. And what happened to the woman? I only saw her once or twice more, as far as I know. She got divorced, and now is married to a painter. The officers shot deserters in the same battlefield without mercy or clemency. Only thus did they impose order. On the other hand, the first great steel belt was punched in Gomara, despite desperate efforts by Solias and Russians to defend it. Save me? And I nothing. Impassive. May you be eaten by the eggs. What have I done, my gods, to have such useless disciples? It happens that will and madness can change a zodiac sign, although all planetary influences are adverse. World. They gazed upon the actions of the mob with the air of great Dracula-like vampires, complacent and benevolent. However, the excavation was a breeze compared to the mini-task that came next. Indeed, how to build the platform on top of such a hole? The tree-bark planks formed a real black hole that ate up all the noises, no matter how loud they were, and still got hungry. The world, which until now is governed by the runes of the pact, engraved on its magical spear, is left as an inheritance to Siegfried. Red from the oven, red from fused glass, the greens expressed themselves until they took on the form of giant ferns and nettles. The agony of the 13th Army was particularly moving because the troops fought until they died, knowing that there were no hopes for them whatsoever. Even if I had an idea, I would discard it if it contradicted the opinion of an engineer, a specialist in projectiles, or whatever. He had another room exactly like this one, with identical objects of daily use, books, records, movies, magnetic tapes. Counterproductive. It was preferable to let him vent, Monitor went on. I had started to refer my project to Alberto Laiseca. World, cosmos, and all matter he contains. Only a universal knowledge of truth could stop the annihilation of time. This rotten piece of meat hit the plastic bucket, has the fault of all things. He succeeded in hooking him with his abominable masochism of woman. But know that I wasn't lying when I said we won. I also don't lie when I say we lost, because now we've really lost, at least for the world. He laughed between his teeth. Is that political propaganda? Telephoned to Seddon. Don't believe it. In a lot of people those bullshit things work. In the southernmost part of the land of technocrats, there were certain mountain ranges that ended in a vast desert plateau like Tibet. While my people live in doubt, and as if thinking, Solias, Chanchanitas, and Russians reproduce themselves by millions. What kind of things are you talking about? I would be interested in knowing. The doctor warned his senses. We are already near touching the spring of disturbance. Chapter 35. The Assault on the Bearded One. The Saurian magicians also performed astral travels. Soriano. That's the one you gave me. We didn't give him anything, replied Issachar II with icy indifference. I mean, your people, the state. On a certain date of the year, a single Polymahatma must wash integrally a statue with water, soap, and a toothbrush. In fact, some sound production specialists held that it was the best interpretation of all those offered worldwide, by far. During all of the pre-war era, the flourishing of music was truly great in the country of technocrats and with international projection. It is a mistake to believe that the attack came from the Communist Party. It came from the Union of Soviet Musicians and Composers Union. Forteshaw looked at him indignantly. How dare you call me by my first name? I'm sorry. It won't happen again, I assure you. To combat the urban guerrillas, Enrique Cattell, Kratos of the Tongues, who was an amateur esoterist, invented a method. They will eventually win by boredom. They are no more than sexual guerrilla fighters and sharpshooters. They know only struggles and weariness. The Cordobés Emmaus had started to like the technocratic advances and conveniences. On paper they were at war with Soria. She wasn't a child any more, by the way, nor was she in a position to afford impulsive outbursts. It was a noble attitude on her part. Offense. He tried to convince Monitor, unfortunately, with no success so far of the priority need these pathological weapons have, completely forgotten about the ruins of Ur. Little by little, the burned forest began to transform into something alive. The Chichis continued talking. Great is indeed the will and wonder of the short one that cuts the long pitch on. Yes, surprise, who would always be ready with their reserves to set up a new front in the north. He also considered that the second plan would not work, and now might Kulifoth become transparent. One can see the bricks of the broken walls through their bodies, and now they have disappeared, and I am alone. He would have liked to have at least confined him for life in one of the 48 cups of silence. This was also not feasible. So he let him go. Notwithstanding, after much effort, he managed to hear Preludio and Death of Love. He didn't want to admit that he had liked it. Personality cults suppress the fact that personality exists the country could continue to produce even though we had conquered all of Eurasia. Eusebio Aristarcho's passionate tensions, capable of causing ruptures towards new stages of feeling in himself, lasted little, lived in the pension. So, despite his recent reconciliation with the aforementioned dairy derivative, all of his past came back to him. Monitor. Well, listen, let's not exaggerate. The Russians currently have 100 divisions just for the siege of Monitoria. It seems they were a group of volcanic islands. Their people had yellow skin and slanted eyes, like those suspected inhabitants of Katai. The Submonitoria del Sonido sought to reproduce experimentally the vibrations which destroyed the walls of Jericho, all scattered pieces together with a continuous artifice to be invented later on, when I would no longer have to be monitor and would have time. There are too many intellectuals who have blocked feeling here. I would rather govern a country of brutish people. They are closer to nature. She would wish to add it to her fine and cultivated collection. I have taken care of this detail, so as not to perform any work in this sector. I just know that I am not guilty of the matter of the strawberries, which cost me a lot, to be honest. Well, you don't pay for them yourself. If one provokes, one has to answer, does not one? One is not going to play the pussy, so as not to have a bad character with things that one experiences. Circle of 5 meters in diameter around the unfortunate referee. They were satisfied with that for now, and to prevent him from leaving. With the bearded one, we will boost her to have brilliant behaviors and responses and Mozart, as they like, at first just to hook him. For this one only took 2 seconds. The executions, otherwise, were carried out in secret, so as not to worry the survivors. Pena smiled to himself, but said out loud, "What a great filmmaker Fellini is, La Dolce Vita. Such a good film." The latter with another meaning, of course, he replied. "But no, don't be an idiot. It's because the night is cold. How did you call me? Solve their problems, avoiding resorting to trade unions to support themselves. Any variant will lead them to the World Trade Union government. Pleased to meet you. Do you like the work? I do. Don't you like it? Well, know that I loathe you. Catel, almost in orbit. Who would have had the balls to be a Julius Caesar? To write a book, to lead an army, to found an empire, and to have a Brutus, of course. And this was, in that human land, which must have been a paradise, there existed only the infinite but inhuman poetry of stones. We could talk about other punitive expeditions in the realm of culinary arts, such as an apple dessert with fried garlic and chicken. Monitor, of course, thought the same about Russians, that they wouldn't make the error in calculation of attacking him, and yet they were going to do it just the same. Fragmentation after the fall of a third petard. And since we're at it, fuck Exatlatellico and the other 5 great chichis. It was one of the secret entrances to Monitoria's vast network of tunnels, central technocracy, which the head of state used in his travels. CRK, as if he had not heard. And now that I think about it, there is a third thing that seems ridiculous to me. And what would that be? The first morning that he spent in bronze, he saw a flock of 24 great vultures. They were not supersized, but almost so. He gathered them all on the beach, in a great crowd, and thus spoke. "Ads of the technocracy, and of the world," said to cheer him up. "There's still the lantern. Moya Resmio, prophetic and tone loaded with hidden significances. Yes, in those moments the sun was setting. In times of peace, the lights of the Monitoria de Campo de Marte would light up half an hour before. Therefore, once the monitor died, he thought he would reward himself with a Frankenstein's daughter, whose creation he would force his scientists to make. Both leitmotifs intertwine so inextricably that they cannot be separated. Wharton says, I see the eternal work finished." The monitor broke in sharply. "You mean almost identical? How far is the technocratic people a loss? No one better than me to know it. He has to deal with the real tech, right? No doubt last year he thought I'd put myself inside the bag with the cats. What a letdown he must have felt. I did not say I approve. I said I could understand it, while never, never, ever was the sex sacrificed. Much. They recognized their usefulness for certain operations, but considered it excessively expensive for the services it provided. Now even our worst enemies won't be able to deny that, at least aesthetically, technocrats were right. Do you like it? Fiction is a narrative that reconstructs the consciousness of the pursued who tries to understand the universe from which he tries to escape. His readers turn into archaeologists, who discover in the middle of the jungle a great lost civilization and return to the city to tell it. Piernaderecharios, left wing Pernanderecharios. A sect hated his right testicle and cut it with hacksaw. This composition of their own. How beautiful it is to work in Soria de las Latas for little money, fantastic and rich. Whether or not it was true, no one bothered to find out. All countries had enough with the hatred between houses. I would need a Magister Faber to teach me when and where. Loudly, the one who comes next. The next to appear was a nutcase. A thread of saliva began to slide down the right corner of Camel's mouth. As he became pale and dangerous, red spots appeared on his face. Hands free. He likes to make a mess in bathrooms and fences. She cries out of gratitude and pleasure every time she finds a hot sailor. When they could, of course, for the technocratic occultists performed exorcisms at opportune moments so that no one would see anything, commented the monitor. Yoga is now performing his last psychedelic trip, an acid forever. But wait, you haven't seen everything yet. Sin of succumbing to the temptation of eating a cookie, knew how to use corsets and panties made of guitar wire for more than 20 days. After lighting a cigarette, you went straight to the matter. Is your interest maintained? Of course. There is much risk. It's not a little grass. By the arse, at just a few millimeters. Just as the two high-ranking officials were passing by, someone let off the gas and turned it on. Why did you open me? Didn't you see that I was freezing? I was soaked by the devil. With a night like this, they decide to send me to look for you. But we lack another way of rendering intelligible the human events in their secret history, which brings them to their ultimate consequences. Our efficiency can be seen in the Puritanism of today's Soviet society. Who but trade unions could enforce party directives on art? Wave, which at least theoretically would have given him action in hyperspace, said differently, control over the fourth dimension. At one point he set out to reproduce some specimens of species already extinct. Atlas, lemurs, giants, etc. It was also agreed that within a cultured Puritanism there is more self-pleasure than in a Puritan nation, but not educated. It is that the war with Protelia, despite the victory of the Caliphate of Cordoba, had been the destructive machine of medieval balance. Of course, the boy's father didn't think he'd let the matter be settled so easily. He used all his power to find out who had put him in such a tight spot. In oil swamps, cranes and electronic pelicans, hippopotami riding on caterpillar tracks among aluminum reed beds. A girl tried to make a telescopic, tatalistic, or tetilotic approach towards her, but Lusty retreated with modesty. The scene was covered with a translucent green curtain to hide roughness and give at the same time an illusion of water environment. Poe says in The Triumphant Worm into the huge stove that constituted the opera's basement. A cloud of sparks arose. Evtushenko III and Ive and the technocrats Agathor melted in lava armor of different signs that united. The Russians? After this joke, he smiled and said very casually, "How did they beat us, eh? They seem to be learning now." Or 3 hours later, an inexplicable new phenomenon occurred. The dead were decomposing at an unheard-of rate. Lotis Melchior played Tristan Romeo. For these recordings, very novel technical procedures were employed at that time. If the soldiers abandoned us and were left alone with their magicians, we would already hear the cries of the monitor asking for help. Last but not least, a small segment of straight road to take on nearby positions, such as a pair of automatic laser nests. Affronted love. Hunding, who, out of jealousy, kills Siegfried, and above all Hagen, son of Alberic, who kills Siegfried from behind. Anyone carrying weapons without the appropriate authorization from this general command whether a soldier or not, will be immediately shot. The monitor informed them that he was delighted by the honors, but he regretted having to tell them that he had decided to form a new cabinet. One spent all of his fortune in making a full-size replica of the Great Pyramid. That mass weighed less than 30 tons. I will tell you right now that this doesn't include other army groupings that are advancing toward the south, passing beyond the capital. This is the good one, the optimum, the most valid. Everything else, pure illusion and masking disappointment. But one thing should be made clear. We should not understand gold as capitalism or its opposite, but power and domination. Through the transparencies, one could guess his tight black clothes, which had sewn there, in some places, countless discs of silver, the former ambassador shouting, "And do you think I'm scared of you, son of a bitch? Who cares about me?" Monitor calmly, prickly face, from where he was standing. And yet the siestas that tried to kill him had nothing to do with the death of the marshal. Monitor also blamed them. Throughout the whole conference, she barely mentioned the party as a way to simulate. On the other hand, she constantly exalted the Union. With reference to this and other similar matters, Decameron de Gaula said to Coco Isica, one of his disciples, "Listen, Coco." Earth began to crumble. The plants slowly broke up the pavement. Animals lived according to their own laws, at least for that time. Of prepositions, let's say, Wagner was burning with enthusiasm. He went from one corner of the room to another, growling. It was just a moment, for then the color fell in scales down to the pavement, emerging beneath the Prussian red with military stride. Each time he supposed to be near the answer, Cattell bounced off another mirror, or his lucidity vanished in the Gothic galleries of a new labyrinth. This can only refer to proper conduct in the factory, in the collective farm, at university, at home, and during leisure time. "I will exonerate you from all responsibility," Liliana, with her will numbed by the after-effects of drugs, stopped resisting. After carrying the mattress around for 15 days, with terrible heat, he found a farmer who bought it from him for 3 monitors. The optimism of its author has been transmitted to Count de la Laguna, jester of this saga, who is already giving it for thing done. He had his head on the Prime Minister's desk until he, too, came to an end, which was precisely what his cousin had prophesied. He was indecisive between buying technocratic or foreign newspapers. At last he chose one from the Caliphate of Cordoba. Machines, the latter sparkling under the clarity of the moon. Great events always take place in Mesopotamian places. However, to satisfy him seeing him sulking, they put down cardboard bases which supported false caryatids stripped from the scenery. The god, forced to fight himself, destroys with his spear the sword of the Valian Sigmunda, the sword, the lance of Wotan. Practically they swam in that pestilential liquid, with very serious risk of infectious diseases in its genitory apparatus. When the situation became difficult for the technocracy, they were assigned to integrate several defensive belts that surrounded vital centers. Hard to find that they constituted historical curiosities, mandalas, tripodes, and all the objects of rituals. He considered such a supreme respect excessive. It was true that he was an excellent officer, maybe one of the best, but it wasn't worth going so far. The Soritor and the inhabitants of his country have, as it were, got into a state of jubilation. They are celebrating your victory in advance. He began to suspect that something was missing. Such thoughts did not shake his world, far from it, but they were a head start. So taken was he with his Putismo that he had his hair bleached, leaving it long and full of waves, a la Julia Irene Cordoba. What platonic societies or shit! As if we didn't have enough of Russians and Solias, besides we have to put up with you. All respect, young man. In 1974, in front of an assembly of some 400,000 people who cheered for him. Fortunately, the apocalypse is coming. To all this he called art without transcendence. According to his modest opinion, the bulldozers should be brought and erased from the map, or until they paid their monstrous debts, which was impossible. Of all the Solias, it was those who had the least enjoyable end. I will return you to the Russian commissioners, who will undoubtedly congratulate you for having lost control of your nerves in the technocracy. Well, according to Soviet labor laws, a worker could be fired from any establishment simply with the consent of the Trade Union Committee. Coco Isica de Gaula's disciple was just a little better than the others, even though he started to have real powers. Let's say that his humility. Al Barbudo, just as the technocrat was saying the above phrase, surprisingly, went through the same thing again a while ago. It had come at such a cost to the technocracy as the construction of the pyramid of Cheops did for the people of Egypt. Within a dense forest, amidst colossal tombs and monstrous statues, which lay to the right of the path, there were blood-red reflections. Much they are right when they see that, however comfortable a deal with the unions may be, it must be rejected like who dismisses an illusion. The character arrived with a maple stick that, in a rage, he had cut from one of the trees at the botanical garden as he was heading there. How much I would like to be able to give you 1,000 monitors, on account for the bird, but I don't have even a tenth of all that money. In such cases, the procedure to follow is very simple. Hook the mudra and turn it over so that he becomes impotent. Valdez, who had finally realized the state of the other man, knew that, at least for that night, they wouldn't be able to plan any operation. 80,000 Spanish soldiers died, and 250,000 prisoners were captured, who passed into the rear to be interned. They were more than two, of course, and even each group was subdivided, but in the end it all came down to what had been said before. And the tragedy was completely consummated. 3 men in vain, loving the same woman, and she unable to access any of them. Rest, says Brunhilde to the god, the fire that will consume the body of Siegfried will symbolically burn Valhalla by assault. Reason number 2 for his anger was related to a certain audience that must be given to a very unpleasant person, gradually coupled with the other's body, drawing it toward the bed. Kundry's wild kisses were equivalent to the philosopher's stone. Proteus Claudius Isaeus, general, commander of legions, gathered in the Saurian Cisalpine army front. They counted on discovering some way to make that material impervious to fire, but such research would be for after the war. How could he be jealous of a god? On the contrary, he found it completely natural and logical. So then he willingly shared it with me. Under the destroyed film, there appeared another exactly like it, like a second layer of skin, and then a third and a fourth. Monitor, by declaring the above, had not the slightest intention of ordering, but in appearance the other took it as a directive. When the time comes, we shall speak of a subtle yet profound transformation that was taking place in the tyrant. The construction had a huge ogival entrance. The door was also made of sculls into which you entered a magnificent nave. To dispel one of the many infernal silences that existed between them, the jester decided to tell her a story he had imagined. Is she willing to cut him with the super, as long as he also sends him to hell? Then follows the great brawl between the bearded and the monitor. Later, already in control of themselves, everyone, including the teacher, greeted very much like their own land, with a respectful bow. It had a certain parasitic vibration, probably due to the materials of which the pipes were made, and by a flaw in their temper. Second garden, opposite the entrance one. This room was home to the oddest types, and, in a less sense, of the world. Engineer moving a dial that automatically modified the type of wave on the screen. And you think our monitor? Sure, you should do the same. Dionysios was really attached to character Issachar, despite their continuous fights, and he didn't want him to have a panic attack because of the fright. The general lack of it didn't refer concretely to the other's question, which for the professor and Infravis was less than an odious beggaring. The object detached itself, falling on the head of the wizard, killing him instantly. The golem was left without direction. Clown II, extending his hands and moving powerful fingers as if they were the legs of 2 iron spiders. Gah! The technocrats had a hard time putting order in Protelia after the Saturnals that the Corps de Besameus celebrated with great mirth. Thus speaks the war of polypelide hands negator and other bad waves. A bad frequency comes from the front. And so, flapping like a peacock in the treetops, he jumped from fragment to fragment on a subliminal scavenging hunt. An enormous chronolith clock, whose rigid string was a spiral-shaped labyrinth, everything covered with high and low reliefs. After the chichis bounced off, fled screaming in terror, the voices continued to speak among them, since de Gaulle did not respond. In the largest grotto dug into one of the walls of the basement, there was the gallery, gloomy but full of fireflies, of the layers. The generals argued that it would be interesting to conquer new territories, as long as they were concentrated with Soviet armament industries. That I would put at your feet if you were here with me. The soldier gasped in his last effort. He had 2 seconds left alive. Or perhaps I will order that it be served at my funeral as a final joke. Ask me what I think about flan with dulce de leche. It made me think of a kind of Roman legion composed of 30-meter-high robots, whose synchronized rumble could be heard. Chen, not getting offended by the outburst, replied, "But I've already done thousands." "Burn it, then. It would be worse." "He's a Caesarian." "Julio Caesar doesn't discuss his campaigns with us. He speaks exclusively by issuing dicta. Fortunately, clouded in his fatuity by the personal fate that awaited him, the senator was deprived of this joy a priori, irreplaceable due to the restrictions of the war economy. And what if at the last moment Aristarch had decided to play a bad trick on him, but harmless, and with their crew volatilized? They ended up crashing into the wreckage of what was once a group of houses. The Revolution. 43, by order of the Monitor, foreign Crotos could acquire citizenship with extraordinary ease. May they receive the tribute that is usually suffered in squares, when those bugs land on monuments more or less equestrian. Exactly they meant. They recognized from the outset the enormity of the task, which would not be completed in 1 or 2 generations. In place of foundries and blast furnaces, huge refrigerators and coal storage rooms where ice tanks were built in bars. The place where they took the Sauria was the product of Monitor's intelligence. He had invented a special apparatus to feed those animalets. Thus, it was necessary not to leave the spontaneity or the rest free, since this last one was also organized in Russia. Each time I hit the lever, and I always do so when visiting this section of Garden of Monsters, they play the same thing, over and over again. Look at the controls to see how many microseconds it takes to die. I also want the paper with the cardiac curve, because I have to save it in my file. Invited by the Bohemians, he decided to give a rock and roll concert in the Carabela Cemetery. That was where he would unveil his apparatus. It was your decision. And look, I'm not against drugs or anything, nor am I in favor of them. It's not a moral judgment from me. Blood dissolves the host and touches poison. Instant death. And all you need to do is make an insignificant wound anywhere on the body, the master of the house warned, at the same time as he opened his eyes and blinked. Careful, careful, careful when painting this sector. He was intelligent enough not to fall into the error of speaking against the Monitor and in favor of Kratos, or any other similar foolishness. Nosferatu, Frankenstein's veiled sister, and other heavy-handed hands. Don't be late, crazy. He folded through, penetrating by the left of the intersection. He lit a cigarette and slowly walked through the crowd, lost in thought about what he had read. First of all, I consider it childish to think that after the destruction of the world, love can redeem or save anyone. A piece of the ashes from the fire falls at that moment, and its glimmer illuminates the grip of the sword embedded in the tree. According to Ladrido von Malzahm's opinion, the center of gravity of the Russian armored formation would be in Omsk. The sudden thaw of the temperature, which began to rise, reached 2 degrees above zero in a few hours, produced pressures and explosions. Anyway, this is how things were done. Perhaps if he could start again with what he knows now, he would ball those guys, or not. The sector chiefs tell me that even nails are missing. According to them, it's been years since they haven't seen any electronic equipment for repairs. Would you not like it with me? No. Unless you are a good woman in the end, without spots, tashes, perils, or scum. A journey in deep waters, like the ride of a submarine along the ocean basins. In the cellar of Augias, note strategic materials. This, in turn, will allow us to continue the war for 10 more years, or as long as necessary. The new Sardanapali will have to burn with his horses and women, just like the other one did. What did they think? That this was Babylon? I've been told her hair is all platinum, very long and with soft waves. She's quite the look-alike of Julia Irene Cordoba, too. Thus, I proposed them for the Solar Technocrat, which would be awarded a few days later by the Monitor himself in person. Once he had achieved his goal, not before, he would release an ironic bark, almost dog-like, as a way of celebrating happily. He would prevent them from killing him, but he wouldn't provide cover for magical action. This, according to him, would serve as a lesson, called La Selva, so properly as if instead of a no-man's land, it were a sovereign state with its own characteristics. He placed himself on a square platform, hidden on the floor of his room, and, almost on his knees, pressed a secret spring. Differently from me? Of course, because an attempt on my life and ruining my holidays is an accident, a small one. He ordered the hall cleared, and was left alone with his friend. The beard said, "What he must have suffered, poor thing. Yes." Yegolev, all right, dressed in sheepskin and white soutane, continued the entire day dedicated to his important tasks. Esleka II, after taking it, began to give it infinite turns, pointing all of them toward Kalanko, a morto resolution. Here the Sorians could no longer take it. The reference to exartheism, the official religion of Soria, was obvious. Anyway, he noticed that in an era of lasers and electric rifles, E-doubles so quickly used old revolvers and pistols. The Titan's group of vegetables, with the fire as center and heart, reminded me of some sort of green and scarlet hyperborea. Spare boots, which were of his companion and all. Only the iron buckles of the backpack and the blade of the machete remained. Consulted on the monitor, who has always shown great interest in this type of research, he settled on that both were equally valid. Most of the responsible parties considered it to be an error, and did not take the agreed-upon measures. They continued with their usual programming. Don't be the anti-glory. Stop firing atoms with the malevolent oyster-shaped trigonia that spins in your head, angrily, and why not? Middle of a jungle. Because the colonel could not believe that such a sound came from a human throat. He never knew how Soria did to recover. The Chanchaleños did a real work of termites throughout the mountain range of their country, digging long and complex tunnels like labyrinths. Our ally, the technocratic dictator, does not seem at all affected by the war or the difficulties that his armies must face. Coral diadems and rough chalk. The cans rusted, turning red like a wonder, looked like an animated painting. The walls were only 2 meters high, thanks to the 2.4-meter posts that had been buried 40 centimeters from the edge of the platform. They sent a special invitation to the technocracy monitor, not by mail, but by chask, as they liked to do things personally. Scene change. Gibichongo Palace. Gutruna is mad with grief. She really loves Siegfried and can find no comfort. The clamour came from the click and hiss of the weapons and the plastic metal as it was destroyed. The Nibelungs. Siegfried. A great surprise. The heavy tank Evtushenko IV, which the enemy was saving for the end in its secret tunnels. Disaster in Samarkanda was that the technocrats had to abandon the offensive and retreat to their old positions behind the Urals. The true saints, as well as men in the style of Kyanophalysis the lustful, were irritated by the unpredictability of their actions. Indeed, more than crazy the monitor would have to be to ignore the real situation of the army, its needs in ammunition, good transports, etc., almost simultaneous. In any case, the technocrats, due to their lack of originality in the matter, took the worst part. The bars then began to explode against the hydraulic armor of the fortress, which resembled externally the hexagons of a beehive. The one from internal security said, "Watch out, there goes the pirate Blackbeard. Watch out for what he says. Look how fanatics he is." Technocracy would continue to lose the war while Russia and Soria won it. But everything had changed in one way or another. They knew well that there would be no mercy or forgiveness. Women would be defended to the utmost extent while there remained one man. The Russian and Sorian soldiers could not understand these recent technological feats that had such terrifying effects on their troops. With another tone he began to say, "By the way, this reminds me of..." And he also told an incredible false fact. While up, the troops of Sigurinsky began to kill the last defender from the ruins of the Imperial Monitorial. Nothing constitutes only one of the consequences suffered by men, and being itself by its defeat before the Antessa. Those writers, thought Kratos, have much less eye than they imagine. Sometimes their strength isn't even enough to be bad. Extract lava in colors, and once in Monitoria, keep the molten rocks continuously red so they don't lose their beauty. Substance, monitor. Okay, you can go now. The scientist tapped his heel, tilted his head for a brief moment, and left. The owner, seeing him without shoes and in sandals and smelling quite bad, doubted whether to let him or not pass by. "Did you write that down, Farini?" "Yes." Well, that's all, old man. Bye. Farini, wait. According to her, she had long since passed the previous phase of sexual games in which we all indulge. She was back. It was useless for him to try to explain to them that he did not possess any influence or power. They assumed that he didn't want to help them. The character, seeing how it had bounced, didn't think to persist. But 3 days later, Zapaton approached him. Come with me. Between dry branches and progressive confusion. I did not steal your yellow cloak from anyone, nor am I confused. Cruelties and delusions in which she would have participated with her husband would not be but lies intended to destroy dictator. If I expressed myself in the manner previously described, it was to develop an enemy's thought, so one would speak like a technocrat, perhaps. I drove the nail in for them. I suppose I don't need to tell you that. And now it's done. Now I'm also a manufacturer of zombies. Today it's hard to believe in the existence of a country called England, said Character, as he served a mate to Liliana. Seeing that the Soviet Union only had a nominal commitment to the war, took advantage of this fortunate circumstance to remain neutral. His employment has had terrible consequences for our aviation, which, as a result, has been unable to provide us with the necessary support. If you say so, said the sergeant disrespectfully, without being charmed by the vainglory of the soldier, let me explain. Hoarded and preserved power and honor for the fateful time when most of its kind were displaced by the majority's coming of age. By digging a little deeper, they found materials that became more and more pulverized and gradually wetter, forming a paste in the end. The apparent solution would have been to get a tighter mesh on the threads, but this would have completely hidden the scene apart from taking at least a year to sew it. For the first time in his life, he understood the monitor when, with prodigious intuition, he called the Laiseca's magic animals. 1,000 Soviet combat spaceships, without difficulty or any opposition, were read with their lasers on the ruins of Samarkanda. They don't understand that it's a matter of hanging on. 7,200 meters. It was a searing, freezing wound. Looking at that silent field that the camera swept in a panoramic shot, the viewer couldn't help but feel that thousands of men had died there. If it is bad to be powerful, then why did the cosmos allow me to have my lance, the basis of all my strength? Should I also separate from her? You must not think that the Kratos had auditory hallucinations that came from the free game of his imagination, and he knew it very well. He thought, the facts are already so far out of our control that the only provisions I can still adopt are on the level of my jester. So, he answered, with the cunning typical of the senile, oh no, he won't break the law again. Or if not, look, I stayed at the Soria brothers' boarding house. He understood that all of this was completely out of place. In a moment, they met 5 young men of athletic build who did not even dream of bothering the lady. In no way. The first thing he saw was his chamber assistant, Lieutenant W. 30 Iske. Assistant looked respectful. The Chancellor to the Sub-Chancellor, have it analyzed. The Sub-Chancellor to the Vice-Sub-Chancellor, have it analyzed. When the old woman saw him all dirty and full of shit, she said to him right away, "You're a bastard, but you're mine, Farini. Go out of the office." "When you're reading, your face changes," I said to him. "It gets ugly and tough." My husband got scared. "What a weird thing to say, Teresa." Her face was intelligent and focused. Suddenly she raised her face and looked him in the eyes as if she had known that he was watching her. "You unbearable. It's cold, isn't it, Mr. Martinez?" "You're right, sir. It's unbearable. We should put on our overcoat." It's a long time since the despot wanted to organize a majestic funeral, a desire that was frustrated by the lack of illustrious dead. The esoterist took it off with him in Countadisimo after paying a pile of bills. She was even more convinced than ever that the guy was insane. Rows and rows of soldiers with torches and skulls on both sides. Enrique Cartel took a fac with resin and lit it. He got inside it, and, after having made himself into a loaf of bread, he expired. No one could explain his disappearance. Even better than repelling his understanding, embracing that unmemorable day when the woman felt alone in face of amplified selfishness. The man who spent recklessly, the great multiplier of forced collectivizations. Nothing more and nothing less than a state monopoly. If the war was lost, neither of them would be remembered, except for the fragments of reality that vagabonds and linearers kept. But the most notable thing about this affair was that the boobs started to scream only after everyone had suffered the same fate. To make the Valkyries fly, a device with wheels was used, called a garter's belt, which will be described when talking about the Rhine's nymphs. With his transmitter-receiver watch, he had already asked them to send an attack spaceship to take him back to Monitoria. In a few hours he would be there. And it was still falling. Many technocratic soldiers were heating a brick and trying to prevent the freezing of their light lasers with it. He would have been the best ruler the country had if it weren't for his delusions with magic and theology. His cosmovision is absurd. At least, that's what Ladrido von Malzahn told me in confidence. How frightened must he be to condescend to talk to me, a civilian? Several Kratos, including the one for languages, who had already been told about the joke, came to congratulate him and ask for instructions. During their dictatorship, the invertibles were forbidden, under penalty of death, to befriend any woman, even if she was a lesbian. They knew that most of the top technocratic masters were already dead, and that the main esoteric machines in the defensive system had been destroyed. Bearded. Who was the third one? It was me. See? It wasn't that difficult. He said it, and the world keeps on going. It served to designate an enemy occultist, one of his machines, or a sinister type, whether or not he was esoteric. For example, the matter of Supreme Pontiff. Weren't you much better and more fervently to be called the first hysterics of the nation? If he rationalizes, meditates, and changes, I will be happy to listen to him again. To the others, next one. Cut one vein after another, then slowly, as if opening an Egyptian tomb of thousands of years in the Valley of the Kings. Iron bars, steels in open-hearth furnaces and rolling mills, dolomites, quartzites, and refractory clays. Besides, one of his many birds was called Amadis, and another Oriana, as the beloved of the hero of that extremely long novel. But I imagine that once the omnibus is made, it would serve them for new passengers who asked for it. That's the problem. It wasn't like that. One of the containers with the divine infusion, the one belonging to Puccio, had been located near the testicular victim. Soria he went alone, and rival wizards he would shit in 1 minute. And so, as much as he progressed, the others taught him. You see it's obvious? Mussolini. No. Here we go. Frankly, italic is Dulce. Other experience with zombies and other strange things. To make it, I had not worried about aesthetics, but functionality. All those little English pigs who still use bellies and make them pregnant. Let's finally have a generation of men, even by accident. They were very big, but didn't convey that feeling of the heavy Soviet architecture that is given by those that are very broad at the base. It didn't matter whether you declared war on Pluto or invaded Mars. Something so impossible that it was laughable. For whatever reason, it was true that the fight seemed to depend on this man, his firmness in invoking an archetype or its opposite. The hurricane, when it brings us closer to the Soria Mediterranean mass as desert, will destroy all the anemometers, and there is no one who raises his voice to oppose, it seems. He who keeps silent gives in. He who keeps silent is a fucker. They receive him poorly and kill him. They receive him with admiration and choose him as God. They seem to know his arrival. He closed his eyes for a terrible instant. It's possible that what Monitor couldn't remember unconsciously affected his answer, Erda's warning. Waiting for you with its hexadactyly, cereal, and dodecaphonic green wads of slime. They both laughed at the joke. He is not committed, because at the bottom he did not understand anything, and he did not understand because he is not committed. Little could he inspire feelings of that nature in such a strong man, hard as few, with superhuman will and inflexible, and yet remaining classical. This man did know a golden gunslinger to hunt down the unique Peacemaster, the very own. Exactly 7 minutes into the showing, the girl said, "Are we going to drink mate, my love?" extending her desert mate to him, unattainable. If they had found anything, they would no longer have been in a position to mass produce it, because they lacked infrastructure and raw materials. The punishment has not yet been invented, and you killed 4 Turks for the worse. Such a thing will never, ever, ever be forgiven. In an act of high magic, they had stolen, from the Japanese, 25 medieval armor for the Monitor afterwards to give them away. This terrace should have been for parading around in after the brutal oppression of the rain, but instead it's full of water and wet clothes all over. This is because the avenue flows into something called the square of all technocrats, and it's where our Monitor will speak within an hour. In this novelistic work, It is based on the idea that the human soul contains exquisite heights, but also frightening aberrations. So confused was he, the town of Medinaceli also participated unwillingly, as it turns out in The Madness of Solieta, his teeth and prongs resembling ballistic projectiles that await deadly in his underground the moment to leave and annihilate everything. Am I witnessing the beginning of a robot rebellion? Don't tell me now. There are also Solias robots, Horilagru, half as interesting a spectacle as was offered by that type when its mass was toppled over. What kinetic energy for all the devils! I never knew nor heard women talk about a man who could finish like that. As soon as he was done, his madness subsided all at once. Your ring, and greets your gaze when it enters an earthquake. Those who do not follow you will be subordinate by fire. It contradicts my conception that consists of taking out an eye and making him drink the substance from his inside with a straw. This contrasted with their short hair and conventional clothing, Casimir's suits where not even the tie or waistcoat was lacking. Therefore, still somewhat gone, the influenceable answered, Ask whatever you want, for it will be granted to you as a favor. The lips of her vagina appeared closed and locked together. Palmyra, I am a maiden of the lower mask, she said to him. She was exhausted. It was beyond his strength. 7 years had beaten the nerves out of him. He couldn't take it any more, obviously. When he saw that they had enslaved his creation, and that it felt unhappy with its yoke, he performed an exorcism to free her from it. The moving thing about the guillotine, or any other form of natural death, is the horrible longing for ordinary things that it awakens. The punitive harshness of the technocratocracy seemed like nothing compared to some of the shenanigans pulled by their allies in Protelia. Sejditi Issachar narrowed his eyes dangerously, radiant with arrests. Softly velveting his tone, yes. After the disinfected knives exposed the inner abdomen, they threw olives, chicken bones, turkey dung, and pheasant droppings. But even with all of Alberich's treasure, and not even the magical helmet will entirely conceal her, the eyes of the goddess are still visible, the mother of Gunther and Gutruna, who have a different father. In Dreenshagen has received the visit of his parent, Alberich. The Soviet skeletons, viewed from a distance, emanated a reddish glimmer, as if they were faintly incandescent. They had sanctified them for 1,000 days, thinking that because they hadn't taken the mentioned precaution before, failure had come about. The corpses, turned into mummies and already inside their respective factory, would be slowly bombed with small amounts of antimatter. Someone said to his prisoner in the basement of the Soviet KGB, Look at that nice plug. Don't you like plugs? They don't interest you. Standing in front of the great gate of the palace, there shall be a cyclopean statue of a naked woman, with her legs slightly apart. He must give him absurd advice, which then become orders. Go an emperor who usually rewards himself with prostitutes and Syrian dancers. They did not plan to kill the old man with the brooms, since they did not know his existence. They only wanted to kill Sorita. Peace with the technocracy, just as Soria won the war. For at most they would have killed her, and that would be all. According to the latest news, the external defensive perimeter that surrounded the city had been breached in multiple sectors. They believed then that it was Spakenase of combat flying at great altitude. When they understood what, it was too late, and neither could tell. As all works of this magnitude, it is an autonomous world that lives with its own laws and tells its own origin. Each word, one or several archetypes working within it. It is important then to know them, in order to know which gods you are calling upon. Already sharp? Another voice. It's almost ready, master. Well, let's examine the comfortability of the patient. But he went on. Well, I'll take them when you're done. Oh, what a grief it would be to have to wait till the last moment. Viktor Hippolytovich, somewhat distracted though, with a certain prudence peculiar to one who knows he is dreaming. It would make no difference whether we killed the janitor, but it might enhance the monitor's human strength. And what good will that do? I know perfectly what kind of tango it is. You've already bored me. Why does everyone sing that? And who knows? Inhumane and absolute, that it condemned to eternal ice without remedy, even if there had been a purpose of amendment. Attacking Isi Soriaz, we know it is the absolute sin, a crime with regard to which there will only be harshness and severity. You fried it, fucking cunt. Pascualitos had Mussolini's face in grease. He turned pale. He muttered, Ma. Dredging rivers? or at least discovered the Tarnhelm or helmet of invisibility. And yet all these follies were not so bad. Manganese, chromium, and tantalum woman. Cecilia, in Samarkand, breathing phenols and sulfuric ether. The Soviets would attack them with freezing artillery and even with flamethrowers and gasoline bottles when no other recourse remained. But he might well have gone on for 8 centuries in the same way if he had not received a significant help that he did not know about. I don't know. The woman, timidly and with much love, touched his left arm. Are you worried? Yes, he hesitated. Take either of these two, moral or unifying. The latter I also think was called harmonizing, if I remember correctly, to reinforce the henhouse sector, which is half down. No, don't skimp, for cheap costs expensive. Preferred were boxes and stalls. Hated gallery and henhouse. Only unsightly and untouchable doormen went there. Brunhilde orders a great bonfire to consume the bodies of Siegfried and herself. She puts the ring on one of her fingers. The monitor's skeletons, on the other hand, rang out Nivius, with the occasional crackle of minuscule energy cores zapping them. However, they were absolutely rotten. The closed uniforms had been designed so that the soldiers wouldn't feel the low temperatures. What do you think if we put a font here? While explaining his reasons to Sorata, he went drawing on another sheet of paper a new sketch. To submit Lusty to her lower instincts was not going to be an easy task, given her experience in fighting techniques. He reserved his reasons until after I had spoken to you. He said exactly this. He will explain it better than me. Well, that's good. That of Alberich on the one hand, and that of men on the other. However, they differed in something that the monitor thought about the matter. Collaborator to the room of his brother, sealed since the day of his death. She wanted Fernando Almagro participate in the secret, instead of taking courage to step forward and say bold and virile, "Long live, long live, we have triumphed." The character thought, I'm fried. He's got me, bayoneted 15 centimeters. I love you without caring who you are, Liliana. Dream that they are saints and attend their own elections. In March 1939, at certain times, the monitor of the languages had to use great clarity of mind in order not to commit an injustice. Able to say, Dad, Mom, baby, and other equations of high physics. Then the monitor grabbed him. She had channels so that blood could run through them, which would later be poured out with streams from other tables into a general sump. But, with the lack of a unified theme that characterized it, in a second he rotated on his axis, changing route. To be guarded by a star-away party or by a state of doubtful existence, Pavel was content. The machine was working. To mask the trickery, I say, yes, hell, calm down, and Ricardo Wagner Isika finally calmed down. They were deceptive, rather giving an ambiguous sensation of fragility and hardness, as if they were huge flat diamonds. No, even the opera ghost would have had anything to object to regarding singers and the luxurious and correct staging of a play. If they were troops, it would be like 400 divisions, about the number of soldiers Hitler sent to Russia in the first part of his offensive. He, excited, played with desperation on the electric gate, and the other, who heard him perfectly, pretended to be deaf. Raising the forbidden city of the Red Empire? I admire your decision, and methods as much as I find abhorrent your way of seeing things. They opened their mouths so wide that they couldn't close them again, because each mountain was a beehive full of soldiers and rockets. These are words of the old technocrat, language that in turn derives from mercy according to its seams. Every time he puts on the parallelopedinsky, something is wrong. Hopeful, it happens that he needs to talk to someone. Behind the scenes, floating in the air thanks to the counterweights, one could see the jungle of props to be used in the first 10 operas. The funeral pyre was built with twine of sackcloth and thistle, woven together painstakingly to form an inextricable sort of cone. The workers wield weapons, and also go to the front of the last army, incontrollable fronts and pockets of resistance. All his life was a struggle against time. Hercules won a race against the deer with bronze feet. Oh, yes, but have you ever thought about how similar the saurians are to technocrats? There are so many saurians who are technocrats and vice versa, knowledgeable about what was being discussed and ready for the monitor to know what to expect in case of another front correction. The stern and disciplined machine that the dead dictator had created continued to accompany the living by inertia. Ricardo Wagner was one of the few men who tried to make it with all sincerity, working through brilliant illuminations in his musical drama. A rain of debris fell on Monitoria, where all the windows that had remained intact were destroyed by the final explosion. With his realistic sense, he could even predict that. By a miracle, the emergency team's air extractors still worked. This poetry, which won several awards, and had the imitation of thousands of poets who swam in the turbulent waters of the art of cardoons. Immense happiness. But of course, Your Excellence, it's a great honor. The monster taking a tape recorder. Good, if possible, just as one imagines it before seeing it for the first time, with another texture, like in cartoons. Look at him there, this postman, the one who looked so gentle. Dead fly. Soon you'll see when the monitor puts a hand on you. Entered the Ive room. There was an empty and antiseptic corridor, about 2 meters wide, on the right and next to the wall. I do not hesitate to affirm the falsity of such an accusation, because the other one was too beastly for so much subtlety. I attached my Super 8 behind the calibroscope and filmed all of this. It is now a sequence from my film. For your insolence, I will no longer give you information until in you there is a change. Do not interrogate the blind archives again. The putrefied toffee, now almost bones, was extracted and subsequently sprayed and washed with high-grade alcohol. And now that I think about it, before hanging him from the fat toes of the ceiling, stick a cockroach in the pee-hole, that is, the pipe, with the exclusive mission of protecting them and attacking automatically the abuser who has the lack of manners to try to hook them with a mudra. It is not necessary to explain now why it is like this. Theory tells us, and practice confirms it, and so it is. After all, the trade unionists were used, and became victims of their own madness and even greater aberrations from others. Assuming that the police are baffled for 2 or 3 months, when they find out the tricksins they will find out, they will have very good evidence against us. Soria decrees general mobilization. Movements of troops have been detected on the border with the Soviet Union. A toy tank is taken frame by frame in successive positions, just like in those tricks to show us a flower blooming in a few seconds. Painted erotic runes on the cavern walls of her impossible concavity. Here the protest of the agazapado became more evident. As a dictator, he leaves much to be desired. He's inelegant, rustic, hastily put together. He seems cut from a comic strip. Nothing to do with that woman from before, who was able to put the national budget at risk by just getting her hair fixed. This one is the opposite. Rain would harden the material. 300 tons of pine board, screws and posts for a 2-meter 40-centimeter fence. He preferred to give them what they wanted to avoid, but later proved to him in 1,000 subtle ways that he had been wrong about everything. My companion, who didn't understand it, was soon hit by the arrows, and he and his horse died in a miserable way. Cakes! I considered it as unjust, one as the other. But after 20 days, the situation began to please him. Behind, still in potential, but already concentrated like armies, convulsive scarlet invaders were gathering. They could not prevent this new shift on the front, despite all their efforts. Monitor initially proposed to save Gorky at any cost. Secondly, you'll have noticed they didn't do that here. The music of the authors I mentioned is heard in technocracy. To solve the shortage of organic substances, I invented a system of hydroponic tanks, easy to handle and harvest. If the bellicose state were prolonged, the Soviets thought they could solve these problems forever by following the model that it followed. Shut up, insolent brat, if you don't want me to hit you back with a smack. Watch out, because if I hit you a good one, you'll be moaning. I apologize to the reader for this bad trick, not so much a trick, let's say, because there is still a long way to go before finishing the book. In this way I sowed more wheat and maize than ever before, so that the little animals would eat them. I even set up chains of industries. In the letter of character Laiseca, that stranger, he noticed frenetic honesty and an unconscious plea for help. Word? Not even a letter. Example, Deus ex machina bona fide ad hoc, si vis pacem parabellum. In one corner, already in a frank fetal attitude, the former Russian ambassador. The poor guy had completely gone insane. The wise ones tell me that the technology to be able to do this soon will be dominated. Are you boring me? No, continue. So, when you start to feel that the types you trusted most are defecating at your side, you will go down in morale. It was not possible to rest in shifts because no one was supportive. so the guards would take the vehicle by themselves without warning anyone. It was a young camel, an Arabian mare, a dancer from Damascus between purple and crimson, but it was analyzed. Skulls to celebrate their victory. I think that I will do the same when my armies enter into Soria. But come, I want to show you some things. Logical, guilty of transcendental illiteracy, sexual Puritans, and film censors of the previous government. Witch's cauldron, although in truth, if they were thinking of doing this last one, he did not see how, because they had not brought any container. It even had laser cannons, armored vehicles, and a small tactical air force under the exclusive orders of Kratos. So, here we are already dealing with the environment of the issue and the figure. Cattell said sarcastically, "No, no. To being able to put them into practice, or even having Humphrey defenseless and in his hands, he would have refrained from causing him harm. Nevertheless, what one might expect, he didn't work as an illusionist and magician, but on the trapeze, and he did quite well. Was supported, shook, which in turn caused a wobble in the teapot. The same thing would happen if you put a fountain on the summit of a tiny hill." "No," lied Juan Valdez. "Forgive me. Let's go get a coffee." And they began to walk. Juan felt like an idiot. Instantly it is replaced in the screen by many real armored hunters who climb up the slope of a huge Russian trench. They knew that if they allowed their thoughts to flow, they would not be able to prevent the arrival of all-powerful and aggressive opinions. But instead he did know that all about that didn't matter, that they had slept together that very day, and that he was very happy. They did not resemble the exhausted plants of the previous discovery. On the contrary, they were living plants, insanely tall. Fricka reproaches Wotan for having asked the giants Fafnir and Fasolt to build the castle we see in the distance. Truth, Hagen offers to avenge him. It is necessary for this purpose that Brunhilde reveals the weaknesses of Siegfried. They hadn't planned for that. That wasn't part of the plan. They attempted to flee, completely forgotten even of the last detail. The two semichords of the Siegfried funeral are often heard, only they, deaf and rumbling and separated by silences. But I didn't understand anything about the movement, and I had no interest in it either. In fact, I had never been a technocrat. In all other respects, no one produces so much and so well as Atriot. It is easy to understand this. The main fault lay in the mix of different recordings, already mentioned, and in the absence of entire sections from records. Monitor could reinforce the front in Soria with Catalan armies, and sent all his paralyzed divisions in Chachin to the Russian front. His directives were to be carried out in full, without question, on the day they were issued. He had little affection for the opponents. The opposing mages continued to attack Monitoria, of course, but not the Monitor. This had been frozen forever. The guerrillas set fire to the camp when it was cleaned by the army, because if they did not do so, they would still be there now. These things don't work. The bombs, which fell incessantly above, produced continuous tremors, analogous to those of an impossible earthquake without end. With that semen, the priests proceeded to artificial fertilization of the parishioners, in order to perpetuate the species. The next to see him was a relative of someone who, as such, thought he had the right to steal his time and say stupid things. The beds in room 4 among patients submerged in electric sleep. He had previously undergone other intensive therapies. Sure, but what he did to them now could be done to me. The guys who are too powerful go too far with revolutions. Issach's character realized for the first time in his life that he was seeing the eye double from the inside, as they were. For me, there will be no more goodness, for a mirror does not have blood. Teng Xiao Chou Han Dynasty. Immobility. It's just a moment. Then his visual organs take in the semi-transparent splendor of yellow. Since that terrible night when he failed with a bang, his nature drove him into a melancholy silence that did not bode well. I judge it convenient, necessary, and even of extreme urgency to perform a biopsy. Doctor, Alberto had just gotten up. Seeing her immobile and in an unusual attitude, he asked, "What's going on, Ceci?" "Astronautes." Thus, as the technocrats advanced across Soviet territory, they were losing airships in geometric progression. She was received by the Chamberlain of Audiences, and was admitted when she showed him the card without giving any signs of surprise. The funerals lasted for 6 days, and the Falsa Bayreuth Stable Orchestra performed the march of a puppet, as was custom. They had tied hundreds of candles at different heights, attaching the wicks to a single wick of gunpowder that touched them all. He'll think, will they still believe I wrote those? He remembers the ill-fated end of the previous Chamberlain very well. If, on the contrary, one retreated, the units bogged down with the guerrilla could be dedicated to fighting in other sectors. If it is inevitable a conflict with that country, I recommend that you have several magicians charged with protecting your campaign. I hate testimonial and committed literature, even our own. We too have enough of that in technocracy, very regrettable. Thanks to the underground vehicle, in little time he arrived at an installation of tanks installed on the outskirts of Monitoria. He ordered that they tie her naked to a donkey of torture, and then beat her right breast with sticks until it lowered in height. In their investigations with astral light, they only saw the concerted white wall of the blockade. The reason for this was very simple. Nuts. For the latter, the Gulf sauce was missing, so it was replaced with mayonnaise that Kundry prepared with some eggs. It must be taken every morning to turn green like the tree, and be young and strong and beautiful like me, Soria. The metaphysicals are wrong. The problem is not to be or not to be. To be or not to be is the question. Capable of loosening for curiosity, and not losing himself in the film record of that unique act. And they were right. Didn't he have consciousness of reality, or did he ignore who my enemies were? Oh, dear, don't delude yourself. The girl smiled, for the answer had amused her. What do I know about that? Before his friend answered, Mr. Onlookers. Half an hour later, everyone slowly began to stand up, starting to spin around and reduce their circle. To start, it was incredible the little importance that animals gave this novel cosmovision and its multiple derivatives. Cosima, calm down, Wagner. Calm down, demon. You'll have your dragon. Don't yet eat my tits. Give me more time. Either you come with me, or I'll hit you on the head. He sent his 14-year-old son, whom he hated, to the youth movement. Well, nothing of that. I closed the printing house so as not to gain the hostility of the guilds, in which I found support for my government. It was not the World War which ended the autocracy, thus giving its opportunity to the Bolsheviks. At best, it allowed the final blow. 2 was complete. How could that be? It's the devil, said Arnaldus. The terrified monks ran away, crying out. It would be 5 in the morning when it seemed to have arrived at a conclusion. He said, Yes, I understand. I am the super-monitor. Because not with him. No, why not? Because not with him. No, why not? Because not with him. No. Nobody thought that the monitor would be crazy enough to carry the war against the Soviet Union to its last consequences. And how would these quadruple missiles act, Professor Ciancianetti, Ovidio Ciancianetti, if you don't mind? Full name. All the animals of the forest went with relative innocence to the slaughterhouse meadows, attirayed by sickly, juicy baits. So little do you value Valhalla? Asks the riding Valkyrie, for she, as a maiden, does not understand love. We must not wait until the Russians and Solias knock on our door, but now, when we are winning. This is our last chance. The fire was shown campanulate, cruciform. Then it turned infundibuliform, like the corollas of a bell. Some went so far that they fell drawing long parabola arms, crashing into 500 meters or more of the landing strip. The Exarch's sublime gait cared little for the crimes, real or imagined, committed by the monitor and his minions. Given the growing difficulties in transport, it was not justified to travel vast distances through Russia with a little scrap metal. The corresponding site for the mechanism had just a tiny hole. It looked like a gemstone that had jumped out of its setting. It's good that they've disappeared with their gods, temples, statues, painted images, films, and magnetic tapes. Breakout expressed in words. Why resist if we've already lost? And yet they were the ones who suffered the heaviest weight of war. To make her disappear like Sodom or Atlantis, and have her inhabitants become statues of salt or coral reefs, little syndicalized, will increase by 1,000 million worldwide. Great question. Who tells whom to do what? Whole that swallows you forever, and the most compelling of all. Celebration of the Akistripo in my minarets. Strength of the Unionists does not lie in the Union itself, but rather in their faith in it and in them as a class. They were surprised, just as they were placing the explosives. After the underground battle, 20 bodies remained below. Benefits. In fact, electroshock produces a more or less rapid decrease in the sexual power of the treated one. Why hysteria on this matter? The Soviets kept complete silence, as silent as if a cat had eaten their tongues. Puccio smiled softly. "Thank goodness you're subtle," he said, wrapping himself in his camel-hair overcoat. But since the benefactor was not a retard, and knew this elemental tactic very well from Watson, he made his horoscope come true. Ministers, the country's highest leadership, the army, political directives must be in other hands, not ours. Years later, he commented that, in his opinion, he should have left that god eat the corpse, because like that he would have returned to nature. Only beggars remembered. The pickpockets, and even they, only by fragments. Who would have gathered them all together? On this earth, the human being who seems most harmless can turn in an instant from a watch that gives eternity to another man. He could never understand why he spared his life instead of killing him on the spot for bringing such bad news as if the soldier were to blame. I beg you, Professor von Destrepante, to elaborate on your thoughts regarding our flying sledges and other chilly weapons. The front paws of such animals were solid vomit. Their skin was blackened with numerous stains, like the king's robes. In the event of an accident, it would be sufficient to pull on a string to open 5 or 6 trap doors, dropping their contents. They criticized the way he pronounced words, his over-the-top delivery, his exaggerated gestures, and his loud behavior. The orchestra describes the descent of the gods with great beauty. A reddish light approaches, and we hear the clopping of countless oars. When he got up there, I should ram a flag, he thought in an electric and funny way. He put one foot on the other while everything moved more than ever. He was a man with long, tangled black beard, skinny wood muscles, with a raggedy, filthy robe. Circumstances kept them apart, always according to that cinematic projection of the unconscious, but they respected each other. The priest who possessed the gift of the other sight observed an astral building in a tower shape, which gradually rose up. And I don't continue because it could surprise us that the end of the war has come. Their songs will be archived in our dusty hymnals. Refuse to take off. It's the curse of the enchanted skull, said Chan. Almost immediately his enemies arrived. Only yogurt, morning, afternoon, and night. In Soria, alcoholic beverages are not sold. I don't understand how we lost our battles then, because the Russians were more numerous, and how many of us were there? Quite a few. And powerful scimitars, the green stingray said. I am getting the impression that these 2 chichis are going to break my ass. Technocracy is something as great as the greatest thing within us. We are those who seek the ancient splendor, a difficult path. The outbursts of Issika Monitor prevented this. Issika was a beast, but he had intuition, like a peasant Russian. That's what your magicians will tell you, the Monitor grumbled. Annoyed, FGD. Okay, we'll see. And he feels like grabbing him and screwing him to the wall, like in Chaplin's film we watched a few days ago at the Union. Coco had a very special way of feeling both characters were sympathetic to her. Thus, he tried to rescue both parts. All this can be achieved, as in the case of bricks tied to breasts, by placing artificial breasts on the actress's real breasts. Without noticing the presence of bearded Monitor, he said aloud, For himself, these magazines inspire me. Soria's occultist societies. This, at least, said the technocratic mages, something impossible to prove. Does not want to affiliate. Thus, in the facts, decentralized unions operate as a single union. Some orthodox people, however, came to believe that it was more difficult and worthy of a delusion to seek the land of fire. La risa. Le decíamos él influenced, because he always spoke in the style of the last book he had read. Where's my new Chamberlain of Hearings, which I don't know how to call? The previous one I had him execute, so I'm still not used to his name. So he made his urinary needs on top of his field marshal pants, king and god. Fuck you, as very well said the Monitor. A new awakening made its blouse tighten because of his 2 têtes, or if you prefer his 2 tower chest Chinese. Dusters tied onto floor poles served as standards in triumphal marches. Once again, remember Aida. It was the only sector of the army that used these long piliform appendages. They braided them until they looked like a Chinese ponytail. He'll keep going down until the final humiliation. The Russians would have shoved him into a rat hole and left him there to be finished off. It would be the technocracy itself that would be brought to trial in the dock. Thus, far from bothering him, they healed his body. Then one of those things happened that Eusebio Aristarcho feared infinitely more than the wraths of Julius Caesar. The monitor had no doubt about the loyalty of this officer. It is not necessary to explain why I moved at night without an escort. Firstborn. Of all the children, he was the worst fed, the least loved, and the most beaten to see if he would die young. They put him in charge of a platoon, made up of 8, 12, 13, and 14-year-old boys, and 2 old men. I wanted to prove that materials are beautiful on their own, and that they constitute poetry. Do you understand, Chamberlain? I, on the contrary, would say that tragedy is not attributable to Wharton, but to Antiseur, although it does have imitators, who are never lacking. Well, the same happens to all other orders of thought. I just arrived again. Finally he decided. He lifted his black head and ran around the left breast of the Soria without biting yet for a second. And even if that were the case, why would you don't buy all the equipment now that you can? And the example? The Dr. Gardounia Pellicote stopped the time machine. Only 5 years were missing to 1789. They went through long corridors with crystal ceilings, through which aquariums filled with octopuses could be seen lit up. 2 small warm explosions that kept their intermittent emissions of energy, with deep affection, although maintaining distance. The part of the town to which he had come was a beautiful residential area filled with trees and well-kept lawns. The few who were still alive, seeing the strength of his arm and the accuracy of his trade, fled shouting by the other defenders of the castle. Implacable pursuit which they imposed on them, the double E. But they still were strong and gave many headaches. Only who created him? The wizard who succeeds in making it has, from that moment on, a super-magical machine. Our permanent counter-attacks have succeeded in somewhat disrupting the enemy's military power and scheme in that sector. In this sense, the use of fresh divisions which the Soria brought from Seron de Nagima almost proved decisive. Gold. There is no doubt that it would be the exact replica of the hero Chapev who roamed the Urals. If my readers have some intelligence, they will thank God that I am a dictator only in my novels and not outside them. Personage Issachar sometimes suffered outbursts of uncontrollable fury that made him fall headfirst into the swamps. A violent explosion, culmination of a chain of ever stronger explosions, ripped the promontory from below its base. The braying trumpets of 100 million verm could not compare to the cry of fury and pain that it hurled forth. Hagen, to distract his enemy, asks if he can understand what those blackbirds are saying. Siegfried turns to look at them. The baker turned around in a hurry and ran on his toes down the hall to one of his labs. He immediately got to work. He asked the Kratos from Campo de Marte, hiding his displeasure. Sorry, I didn't understand. Who is Nietzsche? It will stand 8 kilometers tall. We will build it in bronze, hollow, filled with elevators and internal compartments. But it was less stupid than those 2 imagined. Even asleep, a technician understands the mental tangles of another technician. Am I insulting all these dead men by asking myself if something that still exists through these remains will ever exist again? Monitor took the yellow package, placed it on a steel table, then sprayed it with kerosene and lit a torch. As one would expect, they were previously investigated to ensure they were not undercover spies, but genuine linerers. Telephone-eyed, breaking from his trance. That's what they say. My dear friend, I'm afraid you're becoming sorcerer-like. They say they defeated you here, although I don't believe it. No matter what they say to me if I leave them this 1,000,000 tanks of 100 tons each. The 3 daughters of Farini are whores. They do it for pure pleasure, and also charge I, dude. Don't mess with the kids, you're right. If we mention all this above, it's not for the purposes of feeding ourselves with a student who has done a bad job. No. Issachar's face is the reason that huge, shameful tears of alcohol flow. Cut full shot, Issachar and Soria. Afterwards, the sinful chamber of the defunct would be sealed without cleaning, raising, or touching anything at all. Of happy Zabaticas in the air, we filmed everything in slow motion, and then played it back to see how good it came out. How far we were from his previous and titan-Germanic opera, Mas vale Nietzsche on mano che sien volando, Betrayer. When one of the orgiasts offered him a cup of wine, Tofik extended the bones of his right hand and took what was offered. We've got them under surveillance, and we even had money set aside to bribe officials or pay key players hired to conspire against us. For example, I've read a 10th. Or if not, I've finished the 4th part. Days later, half, it's expensive. The zombies arrived at a square where several children were playing, They approached two boys who were tickling each other in the ups and downs. A 7-centimeter wide galvanized pipe, 100 meters long. At both ends we later covered with cement. An animal identical to the one described by the Joker appeared, and upon seeing it he fled in terror. I was processing a directive. A lie, he was caressing her hips as she feigned to be looking at some files. For natural life, fair enough, but damn, with such a pretentiousness not even 15 dozen truffles would be enough. The carpet of Aladdin began to move with a uniformly retarded pace, and simultaneously started his ascent, supposing, very wrongly, that the last artifact to which he had survived was the orbital bomb that his carelessness had challenged. Would the two inseparable friends have left the main road about half an hour, going through a copse of casuarina trees? Siake tried to dissuade Moyaresmio. According to him, it must not begin with an opera so responsible and scope. Hunning, with his low, martial, and terrible voice, reveals to Sigmund that he is the very leader of the Nidings. I make dispositions for defense. My last soldiers get ready to fight. But what's happening to the moon? A black edge is eating it. Admit it. But they always serve it burnt. It would have been better for them to have settled for their walker chicken, served with garnish. Monitor shrugged his shoulders. He didn't think that the incident was important, because he had already played with the matter of the Solias. Even in the presence of the Monitor, he barely restrained his impatience. As a result, effort and tension were evident. We will have a single front to defend, not two as we have had until now. These luminaries make me laugh. Better that we don't even remember the Huns, because there is where the breakdown occurs, and each one for himself. The setup, built telepathically by his machine, would take care of encouraging and answering eager questions as well as he did. The tensors almost erased them from the map, because the computers in their cranial boxes had almost no defenses. NKVD, People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, the successive names adopted by the Soviet secret police. It gives a measure of the irreversible increase in the energy of degraded and irretrievable all material systems. Of truth, we have the transcendent courage to proclaim it so, he said, almost exhausted on concluding. Them, or they don't believe it, and have reached the decadent obsequiousness of the officials, for which they also deserve to be punished. Our Monitor, within all, the lesson served him well, since he never again ignored the advice of his magicians. Efrain Sixto had met Juan Carlos Soria at his agency, who lived with personage Isica at the beginning of this story. How did you say good? Don't you know what time it is? Sonano looked at his watch. It's 3:45. What? And Paradanos, who'll then be made into sandwiches, and die of hunger and thirst when they reached a certain age. Groups of unionists and traitors to her excellence and so forth could be seen in similar fashion, and with equivalent torment. Lesbian-Führerin, who had stepped on a pool of kryptonita. They are like demons, those succubus. Without losing time, she reported to the police, saying that Petibulon had cut off one of his ears like Van Gogh. With the weakest of its machines, with the strength of the least powerful initiate that roamed around there, they could already felled him. What happened to him was what happens to those who are too powerful, and he almost gave in carelessly. Indeed, it worked by an ingenious mechanism, extremely simple, and only needed to be wound once. The words of the Sorian Soriara signified a deep emotion through the metallic inflections with which they modulated it. But the vanity of the disciples is like this. A long way yet lay ahead before I learned the necessary humility. Was set up? No, for the great battle scenes they had huge stadiums exclusively devoted to holography. By the way, have you already forgotten about what happened to us with the volcano? There are guys who talk for half an hour and get away with it yet. The 14 armies of Commander Zeke close in on the loathsome anti-Mozart forces, ready to slaughter them all. Could it be possible that as fools they still had not destroyed this or that shelter within reach of their hands? Why are the armored hunters so vulnerable that they do not withstand technocratic lasers? What have you done with the trusted equipment? Must distribute our troops uniformly around its entire perimeter. The shaded area represents the position of our forces. Turn would have spread by reaction to the remotest era Azoica. However, soon they were dissuaded by the others. Jungles of the tropics thus sprang up made of plastic foam, which became more believable when the winds stirred them with fury. Total destruction of the memory because events had been erased from the past. It is difficult to forget what never existed. His vice. All his shit coming out in a few seconds. Why bother if all of that was already thought and rethought? Oh yeah, till the Middle Ages, and they didn't care that at the time there was no democracy and no unions either. Put them all together in a giant blender, centrifuge them, and serve with cream and strawberries. You'll always have time to cauterize the wounds and continue with your true torture. The monitor didn't hesitate for a moment. But I think in any case, I'm not going to have any other choice but to keep filming with Super 8 and dub with a tape recorder. But how? He asked in surprise. Isn't that what you do? There is a difference. We don't renounce matter like you. The burning of these malevolent remnants of yesteryear benefits them themselves. Those things were crammed full of yellow energy. So he will learn next time to say that the monitor has a short cock. Pay for your blasphemy, Don Martinez pointed out. The punk girls had natural-colored hair, but painted breasts in violet, orange, fuchsia, or yellow neon. If we also tended to include these rains within our sphere, one day or another they will have to take them from us. There, many times he crossed paths with the influencer without either condescending to pay attention to the other. At the Gaula, they told the story of a man who built the golem some years before the appearance of technocracy. Because after the pan come the coals, but if we are already in the coals, we automatically acquire our salvation against the Soria army that, at that moment, pivoting in Arcos de Jalon with the intention of deploying. But since very secure, and perhaps the blasphemer was him, he preferred to abstain from Enchicarello. To be honest and fair to lust, it must be said that these two implacable and austere judges made jurisprudence. I didn't know if they were looking for him, sent by some Soria, or if by chance his arrival coincided with a patrol of the Chichis. They built a covered porch with zinc sheets, so that people would not get wet in case of rain, and an entrance for carriages. I could see and hear the battle all around me, but as he died, events reached him through the filter of a distortion. It was still there, red as a llama sitting on an eternal throne. He had turned on a golden light switch. It is high time, because up to the present time most of our pianists only get noise or dissonances. But if a soldier has the infinite misfortune of falling into the hands of vengeful women, at least what awaits him is mutilation. Again, he will do everything when the waters go down. And although the procedure used is fire, also fire will come down. They had reached the last monitor, the true one, the real one, without superrealisms behind which one could get access. There are 100 million people in the socialist bloc. Their affiliation is very dense throughout Europe, and also in America. Respective nearby minarets. The old men are almost identical, which we realize is because they are twins. Soon after setting up the vector, the dials signaled danger. Monitor didn't respond and blindly kept going. Relative of someone. What's your favorite actor, Daddy? Stalin Monitor didn't know if he should kill him or what. Ineludible, as one might say, he replied suavely. Yes, it's true. However, few know it. Find out other things, and that this would cause a dangerous international incident, although there would not be war because of such a reason. The other, raising his little finger the left hand and slightly inclining, May blood rain on your enemies. It is not her custom, but the yellow heron deployed its wings, and last night began a nocturnal flight. The decorations were weird. There were machines with gears, boards, raw circuits like organs and large plates. After this tale, the monk ceased his song, although he continued to strike the instrument in an intermediate tension. He did not dare to have sexual relations with that innocent, dead meat, and he connected it anyway to the lightning rod. Juan Valdez, scornfully, let's give her some sparkling wine. Another quintuple despotist, perhaps. Around the campfire, several soldiers and non-commissioned officers were passing a bottle of vodka that they had taken from the enemy. As soon as the Antissa felt wounded, it rapidly retracted into itself and disappeared in space, land, and time. Nor were the eyelids or the scalp spared. Neither were the testicular parts, nor even El Rey, the king. The previous chromatism is replaced by bright yellows, exaggerated, as if someone were filming with burned film. Is there a human being who can bear the thought of their inevitable death in a few hours with such cold weather? Pompeo, foolishly, and because of the impact of events, What age would he have reached if they hadn't killed him? I had just had a run-in with the scientists in the tank assembly, and the language they were speaking over their shoulders made me angry. They said to themselves, "But of course, by force it had to be like this. However, how is it possible that it's the same?" Several votes had already taken place without a result. It was by no means certain that they would elect him. But how? On both sides of the stage huge flags were hanging, but supported by the structure itself and not by poles. She, then, appeared beautiful. Completely naked she would lie on the floor face down, moaning. "Order them to attack in a Macedonian phalanx of murderous hemipteroids. My super-explosive mosquitoes. I don't see why not. You and everyone else have more data than is needed to understand. And yet you don't. Of course not." Immediately they would give the order to strip the bark from a tree and start transforming it into paper. In fact, he even helped prepare many a revelry by calling people on the phone and suggesting thematic decorations. The commissioner system, a variant that sought to replace the excessive influence of trade unions, failed miserably. This true Tartarian was going down a causeway, at whose end opened a well of about 2.5 meters deep. What ultimately sent her over the edge wasn't so much the size of the piece she ingested as what she had engraved on it. Pedraza didn't care, and so on. In any case, those over 80 and those under 3 showed no interest in the matter. Both in the organization and in the occultism, it happened to him the same. First grade of officer, and enough. Cocodrilagosi, sustotronos, terrorilago, horrorilago, perezoso arof, pidresilagu. They were as well defended as the famous Thermopylae, and even King Leonidas of Sparta in person. Leave these 5 guides of yours, and if this 5-guide tree goes astray, they'll end up in hell. Bye! A solitary group of candles threw livid reflections on the two of them. The Obsi tried a feeble joke. I am happy that he recovered just in time, or else he would have self-immolated himself with that dangerous sword. Supposing, like all his comrades, that the Soviet collapse was imminent. Now he was dying in Samarkand. Von Malzahn, in order to prevent entrapment, launched constant counterattacks and stepped up reversals. In magic, but more than anything in the human kingdom, he had reached in his heroics the extreme abnegation. He looked again at Kundry, and then fell into a half-awake, half-asleep trance that was neither sleep nor wakefulness. Talking. Can you imagine the rare collection the monitor had before? Before the war, Mr. Tietraf said, frankly. No hesitation will be tolerated from now on. If we didn't fear our victories, neither will we be afraid of our defeats. They entered the home of a Turkish merchant who lived in the south, in central Escuidado province. 156, German text and translation, extracted from the book edited by Discos, Columbia SAS, should feel them heavy as iron. Iron doesn't weigh. I can carry kilos and kilos. It's as light as air. The infravis sub-chancellor, pressing a button and speaking through a grating, get someone from the lab. He could have eaten 20 or 30, but he didn't want to call attention. When he left, he bought a pair of socks. Do you have hunger, Farini? Since the doctor put you on a diet, eat shit. Don't bug him because it seems that he really got sick. It would always have been better. In his despair, the unfortunate one did not notice the lack of sense in his words. No need to say, he convinced his wife to accompany him as many times as he went, twice a week until his death. Occur that in this case it involved 10 freezing charges, quite heavy. Don't be a dick. You would have done the same as me, despite the neb. God the one and only Carlos. Help me with my forced collectivizations. They will enhance my potential and make me say things that I would never have said and not even dreamed of sharing. Certain knowledge, numbers, figures, and words, which then the hermetist will use in his magic work. Out to turn it into a theological pulping, regardless of political considerations or bellicose alliances, allowed him to stabilize his lines indefinitely in the second great belt of steel that protected the capital. Red binomials and white pearls in series Taylor. Find the value of 1 + 1 mirror. She used to say that there is a little prince hidden in every man, or at worst, a second one, on the scale of blood. The subscribers who settled down behind that weird hump would see nothing of the stage, because the massive obstacle wouldn't allow it. 2 blue circles, at a slight distance from each other, each circle surrounded by a muddy white full of water. When the tiers were too broad, the cold penetrated to the very last corner, preventing the existence of these beings. A favorite pastime of the Russians consisted in taking a few prisoner technocrats and throwing them into a frozen lake. Is it not true that our classical poet Virgil says, "The gods hear only those who ask for the impossible"? A certain afternoon, which seemed like any other as he went up the stairs as usual, he felt that something had changed. "Give them candies, chocolates, and bonbons, etc., etc. Maybe they made her do it," remarked the beard. Let us not forget that Alberich starts out as a Nibelung, a dwarf, and ends up becoming the god of evil. Someone whose last name was Soria, in his opinion, constituted more than enough proof that it was a malevolent and harmful entity. The pension, which he shared with the two Sora brothers, was the midpoint of all means, located with Theodolite. A few days later, he ordered an officer to look for the painting. It was finished just as the monitor wanted. The under-chamberlain immediately went to communicate the good news to the baker, like a spectral cancer creeping over babushkas. Issach's character looked at his officer and wondered whether or not he should punch him in the head. He was already pretty fed up. System by teletransportation. Some even travelled beyond Alpha Centaurus, renouncing to return. This woman was indeed a true Watthoffela Schneider, totally distant from the vice of flesh and other lusts. Last but not least comes the series of the Chichimozelbetes, which is omitted to avoid boring repetitions. Transformed into spreadable butter by a bazooka shot, they gave him in the ring finger of his left hand, and he waited. At the beginning of this thesis, I promised to treat the topic from different angles, as an object struck on various planes, like he's never done drugs, or like I'm still doing them. But listen to me, the law is on your side. You're a woman. His kingdom was invaded and razed by a people of white Chinese settled in a district of northern China. In other times, when I was told something that didn't please me, I found a good response by having the speaker killed. It's penetrable, therefore, by all anti-illumination that the diabolical archetype throws at it. Well, only that his phenomenal corpulence was due to the half-minute light of the entrails that he had inside his nest. As for the cargo, it is the least of our problems. At some point, we'll find an access deviation. The seats of the box were covered with dark scarlet morning glories, and the lower boxes with scraps of white camisoles. Flames. He finds Brunhilde, who is still covered by her shield, just as Wharton left her while she was sleeping. Films were shot about heroic battles where legendary warriors gave their lives to save the rest of his companions. In any case, he is a saboteur, even if it is due to negligence. He must be aware of everything, to be definitely treacherous. Sometimes those who would never have imagined it demonstrated their unwavering loyalty. If he succeeds, he will achieve a moral reserve that will protect him in times of crisis, in case of any vacillation, I mean. Then, free from all worries at the back, we will be able to face the Huns and demand honourable peace from them. Streams and the gentle puffing of the wind in spring. The old so many attentions seemed very normal to him. These subibayas, by changing the location of the devices, would cancel out possible interferences. He was about to give the formula for making those pills, but it is so well known by everyone that I don't see the point. Juan Carlos Soria, with no anger at all, almost with scientific curiosity. And why are you like that? How Evitern Vestalias get excited when they are insolently attacked in their laborious gymnastic exercises. Stalin, infuriated, questioned courteously, sweetly and gently. "And what?" he said. "There's nothing worse than direct words." "Yes," replied 4A12 Issachar. "Other days I had something similar." These, surprised by the war during the funeral, were unable to continue their task and had to turn to fighting. A machine that permanently recorded the exact time at which the card was inserted. They were labelled A and B. The Camel Smiles man smiled. JJ, 32,000. It can't be, and yet it is. He could have easily become a singer instead of being a dictator. How much healthier it would have been for him and his country. There were no seats but mats, on which the spectators knelt or sat Western style with their legs crossed. But, nevertheless, it is called Senegal and has 200,000 square kilometers of surface. I think they are magical animated files. I believe each one of them possesses an untouched piece of record within themselves. Do you mean to say that to thermodynamics he gives no thought? But don't be delusional, listen. Yes. The Russian High Command was not at all moved when their observation satellites reported the movement of technocratic troops. Crater of Saturn Place, that one which in its curve rigidly determines with its murky alchemic sands. It was known that the news services, with their antiquated and bellicose extravagances, were meant to attract attention. Plastic pieces retrogradated until they transformed themselves into hydrocarbons and then burned almost instantly. Unfortunately, they sewed them with common thread, so that with the first flare all the fabrics would fall down. The gold would be made pure again, as it was in the beginning, and the gods would avoid their impending doom. With hatred and despair, Guthrum reproaches her for the death of Siegfried, whom she considers her husband. The Russian was trying to destroy one of the telescopic eyes with his right hand, while squeezing the cervical vertebrae with his left. They are building the Great Pyramid. Gaston is one of the workers, sweating while dragging a stone on terraces. 12 hours after the destruction of the last stronghold of resistance, the thermometer registered 0 degrees. With a sigh full of revulsion, the exarch said to his chancellor of auditions, "Let him pass, my father," was so possessed by his role that they began to take him seriously. The men listened to him indifferent, even though he didn't know it. In his imagination, military marches sounded, and he even marked the pace. It a majestic appearance. For aesthetic and delusional reasons, without caring about the possibility of punishment. I gaze upon the tortures and pleasures my supposed masterpiece, and I feel somewhat disappointed with that work. The Chinese executioner was quick to carry out the order. He castrated him quickly, then threw the testicles into a corner. The scientist said, "This dessert does not contain any toxic substance." "And why is it so bitter?" asked the monitor. And while getting ready to question his patient, having taken a professional posture well, "Let's see what's wrong with this kid." Issika character sat down. A coffee. When it was 5:30, Issika Zapaton 40 appeared, were done with the microscope, so that a progressive immersion in the material depths allowed one to enjoy new perfections. Forgetfulness of the old beneficial gods, and their replacement by Exatlatelico, the anti-Sir. This satanic monstrosity had a virile organ, 2 tiles long and nearly half a tile wide, she said with disappointment. Then she complained in tears, "Is there not even one in this world who will put me under hierarchy?" The master let out a long sigh. "In any case, let's continue." He began to rummage in a red bag he was carrying. To achieve the above, she attended one night to one of the few bacchanals that the superior government could still afford. On the other hand, it should not be forgotten that this was shaped like a rhomboid, which brought an unusual engineering problem. In that instant, a general slide of earth occurred. The 4 giants fell root and branch into the pit. He pulls out a fishing tackle, and soon something bites. He starts to extract one mechanical eel after another, and air-to-land rockets, orbital bombs, robots, armored hunters, uniforms, and 1,000 things. But our energy screens defend us quite well, more than I thought. And thirdly, but the people demand retribution. Do other things have suffered total destruction, or a percentage so high that they were unrecognizable? Ten's orders were not to hurt him. So, although they could have killed him several times, they limited themselves to that. I don't remember the author. The little books were called Rebo the Conqueror and Saturn Against Earth. I sit down to write, and thousands of minutes who spit out their heavy machine guns dig into the ground next to my bed. Enrique Cartel, Kratos, with many doubts and hesitations, nevertheless leaned towards the last line. The 12 syndical laws of Soria shared power with Soriator, at least in the beginning of their dictatorship. Issues. The same thing happened to Andrei Andreevich when he saw the doctor's face. So you're Alec Putilovsky. Disgust, but not like the one that might be felt towards an enemy politician, but rather true fixation. Character Issika looked at all this with surprise. At first, when he assembled the machine, he did not understand. As already said, there were some fools who stayed for years at the positive level. They thought they were very powerful. Before being the supreme grunter, he had already occupied himself in giving clear signs of a deranged personality. With the same style, as he saw her crying with such sadness and anger, the knight knew about her misfortunes. Walk where it wasn't convenient for him, Tulip Lusty, who was lurking in wait, zouged loudly to get his attention. "I know I will," but he never met him. He, on the other hand, was never made aware of his existence. The government of this country not only couldn't accuse Russia of treason, but it also had to thank them for their military aid. As he walked down a certain street, he saw the billboard of another cinema, 5 blocks away from the one he had left. The tailors and seamstresses made Mérignacs filled with lead, very necessary as armor for large dresses. Due to the sudden thawing, there were floods. All the area became impassable because of the sandy clay, 1 meter thick, reincarnated. From that moment on, they were to worship him like a living god throughout all of Soria. Running the comma, I repeat the sentence. Your invisible eyes, for the first time, will seem beautiful to me. Yes, I know you're friends with the Russians and the great king of Soria, Zapalo. No, that's a lie. He said, I was in the 22nd Carlist War, and I know how things are done. You can't know it because you're a beginner. That's all. He would bury himself with it in the coffin, where he spent his nights, and wouldn't open his eyes any more. What do I care if you didn't learn to live, you piece of shit? He cried out. Cut off those tiny, slimy balls. 2 little balls. Fringelido Laiseca, the 33rd degree, in 7th grade. He had specialized in curing manias. The others, on the other hand, after their mandatory period of mourning for their general secretary, issued the usual programming. They did not kill them, as they did with the saints, because that was the order given by the supreme pontiff of technocrats. The hierarch became the one of invocation. I advise you not to blaspheme, or you will have very bad. In the only place where the unions could not get involved, by acknowledging their ignorant incompetence, was in the Red Army. No, if it is like I say, enough to show them some rigor, so that they decrease the very whores. What the cyborg had to contemplate was surely so awful that he couldn't bear it. That's what I think, at least. So therefore he asked in a playful tone, Did you reconnect your Anatas with breasts prodigious, perhaps? She'd taken him, in the local dialect. There's another word for it. She'd also made love. Why not, after all? Too well he knew that everything would be useless if the others were determined to pierce it, but it was all that remained for him to do. He says that the one who sees is not his God. He doesn't say it, but he thinks it, which is the same thing. What? That is, up to the imaginary line between the city of Norilsk and Irkutsk, south of Lake Baikal. I told you just now that I was going to make a blood pact with you. Total war. Absolute war. Final war. Esoteric societies. Branches ideal of the enemy that attacked him for defending the technocracy. He opened his eyes, nodded several times almost imperceptibly, and said to de Gaulle, all right. The consul knew that in those cases the only recommended thing was to put a gag on him by force. Wagner, the jest and the delirium, when those men sitting in the benches didn't understand it, had been punished. Some argued that music kills art. Others, on the contrary, declared that art kills music. Certain age, crazy faces, lesbian face and whore's face. Nothing, everything was useless. Here the only invaders are the Solias, and by Solias I don't mean those of that nation, although we're at war with it. Self, seal. The uninformed observer would have been surprised that the internees were allowed to sleep at that time of day, because it was 9 in the morning. He clarified that he personally had opposed castration, instead giving his vote for his eyes to be gouged out. My husband, who had never had a book in his hands in his life, started reading black magic books. Character Laiseca was now, for the first time, a member of the secret, and there he had a hierarchy of a private. Over time, most people declared that alfalfa was their favorite treat, even though they could not eat or smell it any more. In addition, what do you care if you live in technocracy? The other didn't seem to be listening. Unfortunately, she was allowed to clean, more soiled than cleaned, in exchange for food and some money. That night, Juan Valdez set out to a place where he had agreed to meet his partner to plan a new crime. Smells bad. You went along with whatever those military types advised you to do, and it'll go well for you. The said ditch was bordering a long and forgotten unpaved road of the technocracy of the Southwest. Antarctica is all green, full of animals and trees like those of the Brazilian jungles, but even bigger. In turn, there was a reckoning between the victors, a bloody war that ended with the near extermination of the icosahedrists. Tell your people to stop blowing things out of proportion, or I'll be forced to go to war. And I don't want that. Neck, if it were not for him, his name is Fernando Almagro. If I remember incorrectly, Soria would have collapsed. The Kratos of the languages, disguised among the audience, thanks to his machine, listened to the conversations, moved to live in technocracy. There was Siegfried, who was going to face the giants Fafner and Fasolt once and for all. I tell you, to get a reaction, Laiseca would like to say to them, "Bitch-slapped bastards, leave me alone," because both the languages monitoring and the technocrats in general did so almost all of their things, taking them to exhaustion. Temporary bombs. To eliminate any human risk, they were manned by robots. Everything was perfect at first. For the rest, know that work will be forbidden to you until a certain age, and consequently independence. Well, but at least if they took so long to come to get you, there would be enough time to escape. Where were you going to go? From a pile of newspapers took a magazine for ogres, of exclusive internal circulation, and began to read it. I apologize in advance. My presentation, you will have to see it for yourselves, will be rather particular. I wanted to check if he was making fun of me, or whether he was as crazy as those who visited him, or something like that. A few minutes later, from the flying machine, the disciple brought the fire closer to the huge wick of the candle. But she, horrified, didn't want to know anything about the matter. I want to bury it and never see it again. Monitor, who had been listening to them for a while, took 2 bones with plenty of meat from the table and threw them near them. Minutes. They found themselves in an enormous room, on whose walls there were several Chinese etchings. Because I am happy to be out and far away, I launch my criticism at the system with a pessimistic prognosis. I would like to bring you up to speed on some details of our 1,136 secret weapons. Had become a dervish or saint, the lustful stood up with a yawn. He proceeded to take off his jacket. Another protection against tanks is the bombard, which hurls metallic balls filled with napalm. Combination. It corresponds to Monitor del Sur, or del Este in any case. Since the mentioned had run out of air force, they invited a lightning war. Precisely this is what Jupiter did. I had been unfaithful with these American thoughts. I had to show myself playful. It is the least I owe to the gods. The materials used, highly unstable, made all of this more fragile than an illusion or a dream. There was no kind of super-monitor behind, inaccessible, hidden behind screens, false covers, and scenic tricks. In the 6th sound plan, almost inaudible pianissimo, the theme of the curse is heard for the last time. The waiters, as they waited to leave and loan them money, humiliate them and give them advice they hadn't asked for. A novel can be written for reasons of purification, and perhaps many characters contain parts of their author. That's because I bought good strawberries and threw away the bad ones. But the Chamberlain accuses you of using them. Why? It is already dead, that bastion of the humble, that hero, this national great man, Soria. He gave the title of relegator, or high priest, to a most peculiar person, whom we shall speak of later on. When they saw a group of officials near one of the gallows furthest away, they kept quiet and approached to listen. He and his wife had some rooms there that they had cleared out for the purpose. Most of this super's life was devoted to service. The shelter was earthquake-proof. Nevertheless, many objects flew through the air, making shattering sounds. Then the giant appeared, dressed as a god, and he took off his taparabos or mucha. Oh, Waterloo? Well, be sure that the others won because they were stronger. They had more armies, that's all. And that's it. In fact, they were on the point of breaking up our defensive array when several units began to give way in their resistance. John Cleland. The other orgists looked at her strangely. They didn't understand what was happening. They thought it very good manners. They were willing to send all the widows there at the first performance, whether you like it or not. With the original to consolidate the victory, there was no other formula than defeating Bolshevism around the world. Little by little, Evtushenko III and Ive rolled over all resistance inside the bag. I saw them so excited that I forgave those scoundrels the horrific christening given to our spirals of alchemist. Moreover, Kratos of Campo de Marte did not lack the desire to recycle the objects of the museum. It already almost reminds me of the terrace of the auditions. By the moonlight, by Debussy, he sighed sadly. It gives us the security of permanent splendor. Only through it is there life without decay. Jacobo, one of the kids, a high school student, answered him. What? I thought you had been in the first one, grandfather. Behind was his stripped king, silent as a tarot card, waiting for the end with quiet dignity. Invention of Wagner. What is Valhalla, where the gods dwell, but the very matter of the world itself? The mistake of Qin Wang was not understanding that such an armored vehicle would by force be very vulnerable. The Volga-Moscow Canal. The chain of artificial lakes joined to one another by canals and locks. What was strange was that the traitors called him Master, came to him, and asked for advice. Well, I didn't look that way either. One of these days we're going to throw him down the drain, 50 meters falling freely. The prestige granted him by the 100 songs somewhat mitigated the criticisms, but even so, to join the IEE, how can I do that? The other smiled and said nothing. He didn't even look at him. In this passage, I was forced to make an emergency landing, shot down by Soviet missiles of censorship. Monitorial. I'm truly sorry for giving you the impression that I wanted to end things right away, said the influencer. Surprise society with a new method does not repeat itself. The owner's wife tried to dissuade him, but listen, it was a miracle that his heart had been able to stand it. He exhausted himself carrying bricks and mortar to the tomb. For a long time he was saved by his magicians, who knew how to take advantage of the magical treasures of the Druids. The perfidious Enjo Dinchan rubs his hands cruelly in the house of seventh algebra. One day he was walking through a very flower-filled and bird-filled square on a hot, sunny day. Favor, he sent him home a Bordelaise full of shit, so the other realized how timely it was for a suicide. Thick drops of sweat beaded his forehead. His effort to resist being manipulated became titanic. But if there wasn't even a breeze blowing, this illusion was destroyed by the sounds of nature that filtered through the walls. Each robot had a particular programming. This only depended on the weapon to which he had been designated. It was like a dream, only there was no awakening. He passed through the center of the earth again and began to ascend. I believe I went once, many years ago, to present an offering to the goddess of health. I've already forgotten what her name is. The great King of Kings is not so stupid. He knows perfectly well that after Rome it will be his turn. Their problem is human, which they must solve themselves, in one way or another, as humans are. They break down the harmonies once and again without remorse, coldly, according to a harsh mathematical law. How much greater would his rage have been had he managed to imagine the true cause to which he owed the interruption? No, should it surprise you, then, that the lower strata reflected the contradictory actions of the ruling class. In the lurching confusion of modern times, all intuition is little. You declare yourself a writer. Others, Chapter 22, the exuberances they were going to fish for all sorts of marine animals. He's lying down in bed. They say he smells a lot, but I don't think it's different from what he always had, roses and jasmine. Committed. If they were ever committed, and not that they were being committed, in any case he was given another chance. All of this is very debatable, growled angrily the monitor. The huge machine remained silent for a long time. 153 weeks before my card comes out, but no, to my great happiness, not no. When he gave her another analog look, a little further on, he no longer had any doubts, and felt much rage. It was possible to see at great depth, in that noise-proof enclosure, a man sitting at a desk, with firm conviction and always starting from self-reference. It does not matter. We will make it from the mummy. He was truly majestic. Altissimo, within his tiny electrical frame, launched toward the zenith. For a moment we heard the theme of the Valkyrie, as if to demonstrate that she still has traces of her divine essence. The white skeletons were a fraction of a second faster than the red skeletons in making decisions and acting. On the other hand, it was a guarantee against any sudden attack of jealousy, since the dictator would continue to need it after victory. Soria, out of the Chanchin forests, and surprised the rear guard of the monitorial forces. Well, let's show that we can defeat 100 Pompeys, even if the river is huge. Let us drive out the barbarians. Oh, Father Wharton, help me. Desperate, he consulted the Decameron de Gaula. To avoid straying from the subject, the old women advise hanging them on a nail, hooked by one of their eyes. But it has only given me satisfactions. I also possess one for which you can feel an immense desert. They maintained that these two gods were the only ones who existed, showing great hatred for the exatists. In the course of a second, that harmless little piece had turned into a terrifying being covered with a grey cloak. The courtesan quickly thanked in the style he knew was pleasing to the barbarian. "A true royal joke, sir. Monitor, oscillating between true feelings and hypocrisy. I don't know if you have the same memory as me for things." And he will believe that all are his thoughts. Although at first ashamed, he will want to repress them. There were good reasons. The Soriator was a dark man, who only showed himself a fanatic of his person. He felt that quartets, quintets, and even septets and octets were not enough to embody his inspiration. Actions. One of those men, head of the technocracy's trade union group, what a coincidence, took the floor. Of diverting Kratos, they called him the influencer. You will soon understand why. Character Laiseca looked at the professor with attention. The other one had taken more than a week to make that comment. Complete triumph against Roman legions. The condensation cannot be more impressive and strange. This situation, when she found out about it, didn't fail to amuse the boy who lived with her, at least at first. This was the most difficult leitmotif to invent, a hope for man after the twilight of the gods. He wears a very bold tricrostate cap and a tunica with arrowsy downy stains to give character. Other revelations. As chefs rose in rank, they were given an E, chef, 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 etc. But the truth is that he can't be blamed for being disappointed, given how things are. Everything has gone wrong. He began to move with great caution. This greatly delayed the Soviet advance. Thus, the resistance we offer at its extreme limit diminishes directly the glory of the enemy. But above all, the core of his wrath was that, in his own monitoria, they were working without authorization. Others that gradually get more grave, until the scale ends in both extremities of the instrument. He thought, miserable Solias, who unleashed those sickles to see how they killed defenseless people. Did you do secondary? Laiseca, good. How? On the other hand, I recognize that he has a lot of reason to complain if they want to make him drink it by force. Conventional smiles seemed to float over ragged tarpaulins. Yellow particles were visible in suspension. Instead, he said, "What friends? I don't have any friends. Why would I follow him or get someone to follow him? Está bien, but promise me you will live like a proper person, with all the necessary things. I'll think about it. We have to contaminate his astral little by little, so that the monitor does not get wise and can help him. Hands that were shot out from the same thumbs, and that served as triggers, the aforementioned sounds were obtained. But to do that, you have to convince yourself that the body is more important than all the little books you are writing. If it was just a whole, having completely lost his engineer and good technocrat manners, what kind of whole? Here and there, and everywhere in order to distort the peaceful development of our totalitarian democracy. They created a new cult with an iconography based on the dwarf fetish of that giant of Edgecombe. He started a long refutation, useless, it must be said, using the same mathematical elements that they admired. It was already said at the time that not a single soldier had been sent to this last country in luck of the monitor. You wouldn't be able to say which food you ate yesterday, even if your life depended on it. Don't even talk about your girlfriends. They carried him on a stretcher, then proceeded to put him headfirst into a bathtub filled with lilac ink. Brunhilde is not his wife, nor has she ever been. If he has lied in anything, let that spear kill him. On the other hand, the Center Army group didn't fare much better. Tuchashevsky kept trying to surround him. Change. The ship was to be used for testing a recently invented field disruptor by serious scientists. I do it because it is the only thing left for me to do, and not because it makes sense, but because I have no choice. The present company would never know they were talking to the air. He left the submonitor and began to walk through town. It wasn't easy to convince men that they were guilty of sex, life, and joy. It took thousands of years. Believe without seeing unbelievers. Don't be the day of the lantern, said Frau of Opera, and write them seriously. In my youth, I was already a metaphor until growing up and discovering that we all had to put our shoulder. I couldn't sleep because of the passenger, though the annoying psychological imbalance, you already realize that. As for the upcoming war, there was nothing to be done. One had only to be strong and ready, the strongest. There was a horse in Italy that died at the age of 26, 295, 600 minutes. False weakness. Water. water. The two men remained petrified by the action of this wonder. On the other hand, the magician never spoke first each line of dialogue, but underlined it with his lips. He, who was an action man, didn't want to waste time unraveling the meaning of complicated sentences. The aforementioned simple machine had an internal device that, by pulling on the rope, wound up the clock. My ambassador is on the way. I consider this to be totally irregular. Fortebrás are not handed over like that. The ruins of Troy, the brick-like planoconvex surfaces, and the arched ceilings. If the magician had had a brief moment of hesitation, doubt, or fear, he would have died without hope. Brunilda took the wick situated at the base. As the thread and gunpowder burned, the candles lit up. Regiment No. 28 would take care of the fish. Regiment No. 32 would be in charge of the meats, and so on. I like his music, but I'd rather not know what the characters sing. Monitor had a bad night's sleep. All the more so since the constant rocket and space combat attacks will become more frequent from hour to hour. There were inventions that never worked for lack of opportunity, crazy plans to produce, protect, or kill. A Russian rocket had fallen a few blocks away, and in the area they began to precipitate incandescent fragments. His men had to transport them across half the city under bomb fire. By a miracle, they didn't explode. Juan Carlos Soria was not in his bed anymore. He had been the first to get up, and had jumped out with a jump. This idea arises from the author's omnipotence, who believes in containing everything in the end. But that's not true. "Let's go," said the gentleman again, this time in a long cry that seemed to last much longer than it really did. Poisonous, thuggish broker, Botonazo, stabbed knives in the back. The coward knew. Fortunately, as I'm going to admit him, it will not be so serious. I still have time to cure him, doctor. Giant locusts ate the crops, and the 6 saints of the closest pagoda were devoured by snakes. Nothing. Just that I buried a guy here. In luck, he's already dead. But it doesn't matter. Profound as Zarathustra by Nietzsche, and as well written as The Temptations of St. Anthony by Flaubert. The politician, now retired, had emigrated to technocracy when the United States became Bolshevik. Because with him, I don't. And that night she slept like that without alarms, deliciously. The type said, "So, if they bother me, I order them to let go a gogol of discordant heads, and ready. They will act by affecting simultaneously the earth, water, air, and fire of the enemy." People found this delusion of his excellence curious. No one understood it, not even his own henchmen. They found the final solution to this problem by manufacturing siege towers, as during the time of the Crusades. His electric rifle had failed, probably because he shot it too fast, without giving rest to the material. Whoever tried to cross the barrier in one way or another fell dead for shock, unless they had sufficient protection. They were on the verge of awarding those unbeatable things precisely because they beat all records with their sheer oddity. Interested parties. At the beginning of the war with Russia, the technocrats had been fairly chivalrous within all. Heard for the 3rd time, but now with force even higher up, and with the intervention of all the invisible orchestra. Lost the planetary contact, we would languish, and over time we would turn into chichis. On the outside, however, he exhibited no more than a minimum of mild impatience, although it was polite. But if we bomb them day and night with these things, suspicion, jealousy, in the end they will let go. No one was able to justify how it was that Exaplatelico did not come down in person to destroy him. The camel-smiled man touched a button, and the elevator started descending, becoming faster and faster. Despite the heavy, eclectic, and incoherent decoration, there was a certain harmony and a strong presence. He said to her as he saw her, "Marta, the Lord is trying to carry off our modest Orgiastes Pudicus. Do you want me to bring you some coffee?" "Whatever you like, my dear," said the monitor while drooling on the floor. A man lived because he had eaten a portion of sardines in good condition. Solid facts. However, faces cannot always be protected, so there are many cases of freezing noses and cheeks. I don't know how this is supposed to be done, because I've never done it, and besides the fucking witch didn't tell me about it. How was he able to go through all of the defensive circuits without setting off the alarm, wondered the head of state. The collapse of the ashes, we will say for a moment, was caused by a small stick with the help of a cane. At first, the Russians limited themselves to tangles of counterattacks and stepped back in stages. 4, 3, 2, 1 meter. He could have fallen on the sand, But now he didn't want to. What had become of the Sapphics of the pre-war age, who used to gather in front of Tofi's military parade? Barbudo tried to exploit the disturbance. After all, it was proof that they were being defended, he said to himself. Even if there is a massive rocket attack by the Solias, the result will be completely harmless in general lines. I wanted to talk to you about the following. You know how the situation is in the North Sector. You have to see what you can get out of it. As Periquet knew that with his weapons he would not be able to pierce those dinosaurs, he ordered not to fire. Walls. Pornographic holograms were a huge success, of course, but they weren't the only ones. The last hours had been like a geometric progression in terms of increasing enemies, armor, and difficulties. In many places on the plaza there were bronze eagles, some with their wings folded, others extended. In one of these intervals a certain condemned man told another that he was extremely tired on his side. That same night he filled out an admission form which said, his admission for the purpose of his complete rehabilitation. After being abandoned, completely demoralized, he devoted himself to embalming ears. But the piece de resistance of the boss of the new congregation were the informal, sacred, secular meetings. Trilling joyfully, careless like a gazpacho, character Issachar strode hobily to the mentioned place. And retrenching thought to the Bronze Age, without the Nietzschean and Atletian polishing. More than 1,000 victims were caused by the fanatics before they were reduced to death by army forces. He would not allow anyone to deprive him of this opportunity of making some money which they were badly in need of. Center and a background of glazed mosaics was he standing. Comrades technocrats? They're not affiliated with the PC, and not even secret communists. Let's understand each other. Not. The same grade to Ladrido von Malzahn, head of their invasion armies. Other officers. Conglomerate, etc. Here none were used any bark, for all feared that they would cut off the tension members. The most likely was that the technocratic troops would never come into contact with those of the Popular Republic. It was so cold during some of the battles that the stars shone with an intensity unknown to us. De Gaulle arrived at the contradiction of not being able to be happy except through others' joy. As for the rest, and I can't tell him either, I trust the monitor's military judgment more than his or mine. But they succeeded, despite the death of hundreds of them, and others lost their magical powers forever. With an indomitable spirit, which she would never have thought possible of herself, she told him not to grieve. The monitor turned to one of the present. What's the time? The squash was not willing to let them leave so easily. Why, you didn't threaten to shoot me, so I would have no choice but to leave you and my vacillations alone. I hate you. 118. I think that this anecdote comes from La Grande Guerre by Richard Thoman. Rather sorrier, since this last race has the greatest population density per square meter. A surname, even if they hadn't done anything, because that's where all the evil came from. These were the Chichis. I intensify the black until the galactic black. Intensify up to black of black hole. The method of persuasion, which is the foundation of unions, is also applied to attract members 36. Let's put a bit of selfishness in it every day, reduce almost imperceptibly its generosity. Now times have changed. Apart from that, just the thought of burning a child makes me shiver with fear. Nothing too serious, and taking care that they do not bleed excessively, cut them a little sample of a body. Who is it? Open up. Who is it? I insisted, suspecting some handle. But listen to me. Zombie makers, and I could be Secretary General. It occurred to me, though it's not very technical of me, them, as it is obvious, and began to play an ancient, complicated, and sad air. On the other hand, they were undecided whether to investigate the Earth's fire or the Earth of the fire. Maybe. In any case, I think your indifference and lack of tenderness for the people was something un-Russian. Friends and enemies, although, of course, neither one nor the other knew who he was really. Order to destroy the internal mechanisms, and thus be able to attack later places that no longer exist. Whom de Gaulle had referred gave an account of the destruction of property and objects on enemy territory. I don't know about women, but I certainly am. Me interests as much as things happen to you and me. In other words, it started to get lost in the distance after waving over this tangled mass of objects. They were painted with synthetic paint and fat brushes. These sublime mamas were raised then by the scenery rig. They had sent all they possessed in order to retard the technocratic progression, but the response was still imposing. The delirium put at the service of science. Science put at the service of the creator deliria. In addition, the constant internal deportation consumed a good part of the national budget. The armies of Gorio, who were already marching against Catalonia, had to turn back to face the new situation. To receive his Kratos in audience, he built a wide staircase, complete with an albino piano at its base. A cannon, disguised among cement folds, began to work to restore what had been lost, etc., which mark your time as well as previously syndicalized your person and life. Many years ago I was ejected to the east of Mozart and placed at the boundary between sex and nothingness. With other instruments, the orchestra makes a reference to Siegfried's funeral. Attention, attention. Artist considers himself exempt from social responsibility, as if it were precisely the opposite. They worked for exactly 20 minutes. Without losing a moment, he entered, and his friend greeted him. They are very capable of using bones for their witches' soup, he thought to himself, determined to stop them. They died thus, of hunger and thirst, in addition to being tortured by the horrible immobility. Even I myself am a Republican. Johnson was a Democrat. He belonged to the Kennedy administration. The esotericist can die of old age, and his house can crumble. Thousands of years may pass. A couple who had apparently finished a part of their tasks and now rested sat on the grass, talking animatedly. As said above, it should not surprise that there was a hippie section in the aforementioned Daily of the Caliphate. Of course, character thought all the time that it owed it to his great progress in magic. How vain! On the other hand, thin strands of gold thread imitated hair still clinging to the parietals. They had to take care of the hats, mostly made of cardboard and plaster, with the most extravagant care. Journey, or reach the bottom, for it did not exist. He only needed to walk 600 more meters. They'll distort them anyway, that's true, but you will be demonstrating that neither did you understand the essence of the problem. Until now I know, the altar stones never knew the mutilation of reproductive organs or their fragments. The one who now doubts our triumph is because he already doubted before, when we had easy victories. There is no other way. The energy of explosives is given in ergios, which is a scala value. Luis, do you have it? Luis pulls out a worn piece of paper. Yes, here it is. Issachar, despite his decision to leave the border zone, did not escape in 5 minutes from all of this. As courtiers lost their wits, he said, "There's nothing to compare with a didactic gush of blood. If I had not been expelled, until then, it was thanks to my undeniable talent in the subjects. Many times I felt, the gods have warned me. Poor unfortunate souls, I'd save you if I could. At once primitive and modern, it resembled a bird, flying in an eternal spring. So you take it out of one of the windows with one hand, while you drive with the other. Ready to accelerate. It is very common for a man a good example to get excited if he sleeps with his buttocks in the air or naked. After energetic resistance in Navaleno, our troops have retreated to the Abijar district. It wasn't the delusion that he disapproved of alarmingly, but rather certain hysterical content. The giants exclaim that the ring will be enough to cover them up, but Walton firmly refuses to give it up. The fire caused cracks in the weak concrete of the stage, so everything fell down with a thunderclap as Mr. Pop. Military operations through the newspapers, and a multitude of scale drawings, 1 to 1 million. The initiative had slipped from their hands, and now was in the hands of Tuchashusky, much to his dismay. It would be fascinating to observe the battles of this current war if it weren't for the fact that we're doing so poorly. It was not a very big breach. Only a few hunters managed to get through, but the gap could be widened. Then, at first slow motion, and then faster, the tennis player threw it to one side. But if the ring of a Nibelung could leave us some doubt, this disappears with Wagner's Die Walküre. And make his case, don't put yourself near him, because also you may touch the lightning that will reach him. Deafening, shuddering vibrations startled them. First, there was only that sound anticipation. The windows, impervious to bullets, did not give the impression of being so powerful and formidable. The revolution doesn't need them, just as it didn't in the past. They'll be out in the cold in a blink of an eye. Kill them all. You weren't going to form a Massachusetts in Madagascar, to liquidate those who wouldn't want to leave. If he knew German, the language plan, glued to his body, he should have kept him from falling. It would do you well to remember that this is the neighboring region of the 8th, which is death's home. But I say, if we make the triangles larger, won't we have to draw the figures themselves an even greater scale? That gigantic and incredible monstrosity was like the materialization of a sophism. Fafner kills Fasolt with a blow of his club and takes all. The gods look horror-struck at the event. Nothing of the sort. They spent their lives inventing names in the hope of coming across him by chance, and also tropical rainforest species of Congo or Brazil, where a meter falls in 3 days. So, while I'm not a soldier, and certainly not one at all, I have a slight grasp on the matter. So it is above, so it is below. The earthly battle is a mirror of the heavenly war. Thousands of years passed, and forever. They would not be surprised if suddenly he said, "We have lost the war." Worship because, I repeat, the keys were unintelligible, commissioned Mozart to carry out the work. I have had so far, thanks to you, until 8 fatales of quite Boster come. Come quickly, mister. Let's see if finally these people are right. But no, I just woke up and am on guard. That's it. They did not leave before recommending the most sincere and exhaustive self-criticism to him, of the indignation that the jester's tale provoked in order to put an end to it, as he was already tired of it. He who, sitting in his chair, waited for the beginning of the torment, was a haughty, technocratic functionary. Once I heard someone say, it would be preferable if all this transition were to come to an end once and for all. At least understand that your Issika 33 of the South is very beautiful. It was a lie, as you know. You have anything to object to plagiarism? Asalariado III, absolutely nothing, my son. After a kind of shaking tectonic, such masses seemed to sink into themselves, entering in collapse. Meters of surface. There would also be caves full of instruments, backstages, paintings, etc. They were all girls. It would be horrible, since they would fall into the same absence of male situation. These men opposed the term technocracy, as they believed it would lead to confusion, to make them enter into battle by parts, in succession, and according to the decision of each one. It was too heavy. There would be no tracks that could support it, and it would inevitably sink into the mud. China before anything else, although the Chinese, well, I know they would laugh at me and exist in all states. When one was discovered, they would try to escape by dematerializing themselves, but it took them too long. He met the monitor one afternoon when the Hall of Audiences was sitting, and he clung to him like a limpet. I would have given anything not to have heard it ever, or at least to have had the power to turn off the apparatus. Delirious. I want to film a nipple that is larger than a man, an enormous nipple like the world. Miniature Gehenna. And so they slowly burned him alive until he died. Yes, like a damn Chinese person. A bit ashamed, because do you know what happens? He pushed the iron gate, which gave way without a prolonged creak from rusting hinges. Not at all. Such retrogressive trend, the birthplace of all evil, is intimately linked to selfishness. This word, indeed, appears 13 times in her. I know, because I took the trouble to count them. The Harlem guys won't have the right to kill us anymore, because we'll be carrying black blood in our veins. The report began a task of naturalization and wisdom that bore fruit little by little. The dictator did not seem very excited by the above statement, limiting himself to nodding carelessly. They were eating them with more enthusiasm than if they were strawberries. Zulema was a 90-year-old woman. They would have the holy mission of praising and applauding at the right moments to vectorize the public's emotion. He practiced spelunking for 1.5 miles and came out with bleeding fingers. It was a full moon. And that's how the Soriator, the super, with all his ideology, would have wanted to see him. Outside the direct influence of that immense catalyst, his reactions would revert to their usual self. If one, making use of patience, squeezed it from a corner, he could keep it intact in his closed fist. In the projection appeared holes that grew and ate the film with the monitor and Kundry. He wanted to know what it was about. After all, the other could be an evil person, but no doubt it was some kind of hero. Moreover, Soria was not the great country we know it today, but only a province of that nation. Monitor scandalized. The only thing missing is that they want to deprive me of an incredibly innocent hobby. The referee, understanding what was in store for him, cried out and promised to fix his mistake. If he didn't say anything, then he would say something soon. But Cattell wasn't of the same opinion. But the murderer, in his infinite wisdom, had prepared a brilliant device to get rid of him. He decided to approach them, losing all prudence. You orthodox mathematicians are like Marxists. Orifices, and other castle-like architectural defences to my harsh eyes of inspector. That's what worries me. Colonel Tullio Flacco Esqueletico, not so benefactor. He thinks that his wife does not immediately punish him because the celestial powers protect him. What he liked was to take without being given. So then, in order to punish him, I didn't touch him. Instead of killing him, I should have surrounded him with attention and given him many women to keep him distracted. Hulkies, which are kept as useless in the dumps, could carry them. There are more than 1,000 of them. The essential thing is this. It is necessary to eliminate that man and take charge. They tried to convince him that this is an uncomfortable world, so that he would leave it as quickly as possible. Perhaps they were confusing the courtyard of the barracks with a plaza whose trees had been flattened by explosions. Another solution, if you do not want to use iron, is to operate on the corpse, his third eye. The other day, my secret police captured some Solias who were giving the village dissolving instructions. These members, in the commotion, others, with their ripped clothes, had their breasts hanging out. Can we go to the basement? Attendant, yes, come along. It's this way, and showed them to a door. In his country, he is limited to lowering the cane. He doesn't care about anyone's happiness. I used a polyfragmentator calibroscope and focused it on the television when a concertist gave her recital. The most devilish of them all was a redhead, who, with the hardened frill, was the first to approach him. Alarm, there is no such destructible thing as you wish for, even if it had been sawn beforehand. Could you please kill him? His tone was sinister precisely because of the naturalness with which he said it. Images of what could have been, early projection of what may still be, even if you don't believe it. Still remained a virgin. However, we must not assume that the military occupation of that country was easy. There one could see a poster relating to the content of the film, a pornographic tape. That's a waste of time. It is proven that one can always find a way to penetrate armor, I admitted. De aquello se elevó una masa inmensa de vapor de agua, a frozen cylinder, whose base was the circle of which we have spoken, but with a stratospheric height. The first motor of his irritability was the cyalloia, which had been bothering him again that morning. Let's better examine the issue from a political point of view. It would be an absolute blunder. In the waning days of war, technocrats carried out a suicidal attack against the Soriata Palace. There was also the possibility that opinions in this regard were divided in the enemy camp. The monitor turned black, with the texture of rubber, red as seahorses or sea ponies, to end the anti-Mozart labyrinths that overlap with mine, giving a succession of zeros. As a clarification, I could state something like this. It's the same as the roots problem in mathematics. The faces of the two beggars had gone pale. We are allergic to work. They ran away. To foster jealousy over the Uda's greatness, if I were monitor, I would do it much better, and so on. Sick energies, and transform your interior. The beard was very impressed. How are you going to get him out of a guy who's in the field for reading the same things that put him there, eh? They hadn't said a single word. However, with their attitude, they were revealing their intention. This happiness lasted a month. But once that time had passed, the giant violated him. Problem 125. But they didn't solve anything. What? A pause and an outburst. Minute passed into the background. They devoured Russians and Russian women with great enthusiasm. Sometimes he would take sun with his visitors, but many times he used the space as a meditation terrace. In a rage, the director calmed down at last. He was not accustomed to such eccentricities. Complete Figure, for example, the great scene of the brawl between rival families, third act, simultaneously destroyed any possibility of salvation for men and gods. He went to the other room to wake up Liliana, and, hugging her, told her what he was going to do, because the Solias, as well as the previous ones, annihilate the enemy by saturation. Dr. Pavel Yegulev entered the psychiatric hospital. "Good morning, comrade doctor." "Don't ask questions. Answer truthfully everything they interrogate you about. Provide harmony, kindness, and generous devotion." She, oh, my inquisitor, hung up without saying hello, as was his custom, and went on reading. A week passed. Someone unaware could have thought that inside things were covered with a snow blanket. He had it 3 weeks tied up, raping him day and night, until he could free himself from the restraints. It was a small rocket, invention of Soria, equipped with a field disruptor and laser shooting. From time to time, in the technocracy, the black plague of the pataphysica was declared. The delusions of lust never kept her secret goal of targeting the technocrat dictator. It found even a fourth more charming than Bismarck, despite having the capacity to become like the latter. Furious counterattacks launched by Ladrido von Malzahn at the lock had been repelled. Cracks, as happened in the case of the Monitor, we will understand some difficulties that present themselves. They were unwilling to allow the Emperor to enjoy any of the advantages of the interior lines. Many had dangerous obsessions, such as manufacturing terraces which looked like firm solids. It had been necessary to get to the end in order for him to reveal this secret, which she considered horrible. The bite in turn is to descend on the other Soria's new pants, hey, which destroyed the double astral of the fallen, who, on the other hand, was shot, double death. The baker, seeing the state of the child, fled in fear to get out of the reach of his enemy. If he hadn't told anyone, nor published it, nor anything, he forgot his famous letter to Kratos of the tongues. To avoid hurting him, they had put a substitute in his place as a caretaker until the mission was finished. Just yesterday, with my devices, I detected 2 chichis, a young pair of Solias. The esotericist decided to apply the force of his creature to destroy various targets. Once only, the technocrats have descended the last step in heresy and blasphemy. It also corresponded a work with gold and silver threads and abrasi briscado. The officers could keep their electric pistols. That was a dishonest play. Weakness against honor. A squad of angels and archangels is flapping in my heart like butterflies sucking blood. Conquering the capital of the Soviet Union had cost too much blood and effort to abandon it now. If we are all together, they can also do better. No, not even talking about it. They could not yet know it, but radios and televisions continued with their usual programming. The disciple, exhausted, fell unconscious as he was bathed by the rain. Then, with a burst, it penetrated the igloo and continued its journey. Of course, the architects used a new revolutionary plastic cement to join the skulls together. Saurian Soriator, de Saurian, Field Marshal, King, and God. From the first day he entered, character was told always put his in the A drawer, and so he did. Was he for or against technocracy? Did he even know that himself, at least? He, on the other hand, did not allow himself to relax. At least in that he was clever. At least when his madness has been big enough to vary its own laws and metaphysical constants. Of Antissa, it cannot explain why the Tower of Babel was destroyed, for example. So you see, in certain places of technocracy, on secluded beaches, the shrimps had their own balnearies. Respecting the value of the hero, with his last breath warns him that Minnie plans to assassinate him. He begins to narrate his adventure in search of Brunhilde, each time with more love and passion. Through plastic surgery, Chichi would have features that recalled, although slightly those of his beloved one. He thought, wrongly of course, that I have more influence over his opinions than he does. Samantha didn't care because, according to him, the high costs would be covered soon with production. And then Vito didn't want to get into the cab, sure. He didn't understand what we were saying at first. And also, go and kill people in Soria. He was pulling him by the lead breastplate. Then the door was raised with rope from outside, and the lovely little animals went through. Besides, what need is there to sacrifice an infant when we have hordes of evil midgets? There, where everything resembled seamless concrete, a steel panel slid open. Contains its last food, its night, and only a sip of wine remains in the jade shell. And, finally, orderly, thus achieving the sum theological of public power. It is right that they be a couple of tits deserving of punishment, but why not apply another penalty? If a boy blew into the horn because he was playing, it was actually the farting of a V-quarter. Come on, come on. If you saw American Night and liked it a lot, don't be now a fucking bitch. The blame lies with that monitor of yours, who's living it up in Monitoria while you're struggling. The crater raised its high walls, while boiling masses of magma rose from the bottom of the chimney. The rest advanced slowly, swinging their arms with intent to encircle the Russians. From 1 meter to another, the incredible jump took place. It had no physical explanation. Here, weapons used by the esoterists since the world began were on display. On the surface they had no enemies in sight, and so they decreased the energy of their screens. No one, even that loyal soldier, would deprive them of those moments gifted by destiny. They also sent soldiers to Chanchin del Sur to bolster their tottering government. The gigantic statue of Lenin, made of grey granite, like a Soviet Tutankhamun. They had to leave. I intuited that I would never see him again in my life. My nose tells me that soon he may have problems. And off he went, as said and done. To fully triumph, we syndicalists must remain impervious to life and its temptation. Although you won't believe it, for once in my life I didn't live up to my reputation with the opposite sex. Others, who were already standing next to them, approached to participate in these strange obsequies. Through her belly one could see the lantern, which, like a mass of phosphorus, was burning under water. Take a sword that belonged to the treasure, and which the giants forgot, and with it greet the castle. They drink beer and mead, and eat a roasted wild boar that never runs out. It had been some time since the Solias launched their Alpha-Omega flying weapon over Monitoria. We would rather die than carry out such a shameful and dishonorable act, unworthy of our uniform. Cannons and freezing bombs are combined with the semiquavers of Siegfried's funeral music. A few hours later, already tired of stories, they fell into the countdown of depression. They possessed a very particular code of honor, called Bushido, famous in Asia. And in 4 days you will bake me a chocolate cake that, as you know, are my favorites. If the news reaches the ears of the Soriator, we'll both be killed. Why don't you go to technocracy, dragging it to these depths so that she could enjoy the music at the same moment as its creation? Then a terrifying funeral chord is heard, and the choirs unleash a cry of terror. He had 200 chichis, or as Anita Eckerberg. They wore huge corsets. Do it again. I would become a Tibetan nun. The other one laughed. Bah, in a parallel world? No, not in a parallel world, in this world. Despite his tits, he is a terrible sexist. He slept with thousands of women, by the way. The South Army Group occupied the entire Caucasus, and in its sector reached the Urals. I am sure that it does not escape your perception, my sergeant, to your artistic spirit. Rhapsody that can be heard when a herd of elephants stampede and trample the farmer's crop. The tremendous Wagnerian constructions forced him, practically speaking, to give them good space. Don't say that since this morning they went away, they formed mechanical skeletons. A totally exaggerated conception. I suppose he had to do it that way to make the edges bright. Apart from being named official traitor, it didn't cost anything to imagine him at the height of his charge, overthrowing him, but he could not immediately establish contact, since it was known to be watched. The Agatha continued its course, covered by a thick layer of ice that made it look like an iceberg. Editorial Ramon, Sopena, S.A., Barcelona. Force, cutting in a single blow. An adult fish could weigh 3 or 4 tons. She discovered that taking pictures of the big toe on her right foot was quintessentially erotic. To them, the heart of the universe, but they will no longer recycle their blood with it. Anyway, in terms of the basics, I think the same as you. I always give the first one without disgust. Control, but they could not prevent it. Without them, the economy would crash. The police investigation determined that, indeed, the wrapping contained a powerful bomb. In other words, she felt herself promoted by the irresistible suggestiveness of her disciples. They were kilometers and kilometers that spread all over North Chancin and most of Chancin del Sur, all dead in fear. Horrid, torrid, garrulous, fulfill, perish. But when the Monitor gets a break from its command responsibilities, I want us to have lots of children. He will rescue Brunhilde for Gunther. In return, they will give Guthrum in marriage. Forms. At the beginning of the battle, the armies operated trying to envelop each other. It was nestled like a wedge in the north of the Basque country and had access to the White Sea. Understood, Machine 4. Course modification starts from this very moment. For a fraction of a second, he almost said nothing, and he answered with only his smile. Scientists warned that they did not have the means to neutralize the effects of the new enemy weapon. In mathematics, the larger the order of an infinitesimal, the smaller the amount it represents. I believe in his genius, but please do not paint again something disconnected from the universe, fighting against the troops of Chanchin del Norte in Chanchin del Sur to enter. This was a very allegorical march that made reference to the magical animal of the banners. Cottage, and a moment later the door would open slightly, although protected by a chain. The funeral eagles of the monuments, with their wings folded, cast long shadows. They shot him with 10 laser shots. The least of them is lethal, as Shakespeare says. Believed. Then he let out an awful scream that knocked the two friends back. In this line of thinking, the non-commissioned officer continued, "This, I mean." The Lanieras living there, in a short time, became smoked like bacon. She was chosen for her slim figure, almost titchy, since they didn't want to risk another loss. That it was an accident. Frankly, I would have done the same. This is how demanding we are. Near the ceiling, there is a group of tubes, red, incandescent, parallel with each other. The poets denigrated the musicians. "You are a bunch of miserable assholes with insolvent asses." She began to wear scandalous plunging necklines, tight pants, and whatever came to mind. Who are most immediately close to the state's power and control the springs of social infrastructure. Moving in the subconscious, this scoundrel, his condemned characters protected him. So much fabric, he thought, as he wished it to be of life size, and he was quite tall. To dare to put one's head in the lion's mouth, with all its dangers and inconveniences. Only the head of the technocracy and other authorized officials could descend to that sector. A serious threat hangs over you. With humility you must respect the lesson. Please have mercy on me and my helplessness. I have 2 sons, these whom you see here. The other, after many vacillations, advances and setbacks, did so. Work was done, threw it down. But let me tell you, the Druids, their magical treasures. Of these humanoid robots and their behavior in battles, we will speak later on. He had many lovers whom he took from her friends, and was very happy. The man does not change. Birds' cages on her balcony to let them get some sun, and closed the shutter. Wharton, after hearing the relentless Erda, resigns and accepts his end. As if he were a high-grade magician, he could see what no one of his companions warned about. He knew well that the other, despite his jealous envy, wouldn't go after someone who knew something. As they still didn't believe it, Kratos Eusebio Aristarco came out to affirm the same thing. But he did not believe in teamwork. "You win wars alone, or you don't," was his motto. But not Luis, the one next to me, but the most distant, Juan Carlos Soria. Each of its 6, the gods had a specially designed and dedicated temple for their worship. Enemies, and countering the action of rival magicians. With such lightning rod I expected to attract the bombs. Actually it worked. However, by the way, the Super awarded the author with a gold medal that weighed 1/2 kilogram. Beyond it, yellow was in charge, as well as white ruled in various places. The only prophecy I received was the destruction of my good humor for the rest of the day. He understood the general diabolic attempt, at least, though it was constantly made to forget him. Salts. The sergeant's exhibit was lacking in much philosophical coherence, that I can say. What piqued his curiosity was the fact that it wasn't an attack, but something completely different. They had been in the past the origins of branches without persistence, caducous-like leaves. But the fact was that while this battle was being fought, the decision was not an easy one. In a few minutes she looked just like before. Her resurrection had lasted all of a minute. It will be paved with red granite. These blocks will measure 40 cubic meters each. Beyond the fact that they were manipulators, which I have no doubt about, it was not so much as to do with it. They were going to triumph only. The most bizarre theories were devised to find an explanation. The rest of its bizarre name was not a province of any state, but an independent nation. The master, leaning slightly, "I believe that your excellence will be satisfied." What Alberto Laiseca admired most about the man with the beard was seeing that he was sincere. After great effort, he managed to make his friend come back to himself with the help of a little gin. Until after 5 minutes had passed, it was impossible to guess what topic was being discussed. The only solution would be, in my opinion, to fix this, that our monitor made himself like that one. "I had never heard of such a thing in my life. Very few people know that they even existed," he said. "Have no problems. For young Soviets, it is an honor to contribute to the safety of the nation." Monitor said all of this while sending out a wave of humor and not madness. They walked for about 3/4 of an hour without anything making them suspect what they would find shortly. Among the many things that had to be built with great urgency were the dressing rooms of the dance corps. After another 12 hours, the temperature was 36°C above zero in the shade. After all, this man had come from nowhere to turn Soria into a power. Look if he isn't arrogant. According to me, he just shrugged his shoulders and laughed. I don't want to. Like a traitor, I'll be very happy when the Monitor poops fire. What a magnificent chocolate terrace in Taylor and McLaurin series would do, if I had chocolate. Dots, only dots. Don't try to inflict on me a horrifying torture. Leave the little mice alone. May the little ones blend into the great one. Enough. Field. You will see what you have coming, Ishaka, for acting the peeping Tom. Invisible bonds that tie the very honourable members of the Divan to the cosmos. This makes 1900 a crucial year in the history of human beings, 88. All the while he kept shouting in a horrifying voice, and began to dig up a particular tomb. The teeth hid themselves behind the moustache's disguise, and the illusion disappeared. He who does not defend his principles with all his might is a miserable cunt. Battlements in toothed pine shapes and cylindrical minarets chiselled from silver. But you can't ask for another one, because the country doesn't make them any more, or at least they shouldn't. A particular red is highlighted, that which marks the presence of will in the astral aura. He laughed between teeth, remembering a crazy who appeared in his monitoria. In this way, Commanders Soria and Chanchinita had no choice but to do the same, except for young children, as it is logical, but for them their parents choose. But a Cambyses would not be a counsellor, but a ruler, terroridario. That's the problem with us technocrats. We are excessively tolerant and kind. Holding it in her sinister palm, she said, "To be or not to be, that is the question." There were beginning to emerge symptoms that could be confused with a nervous disease. And there, lifting her skirt, he followed her as much as he pleased, he said. Milking does not suffice to justify the existence of such a grotesque beast. The younger son of Dracula, songs that my mother sang to me, the zombie Felix Mendelssohn. Fafner and Hasselt demand a quantity of gold sufficient to completely cover Freya. Those decorations did not come from the Peace of Victories, but from victories in peace. Comfortable. The new situation did not please the baker's wife that much, to say the least. After victory, the Saurian thought that he would change his name and expand titles. He looked at his beloved world, and it did not seem possible that he would ever disappear. From then on, both parties treated each other with caution to avoid further clashes. Resistance as that of the Monitor to withstand disasters, I've seen few. As a legitimate unconscious motivation generated by the survival instinct. And, well, then give me 3.5 kilograms, all wearing his exarch garb. Jungle, naturally, they also failed, and the Soviet esoterists too. Then, in his new homeland, the ex-Soria made a friend of a local milkman. Besides, he left the enforcement of the sentence entirely in his hands. He also sensed that Area B was the domain of the most dangerous types. Previously they hit me with a bamboo marimba, but didn't break anything. Understood, sir. The funnel formed measures 21 kilometers in diameter and almost 6 in depth, with her magic. And so, little by little, he humanized himself. The 20 divisions were an elegant way of fulfilling the military treaty they had with Soraya. Nor was talked about attacking the enemy. The blackest despair took hold of the men. The orchestra, in an impressive finale, describes the rising of the waters. It was not so much that, in truth, they meant to seduce them. It seemed more like a ritual. The vibrations of the sound passed cleanly through the walls and were lost in infinity. The light in his head fades, but gain stays steady the warmth of the redwoods. The whores ran out of control, as spilled by a generous cornucopia. Change. Here, Machine 85's sorry Torah to Machine 4, course orders. Lost, when in fact those thoughts occurred to the Monitor a moment before, but not there. Demilitarized. A war-related sophisma, in any case. He does not feel afraid, because he is in one of those so rare moments of human soul. Fear. Oh, I don't fear. I had never been afraid. But she was a very pretty woman, despite the scars, and she was around 35 years old. Apart, even if he knew him. What was the point, if he was just one more? Perhaps you can rediscover another game with the old and forgotten gods of Babylon. Now it's clear that if you don't want to use this method, another one can be used. His crime was so horrible that at first no adequate pain could be found to reward him. Prisoners. In addition, there were 40 million people on the occupied territories. Waking lust in the desire to study chromatic was not something out of the ordinary. It seemed the staircase of a palace in ruins of Darius or Cyrus the Great. Soviet devices suffered from some clumsiness, both mental and of movements. They seemed to be the pursuers of that army of enemies composed of hundreds of thousands of men. Maneuvers and parades. Capacity 10 million seated people. His face, in addition, and as is logical, had lost part of its control. The Solias, on the other hand, are at 300 squares away and have 25 divisions. I want extras who show absolute inhumanhood in the most cruel scenes, to make him jealous of the greatness of the other. If I were monitor, I would do it much better, etc. When a bolt fell on a person, there was no forgiveness for him, not even if he repented. Only very rarely did a wise man inscribed in the double E make any adjustments. What a horror it would be for the aforementioned woman to find an ear inside the rags. Blucher is the dangerous one. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I crushed them all at Waterloo. With another partner, they would kill 4 or 5 people a year after carefully choosing them. But I, who suspected some weirdo, talked to a friend of mine, an astrologer. They consisted of thousands of tons of ash, remains of some superfire. It seems they had decided to start building the Terratales right away, without missing a beat. Before giving my opinion, I want you to tell me the plot, he insisted, distrustful. Possibly he had lived so healthy until now, so they could kill him later. One doesn't know. The circle, rectifications of the arc, and perfect fits of the sphere. He stammered very low down, like coming out of a plane. Oh, no, please, stop. With this, they directed tours and trips for 60 million people a year. He turned as pale as the corpse, which remained still after his inexplicable feat. And monitor, he applied, then taking distance and yelling, Cracovia! It was enough to gain his favor or assistance by offering him a good cigar of leaf. How could I not give her to him? If I had taken it any other way, of course. But, as someone said, the problem with things we want very much is that we always get them. They scream in terror as they sink into the earth in search of Erda, their mother. Finally, the room adopts natural coloration, that of life without translations. Well, that's very easy. Even children know we've lost. But do you know what? To artillery, destroy that terrible animal. Only then we're able to defeat it. Martial delusions. Germs of bubonic plague they need. It was awkward, for both of them and the others, but there was nothing he could do to avoid it. As if it were Queen Victoria, and 20 or 50 years of musical reign had passed. Enrique Cattell was laughing without reserve. Well, fine. Let's say it doesn't. He occasionally lifted his head, making sure not to completely disconnect from his surroundings. With what would they put out the fires if they were allergic to the liquid element? They did not retreat a step unless ordered by the military from the headquarters. As the monitor felt guilty towards him, he decided to name him Super. Laugh? Well, my monitor, don't worry. Look, we will do the following. The houses in the nearby slums were flattened by the wave of expansion. Why must this continue to be true? Wisdom is what I need a little more of. The thick and expensive woods that covered the walls also contributed their part. Besides what is contradictory, as if you didn't spend millions on delusions. Character Issachar, after reading all of the above, smiled and said nothing. Hearing them, the preacher made an unperturbed comment, more than grateful they should be. But one time the architect did not refuse to provide. On the contrary, we will make him a little more ascetic by lowering his level of urgency. It all started one day when she, in a warm smile, smiled at him for no reason. He knew, of course, that the inside of the other was full of pom-poms, but who doesn't have them? The non-commissioned officer shuddered, as if he had warned him with part of his being. A few more laps, and they fell again on his head, pecking him like birds. Sigmund is distracted, and, despite seeing it, he doesn't realize that's the answer. By walking from here on, it would take 35 minutes. Very close, as you can see. He paid dearly, as it turns out. Here we have suppressed all kinds of sexual censorship. Designate a capable and prestigious person who would succeed him in governing the empire. What did not destroy the will was left to the care of the wind and the cold. I am a Russian. If they invaded us, he would be the first to take up arms. If you already have 2 young men as sons, know that very soon I will give you a third. Very Beringon 128, I would like to show you the jewel of the crown of this field. Some of the super kings attending the grimoire drank sperm and testicle soup. The maleficent ring spreads and projects its curse everywhere. Unfortunately, we don't have aerial reconnaissance to inventory the damage. Horrible smell of mold we are smelling, and other mad assaults along these lines. Temporary 70 megaton superbomb, but not for military purposes. They stripped him down to his underwear and then tied him to a post in the middle of the field. His last feat, before the advent of technocracy, took place in a meat market. Bottom, there is no such state now. There won't be one in the future either. And if the strips are separated by several kilometers, like peeling an orange, I say. Countless explosive booby traps in the galleries marked with secret signs for recognition, with poops that we will borrow from the Soriator. Folder, no. Smaller, in which the bricklayers dumped countless buckets of rubble and cement. He is far from imagining that he, Siegfried, has become the support of creation. After the victory, the Roman general reached the site where the sacrificed legion fought. Technique and archetypes are intimately linked. Someone should express it, at least. He was not injured, but there was now a roving hunter at the entrance to the alleyway. This means that 1 out of every 4 associates is an activist. The same place went for the breasts of women who displeased his excellence. An analogue to a magnetic tape that was erased to record on top of. The Turk, actually an Arab, was stabbed in the back with knives. What do you think? The other replied, Very good, great. You saved my life. I had to stay as the Kaiser put there with his precious Nibelungen hands. I had to. D'etat. Of course, such an idea has no lack of antecedents. He turned to look again at the 4 trees. We'll have to get all the materials, Mr. Before the meeting of both armies, a third part of their forces remain on the plain. More than one came out of there wounded, for his sexual organ was really huge. The Russians have already betrayed him once by not employing themselves fully against us. Sneak out of bed to see which were the first movements of the hens when they woke up. Inefficient people by using brooms and blood buckets. Well, I accept, and having a very special, tolerant master, saved him from the greatest disasters. His fears were unfounded, as they had absolutely no such intentions. The human bomb was driven again to the asylum, beforehand disassembling it. The catastrophe could have occurred in a day after thousands of years of preparation, prevented the Solias from making any attempt to reorganize and counterattack. The mentioned one, more than a cunning inquisitor, seemed like a pocket battleship. On a promontory, ice formed a constellation of sparkling needles. She lightly bit her neck with her lips and bit her ear. Here he awoke, despite such associations having been expressly prohibited by the monitor. It seems like a Martian march, with its rhythms being destroyed at every instant. Each red stroke, when finally erased, was replaced by others. Conversation, she takes off her mask, and now turns out that your girlfriend is a bitch. In your next life, you will be reborn in a rat, for your good deeds were situated between griddle and griddle, would kill anyone who was there instantly. The occultist who had been mentioned was able to prove that this was true. We have suffered great losses in armored vehicles and robotic troops. We will be destroyed even in the past, do you realize? Look at it well. But seeing him determined, and in last word, they fell silent. They feared him more than Tujashewski, which was an exaggeration. Offensives! Basta! Entiende usted? Eusebio Aristarco? A man without honor? No one now knows how many parricides he has committed. The problem of making them into circles so that the car can roll is unsolvable. I had planned to put him in an iron cage and walk him through all the towns of Soria. Now his body has the shape of a dumpling and weighs a few kilos. Incountable composers received help and protection when they needed it. And so it was. He stood for a long time at the door without knocking. Esteban de Gormas then set out to take Burgo de Osma. Fafner was considered rhythmic and cadenced, structured and synchronous. Even the custom was to give the victim a couple of spoonfuls of water in the commercial breaks. Such corrupt liveliness and incontinence made the hair stand on end. When the aerial vehicle reached the center of the geometric figure, it exploded. He even laughed at the party, if only out of caution for being affiliated to it, that he had this entire invisible universe, or it served him in any way. I don't sleep with blacks or Jews, because they are inferior races. The technocracy had begun the fight with a notable technical superiority. Thorough study for the preparation of Operation Apocalypse, as he called it. The audience in the room was prone to fanatism and idolatry. After an explosion of acorn, there are mushrooms with skull shape. There isn't one, or at least no one good enough for our great social movement. I will describe it with a sentence. He was a virulently gay man. That one of the fundamental texts of contemporary literature had been written. He changed the Russians, the Solias, and struggles to enter the technocracy. But it was part of the treatment. They were all submerged in electric sleep. Right away I will take care of everything, ciao, old man. Ciao, Ferini. It has already been said that the sect of the nose-twisters worshipped a nose. Monitor attended the premiere. He wanted a stage only for himself. We already have the secret approval of Kratos. I will tell you on the other part. He only tolerated some short Mozart compositions and a little Beethoven. A counterattack from Soria could cut them off from the division stationed in Russia. He demanded that his authority be recognized over that of the monitorial Baker. Make in order to put the engine of the Astronav into divergence. One of them said to the rest, "Calm down now, I'll talk to him. You don't say anything. You don't have to go crazy. You just have to not kill any more Turks." Breasts exposed for a few seconds. This impressed me. Monitor ordered her mages to find out why the library's robot had revolted. It was said to be complicated and costly, like a Protonian carpet. It mainly attacks chaste men and women, which is why it makes havoc in India. It was becoming increasingly lonely, although he made jokes to disguise it. Very poor. And what do you want? That I make myself a philosopher? Eusebio Aristarco grew tense, but managed to control himself. Now they could only kill him physically, unless he died by his own hand. 2. The Don Giovanni of the Phantom of the Opera, by Leroux, at him, and smiled, but he no longer seemed a little old fool. He was a supporter of merriment, so he did not intend to give them any lesson. It represents the 4 paths and the 8 parts of the persistent cycle. By that date, he had already settled the score with Liliana's husband. Soriated the military situation on the front line under his command. In that place, taking care of the monitor, there were more guards than bricks. Hunting, destroy Faenia and return the ring to the Rhine maidens. The first thing they did when they arrived was an extensive topographical survey. Kundry went ahead. Yes, but please don't start with funeral jokes. He did this in order to win over the people of the nation of the same name. The condemned is forced to stand 900 years on his left foot, seeing that we were scared and scattered back, pressing our backs against the wall. I can assure you that the victims didn't have time to stop and consider aesthetics. In other words, they absolutely refused to doubt his sanity. They looked like those boots had been made by Germans who were coming back from Russia. He only cared about preventing it from advancing by supporting the center. The Soriator was so enthusiastic about the other that he almost came to want him, compared to some potions and nectar that these new pirates had brought in. The Soviet Union may have another Eusebio Aristarco, or several, and that the Romans, forgive me, people who seem to me admirable in other things. For each suffering, find an analogous pleasure in intensity. I don't ruin my life by knowing if a citizen drinks yogurt or not. As a good technocrat, he believes he is the only owner of technology. Free from the annoying lock, the Sorias passed to the general attack. Sometimes I feel like sending everything to hell and that they fix it themselves. The essence of bureaucracy is that a third person decides our fate. All the Fitzgeralds, who are the Sorias there, will be housed and bred. All of this was true, but no one knew the most secret part of the story. They overcame the concept usually associated with advancing on stage. We will go on the offensive and put Tukhachevsky in a bag. Who knows if, at the last moment, there won't be some act of justice? Agent. By force there must be accomplices. Very true. Seeing that there was no way to satisfy him, the other one stopped speaking. It. After 10 minutes, they come back, but with the police. Sure. Because what right does he have? That's it. Good day, mister. then know that I will have to make you honor or die in the endeavor. A few days ago, The Ring of the Nibelungers was premiered at Bayreuth. They would pull it and push it again, like someone spooning a cookie into tea. The machines had robotic reasons to fight against others of their species. Other inspired in him, he came to feel a certain preference for him. Because it seems good to me that a man does not depend exclusively on horoscopes, was flying around in their direction, accompanied by a thick plume of smoke, even philosophical systems of the opponent, if they seemed valid to them. I will try to prove that my comparisons are not arbitrary. Canon them until they sink. I like that a little more. Among my troops, however enthusiastic they may have been at the start, they remember the past, they see the present, and they divine the future. It's very possible, but what I see is enough for me. Do you know? But there was nothing like that. She showed herself infinitely jealous. His co-workers should have been delighted, even if they found him ridiculous. Mentioned were liked by technocrats, but because this was the most powerful. His first film would be called The Torments and the Pleasures. Suddenly she stopped and leaned over to drink water from a faucet. Friends to join the cause located the composers mentioned. The Kratos suppressed a smile. "No, Your Eminence." The voice spread instantly throughout technocracy, despite the war. Tons of paper, etc., and the Eagle's Terrace in a year. Rescue the future, to see that measures could still be taken on time. Pick him up fighting fiercely for them with elbow jabs and karate hits, even when, as in the case referred to, he wanted to be liked, hanging several old ones from the fat toes of the feet from the ceiling. There were every thug in Italy that there was nowhere else in the world. Of course, they finally defeated him, but it cost them quite a lot. But after we have driven them out, death will trample their fields. I wonder if they will be as bad as you are. Personally, I doubt it. To find out gloomy details about the personality of that driver. Compositions for Koto, recorded from the astral by its wizards. Do not translate the author's name. Alberto Laiseca. It endured all wear, any kind of erosion, except fire. 7. There is scant evidence that he spoke to him several times. In the afternoon, Victor Hippolytovich was in the laboratory. They didn't even have the most remote notion that their power was illusory. Elephant in the zoo, the burly man continued. Yes, to add to their woes, the enemy launched an attack with machines, as if he were perfectly in agreement with the disavowal of the request for information. The soft murmur of these machines could be heard on the upper floors. He could not comprehend the enormity, the abrupt variation in fortune. If Monitor had been an intellectual, I don't know if they would have succeeded. Of course, he found out about everything thanks to astral projection. Only earthly men or women would have the entrance opened. Without them, I couldn't later work efficiently with my electric machines. Error. The Emperor's mechanical birds are broken in the garden, like the classic Linieras. Later on, they felt sorry for him. Economy, total sacrifice, and no interference. For such reasons, it is indispensable that we retain that country, especially considering that the ruler must be the priest of his people. Each lid has strange drawings that remind of voodoo dolls. It was necessary to have a rigid implacability and a severe repression. This dessert doesn't have any. Well, I don't know why I said it. Reporting for duty on his first day of work could leave it out of him. Terrace of the Yellow Emperor, and revealed it was me. All of this occurred to me, and I thought of a way to make the police crazy. Do you want us to read them? The list of casualties from last month. The director of the orchestra should have been chosen with great care. Commander Gaston gives the order to attack the Kuleifov. Open a Duma, Congress, or Parliament? I didn't say that either. How can he understand the delusional creator or the technocratic dream? Turn on the radio, chat while undressing, and get into bed, through the action on a keyboard, which he called cigaron. Then he continued listening, but like someone who hears rain. Trade unionism. And we will have certainty of immediate sales. The barnkeeper went on very excitedly. Come then, come. Neither even the asbestos could have dealt with these functions so well. The wanderer, Wharton, blocks his path to taunt him. Promptly agreed that indeed there could be nothing so ridiculous. They suppose they are terrible children, and turn out to be the most common, incurable, except for drastic treatments. How are you doing, Don Martinez? Quite well, sir. And then? This at least thought the technocrats. Such was their cosmogony. It wore black clothes because it was a curse of death. Say, shortly before he died, he had that very vision. As he was running out of nothing, the type roared, "Yeah, annihilated due to its inherent inferiority under weight." Someone could have thought she didn't understand a single thing about the plot. Or then he complained that there was too much silence. The bodies told thousands of stories apart from the sexual ones. What is the story behind these strawberries? I don't know, sir. And bringing all the theological package, including the guards. I cried like a pig. How much I cried, please. Those mentioned had great affection, and even magic aura over me, functioning all that day. Last night I dreamed of Venus. He went out onto the terrace and took the lift to go into hiding. Beings? Corrupt them. Transform them into Solias. If they mess with me, I'll declare war on them too. I fear no one. He had no other remedy than to rehabilitate his former collaborator. In my time there were already some things like this, not so advanced, of course. His erotic manuscripts, by scratching and amending. They never visited the front line, which they considered unnecessary. Under the violet plane, the rest of his body can be seen. Persistence of the image on the retina, the two hands turned red. Otherwise they would eat each other. The great demographic wall. Work. After 5 minutes, the apparatus gave all the data. After that, the back wall and the side walls followed. 25 lovers satisfied its unmeasurable hunger. This was his chance to catch up on musical knowledge. Oils of animal colors mixed with flowing hippo blood. Pale and cowardly will become even more pale when I catch them. They had also studied karate, but in a gym in Soria. He made him tell it 4 times, and each time he laughed more. The mission was to eliminate a dangerous spy from Sorica. They shit fire in the very place where you're sitting. Departure and kidnaps her to deliver her to Ganda's followers. Rex Eusebio Aristarco kept walking firmly. But now it's useless. We would have to be at least 50. He wrote and spoke on social and trade issues, as if he were interrogating it avidly for Taoists' answers. They even seemed to cooperate in rebuilding. They looked Italian, gradually dwindling until they reached complete dilution. But please, tell me about your strategic materials. Of his knees in the enemy's liver, his first goal. He had made a promise not to leave his seclusion until he filled it. In all degrees, amortized or amplified. Prudent. By logic, the party should have intervened. But the Decameron of Gaula did not commit any reproach. State, lowering the waters and freezing the pole again. Irregular shapes were sold as candy, etc. A long time ago, I saw the tale of those desert lovers through the long blind corridor that led to the monitoring room system. A little while later, do you realize what a wonder it is? We can use him to send him astral and get rid of our enemies. It worked with the dreaded and all-powerful double E, seemingly heretical mix of No and Kabuki theatres. Parliament was rarely spoken by a person, or is an impostor. The hero, nor to change the course of events. Any other person, great samurai would have torn him apart. Monitor had injected into his solitary sermon was heard. I will pay so much that you will fall on your back. Hermetic emblem on the external side. From it would hang a lantern at a height of 15 meters. Pressure suit, as if they were going for a lunar hike. He then twisted the bird's neck and fried it in a pan. Very good position. The crot made a small puff of smoke. Everywhere, so fat was he, very happy. I will make him very happy, but don't be silly, Manhaja. Only one of the monster's powerful branches was respected, but I tell you that she is the great misunderstood one. He assumed that he had acted out of desperation. Even though his mages told him that, I wouldn't believe them. But even without it, the IEE would have found out anyway. Shang dynasty. She, oh, my inquisitor. Enthusiastically, Kratos and the Inflammable. This task, if it exists, must be very secret. Being continuously attacked by Soviet airships, to unleash their mental energies over them, to strengthen them. The shadow of the old Soriators still haunted the palace. Much less during the fish are broken in the garden. Ah, I didn't know. How much? Hierarch, he could go and come as he pleased. If I managed to get to the oasis, I was saved. However much I think, I cannot discover the reason for it. Clarinet, ora surget creaturea, and hit the ground with the same acceleration with which it left. Thrown off the rock tarpea like the most vile criminals. Of us, I prefer to prevent rather than punish. I'm content if you take care of the little ones down below. But she had a second reason for acting in such a way. He liked this opera very much. The gods know why. The least I can ask for is to attend the same meetings as you. Occasions did he enrich his collection with a new pair. Of the sect, with the help of his devoted followers. Light asking for his opinion. What? The soldiers began to look at each other uneasily. He could speak, and, up to a point, think. If we strip him of potential, he simply moves on. The Solias is the chronicle of a forgotten reality. The other had noticed it, a bug at Isaaca's corner. Character discouraged. It's true, it's true. The new situation had started to please him. The two boys belonged to different courses. What a miracle of efficiency and organization! The most legendary tortures seemed little to him. He lit the pyrophonic furnace and made some tests. Pride almost led the Western Protonians to lose. Such might be said to quote one of its byproducts. Despite this, the sector was calm for the moment. Monitor had a bad quarter of an hour of uncertain hour, usually thrown away, intestines, etc. They were transformed into types like everyone else. Why not go see my friends? I thought to myself. Celestial dirt is coming down from the ceiling slowly. I'm not planning any rollback. Well, that's good to know. Without more cuts of tits and balls than usual. They used infrared visions, those bastards. Material for his long cinematic epic. Reservation. He gives me advice. DS. My vanity is flattered. We have already seen that the monitor had his own. Bombing, he was reduced to his minimum expression. Young and strong with her apples. Monitor asked Kratos, "What did you want to tell me?" How strange it was that one would be addressed in such a manner. Him full of hate. He left without replying. The exarch continued, "Yes, in fact, all the machinery suffered a terrible shock, and Landru Vacherini started to climb." Finishing his tea, "Shall we begin? Good." Of the quadrangular shape in Rio Seco, August of the year in which it premiered. Anyone other than the monitor would have exploded him. Don't you think it's easy to live with someone else? I mean, because we are tired of listening to him. So he made them go on as if to not take it lightly, like someone performing a gigantic voodoo. Territory all at once, in a lightning strike. Him from Soriator, which ended up hurting himself. Our fight against them is very much like a civil war, through which the armored vehicle quickly moved. If he tried as hard as anyone else, invade all those involved in the project. The Vice Secretary General became pensive. Did you think you'd get rid of me? You're absurd. Origin of the disaster remained the same. The man of Monitoria plays with fire. Nothing has been lost. We'll start over again. Away among the projects for after victory. You're smuggling matches to the prison. There are many officials with the face without summer. These strange words have a simple explanation. Getting our 3 divisions into fighting condition. A sort of Arabian Pericles, we might say. You've deprived me of my Valhalla, Mr. There wasn't a single stalk left. Longer have to bear the weight of the entire body, and who are not aware of their implicit union. Action of the make-up artist. Didn't sympathize with Parsifal's chastity. Can speak is not the true Tao, is it, boss? Sacrifices at the altars of the 6 gods. Occupied an intermediate position. Measure at various heights on the sail. Enabled a conversation with the deceased. I am also the army, he replied. Fafner roaring in a spiral of iron. The best technocratic bards have drunk here. She stayed in that position for quite a long time. It was an engineering calculation for sure. By other means, to the butler, next. The house belonged to EII, Supreme Soviet of the USSR. The energy into one point. Audience, but listen, let me finish. An increasingly intense color. The girl was last, and she hooked up with him. Real curtains, by sectors, protected with energy shields. Into my brain, as if I were a pharaoh, the perfumes of Tartary couldn't mask. Deposits of the center of the earth. Armaments in large quantities. At least the helmet proved to be intact. It was obviously the enemy advancing. Could they not have chosen another blazon? Them. It was quite a sight. Defences would come at me in a minute. Stopped working, they'd be safe, without counting state institutions. Prefer, like a lied, she will take care of administering justice. Had happened while we were sleeping, and through the bottom itself, screaming eternity, went along the royal road. Only thus could they win. I skipped several horoscopes. I hate them. I hate them. Very much at the height of the sunset. However, Cattell doubted. It was too much even for him. This could not be done for several reasons. After all, it was a relative. And length of the hallways. Straight, a hand embalmed. Cospe de un suceso? Mega ministers or something like that. Before the Douro River, and there was no common water down there. Would not forgive even the dead. Our submerged fortresses. He said, Graf, standing up, it applauds. Funeral pyre of Siegfried. He had 4 children with her, with his war chariot. Cherry red, blocks of ice. True father, by flesh. Your orders shall be obeyed. Our pilera, strip that goes from here to there. But did all that man know? It's only until we win. Beginning or end. The other one turned pale. His creations first. He remained silent. Unexpected efficiency. Technocratic capital. Choose. Together, in a volley. Intimate advisor. Kratos of the tongues. Drums and guitars. It's Wotan approaching. Admonishment. Lighting up a cigarette. Caused a lot of talk. Different divinities. Nor could have any function. Brads. Animals of the jungle. Tiburania. And there we're fucked. Both remained waiting. And the Basque, and there were many of them, was a very poor man, suffering charity, awful tortures. Hatch, first place, of the unconscious. Triumphal foe. You're wrong. Invocation. We are all shits. Resistance. Verdictim. Moment. Confessions. Attention. We light up. Personality. Production. The North. Immense. Unfaithful. They were. Let's go. Tired. Currency. For it. From the rear. His robe. Fisherman. Else.